Chapter 1: A Blind Date with a Hat Seller. Xiangcheng. In a tea house that is not too high-end. Lu Feng, who has traveled to this world for 26 years, is waiting for his blind date. Half a month ago, his first entrepreneurial journey after coming into this world ended in failure. All the savings I had accumulated over the years were invested in it. However, Lu Feng didn't care much about it. The worst that can happen is that you have to work harder and make money for a few more years. At that time, you can still start a business again. However, the idea is good, but his parents don't agree. Since starting a business is not successful, start a family as soon as possible. You don't have to make money. But, marriage must be done and grandchildren must be born. So, he was forced to return to his hometown county and start his blind date journey. In just 1 week, he dated 3 girls in the county town. Without exception, after meeting him, they all rejected him directly. Lu Feng himself is quite good looking. Naturally, there are some requirements for the appearance of the other half. Those 3 were far from what he wanted. A bit far. So he fled back to Xiangcheng overnight. Then, today's blind date happened. According to his mother. The girl I went on a blind date with today is the niece of one of my mama's best friends. The family is well off and the girl herself is very capable. I bought a house and a car in Xiangcheng. Annual income is at least 300,000 yuan. Most importantly, it's very good looking. I even sent him a photo. Judging from the photo, she is indeed a beauty. At least, the appearance is acceptable. So he agreed to meet him. Then, I made an appointment to meet the other party in this tea house. Lu Feng looked at the time. At this time, it was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This is the time they agreed to meet. However, the other party has not appeared yet. Wait 10 more minutes. Lu Feng has no habit of waiting for people. Especially when it's someone you meet for the first time. But, due to my mother's pressure, there is no other way. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. He looked out the window somewhat boredly. Suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly. Then, his brows relaxed. There was a slightly playful smile in his eyes. Li Yunji is Lu Feng's blind date. Her profession is an anchor. His annual income from live streaming alone has reached more than 300,000 yuan. But, this money is just a small amount for him. With this money alone, if you want to buy a better house in Xiangcheng, you can do it by saving for a few years. But, how could she, who has been proud and beautiful since childhood, waste these years? So, she developed another main business. Hey, godfather, what are you doing? Don't do this. I have to go on a blind date, and I can't mess up my clothes. The interior of a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Li Yunji was arguing with a middle-aged man in his late 50s. Card. Boss, we're here. At this time, the driver gave a reminder. Li Yunji turned her head and glanced out the window, and saw that it was the coffee shop designated by her blind date. Godfather, I'm going on a blind date first. Li Yunji tidied her clothes, opened the door and got out of the car. I'll give you a massage when you come back in the evening. However, the middle-aged man did not let Li Yunji get off the car smoothly. The two quarreled for a few more times before the middle-aged man let Li Yunji go. However, before leaving, he said in a particularly overbearing manner, first, confirm the relationship, but don't mess around with him in advance. He added, I really like to spend money to buy all kinds of hats for others to wear, mainly because it feels great. Li Yunji asked, what if he doesn't like me? Oh, unless he is an idiot or blind. The middle-aged man said confidently, you are so beautiful and have a good figure. Most importantly, you have a car, a house, and a high-paying job. Shouldn't he be secretly happy that a bankrupt country bumpkin like him would be interested in him? Li Yunji chuckled. Said, after hearing what Godfather said, I really should give him a hat. Ha ha. The middle-aged man smiled with great satisfaction and said, I'll wait for you tonight. After saying that, he waved his hand, the car started and drove away. As soon as the car left, the smile on Li Yunji's face disappeared, replaced by a cold and arrogant expression. After she entered the tea house, she did not go directly to find Lu Feng. Instead, he went into the tea house's bathroom first. Take out the makeup box from the exquisite high-end LV bag. Put on some makeup. After finishing the makeup, look at your sexy and charming self in the mirror. Li Yunji showed a confident smile. Then she checked her watch. 2:20. Almost there. Lee Yoonji muttered something and walked out of the bathroom. This is her first blind date. She is already 26. She also knew that this youth meal would not last long. Therefore, it is necessary to find a reliable man to take over. Coincidentally, a relative of hers told her about Lu Feng's situation. I also showed her a photo of Lu Feng. She was very satisfied with both her figure and appearance. I just recently failed in business. It may take some time to recover. It can be regarded as a very good potential stock. For her, this is of course the best thing. Because she can take advantage of the other party's business failure to seize the initiative. After all, I am superior to the other person in both appearance and ability. So, this time, she was deliberately 20 minutes late. The shelf must be adequate. Walk into the tea house hall. On the second floor, at table number 7, sat a young man. Very handsome indeed. Even more handsome and charming than in the photo. The first time she saw him, she had already made up her mind. This hat belongs to Lu Feng. You are Lu Feng. Lee Yoonji walked over and said with a slightly arrogant tone. Lu Feng looked at her with a smile and nodded. My aunt told me about your situation. Lee Yoonji sat down opposite Lu Feng. He said, I graduated from Xianxing University, my family is average, and my business failed recently. Kindness. No car, no house. Kindness. What about your savings? Do you have any? No. Lee Yoonji frowned slightly. It's not enough that you don't have a car or a house, you don't even have any savings. How dare you go out on a blind date? Lu Feng smiled calmly. Just about to speak. Lee Yoonji spoke first. Originally, I would definitely look down on a poor bastard like you. But, after all, it was my aunt who introduced me. She also said a lot of good things about you in front of me. So, I'm still willing to give you a chance. How about this? After a pause, Lee Yoonji said, I'll give you 3 years. If you can make a career within 3 years, I will accept you. I don't expect much from your career. The annual income has reached more than 300,000 yuan. And there is still a lot of room for growth, that is enough. Or, you need to be able to find a project that is guaranteed to make money. I can make some investments in you. We can open a husband and wife company together, that's fine too. Chapter 2 The Best Man. It will definitely not work if you only have good looks but no ability and can't make money. Appearance can make me lower a lot of requirements, but it is not enough to make me completely bow my head. This is what Lee Yoonji thinks. Are you done? Lu Feng smiled calmly and said, then it's my turn. As he spoke, Lu Feng took out his cell phone and said, come on, add a Weixing number first. Lee Yoonji smiled. It was just the beginning, and the man couldn't wait to add his own Weixing account. Moreover, he called him a poor bastard. He didn't refute anything even when they humiliated and oppressed him. That must be a complete bootlicker. Okay. This way, it will be easier to control in the future. If you have no money to spend, it will definitely be easier to earn some extra money. Immediately, he took out his cell phone and added Lu Feng's WeChat ID. Your performance was wonderful. After Lu Feng added Weixinghao. Then he started posting photos. While posting, she said, you are indeed a professional green tea bitch. However, I have no intention of being the one to take over. I don't have the hobby of being a licking dog. I don't even want to put a hat on myself. After sending the photo, put away the phone. He stood up and stared at Lee Yoonji opposite him. Brush. Suddenly, he picked up the tea on the table and splashed it directly on the other person's face. He sneered, for the sake of your aunt, I will save some face for you, a scumbag from the inside out. I want to share those things with everyone. But you have to remember to be more humble when you go on blind dates in the future. Keep your mouth clean. Otherwise, if you meet someone who's not so gentlemanly, or someone with a slightly worse temper, they might not be as gentle as I am. Oh, yes, there's also. Next time you go out, wash yourself clean. It's so scum and dirty, it makes me want to vomit just looking at it. After the voice fell, Lu Feng turned and left with a sneer. A bitch actually played such tricks blatantly under my nose. Do you really think I, Lu Feng, am an idiot and easy to bully? Lee Yoonji was dumbfounded. She never thought that the guy would dare to insult her like that. Where is it that is dirty about you? Where does it stink? All the perfumes I use are imported. Bite. Ding ding ding. A series of washing warning sounds rang out. Lee Yoonji quickly turned on her cell phone. It's the washing that I just added. Click to take a look. There are 5 pictures. On the first photo, she was a long-haired beauty with a standard figure and a slit red dress. She had just gotten out of the back seat of a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz. However, although the long legs came down, the head was still in the car. Moreover, at the top of the slit red skirt on those dazzling long legs, there was an obvious red palm mark. Second photo. The upper body came out. But the top is a bit messy, especially the part below the collar. The lipstick on the lips also spread a little. There was still a blush on her face. The third photo. The girl stood outside the car with her head in the back seat. It can be seen that there is a middle-aged man in his 50s in the back seat. The fourth one. The girl bent down, turned around, and touched lips with the middle-aged man in the car. The fifth one. It's a frontal photo. The girl walked towards the tea house while feeling for something in her bag. After looking at the 5 pictures, Lee Yoonji's face quickly turned pale. His body began to tremble. It took her a long while to react. Both worried and angry. But at this time, Lu Feng had already left the tea house and disappeared. She gritted her teeth and quickly began typing on her phone. You bastard, you poor bastard. What qualifications do you have to scold me? How dare you secretly take photos of me and humiliate me? I'm telling you, I'll make you regret it. Send. Sending failed. Sorry, you are no longer their friend. If you want to send a message, please add the other party as a friend first. Mom. Leaving the tea house, on the way home, Lu Feng received a call from his mother. Lu Feng, do you want to piss me and your dad off to death? On the other end of the phone, my mother angrily asked, why is it so difficult for you to go on a blind date and find a partner? Mom, this isn't my fault. It's. You don't have to explain to me, and I don't care who the problem is between you. Anyway, before the Chinese New Year this year, you must bring me a girlfriend. Mom, this kind of thing. Don't make excuses for me. My mother said very dissatisfiedly, do you know that your father has lost his temper with me several times? Next door, your Uncle Lee's youngest son has even got a baby now. Also, your classmate, the little Lindsay who used to follow you around, is about to have his second child. Every day when your dad goes out, they gossip about him, and when he comes back he takes it out on me. That I spoiled you too much. So you don't even want to get married or have kids now. I'm telling you, if you don't bring your girlfriend back this year, you won't be able to come back for the new year. We'll just pretend we don't have a son like you. Bang. The phone hung up. Lu Feng felt a little helpless. Given my current situation, even if I really find a girlfriend, I won't be able to support her. However, judging from the attitude of my mom and dad, they were indeed very angry. If you think about it carefully, you can't blame the 2 elders. I'm 26 and have accomplished nothing. Not yet married and started a family. It would be strange if the 2 elders were not anxious. Well. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Lu Feng didn't think much about it and answered the call directly. Hello, are you Lu Feng from Shangqing University? A girl's voice came from inside, very clear and pleasant. Yes, it's me. You are. I'm Su Muyun. Are you free now? Could you please come to the Civil Affairs Bureau and do me a favor? That pleasant voice was a little hesitant and worried. It seems that he is afraid of being rejected. And it seems very urgent. Su Muyun, the campus beauty of Shangqing University? Lu Feng suddenly recalled the night 5 years ago before he graduated and left school. That time, after the graduation party, Lu Feng got drunk. Coincidentally, I met Su Muyun, who was also drunk and a little confused at the time. Then, for unknown reasons, the 2 of them spent the night together in the hotel next door. The next day, Su Muyun disappeared. All that was left was a stain of blood on the bed sheet and a strange smell. Yes. On the other end of the phone, Su Muyun's voice became even softer. If you don't agree, then. Good. Lu Feng immediately agreed, I'll come over now. Bang. Hang up the phone. So I took a taxi to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The other party hadn't contacted me for so many years, but suddenly contacted me. Obviously, we have encountered a problem that cannot be solved. If I can help, I will definitely help. Just consider it as some compensation for what happened 5 years ago. Bite. The system detected that the host already had 2 4-year-old children, and was matched with the perfect man system. Chapter 3: A handsome man and a beautiful woman. System matching successful. The perfect man system create a perfect man. Please complete the marriage registration within 1 day, establish a family, and activate the system. Once the system is activated, you will receive a big gift package reward from the system. After the system is activated, you can continue to obtain system rewards through the good man rating. Lu Feng was slightly stunned. After traveling through 26 years, I finally have my own golden finger system. But he just couldn't be happy. Getting married and starting a family is not just his business. He can't just marry anyone, right? Even if he agrees, others may not agree. This system is a bit deceptive. Besides, what the hell are these 2 kids? When did I have a child? I've only had sex with 1 woman in my life. And it happened just once. Etc. Civil Affairs Bureau? Mary? Could it be that? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In a cafe next to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Feng smiled as he looked at the school beauty Su Muyun, who was sitting opposite him. She is still the school belle, pure and elegant, with unparalleled temperament. Time has not left many traces on her. Instead, it made her look more mature and lovely. However, the school beauty at this moment seemed a little nervous and shy. Suzhou University beauty, you asked me to come here, you didn't just want to have a cup of coffee with me, did you? Lu Feng spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere that had lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Tell me, what can I do for you? That. Su Muyun bit her lips lightly. Said, Lu Feng, the thing is, I have 2 children who are about to go to school. But the school said that without a household registration, we can't enroll. To register your household registration, you need both parents' marriage certificates, birth certificates, etc. So, I want you and I to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a certificate. Lu Feng smiled. It's true. 2 children. It really hit the mark. You, don't think too much. Su Muyun saw Lu Feng grinning there. I immediately explained, I just want you to help me get a certificate. Get a household registration for the child. After we get our household registration done, we can get a divorce. After thinking for a while, he added, if you feel you've lost out, I can give you some material compensation. Forget about the material compensation, I don't need it. Lu Feng smiled slightly and said, however, I also have a condition. Su Muyun's face turned slightly red in an instant. In fact, before making this decision, she knew that the man in front of her would most likely use this incident to make some excessive demands. But there is no way, if the child wants to go to school, he must be registered. She couldn't find any connections, nor was she willing to seek help from her parents. Then you can only follow the procedures honestly. But if she were asked to find a random stranger, she would definitely not accept it. As for Lu Feng, after all, he is the father of the child, and after all, they had a one-night stand. So, Su Muyun reluctantly accepted it. However, when the other party was about to make that request, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Of course, there is more helplessness and tension. Good. She gritted her teeth and said, I promise you. Lu Feng looked at the other party's nervous and disappointed expression and said with a smile, why don't you ask what the conditions are? I said, no matter what the conditions. My parents have been urging me to find a girlfriend lately. Lu Feng knew that the other party had wrong ideas. I immediately interrupted him with a smile, this year, you become my girlfriend and go home with me. Don't worry, just pretend to be my girlfriend and help me through this. I won't make things difficult for you. And I won't do anything you don't agree with. That's it? Su Muyun was dumbfounded. She prepared for the worst. As a result, the other party just asked her to pretend to be his girlfriend once. Isn't this too easy? Logically, she should be happy. But why do I feel a little lost? Is that all you ask? Why? Don't want to? Or do you want me to make a more outrageous request? Ah. Su Muyun blushed and immediately shook his head, no. So you agree? Su Muyun's voice was as small as a mosquito. Lu Feng smiled and stood up. Wait a moment. After saying that, he walked directly towards the service desk. Come back after paying the bill. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Oh, I'll go and place the order. It was obvious that Su Muyun was still a little nervous. I've bought it. You finished buying it? But. Let's go. We'll be husband and wife soon. Why divide so much? Su Muyun lowered her head in shame. Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Feng and Su Muyun took out their household registration books and applied for a marriage certificate. Take a photo before applying for a certificate. After the photographer finished taking the photo, handed business cards to both of them. Said, "You two are the most beautiful and well-matched couple I have ever seen. If you want to take wedding photos or artistic photos, you can come to me directly. I won't charge you any money, as long as you agree to let me hang up your photos and use them as samples in our store." Su Muyun lowered her head a little embarrassedly, with a shy look on her face. Lu Feng replied confidently, "Of course. Take your passport photo and apply for a marriage certificate." Wow, this couple is really a perfect match. The woman is so beautiful, and the man is so handsome. This is the most perfect couple I've ever seen in all the years I've been handling marriage formalities. It's so pleasing to the eyes. I'm so envious. Whether it is the staff or the couple who are applying for a marriage certificate nearby, they all looked at the two of them with envy and admiration. Give words of praise from time to time. Lu Feng smiled slightly and said to Su Muyun, "Wait for me here." After saying that, he left the Civil Affairs Bureau. About 5 minutes later, Lu Feng came back, holding a big bag of wedding candy and several packs of wedding cigarettes. "Come, beautiful lady, have some wedding candy." "Congratulations, handsome guy, you've got the beauty." "Thanks." "Come on, handsome guy, have a cigarette." "Congratulations, you are so lucky to have married such a beautiful wife." "Thanks." "Dear and respected certificate issuing angels, thank you for your hard work. Come, take as many wedding candies and cigarettes as you like." "Blessings." "Blessings." Su Muyun looked at Lu Feng, who was busy distributing wedding candies and cigarettes everywhere, and suddenly felt warm in her heart. At this moment, she no longer felt shy. There was no feeling of unease. On the contrary, I feel beautiful and very happy. Is this what it feels like to have a husband? A moment later, after distributing wedding candies and cigarettes, Lu Feng held Su Muyun's hand for the first time. Su Muyun struggled subconsciously. However, Lu Feng held it tightly and had no intention of letting go. Seeing that there were many people watching around, Su Muyun stopped struggling. However, a hint of shyness appeared on her face again. But inside, I am exceptionally quiet and sweet. On behalf of my husband and I sincerely thank everyone for their blessings. Lu Feng smiled and raised the hand he was holding. As if swearing an oath, he said, "We will definitely be happy." Bite. The Perfect Man system was successfully activated. Chapter 4 Gift Pack. The Best Man system. You can get a good man score through various performances, and the system will give various rewards based on the score. Bite. The system is activated. The host receives a system reward package. Obtained the professional title of Chef God. Master Chef, master hundreds of recipes. The world is so big, there is no dish you can't cook. Obtain an exclusive limited edition motorcycle specially made by the Hermes Group. The motorcycle has been placed in the parking lot of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Exclusive limited edition motorcycle, no key required. All operations can be completed through fingerprints. Obtain the professional title God of Control. God of Control can control mechanical tools including but not limited to airplanes, submarines, and all other modes of transportation with incredible precision. Obtain a set of luxurious villas in Xinglongwen, Xiangcheng. The property certificate has been placed in the trunk of your motorcycle. Receive a cash reward of 1 million yuan. The money has been deposited into your bank card. Such an awesome gift package? A maxed out career, a limited edition car, a luxurious house, millions in cash, and a school beauty wife all in hand. I instantly became a winner in life. Immediately, the excited Lu Feng quickly pulled Su Muyun out of the Civil Affairs Bureau and headed towards the parking lot next to it. This is a public open-air parking lot. No one is watching. Sure enough, there was a very conspicuous big red violent motorcycle parked there. From a distance, you can see the logo of the Hermes family, the most noble and top-notch family that belongs only to this world. This parallel world is extremely similar to the Earth in the previous life. Even some companies and brands are the same. But that is only a very small part. The vast majority of companies and brands, as well as music, film history, etc., are different. For example, the Hermes Group is the world's most advanced automobile group. Come to the locomotive. Lu Feng saw a fingerprint button on the dashboard. Put your finger on it. Bite. It's a pleasure to serve the master. There are smart services, which is great. Lu Feng smiled and sat down directly. Then, he waved to Su Muyun and said, "Wife, get in the car. I'll take you home." The expression on Su Muyun's face was a little unnatural. She was not used to being addressed like that. After all, they were just sham marriages. At least, that's how it seemed to her. So, I'll take a taxi back. What? You think my car isn't up to par? No, it's not. Does that mean you dislike me? No. Su Muyun immediately explained, I'm just not used to it yet. Lu Feng smiled and said, "Oh, so I'm just not used to it. Get out of the car." While Su Muyun was looking confused, he pressed her shoulders with both hands. Lu Feng. Su Muyun subconsciously stepped back. She wanted to avoid Lu Feng. We are just having a fake marriage, Su Muyun. Lu Feng interrupted Su Muyun. Then, he looked into Su Muyun's eyes with extremely serious eyes. Su Muyun was a little nervous and scared. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lu Feng. Like a child who has done something wrong. Look at me. Lu Feng said forcefully. Su Muyun lowered his head even more. Look up and look at me. Lu Feng raised his voice and said, "I won't eat you, what are you afraid of?" Yes, he won't eat me. What am I afraid of? Su Muyun gritted his teeth, raised his head and looked at Lu Feng. But she was still a little scared. She had never looked into the eyes of a boy other than her father like this before. I've never been so close to another man before. Not to mention being held by the hand, and having the shoulders pressed so forcefully. So, I felt aggrieved for no reason. His face turned ugly in an instant. My eyes are slightly red. Well. Lu Feng softened his heart. His strong desire to protect made him dare not and unwilling to speak loudly to Su Muyun again. Muyun, thank you for your hard work over the years. I know, those two children are actually mine. Su Muyun's body suddenly became very stiff. His entire face turned pale. She seemed to be frozen, without any reaction. The only thought in my mind was, how did he know? Did he check me? Soon, this thought had an answer. I don't know how you've been through these years, and I don't want to discuss the sad past with you anymore. Lu Feng said, anyway, since you found me today, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of the three of you in the future. He also made a promise, I will never let you suffer any harm or injustice again. Tears glistened in Su Muyun's red eyes. But she bit her lips tightly. Don't let the tears fall. This time, it's not a grievance. But I was moved. One person gave birth to a child, and another raised two children until they were 4 years old. Who can imagine the pain involved? Who can understand the pain involved? Although, all of this was her own fault. It has nothing to do with the man in front of me. But today, this man is still willing to stand up and pay for his willfulness. It means that he really thought about himself. What's wrong with you? Seeing that the other party was really crying, Lu Feng said worriedly, did I say something wrong just now? I'm happy. Su Muyun suddenly interrupted Lu Feng with a smile. Then, get on the locomotive directly. Today, you helped me solve the problem of the children's schooling. I am very happy. She said, how about I treat you to a simple meal? Regardless of whether the other party's previous statement was sincere. She was very touched and happy. Lu Feng smiled. I felt relieved, I couldn't ask for more. However, I still have work to do in the evening, so I can only eat at home. She added, I just don't know if you would like to eat the dinner I made? It's my honor. After saying that, Lu Feng got on the motorcycle. Ignition, start. With a roar, the locomotive rushed out. Half an hour later. Under the guidance of Su Muyun, Lu Feng rode his motorcycle to the underground parking lot of a community. Park the car. I followed Su Muyun into the elevator and arrived at the top floor. After entering the room, Lu Feng found that it was actually a simple small apartment. One bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, one bathroom, and a small partition. Quite simple. Since it is summer now, the room is very hot. Please sit down for a while. I'll go get the kids and buy some food. Su Muyun poured Lu Feng a glass of water and said, if you feel bored, you can watch TV and take a break. As he said that, he turned on the fan. Then, pointing to the small room next door, if you feel too hot, you can go to that room and use the air conditioning. You go pick someone up, I'll go buy groceries. You are a guest, how can I trouble you? No, I'm not a guest, I'm your husband, the master of this house. Su Muyun blushed. But, she still insisted, today, you are the guest. It's only for today. After today, I'm no longer a guest. See how you perform. After saying that, Su Muyun turned away shyly. Lu Feng smiled. Just like back then, she is still that shy and cute school beauty. Chapter 5, Get a License. Come, call me daddy. An hour later. Su Muyun bought some vegetables. Came back with 2 kids. Lu Feng quickly stood up and went to help Su Muyun carry the vegetables. Su Muyun didn't let Lu Feng take action. Said to the 2 children, call uncle quickly. Hello, uncle. Hello, uncle. There are 2 children, a boy and a girl, who are very well behaved and very cute. The sound is also very nice. Su Muyun said to Lu Feng, play with the 2 children for a while. I'll go cook. After saying that, he went to the kitchen with his things, looking a little uncomfortable. He directly handed the 2 children over to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the hands of the 2 children and sat down on the sofa in the living room. If you look closely, you can see that both children are very good looking and really look like you. Just about to speak. The 2 children spoke first. The boy asked, Uncle, are you good? The girl asked, Uncle, do you have money? Uncle, when I go to bed at night, I often hear my mother crying secretly. The boy said, I will grow up soon. When I grow up, I will be able to protect my mother. But. Then he looked at Lu Feng and said, Uncle, before I grow up, can you help me protect my mother? Uncle, Mom is actually very hard-working. The girl said, she works long hours every day to take good care of us. But there are still some bad guys who often bully Mom. Uncle, can you lend me some money first? I want to buy a big house. Mom said that with a big house, we won't have to meet those bad ants, and we won't be bullied by them. Uncle, I will grow up soon. When I grow up, I will pay you back more money. Listening to the 2 children's words, Lu Feng inexplicably felt a little stuffy in his chest. Children from poor families have to grow up early. Although, these 2 children may not have grown up in poverty. But, I think they must have endured a lot of things that they shouldn't have to endure at their age. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be so sensible. Why do you trust your uncle so much? After thinking for a moment, Lu Feng tried to smile and asked, aren't you afraid that your uncle is a bad guy? Mom never brought a man home. The little boy said seriously, Uncle, you are the first one, so you must be a good person. I heard Mom tell Aunt Lily that she wouldn't bring any man back, but she brought you back anyway. The little girl said, so, I also think you are a good person, Uncle. These are just 2 4-year-olds. However, there is nothing wrong with their logic. The most important thing is that from their words, it can be judged that Su Muyun is indeed a very self-disciplined person. Such a person, who bears everything silently, often has a hard time. Lu Feng asked, what are your names? My name is Ping Ping, and I'm your younger brother. My name is Anan, and I'm your elder sister. Safety. Lu Feng squatted in front of the 2 children and said, remember, from now on, you are not allowed to call me uncle anymore, you have to call me dad. Dad? The 2 children's eyes sparkled with excitement, are you really our father? Certainly. But Mom said Dad went to a very far place, there are no cars there, and he can't come back. Although there are no cars there, Dad made one himself. Really? Real. Then how do you prove it? Lu Feng smiled. He took out his marriage certificate and pointed to the photo on it. Said, look, this certificate is called a daddy certificate. Dad's ID? The 2 took the marriage certificate and looked at it carefully. But how can two 4-year-old children understand it? Go ask mom. The two children took the marriage certificate and ran towards the kitchen. Mother arrived in front of Su Muyun safely. Holding up the marriage certificate, he asked, "Is this the father's certificate? Will we really have a father in the future?" The sound insulation in the kitchen is actually not very good. Su Muyun had also been listening to the noise outside. The children are very sensible. She was very relieved. All the hardships I've endured over the years are worth it. It's just this dad's certificate. It made her a little embarrassed. Do you want to have a father? Su Muyun asked, biting her lips lightly. Yeah, I want my dad. With dad around, those stinky ants won't dare to bully mom anymore. I want a dad too. He can make a lot of money and take us to live in a big house. Su Muyun reached out and touched the two children's heads. He smiled and said, "Well, then you can call him dad. Anyway, I don't plan to find another man in this life." And Lu Feng is indeed their biological father. Now that it has come to this, let them recognize each other. As for the rest. When she asked for Lu Feng's number, she also asked about Lu Feng's recent situation. Business failure, bankruptcy. So, she didn't actually expect Lu Feng to be able to help her much. The big house and all that was just an excuse she made for the kids. She just wants her children to be happy now. Yeah, we have a dad. The two children jumped out of the kitchen happily. Ran to Lu Feng. Dad, you have to protect mom and never let her cry again. Certainly. Dad, you still have to buy us a big house. Okay, as long as your mother agrees, we will move to a bigger house tomorrow. Dad, I want to go to the playground. In the kitchen. Su Muyun's eyes were red. But his face was full of happy smile. While listening to the noise outside. While cutting vegetables. Sudden. Ah! A scream. Su Muyun put down the knife. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his fingers and landed on the chopping board. What's wrong? Lu Feng ran in hurriedly. I saw the blood on the chopping board at a glance. Lu Feng grabbed Su Muyun's hand worriedly. Without saying anything, he put his finger in his mouth. Su Muyun was a little confused. A blush instantly appeared on her face. Lu Feng didn't care about that. After sucking the blood clean, he took a look at the wound. It's not too deep. Lu Feng asked, "Do you have any medicine powder or something like that at home?" "There's a band-aid." "Where?" "Inside my room." "I'll get it for you." "It's okay, I still want." "Don't be so long-winded." Lu Feng said forcefully, "Just rest well today. I'll make the meal. I'll go get you some band-aids first." The thought of the room not being cleaned up yet. The colorful ones are still on the bed. Su Muyun immediately said, I'll get it myself." Lu Feng smiled slyly, "Okay." After saying that, he drove Su Muyun out. Closed the kitchen door. He turned around, walked to the chopping board, and picked up the kitchen knife. Looking at the dish in front of him, he smiled. It's a good opportunity to try out the god of cooking ability given by the system. Chapter 6, Goddess Su comes online, and Feng Xianzi collapses. He knew I wouldn't let him into my room. So, are you deliberately taking this opportunity to let me out? Looking at the busy figure in the kitchen, Su Muyun smiled knowingly. This man is much better than me. The only drawback is no money. Originally, this was what she cared least about. But after having a child, this became one of the things she cared about most. However, she didn't think much about it. After all, she never thought of dragging Lu Feng down. So, this situation is pretty good now. Turn around and go into your room. I put a band-aid on my hand first. Then, I tidied the room. Go out and enter another small room. This is a live broadcast room. It's also where she works. Start live streaming. The goddess is finally here. Goddess, how about a sexy dance today? Goddess Su, as long as you dare to jump, I will give you a rocket. Looking at the funny comments all over the screen, Su Muyun smiled. She said, I can only sing, but my throat isn't feeling well today, so I probably won't be able to sing for long. Goddess Su, you haven't been broadcasting much this month. That's right, isn't there any benefit for this? If you don't give me benefits, I will unfollow you. Yes, you must have benefits. If you don't give me benefits, I will unfollow you. Dance, dance. You can even dress up sexy. Suddenly, a group of LSPS started to make a fuss on the barrage. In the past, she might have forced herself to fool these people for money. But today is the day she gets her marriage certificate. She doesn't want to accommodate others. Even if she had to accommodate, she only wanted to accommodate the man who was busy in her kitchen. So, she just smiled and ignored the comments. Instead, say, today, the first song I'm going to sing is We're Getting Married. What's going on? Does this opening song have a meaning? This style of painting is obviously wrong. Goddess Sue, you don't want to get married, do you? Would you consider me? At the same time, in a room in a high-end residential area in Shanghai, a girl dressed up beautifully is trying hard to show off her various skills in front of the camera. Her real name is Su Feng, and her live broadcast stage name is Feng Xianzi. She is the top anchor of Hutu platform, the biggest giant in the live streaming industry. After another dance ended, she was already exhausted and out of breath. Although she was tired, she was very happy. Because, in the past few days, her popularity has remained at a peak of nearly 4.8 million. The barrage is full of praise from a bunch of bootlickers. Only 200,000 left. I took a look at the popularity value. Su Feng said, brothers, sisters, please help. One more push, and let this fairy break through the 5 million popularity mark. How about creating a new legend in the live broadcast industry? So far, the peak popularity in the live broadcast industry is the 4.8 million created by himself. Ranked second is the former top female host of Hutu platform. The popularity value is less than 4 million. Moreover, for some reason, it has been blocked. Therefore, as long as you break through 5 million, it will be a new myth. At the same time, the contract with the Hutu platform can also be renegotiated. Goddess Sue is on air now, I'm leaving first. What? Goddess Sue is online? 666. Feng Xianzi, I'm going to see Goddess Sue. Let's meet again another day. Wait, together. Hey, do you have any humanity? That girl surnamed Sue goes on strike all the time, and you still dote on her like this? That's right. She's not as down to earth as Fairy Feng. Fairy Feng would satisfy any of our requests. What can that Sue girl possibly satisfy you with? Brother, in this age where appearance is everything, everything you say is empty talk. Even without makeup, she can beat all the anchors on the Tiger Head platform. Isn't it normal for some people to be lickspittles? Yes, if Goddess Sue is like our Fairy Feng, who always responds to requests, I'm sure 80% of you here will run over and become lapdogs. Originally, the popularity of nearly 4.8 million instantly became 4 million. Moreover, there is an avalanche. Looking at the sudden collapse of popularity, Feng Xianzi's face was as ugly as it could be. If it weren't for the live broadcast, Feng Xianzi would have cursed directly. Bite. Suddenly, a message came on the phone. It was another anchor on the platform who had a good relationship with me, named Yun Xianzi. Speaking of which, it was me who brought the other party into the industry and into that circle. Sister Feng, I heard that bitch started broadcasting, and your live broadcast room's popularity dropped by 1 million? Feng Xianzi took a look at the popularity. In just a short while, it dropped to 3.5 million. And it's still falling. The probability is that it will drop to 3 million as before. Bite. Sister Feng, that bitch pretends to be pure every day, saying she only sings, doesn't dance, and doesn't date casually. Oh, I just don't believe that there are such women in this world. This bitch is clearly arrogant and pretending to be pure. Just to hook those stupid sponsors and raise my own value a little bit. Originally, she can just pretend to be innocent. They are all prostitutes, so who is clean? But she insisted on diverting money from you and stealing our things. It's really despicable. Let's just give her something to do. Just make her stink. Seeing these messages, Feng Xianzi's eyes lit up. He immediately replied, I'm in Modu, she's in Xiangqing, you're in Xiangqing too, check her background. Fairy Yun immediately replied, I'd been looking into it for a while, but I didn't have much information before. Just 2 days ago, I suddenly heard a sister on the live broadcast mention this bitch. She said she lived in the same neighborhood as him. She also said that the twin children that bitch has been carrying around aren't her friends at all. It's that bitch's own. Moreover, it is said that even the father of the child is unknown. Just this one thing is enough to ruin her reputation and make her unable to pretend anymore. Feng Xianzi smiled. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately replied, "It's not convenient for me to come forward on this matter. It's up to you to stir up trouble. I will now go and find some connections and ask them to contact the people in Shangqing and try their best to cooperate with you. Don't worry, as long as this is done, Sister Foam will not treat you unfairly." Fairy Yun immediately expressed her opinion. Said, "Sister Foam, why are you being so polite to me? Isn't it all thanks to you that I'm where I am today? Don't worry, I can just find some people to handle the situation in Shangqing. Just wait and see the show." Chapter 7: The Rhythm Takes Off. Xiangcheng. In a room in the salon community. Li Yunji looked at the message on her phone and smiled slightly. She is the cloud fairy of Hutu platform. At the same time, she is also the top female anchor on the Hutu platform in Shangqing area. However, as the number one lady in Shangqing, she is overshadowed by the goddess Su Pingyan in terms of popularity. This made her very annoyed. Of course, the most important thing is, Su Pingyan is an alternative female anchor who conquers the audience purely by singing and looking good. This Su Pingyan would never pose coquettishly in front of the camera. I won't try to please my fans deliberately. No matter how much you reward her, she will always have only 2 words to say, "Thank you." But it is precisely this person who does not know how to please fans and will not put down his status, but has a large number of loyal fans. Moreover, it has a very good reputation in Hutu. This makes many people very jealous. Li Yunji is one of them. Originally, she wanted to wait a little longer and use her ultimate move after collecting all the information. But after going on a blind date today and being humiliated by Lu Feng, my anger reached its peak. So, she took advantage of Su Pingyan's diversion from Feng Xianzi to start a war. She wanted to vent all her anger on Su Pingyan, to ruin Su Pingyan's reputation. In this way, he could get promoted legitimately. By then, maybe I can enter the circle of Shanghai through Fingjia. As long as you enter the circle of the Magic City, you will be able to transform from a wild chicken into a phoenix. Any backer you find in Shanghai is better than the one in Xiangcheng. By then, it would only take a few minutes to go back to Xiangqing and deal with Lu Feng, right? So, she couldn't wait any longer and directly called the sister who lived in the same community as Su Pingyan and prepared to open fire. In the live broadcast room, Su Muyun is singing. Suddenly, a private message came. It's a message from my best friend's son Lily. Musi, do you know that our top sister of Tiger Head just said she wanted to reach 5 million popularity points, and then, as soon as you came online, she instantly collapsed. The popularity value went from 4.8 million to just over 3 million in an instant. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Seeing this message, Su Muyun immediately replied, "Lily, please don't make trouble. I just want to live broadcast quietly." Hey, Musi, are you too naive? If you want to do a live broadcast quietly, you have to ask others to let you do it quietly. I didn't provoke her. But you stole her fans and popularity. Anyway, don't cause any trouble. Musi, you can't be too soft. The softer you are, the more people will think you're easy to bully. Have you forgotten the last time she sent her online army to throw dirty water on you? It's over now. The platform has also helped to make arrangements. She said she will manage her fans and won't let them mess around again. You believe this too? What can I do if they don't believe me? I have a family to support, and I just want to earn a little money quietly. I can't afford to offend them. Yeah, that's right. If we piss them off, it might even affect Ping Ping and Inan. So, just pretend you don't know. Oh well. Su Muyun didn't reply. Feng Xianzi is the number one sister of Hutu. She has someone protecting her and is more popular than Su Muyun. The most important thing is that Feng Xianzi can be eaten with both meat and vegetables. Unlike Su Muyun, who has to take care of the children and the 2 old people in the imperial capital. Moreover, her education made it impossible for her to accept the idea of trading on her looks and body. Therefore, as long as she can earn some money quietly, she will endure it even if she suffers some grievances. Just like now. Although there are always people leading the rhythm above the barrage. He always wants to stir up trouble and drag Su Muyun into it. But she remained calm and just sang to her own rhythm. Half an hour later. The situation on the barrage suddenly changed. Breaking news. It turns out your goddess Su is also a green tea bitch, and a veteran one at that. You've all been deceived. Holy crap, the child of Goddess Su's two friends is actually her own, and she doesn't even know who the father is? This girl already has a child, and she's still pretending to be innocent? Who are you pretending for? What nonsense are you talking about? Watch your mouth. There are pictures in the group, go and see for yourself. You can also ask your Goddess Su in person. Su Moyun, who was originally singing, changed his expression drastically when he saw these comments. Ding ding ding. Private message came suddenly. Admin A, Goddess Su, what's going on? Are these people spreading rumors? Should we ban them all? Fish God of Management, Goddess Su, what's going on? Those two children aren't yours, right? Please clarify this. Number 1 Shomu, Goddess Su, what on earth is going on? Give me an explanation. Second place Mu DS Feelings? All the private messages were asking about the two children. Before, she said the child was her friend's. After that, the child never appeared in front of the camera again. No one cared about it. And now, someone suddenly exposed it, and the purpose was obvious, which was to discredit himself. Bite. Another private message came. It's Lily's. Musy, this is most likely the work of that shinger from your neighborhood. Right now, every group is going crazy, saying you're a green tea bitch, pretending to be noble, and that you must be hooking up with a lot of rich men behind the scenes. Anyway, please clarify first. Then, immediately contact the platform and try to minimize the impact. Otherwise, your reputation will definitely be ruined. This time, Su Moyun did not reply. He just stared at the barrage with a slightly serious expression, as if thinking about something. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Then, Lu Feng's voice came, Moyun, come out for dinner. When this voice came, the barrage of comments instantly exploded. Fuck, a man's voice. Goddess Su, are you hiding a beautiful girl in your golden house? Goddess Su, you actually played with other men behind our backs. Are you worthy of our trust in you? Goddess Su, your image in my heart has collapsed. Goddess Su, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation today, I'll turn from a fan to a hater. It feels like we're holding you here, but you're playing tricks on us from behind. Are you making fun of us? Too much, too much. This kind of thing cannot be tolerated. If she doesn't give an explanation today, we will completely ruin her reputation. Yes, if she can't come up with a reasonable explanation, we will completely discredit her and make her unable to continue in the broadcasting industry. Does anyone know her address? I'm planning on ordering a sign for this bitch and sending it to her right now. Chapter 8 I thought you were a pauper, and you just gave me $1 million? Ding ding ding. Private message coming. Manager A, what's going on? Goddess Su, is that your brother or your father? Management Fish God, don't you want to explain? Number 1 Shomurun, Goddess Su, this is boring. If you really need money, you can tell me. If you are willing, I can give you $1 million right now. Second place Mu DS Feelings? I'm only third on the list, so I'm just envious of her looks. If she is really for sale, just quote a price. After all, I'm third on the list, so give me a chance? The barrage exploded. Private messages also exploded. Ding-a-ling. The phone rang at this time. It belongs to my best friend's son Lily. Su Moyun didn't go to answer it. She hung up the phone directly. Then she stood up. With a cold face, he turned off the live broadcast. Nothing said. No explanation was given. I put on a smiling face in the mirror. Then, he turned and walked to the door. Opened the door. Lu Feng stood there like a guardian angel, with a faint smile on his face. Looking at that gentle smile, the haze in Su Moyun's heart was swept away. Have a meal. Good. The two children were already seated. The food has been served. Just sit down and start eating. Looking at the table with 5 dishes and 1 soup. Su Moyun smiled and said, such a rich feast. When I got the marriage certificate today, I discovered that you are registered in the capital. Lu Feng said, so, I made 2 famous dishes that are popular in the capital. Beijing-style shredded pork and sweet and sour spare ribs. Try it and see how it tastes. A touch of emotion flashed in Su Moyun's eyes. She picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in her mouth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wow, it's delicious. She picked up some more shredded pork with Beijing sauce. It tastes like Mom's. but it tastes even better than what my mom makes. Thinking of mom. Suddenly, his eyes turned red. What's wrong? Fine. Soo-Yoon smiled and said, it's just too delicious. Are you kidding? The title of God of Cooking is not given for free. However, for Lu-Fong, it doesn't matter whether he is a chef or not. As long as the child and Soo-Yoon like it, it's fine. If you like, I'll make it for you every day. Lu-Fong smiled and said, there's not enough time today. Tomorrow, I'll go buy some vegetables and make some famous imperial dishes for you. Hearing this, Soo-Yoon was suddenly stunned. He hesitated slightly. Soo-Yoon turned and looked at Lu-Fong. He said seriously, actually, I know a little about your situation. I know you went bankrupt not long ago. I also know that your life is a bit difficult. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, there's really no need to do so much for us. What happened that night 5 years ago was a mistake on both of our parts. I don't actually blame you. It's my own business to give birth to the child. This has nothing to do with you. I sincerely hope that you can live a better life. Put more time and energy on your career. If. She bit her lip lightly and said, if you really want to do something, then I hope you can make more money so that you can give more support to the children in the future. Let the children have a better future. Lu-Fong smiled. Then, he took out the marriage certificate from his pocket. Pointing, what is this? This is the marriage certificate. Lu-Fong said, you and I are now a legal couple. I'm your husband. He is the biological father of the children. In other words, I am now the legitimate head of this family. No matter its blood or emotion, you are all my inseparable existence. Why does it have nothing to do with me? A hint of shyness and emotion appeared on Soo-Yoon's face. However, it disappeared quickly. He said in a very serious tone, Lu-Fong, I'm telling you the truth. Please don't be like this, okay? Lu-Fong said, I'm telling you the truth, and I promise, I've never been so serious in my life. In that case, let's talk about reality. Soo-Yoon planned to speak more seriously. Let the other party give up. Just say, you have no career and no money now. How are you going to support me and the child? Do you know how much a family spends every day? Do you know how much of a burden it is for children to go to school? Besides, if I really introduce you to my friends, then apart from other things, I'll definitely need a house, right? But. Lu-Fong chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he interrupted the other person. Then, he took out his cell phone and asked, what's your star Idaho? What do you want to do? I'm transferring money to you. Transfer what account? As he spoke, Soo-Yoon suddenly understood, no, I don't want your money. You're bankrupt, how much money can you have? Then he added, besides, I now. Lu-Fong handed over the phone. He said nonchalantly, there's $1 million on the card. Transfer it all to me so you don't have to keep saying I'm broke and a pauper. 1 million? Soo-Yoon opened his mouth wide. He grabbed the phone and read the bank message carefully. Aren't you bankrupt? After Soo-Yoon confirmed the amount on his phone. He looked at Lu-Fong in shock. How can there be so much money? I thought you were a pauper, and you just gave me $1 million? If this is called bankruptcy, how big a company would you have to be to go bankrupt? Who told you I was broke? Lu-Fong laughed and said, that's called a business failure. Okay, let's not dwell on this issue anymore. You just need to know now that this little money is nothing to me. From now on, I will take good care of you and the 2 children. I will never let you suffer any loss again. Just like I said at the Civil Affairs Bureau. After a pause, Lu-Fong looked into Soo-Yoon's eyes and said seriously, we will definitely be happy. Soo-Yoon glanced at Lu-Fong and asked, will you really be good to me and the child for the rest of my life? Certainly. Lu-Fong answered as a matter of course. Soo-Yoon gritted his teeth and turned on his phone. Log into the Huta platform using your mobile phone. In his own live broadcast room, the popularity value is still at 2 million and has not dropped. The barrage of comments was filled with curse words like green tea bitch, and so on. Soo-Yoon didn't care either. Open the live broadcast room. First, the camera was focused on the 2 children. This is my child. Then he aimed at Lu-Fong. This is my man. Then, he looked at the marriage certificate on the table. Be good, and look carefully. This is his marriage certificate. I'm not a green tea bitch. I've never played me with anyone. I've never played with anyone's feelings. I started live streaming just to quietly do something I like to do. Of course, I do want to make some money. Because, before my man comes back, it's not easy for me to take care of 2 children. I'm short of money. This is the explanation I want to give you today. After expressing his thoughts in one breath, Soo Moo-yoon suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He took a deep breath, smiled slightly, and said, "Brothers and sisters, I'm sorry, I won't be broadcasting today. But tomorrow, I will continue the live broadcast. After all, I still have a contract with the platform. I welcome anyone who wants to listen to the music. If you don't want to, I won't force you. I just hope that everyone can part ways amicably and be well." After saying that, he didn't care about the barrage of comments. Just turned off the live broadcast. The phone was also turned off directly. Put aside all the worries. Then, he smiled at Lu Feng and said, "Let's eat." Chapter 9 Dog. Salon Community. In a room. Lee Yoonji has been paying attention to Soo Pingin, which is the name of Soo Moo-yoon's live broadcast room on the Tuhu platform. Seeing the barrage, it was full of insults and humiliations. Soo Pingin was scolded so much that he didn't dare to start broadcasting. Lee Yoonji felt particularly relieved. Let you pretend to be pure. Let you just sing. Are you still noble? What a bitch. A small rhythm can make you take off directly. Let me ask you one question, is it fun? Ha ha. She smiled very proudly and happily. Sister Feng, the pace has taken off. She quickly sent a private message to Feng Xianer, her reputation will soon be completely ruined. I'm worried that the platform might still help her. Feng Xianer replied, strike while the iron is hot and try to get this done within the next 2 days. He also said, let her never have the capital to turn things around. Okay, I'll find someone to talk to her tomorrow and try to dig out some more dirt on her. Lee Yoonji said, she has completely lost face in the live streaming industry. Lee Yoonji's mood suddenly improved when she thought that after stepping on Soo Pingin, she would become the real #1 sister in Xiangcheng. That person. Suddenly, Lee Yoonji saw that Soo Pingin's live broadcast room was opened again. Then, I saw Soo Pingin perform a very exciting operation. However, at the end of the broadcast, the man who only showed up briefly made Lee Yoonji stunned for a long time before she reacted. This poor bastard is really not a good person. The next moment, Lee Yoonji gritted her teeth and laughed sinisterly, you humiliated me before and thought I was dirty and disgusting. I'll go lick that bitch on my back foot. Isn't it just that you think that bitch is prettier? You're not dirty yourself? That bitch isn't dirty anymore? You still have the nerve to think I'm dirty? Oomph, you 2 dogs, just wait for me. Look at how I will make you 2, a pair of bastards, lose your reputation and face the world with shame. If it was an ordinary blind date, Lee Yoonji would definitely not bother to remember the other person. But she will never forget Lu Feng, who humiliated her in the cafe. That was the first time in her life that she was humiliated and cursed by a man. Moreover, he was being scolded by a poor bastard in his own eyes. Ding ding. Yinji, this bitch's moves are amazing. At this time, Feng Xianer sent another message, I suspect there's a very high-end operations team behind her. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to come up with such an operation so quickly, which not only maintains her noble and pure high-end personality, but also does not make people feel disgusted. You should hurry up and dig out her secrets. We must take advantage of this wave of popularity and crush her to death. Otherwise, not only your position as Xiangqing's #1 sister, but even my position may be threatened. Looking at the waves of rewards in Soo Pingin's live broadcast room on the phone. With the sudden surge of reversal in public opinion, Feng Xianer felt immense pressure. He seemed more and more anxious. Don't worry, Sister Feng. Lee Yoonji said confidently, tomorrow, you'll be treated to a spectacular spectacle. I promise to bring this pair of adulterers to ruin. After making the final decision, Soo Moo-yoon also let go of all the burdens in his heart. Whether it's the personality or the popularity. Let it collapse. She just wants to take a gamble now. Bet that the man in front of you will do as he promised. Try to be good to her and the children. With this mood, Soo Moo-yoon ate the most delicious and tasty meal since leaving home. It's not just her. The 2 children also enjoyed their meal very much. Lu Feng didn't eat much before the rice pot was empty. Dad's cooking is so delicious. Dad, can you always cook for us? After the two children finished eating, they expressed their opinions. Lu Feng smiled. Then, he turned to look at Su Muyun, who was burping beside him. Dad really wants to cook for you every day. But, after a pause, he said, I just don't know if your mother will agree. Why wouldn't Mom agree? Yes, you are the father, and the father is the head of the family. The two children asked with curiosity. Lu Feng just looked at Su Muyun with a smile without saying anything. Su Muyun patted his chest and felt full. Well, cooking is fine, but as for other things? Su Muyun's face flushed again, and he whispered, it depends on your performance. Lu Feng found that she blushed easily. Very shy. But, deep down, I am a little arrogant. Don't worry, wife. Lu Feng smiled and said, I will definitely use the best service to keep you fat and healthy. I don't want to be fat. If I'm fat, people will dislike me. Su Muyun said, looking at Lu Feng, and said seriously, without my consent, you are not allowed to shout. Yes, wife. You're still screaming? Wife. Wife. I'm ignoring you. Su Muyun couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up angrily and fled back to his room. Lu Feng smiled and didn't care. Get up and clear the table. In the room. Su Muyun lay on the bed, holding his head. Oh my God. What have I done? Just half a day. He and I got married. I even told others that he is my legal husband. I actually still feel very happy. How could I, Su Muyun, fall so easily? At this moment, she was panicking. After leaving home, she has always been a self-disciplined, independent and self-reliant person. Even though, 5 years ago, I made a mistake after getting drunk due to a phone call. It even caused a big trouble. But she never regretted it. She just firmly believed that she could raise the child. You can live well on your own. Therefore, she never thought about finding a man to support the family. If it weren't for the fact that her child couldn't go to school, she would never have contacted Lu Feng again in her life. That's why she hasn't figured out how to face Lu Feng yet. Now that I think about it carefully, I feel that the decision I made before was a bit hasty. After all, she and Lu Feng had never really communicated before today. That accident also happened while I was drunk and confused. Therefore, it is definitely impossible for her to accept Lu Feng easily and calmly. Especially when Lu Feng showed strong aggressiveness, she felt at a loss. Bang bang. I don't know how long it took. When Su Muyun was still immersed in the wild thoughts of how to get along with Lu Feng, the door suddenly rang. Chapter 10, Bringing Bad Things to Yourself. Wife, the children are asleep. Lu Feng's voice came from outside. How long have I been lying here? Su Muyun immediately sat up and checked the time. It's almost 9 o'clock. It was indeed time for the two children to go to bed. Without realizing it, I had been lying in bed for over an hour. Immediately, he quickly tidied his clothes. Opened the door. Then I saw two children, one on each side, lying on Lu Feng's body. Lu Feng held them with great difficulty. Su Muyun immediately reached out to hug her sister Anan. No, I want Daddy. Daddy, you are not allowed to leave us. Anan pushed Su Muyun with one hand, preventing Su Muyun from hugging her. The other hand was still holding Lu Feng tightly. Su Muyun went to hug his younger brother Ping Ping again. Dad, I want Dad. I'm not a wild child that no one wants. I have a dad. Hearing this, Su Muyun was suddenly stunned and his eyes turned red instantly. Yeah, what kid doesn't want a dad? A child with a mother is a treasure. But the prerequisite is that dad supports the family. Only when the family is together and harmonious can the children be their mother's treasure. Children will not be looked down upon. Where do they sleep? Lu Feng saw everything. Oh, they sleep with me. Su Muyun said, put them on the bed. Lu Feng asked, is it convenient? Fine. After saying this, Su Muyun was secretly glad that he had put away those colorful things in time. Lu Feng came to the bedside holding the two children. One on each side, they were placed on the bed. But neither child let go. Still holding Lu Feng tightly. At the same time, she was still muttering things like Dad, don't go and I want Dad. Lu Feng patted the two children gently. He whispered, Dad will not leave. Dad will always be with you and protect you. After hearing Lu Feng's promise, the two children slowly let go of their hands. Fell into a deep sleep. At this time, Su Muyun was standing aside, looking very embarrassed. Lu Feng stood up and glanced at Su Muyun. It must be hard to take care of two children alone. Not so bad. Su Muyun came back to his senses, mainly, the two children are quite obedient. Lu Feng nodded. Said, then I will go back first and come to accompany you tomorrow. Then he said, you should go to bed early. After saying that, he turned and left the room. Su Muyun followed him out immediately. I saw that the table had been cleared. The room has also been cleaned. Lu Feng had already opened the door at this moment. Changing shoes. Su Muyun felt warm in his heart. So he asked, where do you live? North Bridge. So far? It's not too far, only half an hour's drive. It's so late today, why don't you go back? After saying this, Su Muyun's face turned red. Lu Feng stopped changing his shoes. Look at Su Muyun. Asked, are you sure? You don't think too much. Su Muyun immediately explained, I just feel that if the children wake up tomorrow morning and don't see you, they will say that I lied to them. Then, he pointed to the small room and said, there's a simple little bed in there. If you don't mind, you can sleep there. Lu Feng smiled and said, I don't mind, but... He blinked and asked playfully, I want to know, when can I sleep in your big bed? Su Muyun's face turned red again. She didn't dare to look at Lu Feng anymore and ran towards her room as if escaping. Lu Feng looked at the charming back and smiled. Said, get up early tomorrow. I promised the children that I would take them to the playground tomorrow. Su Muyun did not reply. Lu Feng didn't care either. He closed the door and entered the small room. The room is small, but it has a faint fragrance. Moreover, it is very clean and tidy. Gives people a fresh and pleasant feeling. Lying in bed is very comfortable. No words were spoken that night. The next morning. At 7 o'clock, just as the sky was getting light, Lu Feng got up. When I opened the door, I saw toothpaste, toothbrush and towels laid out on the table. Lu Feng smiled slightly, picked up his toiletries and went into the bathroom. After cleaning, I started making breakfast. About half an hour later. Breakfast is almost done. Lu Feng knocked on Su Muyun's door. Su Muyun didn't sleep well last night. Suddenly, there was a man in the room where I had always lived alone. Especially, the relationship between this man and herself is so complicated. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Of course, what made her most uncomfortable was what the other person said before going to bed. So, she lay in bed, struggling until late at night, before she fell into a drowsy sleep. As a result, I was having a good dream. I was awakened by the knock on the door again. Then, Lu Feng's voice came from outside. Get up and eat. After dinner, we still have to go out and play. Hearing this, the two children jumped out of bed. Mom, get up. Mom, Dad promised us that he would take the three of us out to play today. Hurry up and get up. Amid the noise of the two children, Su Muyun, who still wanted to sleep in, had to get up honestly. It took another half an hour to wash, dress and get dressed. When Su Muyun came out with her two children, dressed neatly, a rich breakfast was already prepared on the table. Su Muyun happily sat at the dining table with her two children. Yeah, it's delicious, delicious. Wow, the noodles my dad cooked are so delicious. The two children ate and praised the food. This guy's cooking is really delicious. Better than restaurants. Su Muyun admired in his heart. Lu Feng smiled. You guys eat first, I'm going to the bathroom. As he spoke, he took off his scarf and walked towards the bathroom. Bang bang. Lu Feng had just entered the bathroom when there was a knock on the door. Su Muyun's expression changed slightly. He immediately stood up and opened the door. The person standing outside the door was indeed Sun Lily, his only good friend in Xiangcheng. Behind him stood a man. He is Sun Lily's boyfriend, named Yang Chang. Su Muyun, what on earth do you want to do? Sun Lily reached out to push the door open and said, it's obviously a simple matter, but you have to make it so complicated. But you're still hiding and your phone is turned off. No explanation for anything. Well now, your reputation is completely ruined. Hey, what are you doing blocking the door? Su Muyun really didn't want Sun Lily to come in. But Sun Lily had already said so much, and since she was standing at the door, it was difficult for her to chase her away. I had to move aside immediately and let Sun Lily in. As soon as she entered the door, Sun Lily started to scold. Su Muyun, what were you thinking behind that move last night? Did you lose your mind? You should be very clear about what announcing your marriage means to your industry, right? Aren't you ruining your own future? You still have 2 children. Your future is gone, your income is gone. What are you going to do in the future? Yang Chang, who followed Sun Lily in, also nodded. He echoed, Muyun, we are not the ones who are criticizing you. What you did last night was really too frivolous and too low level. Besides, if you want to act, who else can you marry? Why would you choose to find a poor country bastard like this? Aren't you just slapping yourself in the face and bringing trouble upon yourself? Chapter 11, Is it fun? Etc. Upon hearing Yang Cheng's words, Su Muyun's face darkened. He immediately called out to the 2 of them. Frowning, he said, Lily, watch your boyfriend's mouth, or I'll kick him out. She could allow Sun Lily to say a few words for herself. Even when Yang Cheng said a few words to her, she reluctantly endured it for Sun Lily's sake. After all, he is my best friend's boyfriend. However, she would never allow Yang Cheng to say anything to humiliate Lu Feng in front of her. This is her bottom line. Therefore, at this moment, her tone seemed particularly heavy. Muyun, you're being a bit ungrateful. Yang Cheng frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Said, Lily was worried about you all night last night. She woke me up early this morning and asked me to bring her over. I saw how worried she was about you, so I was kind enough to remind you. Why do you have a problem with me? It seems like I'm trying to get something from you. Su Muyun's face became even uglier. Say, I appreciate your concern. So, whether you say I'm reckless or don't know the seriousness of the matter, I won't bother with you. If you have any suggestions, I will listen to them with an open mind. But, after a pause, she emphasized, my man is chosen by myself. Good or bad, it's all my own business. I won't allow anyone to slander him or say bad things about him in front of me. Lily, you can't, Yang Cheng. Su Muyun shook his head and said firmly, not even close. Sun Lily, who was standing by, saw Su Muyun's attitude and her expression changed slightly. She and Su Muyun are classmates and best friends. The 2 have known each other for 7 or 8 years. In her impression, Su Muyun has always been a submissive and somewhat weak person. Although, Su Muyun has a strong tenacity in his bones. However, they rarely show an aggressive and strong side. The only 1 or 2 times this happened was when the child was bullied. But now, Yang Cheng just said that her man was a poor country bastard, and Su Muyun exploded. This is a bit unusual. She was very curious about what kind of drug the man had given Su Muyun. Why would Su Muyun protect him so much? Cut. Yang Cheng sneered disdainfully. Said, Su Muyun, stop pretending in front of me. What kind of person is this so-called man of yours? Don't you have any idea? Last night, the Huta platform went crazy. All of Lu Feng's secrets have been exposed. Who doesn't know he's from the country? And he's a broke bastard? You treat me like a treasure. After a pause, he continued, why? Do you really want to make this fake play real and treat him as your man for life? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Muyun's face instantly turned gloomy. Roll. She pointed outside and growled, you are not welcome here, get out right now. Being yelled at by Su Muyun. Yang Cheng was embarrassed. If Lily hadn't begged me, do you think I would want to come to your shabby place? Yang Cheng snorted coldly, a bitch who wants to be a whore and also wants to be a saint. Do you really take yourself seriously? If I want to play with a piece of shit like you, I can just throw some money at you. They are lining up in large numbers, waiting for this young master to visit them. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Lily and Su Muyun's faces turned extremely ugly at the same time. There was embarrassment in the former's eyes. The latter is more about anger. However, Yang Cheng didn't care about these at all. Turning to look at Sun Lily beside him, he said in an extremely forceful manner, Lily, let's go. Then he said, I want to see how long this bitch can keep pretending. Yang Cheng, go back first. Sun Lily said with an unpleasant expression, I'll come find you later. Late? Yang Cheng frowned and said coldly, Sun Lily, either you come with me now, or I will never talk to you again. What I, Yang Cheng, lack the least is women. So, you'd better not think that just because you're pretty, you can get special treatment in front of me. Sun Lily's face fell instantly. But she gritted her teeth, suppressing the anger in her heart, and said, Yang Chang, you are older than me in terms of age. Can you be more mature? Shut up, bitch. Yang Chang pointed at Sun Lily. He threatened, if you don't follow me down, you'll regret it. After saying that, he snorted coldly and turned away. Snap. At this moment, the bathroom door in the room was pushed open. A man walked out from inside. It was none other than Lu Feng. Sumo Yun, who was originally extremely angry, suddenly felt a little confused and uneasy. This guy, why did he suddenly come out at this time? Can't you stay a little longer? Do you think I haven't made a fool of myself enough? Sun Lily looked very shocked. Did she really leave this man at home overnight? The sneer on Yang Chang's face became even stronger. Oh, I told you you're a bitch. Yang Chang curled his lips, looked at Sumo Yun, and said disdainfully, pretend to be pure and arrogant in front of me. Lily even said that you never bring men home and never let men stay overnight at home. What happened? A bitch is a bitch. She says one thing on the outside and another behind the scenes. Say it, act it out. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng walked in front of him. He is 180 centimeters tall, looking down at Yang Chang, who is only 170 centimeters tall. What are you looking at? Yang Chang glared at Lu Feng. Did I say something wrong? You poor country bastard, I tell you. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Lu Feng slapped Yang Chang in the face. You dare. Bang! Another slap. Fuck you. Bang! Bang! Yang Chang went crazy. When had Yang Chang ever suffered such humiliation? Have you ever been beaten like this? 4 consecutive slaps almost knocked him out. If he can still tolerate this, then he is not a man. He gritted his teeth, his eyes were red, and he was about to rush forward and fight to the death with a roar. You and I. Bang! As a result, I just wanted to rush. Lu Feng raised his leg and kicked him slightly lower in the abdomen. Ouch! Yang Chang's face turned pale in an instant. Quickly hug your hips with both hands. Leaning against the wall, it slowly slid toward the ground like a puddle of mud. Lu Feng didn't let him slide down. He grabbed his hair and half lifted him up. Pressed against the wall. Then Lu Feng bent down. Staring at Yang Chang, whose forehead was covered with cold sweat, cheeks were swollen, and he was in great pain. Said, is it fun? Yang Chang didn't answer. Bang! Another slap. Then he said, I'm asking you a question. Do you feel good? Yang Chang was furious, gritting his teeth and roaring, I'll make you happy. Bang! Are you unhappy? Bang! Are you sure you're upset? Pa pa pa. 10 slaps in a row. Yang Chang was confused. He felt his face was big and his eyes were small. It takes a lot of effort to open your eyes. Only then can you see clearly the person in front of you. Are you unhappy? Cool. Yang Chengli immediately responded, stop hitting me. I feel great. Chapter 12, It feels so good to pump. Are you sure it feels good? Lu Feng asked. Yang Chang nodded obediently, I'm absolutely sure, I feel great, really great. How dare I be unhappy? If I get upset, I guarantee you'll beat me so hard that my mother won't even recognize me. Bah! Bitch! Lu Feng spat a mouthful of thick phlegm directly on the other person's face. Cursing, I've never seen a bitch as cheap as you. After getting beaten up, you still say it feels good. You're a bitch, but you still want to act like a master. Where do you get the nerve to do that? Yang Benben is a man of honor who never suffers a loss in front of him. The principle of saving your life first. Nodding obediently, yes, you're right, I'm a bitch. He added, I'm just shameless. I like to act like a young master. I'm very cheap. I'm just a cheap bitch. Sumo Yun and Sun Lily were dumbfounded. Sumo Yun never expected that Lu Feng would be so brave. He dared to kill me right from the start. This is a completely reckless way of playing. Especially the last method of revenge, give others a taste of your own medicine. Who is more despicable? I said you are cheap, but you are not really cheap. Calling yourself cheap is the real cheapness. And son Lily's idea is, this thing that ran out of the bathroom, is it probably a monster? As soon as I came up, I started to twitch. Yang Chang was beaten into an idiot in an instant. Look at Yang Chang now. He was beaten so hard that he kept shouting that it felt good. She kept saying, I'm a bitch. I have no shame. What the hell is this? But at this time, Lu Feng took out his cell phone. A phone call was made. Hello, is this the police department? Lu Feng said, I want to call the police. Someone broke into my house, insulted me, and threatened my family. Fortunately, I showed up in time, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. I have the person under control now, come over and take him over. The address is. As he spoke, Lu Feng looked at Su Muyun and said, Wife, what is our home address? Su Muyun was a little confused. What the hell is this? You hit someone and you call the police? Does this count as the villain complaining first? No, it doesn't count. This is my man, how can he be considered a bad person? He should be a good person. So, my man, a good man, stood up for me, how could I let him lose face? Our address is. She quickly gave an address. When Yang Chang saw Lu Feng call the police, he was so happy. So what if you break into someone else's house? The crime is not serious. Threatening your family members did not cause any harm. As long as I don't admit it, what can you do to me? You can't do anything to me, but if you beat me like this, I can sue you. Besides, I have connections in the police department. Aren't you helping me by calling the police? Wait and see how I kill you. Only. Do you have any new knives at home? After Lu Feng hung up the call to the police, he asked Su Muyun, it's best to have something unopened. What are you going to do? Yang Chang's face changed drastically. Those extremely happy thoughts in my mind were instantly scared away. Only fear and terror remained. I was wrong, brother, please, don't kill me. Kill you? Lu Feng sneered, you think too much. Our Hualong country is a society ruled by law. Killing someone means paying with your life. A bitch like you is worthy of me dying for you? Hearing this, Yang Chang also breathed a sigh of relief. Su Muyun, who was originally a little worried, also breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that Lu Feng was very calm, he stopped thinking about it. Quickly entered the kitchen. Soon, he came to Lu Feng with an unopened knife. Lu Feng took the knife. Open. He wrapped his hand with the plastic bag outside, and then cut his arm. It just happened to cut through the clothes and split the skin. It's not deep, just enough to bleed. Then, he placed the knife next to Yang Chang's hand and said, Here, take it. Yang Chang understood. This is a frame-up. The crime of trespassing is not serious. But if someone hurts someone with a knife, that's a big problem. Bang! Lu Feng slapped him and said, Take it. Brother, I. Bang! Not taking it? Bang! Do you want to take it? Bang! Yang Chang grasped the knife reflexively. The moment he grasped the knife, an evil thought emerged. I have a knife. I'll chop you to death. He gritted his teeth and wanted to raise his hand to swing the knife. Bang! As a result, when his hand was halfway raised, Lu Feng stepped on it and knocked it to the ground. Snap! Ouch, my hand! He roared in pain. Lu Feng didn't care about that. He just said to Su Muyun beside him, Take a few photos. Su Muyun nodded, took out his cell phone and started taking pictures. After taking the photos, I deliberately made my clothes a little messy. Another charge was added: rape. 5 minutes later. The police are here. The witnesses are Su Muyun and 2 children. Su Muyun said that this man named Yang Chang was brought by Sun Lily. She originally thought they were just friends, so it was okay. As a result, Yang Chang turned out to be so cruel that he started touching her as soon as she came in. Under my strong resistance, the other party directly took out a knife. Fortunately, Lu Feng came out of the bathroom in time and subdued Yang Chang. Yang Chang cried out that he was innocent. As a result, the 2 children cried and shouted that Yang Chang was a bad person and bullied their mother. What does a 4-year-old child know? That certainly won't lie. Besides, this is happening in someone else's home. You were wrong first. In short, this is a very clear and ironclad case with both witnesses and evidence. The people from the police department naturally didn't bother to say anything and just arrested the person and took him away. Yang Chang shouted that he was innocent and demanded to find someone. As a result, the security guard said, "You are being wronged. The knife is in your hand, but the wound is on someone else's body. The fingerprints on that knife are all yours. Even your own girlfriend has been silent the whole time. With this case, even if you call our director, he won't dare to help you. This is an ironclad case, there's no overturning it. Yeah, Dad is awesome. He defeated the bad uncle and let Uncle Policeman catch him. Dad, you're a real man. When I find a husband in the future, I want to find someone like you." As soon as the police officer and his men left, the two children started shouting excitedly. A knowing smile also appeared on Su Muyun's face. In the past, when she was insulted and bullied, she could only endure it. So what if I can't bear it? She couldn't scold anyone more than others. I can't beat anyone even if I fight. Therefore, often at such times, she could only shed tears of grievance silently in the dead of night. Today, it's finally different. Because she has a man. Moreover, he has a strong sense of responsibility. And smart enough to protect her man. Looking at Yang Chang, who was beaten into a pig's head and taken away by the police just because he cursed at him. She was extremely happy. Chapter 13 Super Special Forces, Tianlong. Different from Su Muyun's happiness. Sun Lily looked very lonely, her face pale and solemn. "I'm going to the bathroom to clean up first." Lu Feng doesn't know Sun Lily. However, after all, at that time just now, Sun Lily remained silent. So, he still said hello to Sun Lily. "Excuse me, you guys chat." After saying that, he brought the two children to the dining table. Let the two children eat. He went into the bathroom, took off his clothes, and simply cleaned the wound. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving unanimous high recognition from his children and wife. Be a good man. Reward identity, Hualong Country's Super Special Forces identity Tianlong. Identity fusion. Suddenly, Lu Feng felt a long passage about the experience of special forces appear in his mind. Then, the body also began to undergo obvious changes. 5 minutes later. Identity fusion complete. You have joined the Hualong Kingdom's Super Special Forces and have the highest level of secret files. No one except a few people in Hualong Country can access your file. You have become the highest ranking and most special Super Special Forces soldier in the history of Hualong Country Tianlong. The Tianlong tattoo on your right arm will be a symbol of your identity. Tianlong is not only not subject to any constraints, but also possesses all the privileges possessed by the Supreme Controller of Super Special Forces. Your only responsibility is to defend the Hualong nation's prestige when it encounters a crisis or when its national prestige is challenged. The system is awesome. Lu Feng couldn't help but growl excitedly. In this way, getting hurt a little is worth it. The only pity is that this identity came a little late. If he had come earlier, he wouldn't have had to do so many tricks. As a Tianlong, as long as he does nothing wrong, he doesn't need to worry about others causing trouble. Bite. It was found that the host has met the criteria for being a good man. Start the first stage of the main task, become a junior good man. Primary good man, 01 million. The criteria for judging a good man will be determined based on the host's identity as a good father, a good son, a good husband, a good son-in-law, etc. You can gain points as a good man by gaining recognition from others. Evaluation points can be exchanged for various systems within the system. Bite. Suddenly, Lu Feng sensed an interface emerging in his mind. On the left side of the interface is the property bar. Host, Lu Feng. Occupation, Hualong Country, a Super Special Forces soldier, Tianlong. The God of Control. You can drive any vehicle. Just tell us the name and it will be tracked worldwide. Master the kitchen. Master hundreds of recipes. The world is so big, there is no dish you can't cook. Assets owned, a luxury villa in Xinglongwen, Xiongcheng. A Hermes limited edition motorcycle. Deposit of 1 million. On the right is the exchange page. At the top of the exchange interface, there is a limited time exchange position. At this moment, the limited time redemption item is God of Music. Need a good man evaluation score, 200,000. Here is a tip. The limited time redemption position is a special reward redemption position. The unified exchange value is 200,000. It will last for a month. Within 1 month, if the redemption is successful, a new limited time redemption reward will appear. The rewards for limited time redemption are random, including identity, occupation, assets, etc. There will be 3 redemption opportunities for the main mission in each stage. If you don't redeem within 1 month, the redemption reward will disappear. It will not refresh until you complete the main mission of the first stage. Limited time redemption. It is a random redemption page. There are 3 redemption items in total. They are 5 million in cash, and a good man is needed to give 50,000 points. 10 million in cash, and you need a good man to share 100,000. All information about Li Yunji, need a good man with a score of 50,000. Hint: this random redemption reward will change according to the host's needs. Different rewards require different redemption values. According to the cash exchange below, 1 rating value can be exchanged for 100 yuan. Lu Feng secretly calculated, 200,000 is equivalent to 20 million. So, this god of music is worth 20 million? That's not right. Judging from the god of cooking and the god of control, this god of music must also be proficient in various types of music. In this way, can I bring all the classic songs from my previous life to this world? This world doesn't have the classic music from the previous life. If that's true, then this god of music is worth more than just 20 million? More than hundreds of millions, right? Thinking of this, Lu Feng became excited. I just don't know how this evaluation system is rated. Can I get 200,000 in a month? The other side. After Lu Feng left, Su Muyun looked at Sun Lily, whose face was pale and solemn, with some embarrassment. Lily, I'm so sorry. Su Muyun said softly, I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult position today. As Sun Lily's best friend, Su Muyun is very clear about her current situation. Yang Chang is considered a small rich second generation. His father is the general manager of Fengyun Hotel, the only 7-star hotel in the entire Nanjing province. It can be said that the operation of the entire hotel is controlled by Yang Chang's father. In Xiangqing, the capital of Nanjing province, his father has enormous power. Especially in the hotel industry, his father has a very important say. Sun Lily's family happens to be in the food wholesale business. Sun Lily's family has been able to make money over the years thanks to Yang Chang's father. Some time ago, by chance, Yang Chang learned about Sun Lily's identity. He launched a mad pursuit of her. In addition, with the help of both parents, Sun Lily agreed to date Yang Chang. Today, before Lu Feng took action, Yang Chang had already threatened Sun Lily with harsh words. Just now, Yang Chang was beaten into a pig's head by Lu Feng and was taken to the police station. If Sun Lily did not show any reaction, then neither Yang Chang nor the Yang family would let it go. Su Muyun was well aware of Sun Lily's situation. In addition, she has actually received a lot of help from Sun Lily's family over the years. So, although she hated Yang Chang very much, but he still said, why don't you go over there first and take care of this matter? Then she said, we are best friends, I won't blame you. Muyun, stop talking. Suddenly, Sun Lily's eyes turned red. Tears suddenly flowed out. She leaned against the wall and said painfully and tangledly, actually, the one who should say sorry is me. I shouldn't have brought him here today. I made things like this. It was also me who gave him the opportunity to humiliate you in person. If it weren't for me, none of this would have happened. As she spoke, tears flowed. Su Muyun felt a little reluctant. He walked over and patted her shoulder. Okay, don't cry. I don't blame you for what happened today. He is he, and you are you. You and he are not the same person after all. Hearing this, Sun Lily suddenly lowered her head. She murmured with some self-blame, Muyun, actually, I lied to you about some things. Chapter 14, What is the use of money? All you need is courage. You know what? He didn't actually pursue me madly. Sun Lily said, I told you before that he was madly pursuing me and that he liked me very much. It was all a lie. He only met me once and thought I looked pretty good, so he threatened me with my father's business. You should know that my father's business has only just begun to pick up in recent years. Our family's debt was not paid off until last year. But not long ago, he and his father asked my father to expand the business. My father took out a loan and opened the stall. I really don't want to see my father worrying about business matters anymore. So, I reluctantly agreed to it. At that time, I didn't know he was a playboy. So, I said a lot of good things about him in front of you, and even lied to you that he pursued me madly. It wasn't until half a month ago when I saw a message on his phone that I realized he frequently visited those entertainment venues. Outside, he keeps several women at the same time. He even wants to take advantage of you. Today, he heard that I was coming to see you, so he waited downstairs of my house early. Having said that, Sun Lily took a deep breath. I swallowed back all the grievances and tears in my heart. He gritted his teeth and said, Moo-yun, today, your family member has vented my anger for me. To be honest, I felt really relieved when I saw him getting beaten. Well, that's fine too. It saves you from pain later. As she said this, she smiled very reluctantly. Actually, I knew he wasn't a good person, but he is your boyfriend after all. Su Moo-yun smiled bitterly and said, I can't say much. I'm very happy that you can tell me this today. This at least proves that you are still my good friend. You still lean towards me in your heart. But, after a pause, she continued, Lily, I understand your difficulties. After all, your uncle and aunt still need your help. Or, you should go back first. Sun Lily didn't say anything, just remained silent. After a long while. Then he nodded and said casually, well, you're right, my parents still need my help. No matter what, I have to go back. We can't let them worry too much, and we can't let things get too serious. As he spoke, he glanced towards the bathroom in the room. Said, you have a good man, you have good taste. Although, there are rumors online that he is very poor and a country boy. But a woman doesn't just need a rich man. As long as there's enough money to spend, that's fine. A man should be reliable. He's very good. To be honest, based on his performance today, I envy you. A sweet and happy smile appeared on Su Moo-yun's face. Leaving now. Sun Lily waved her hand and said, a beautiful, kind woman who loves herself will always have good luck. I believe you will be happy in the future. After saying that, Sun Lily turned around and went downstairs pretending to be calm. Well. Looking at Sun Lily's back as she left, Su Moo-yun sighed. Why are you sighing? At this moment, Lu Feng just came out of the bathroom. Did you have a falling out with your bestie? Su Moo-yun shook his head, no. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Lu Feng asked, because of her? Su Moo-yun thought about it and told Lu Feng everything about Sun Lily. After listening to this, Lu Feng asked, is the general manager of Feng Yun Hotel very capable? Kindness. Su Moo-yun nodded and said, although the general manager of Feng Yun Hotel is not among the richest people, he is definitely one of the most capable people. Because Feng Yun Restaurant is the only 7-star restaurant in Xiangcheng. A 7-star rating is the highest in the world and a symbol of status. His father was the general manager there, and he had access to so many senior people. So, his circle of contacts is very wide. You've offended Yang Cheng badly this time. I don't think he'll let this go. Especially Lily, sigh. As he spoke, Su Moo-yun sighed again. Sun Lily is your friend, and also my friend. Lu Feng said, based on her performance today, this friend is definitely worth making friends with. Besides, this trouble itself is related to us. If we don't help her, she'll be disappointed. Besides, who else can she count on to help her besides us? Su Moo-yun nodded. Agreed with Lu Feng's statement. However, he said in great distress, but, given our current situation, we can barely protect ourselves, how can we help her? At the moment, it's a bit troublesome. Lu Feng smiled and said, but it shouldn't be too big. Don't worry, I have a way. The system's limited time redemption reward is the God of Music. This ability cannot help Sun Lily's family for the time being. However, there are still a lot of cash exchanges below. If it really doesn't work, just exchange it for cash and lend them the money to help them through the difficult times. Of course, this is the worst solution. Anyway, let us accumulate some good man points first. I hate people who brag. Su Moo-yun said dissatisfiedly, I don't allow you to do anything reckless. You just, your injury. As he spoke, Su Moo-yun suddenly remembered Lu Feng's injuries. He immediately looked at Lu Feng, who had already put on his clothes, with concern, let me see. Outside the door. Sun Lily, who should have gone downstairs, actually did not leave. She stopped when she heard the man's voice. She wanted to hear what the man would say to Su Moo-yun. Originally, she thought that this trouble was caused by herself, so that strong and crazy man must hate her. Even if they don't say bad things about themselves, they certainly won't have anything very good to say about themselves. But when she heard Lu Feng say, "Sun Lily is your friend and my friend. If we don't help her, she will be disappointed. Who else can she count on besides us?" Wait, when she said these words, her eyes became wet again. She and Yang Ben didn't have much affection for each other. She only reluctantly maintained this relationship because of her parents. After what happened today, it can be said that her inner defenses have completely collapsed. From now on, the relationship between the two people, or rather, the relationship between the two families, will definitely be difficult to maintain. Unless I really humble myself and beg Yang Chang. If this were to happen, the relationship between him and Su Muyun would become hostile. Yang Chang would definitely not allow himself to have any relationship with Su Muyun anymore. Even if there is, it is probably for ulterior motives. Moreover, in front of Yang Chang, he would definitely be worse than a dog. If we really have to live in such humiliation, what's the point? But if I really fall out with Yang Chang's family, what should my family do? Muyun, I really, really envy you. If I had a man like this to protect me and will hold up the sky for me, how wonderful would that be? For no reason, Lu Feng's previous crazy behavior appeared in his mind. If you, Yang Chang, dare to humiliate my family, I will beat you so hard that your mother won't even recognize you. What does it matter if you have no money? Just be brave. After I beat you up, I still dare to hurt myself and get you sent to the police station. This ferocity, this ruthlessness, and this intelligence. Whenever Sun Lily thinks of it, she feels particularly envious. Bang! There was the sound of the door closing. Sun Lily came back to her senses, sighed, and went downstairs. In the room, Su Muyun closed the door. She pulled Lu Feng towards her bedroom. On the way. Bite. Highly recognized by special friends. Obtained good man evaluation points, 50,000. Chapter 15. Mom, do you want to take a ride on Dada's plane? Bite. Highly recognized by special friends. The host is considered a good husband. Obtained good man evaluation points, 50,000. Note: the scoring criteria for good men can be divided into 7 categories based on relationships. They are: status. Depending on the status, the highest evaluation score can be 1 million and the lowest 100,000. Enemies. Depending on the enemy's strength and admiration, the highest and lowest evaluation points can be 500,000 and 50,000 respectively. Relatives. Depending on satisfaction, the highest and lowest evaluation points can be 300,000 and 30,000 respectively. Special friends. Based on recognition, the highest evaluation score is 100,000 and the lowest is 10,000. Beneficiaries or partners. Based on recognition, the highest score is 50,000 and the lowest score is 5,000. Ordinary friends. Basic recognition, the highest evaluation score is 10,000, the lowest is 1,000. Passers-by. Based on the degree of recognition, receive a rating of up to 10,000 points and a minimum of 100 points. The evaluation level is status first, then relationship. When Lu Feng heard the system prompt, he was also slightly stunned. However, he soon reacted. Special friends should be those with whom we are extremely close. Over the years, I haven't had a single special friend who I can truly say is extremely close to me. Then, the only possibility is Sun Lily. She is Su Muyun's best friend, and they have a very good relationship. Just now, when I was closing the door, I vaguely heard a sigh in the corridor. That must mean Sun Lily hasn't left yet. So, she recognized me so much because she heard what I said. Thinking of this, Lu Feng couldn't help but look at Su Muyun in front of him. Sun Lily has such recognition of herself. Where is Su Muyun? Why is the system not responding? Could it be that I haven't gotten her approval yet? Take off your clothes and I'll disinfect you. Su Muyun pulled Lu Feng to his bedroom. Then, he found the disinfectant and said to Lu Feng. Fine. Lu Feng said, it's just a minor skin injury. Before he could finish his words, he saw Su Muyun's eyes turned red. Lu Feng didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. He immediately took off his coat obediently. Seeing the wound, Su Muyun bit her lip lightly. Then, he carefully used a cotton swab dipped in disinfectant to disinfect Lu Feng. He said, from now on, you are not allowed to mess around like this. Just a few small talk. What he said is what he said. He can't do anything to us. On the contrary, if something happens to you, or you are arrested by the police, then. As she spoke, her eyes turned red again. What about me and the children? And, what about you, what about your parents? When I think about the crazy things Lu Feng did for me. Su Muyun was very touched. It was also at this moment that her inner recognition of Lu Feng reached a new level. Just as Sun Lily said when she left. Don't have too much money, just enough to spend. A man has to be reliable. It is obvious that the man in front of him, Lu Feng, is very reliable. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining his wife's approval. You are a good husband. Reward points for being a good man, 100,000. 100,000? This is quite awesome. Lu Feng was excited. There are only 2 people, and the evaluation value is 150,000. With another 50,000, you can directly exchange it for the god of music. Immediately, Lu Feng said, "Do you remember what I said? I am the head of the family and the backbone of your family. Now that I'm back, I will never let anyone bully you again. No matter who you are, no matter how powerful you are, as long as I am still standing, I will never let you suffer any injustice." Hearing this, Su Muyun's hands suddenly froze. She didn't say anything else. Just a rosy face and a smile. Clean the wound silently. Throw away the cotton swab and keep the disinfectant. Then, 2 band-aids were put on. He carefully helped Lu Feng put on his clothes. And left the room. This red face, this shy expression, is so cute and charming. Lu Feng looked at Su Muyun's perfect figure, peerless beauty, and crazy expression. I feel so happy. Well, this is the standard of my ideal partner, Lu Feng. It's a pity that the previous attempt was unsuccessful and I can't continue to make money. Half an hour later. It's almost 9 o'clock. Finally finished breakfast and cleaned up. Let's go out and play. Lu Feng picked up the 2 children and placed them on his shoulders. Well, after having the physical fitness of a super special forces soldier. A little injury to the arm is nothing. Strength, not to mention. To him, having 2 4-year-old children sitting on his shoulders was like having 2 toys sitting on his shoulders. Wow, I can finally ride on Dad's plane. Wow, I'm so happy. The 2 children seemed particularly excited. But Su Muyun was shocked. He immediately said, "Put them down quickly, your hands are still injured." Fine. Lu Feng said nonchalantly, "This little injury is nothing." Su Muyun said, "Don't spoil them too much." Lu Feng said, "If I don't spoil my own child, how can I expect others to spoil him?" Su Muyun fell silent again. The worry is gone. Just eyes full of happiness and smiles. Hee, Mom, do you want to ride on Dad's plane too? No, Mommy can't compete with us kids for the seat. Besides, this is our first time sitting here. Hearing the innocent words of the 2 children, Su Muyun was a little amused. You little brat, you really dare to say anything. From now on, you can sit whenever you want. Lu Feng promised, Dad promises to be there whenever you call. Yeah, Dad is so nice. Dad is the best. Mom is smiling, Mom is happy. Mom is happy, it must be because Dad chased away the bad guys today. Dad is so awesome, sisterin, if anyone bullies us in the future, we will tell Dad. Yes, let Dad whip them all until they are like pigs' heads. Listening to the 2 children, one on the left and one on the right, praising themselves non-stop. Lu Feng felt particularly satisfied. This is what it feels like to be a dad. Bite. Gained approval from both children. You are a good father. The reward for a good man is 20,000 points. Lu Feng was stunned. How come the recognition from the 2 children is so little? Well, it's probably because the kids are still young and a little too naive. So, this recognition is a bit cheap. But it doesn't matter. 20,000 evaluation points is not low. Now, there is only a shortfall of 30,000. The day has just begun and the evaluation value has reached 170,000. The god of music is just around the corner. Not long. Lu Feng and his group came to the underground parking garage. Can you still ride a bike with the injury on your hand? I told you, this little injury is nothing serious. So, can this motorcycle accommodate 4 children? Lu Feng pointed to a line of words on the back of the motorcycle, capacity, 4. Only then did Su Muyun get into the car with the children with peace of mind. Spit. The locomotive started and was about to leave when suddenly a figure appeared in front of it. She was a woman wearing heavy makeup, wearing fashionable and sexy clothes, and looked particularly charming. Chapter 16 Dream. Whoosh! The violet limited edition motorcycle rushed out. Dad, look, that's a bad ant. Dad, the bad ant bullied Mom. When the motorcycle passed by the heavily made-up woman, the two children suddenly started shouting. Su Moyun immediately covered the two children's mouths. He scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about?" When she thought of Lu Feng's bad temper, she was really worried that Lu Feng would stop the car and cause trouble for that woman. Yang Cheng is a man and his words are particularly harsh, so he was beaten. But you can't just hit a woman casually, especially when that woman is a live streamer. When the two children saw that their mother was angry, they immediately shut up and dared not say anything nonsense. Lu Feng didn't ask any more questions. For him, he doesn't need to care about what happened in the past that he doesn't know about. He wouldn't ask any questions about what Su Moyun didn't want to say or mention. He only cares about the future. So he rode his bike directly out of the underground garage. The woman with heavy makeup is called Xinger. Also a broadcaster. Lives in the same community as Su Moyun. The difference is that Su Moyun rented the house. She bought it directly. But in terms of fame, Su Moyun is more famous than her. Just because Su Moyun pretends to be noble and is unwilling to get involved, his life is not rich. At least, compared to her, it was far worse. That's why she, like Li Yunji, particularly looks down on Su Moyun. He often mocks Su Moyun with cold words. She was also the one who reported to Li Yunji that Su Moyun had a child. Just now, I heard two children calling for their dad and calling me a bad ant. Xinger's expression changed immediately. She quickly took out her cell phone and called Li Yunji. Sister Yun, I just saw their family of 4 leaving the underground garage on a motorcycle. Motorcycle? Are you sure? Sure, I saw it with my own eyes. Heh, poor bastards are poor bastards. They go out to play and actually drive a motorcycle with 4 people on it? Sister Yun, do you want me to go to the security room and pull up the video? Okay, go get the video, but don't release it yet. Li Yunji sneered, we have to do it in one go and make them look bad. Kindness. After Li Yunji got the news from Xinger, the smile on his lips grew even wider. She took out her cell phone and quickly made a call. President Xian, congratulations. When the call was connected, Li Yunji smiled and congratulated. Yunji, you called me so early in the morning, aren't you trying to tease me? President Xian smiled bitterly and said, I'm already worried about Su Ping'an's affairs, why should I be happy? Chairman Xian's full name is Xian Zitsong. He is the president of the Nanjing branch of the Mingyue Guild, the largest guild on the Huta platform. Controls the development and operation of anchors in the entire Nanjing province. Any anchor who wants to be recommended and have a good operation must have a union. The Mingyue Guild controls nearly 70% of the recommendation resources on the Huta platform. Especially the best resources, almost all of them are in the hands of the Mingyue Guild. That is why, although Xian Zitsong is only the branch president of Nanjing province, his influence in the platform is still enormous. Even Li Yunji had to give him some leeway. Give him some benefits often. Something happened to that bitch Su Ping'an. Isn't this great news for you? Li Yunji laughed and said, I remember you said last time that you were very greedy for this little bitch. Then he said, now that the opportunity has come, isn't it worth congratulating? Xian Zitsong chuckled and said, from what you said, it is indeed an opportunity. But you saw what happened last night. She has a man and a child, and her reputation has always been good. The attitude is also very tough. So, I guess it's going to be hard to drag her down with it. Li Yunji sneered. Said, what if she feels hopeless? What's the meaning? It's simple. Her reputation is already ruined. Li Yunji said, although she managed to recover last night, the subsequent revelations I made her look bad again. If, today, I make her stink even worse. Let her lose face in front of others. Tear off her man's ugly face as well. You can put pressure on me in the name of the guild. Do you think she's willing to obey you? Xian Zitsong frowned. Asked, Sister Yunji, what do you want to do? It's simple. I want to ruin her reputation and make her never stand up again. Li Yunji said coldly, then, I'll take this opportunity to do you a favor. Then he asked, do you want it? Xian Zitsong asked, are you sure? Li Yunji smiled confidently and said, I'm 100% sure. Xianzi thought about it. Just ask, what do you want me to do? 10 o'clock in the morning. Lu Feng brought Su Muyun and the two children to the most upscale shopping mall in Xiangcheng. As a result, I just walked around twice. The two children clamored to eat from KFC. Lu Feng took the children to KFC to buy some food and sat down to eat. The two children enjoyed their meal very much. Lu Feng and Su Muyun sat beside him. By the way, last night, I heard you say that you still have a contract with the platform. Lu Feng suddenly asked, then how long will you continue broadcasting this month? Today is the 26th. Su Muyun replied, there are only 5 days left until the end of this month, and we still have to broadcast 40 hours, which means we still have to broadcast for about 8 hours every day. Lu Feng frowned. 8 hours a day. That's calculated based on 5 days. Today, I am hanging out with myself and I estimate that I will broadcast for a maximum of 4 hours. In fact, it may not even last 4 hours. For the next 3 days, wouldn't it mean broadcasting for nearly 10 hours every day? After thinking about it, I asked, how much is the penalty? Or, don't broadcast it. Lu Feng said, I see you are also upset in the live broadcast room, but you still put on a smiling face to flatter others. That's not necessary. It's not like I can't make money. Hearing this, Su Muyun smiled happily. Lu Feng, thank you. Su Muyun said happily, to be honest, so far, I think the most correct and proudest thing I have done since becoming independent is calling you. Lu Feng laughed and said, didn't you get married with me? Hate it. Su Muyun's pretty face flushed, and she patted Lu Feng lightly, can't you just listen to me carefully? Lu Feng didn't hide, but just smiled, okay, go ahead and talk, I'm listening. No more. Su Muyun said shyly, it's all your fault. I don't have the courage to say it. Then don't broadcast it. Lu Feng said, I'll go and pay the money. Don't want. Su Muyun immediately retorted, I want to broadcast it. Lu Feng looked at her and asked, reason? Singing is my dream. Su Muyun said, but my parents don't allow me to enter the entertainment industry because they are afraid that I will become a bad person. So, live streaming is the best opportunity for me to express my dreams. And after a pause, she looked at Lu Feng and said, I don't want to be a vase that only knows how to take care of the husband and children at home. I want to do something. I want my life to have some meaning. Chapter 17, Going to see Cartier? Wouldn't it be nice to take the kids on a toy train ride? Lu Feng nodded. Agreed with Su Muyun's statement. But, he still said, what happened last night? Today, Yang Chung humiliated you and called me a poor bastard. It seems to be related to last night's live broadcast? Su Muyun fell silent. He lowered his head and said nothing. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Lu Feng said, but, you have to remember, from now on, you are not alone anymore. There is another man behind you. A man who will always support you. So if you feel tired, just put everything down. Live broadcast, you don't have to broadcast it. You don't have to do things. In short, don't look at other people's faces, and don't let yourself be wronged. Do you understand? Why is it so warm? Why does it always make me want to cry? Su Muyun lowered his head even more. My eyes are wet. Biting her lips lightly. After a long while, she took a deep breath. He raised his head with a smile on his face. Actually, there's nothing I can't say. Su Muyun smiled and said, last night. She told him about the live broadcast. After listening to this, Lu Feng frowned and asked, what do you think now? I still want to live broadcast. Su Muyun said, I don't care what they say, I just sing my songs. Those who like my singing can stay, and those who don't can leave. To prevent the live broadcast room from being filled with smoke and chaos. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Feng happily and said, anyway, you said you would cover it for me. Look at that cute and charming face with a happy smile. Lu Feng couldn't help but reach out and touch Su Muyun's head. Su Muyun didn't hide, but stuck out his tongue in a weird way. Lu Feng smiled and asked, have you ever thought about outdoor live broadcast? Outdoor? Yeah, don't you still have to broadcast for 8 hours? Lu Feng said, it's tiring to sit in front of the computer and sing for 8 hours every day. Occasionally I'll do some outdoor live broadcasts, sharing some trivial things in life. It would be nice to complete the live broadcast mission. Hearing this, Su Muyun's eyes lit up. Yes. You can live broadcast some of your life and increase the length of the live broadcast. I used to worry that if I had a child, my image would collapse, I would lose a lot of fans, and I would not make any money. Now, I have a husband. I don't have to worry about life problems anymore. Thinking of this, Soo Mo-yoon immediately took out his cell phone. Click on the live broadcast platform. Enter your own live broadcast room. She's truly a goddess. How dare you even come online? You don't know how terrible cyberbullying is, do you? Don't push your face, you bitch. You deceived our feelings and our intelligence. I will report you. Bitch is such a troublemaker. Goddess, under whose crotch were you doing all this crazy damage last night? Goddess Sue, I support you. I just love listening to you sing. Those who scold you are all after your body, ignore them. A bunch of scum, it's good that they can't even see our goddess Moo. Various information were displayed frantically on the barrage. There are good ones and bad ones. Some of the insults were harsh. There are also those who firmly support it. There are also private messages. Manager A to Goddess Sue, the group is about to explode, please come out and sort it out quickly. Manager B, Goddess Sue, many people have left the group and I can't control them anymore. Management Fish God, Soo Pingin, I have withdrawn too. I didn't expect you to be such a person. You disappoint me so much. Number 1 on the list, Shomurun, Goddess Sue, what are you doing? The character has collapsed, so quickly find a man to fix it? But even if you want to find one, find something decent. Aren't you looking down on us a bit too much by using a poor country bastard like this who has been dug up all at once as a shield? If you want to find someone to take over, I definitely can't do it. But, if you want to find a shield, I can definitely provide it. Just for fun, I don't mind. Besides, as for the money, all you have to do is ask for it. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can accept it. This Huta platform, I am also interested in you. I just spent money on you. You're really making me want to curse. Seeing this message, Soo Mo-yoon's face looked a little ugly. She subconsciously glanced at Lu Feng beside her. Seeing that Lu Feng was not staring at his phone and did not see these words, he felt relieved. Then, turn it off quickly. Open the next message. Number 2 Mudiching, Goddess Sue, I came here because you sing so beautifully. Although I like you, I have observed you for so long and know that you should be a relatively conservative person. So, there aren't many other ideas. Well, I have children and a husband, and my life is complete, which is pretty good. Come on. I support you. If you continue to live broadcast, I will help you to be number 1 on the list. Soo Mo-yoon smiled knowingly. There are always some people who really like to listen to their own singing. However, this good mood soon disappeared. Number 3 on the list, I'm jealous of your looks, damn, are you kidding me? Soo Pingin, tell me honestly, how much is your entry price? Don't treat us who spend money as fools. Soo Mo-yoon gritted his teeth and closed the message bar. For a moment, she really wanted to turn off the live broadcast. Never open it again. But, after thinking about it carefully, I finally endured it. No matter how rich Lu Feng is, it's not something that comes from the wind. Not only is the penalty for breach of contract in the tens of millions, but the reputation is also completely ruined and can never be recovered. So, she forced a smile. Then, he said to the screen, hello everyone, I am your anchor Soo Pingin. First, I'd like to apologize to everyone for what happened last night. Not only did I waste everyone's time, but I also didn't give you a proper live broadcast. I'm so sorry. So, I decided that starting today, in addition to live streaming my singing, I will also live stream some of my life. For example, right now. As he spoke, Soo Mo-yoon pointed the phone at the child, then gestured to the side. See? I'm eating at a KFC restaurant with my child and my legal husband. After we finish eating, we'll go shopping. Let everyone really get a glimpse into my life. That's fine. Let all those guys who are just greedy for Goddess Sue's body get out of here. Yes, we are here to listen to music. Goddess Sue can sing a few songs outdoors, so that everyone can feel the singing and charm of our Goddess Sue. Damn, this dog food really caught me off guard. I'm richer than your husband, Goddess Sue, what do you think of me? Soo Pingin, how about you give birth to 2 children for me? The money is easy to talk about. As long as you ask. Although, Soo Mo-yoon has already expressed his attitude. However, there are still messy comments. And there are a lot more. However, Su Muyun didn't care. Rumors stop at the wise. She just broadcasts her own. This kind of life is broadcast every day. Only Lu Feng and the children were always by his side. Over time, there will naturally be no more gossip. As for the fans, let it be. With this thought in mind, after eating, the group of 4 began to stroll around the mall. Soon, they arrived in front of a jewelry store. Go in and take a look? Lu Feng said to Su Muyun, who was broadcasting live on the side. Su Muyun glanced at the store name Cartier. Damn, this poor country bastard, I don't think he even knows the English alphabet? He dares to enter Cartier? Oh, Cartier is ranked first in the jewelry industry. The cheapest small ring costs 5,000, and any set of jewelry starts at over 100,000. Goddess Su, please take your poor boy and take a detour. Goddess Su, I think now is a great time to sing. Wouldn't it be nice to take the kids on a toy train ride? Or to see Cartier? Chapter 18. You have no ability, no skills, and yet you still want to act smart? Looking at the barrage of mocking comments, Su Muyun's face looked very ugly. Doesn't she know whether Lu Feng has money or not? Could that text message about the 1 million deposit be fake? She doesn't care about mocking herself. However, you cannot mock Lu Feng, nor can you look down on Lu Feng. Well, let's go in and take a look. Su Muyun nodded, and entered the Cartier store with Lu Feng and their 2 children. Welcome. There was a receptionist at the door who greeted us. Cartier's brand influence in the jewelry industry is absolutely first class. As you walk into the store, the dazzling jewels and precious stones will dazzle you. At this time, 2 waiters in front saw Lu Feng and Su Muyun and immediately came over to greet them. However, one of them was a little older and suddenly stopped when he saw the child behind Lu Feng and Su Muyun. But another younger girl came over quickly. Sir. Hey, you are. The girl was halfway through her conversation when she suddenly asked in surprise, Lu Feng? Lu Feng was slightly stunned when he heard the other party calling his name. After taking a closer look at the other person, he asked uncertainly, Are you Lu Feng? Hee, that's right. The girl named Lu Feng immediately said happily, Old classmate, not bad. You've been away from me for 4 years, but you still remember me. As he said that, he glanced at Su Muyun next to him. Wow, she's the campus beauty of Xiangqing University. Lu Feng said enviously, My old classmate, you're amazing. You actually married the campus beauty of Xiangqing University, and you have 2 children with him. Hearing this, Su Muyun's pretty face turned red again. I don't know how to respond. Lu Feng was not very familiar with the other party. Seeing that the other party was so enthusiastic, he just smiled and didn't say much. By the way, wait a moment. As he spoke, Lu Feng walked to the side. Soon, a plate was brought over. Handed it to the 2 children. Children, what are your names? My name is Anan, and I'm your elder sister. His name is Ping Ping, and he's my younger brother. Thank you, Auntie. Auntie is so nice and beautiful. She's almost as pretty as my mom. Ping Ping answered happily while taking the candy. Don't forget to praise the other person. However, this last sentence makes people laugh and cry. Su Muyun smiled awkwardly and said, Children are ignorant, don't take it to heart. How can you praise someone while also criticizing them? Lu Feng smiled and said, You are the famous campus beauty of our Xiangqing University. Besides, in the hearts of children, their mothers are always the most beautiful. I'm only slightly worse than you. I'm already happy, why would I care? Su Muyun felt particularly awkward when someone kept calling her school beauty in front of so many people. Okay, old classmates, let's catch up later. Lu Feng smiled and said, Take us to see the jewelry first. Oh, forget about that. Lu Feng smiled awkwardly, then made a standard gesture, Please follow me. The 2 followed with their children. Old classmates, school beauties, do you have any requirements for jewelry? Bringing Lu Feng and Su Muyun to the counter, Lu Feng asked, for example, price, style, etc. The price doesn't matter. Lu Feng said, as long as my wife likes it. Lu Feng's wife speaks without hesitation. It has become a habit. But Su Muyun was still a little uncomfortable. I blushed subconsciously. Asking her to call him husband is even more impossible. At least, it is impossible for the time being. The main problem is that I can't say it out loud. So embarrassed. However, she no longer objected to Lu Feng calling her wife. Keep it simple and look better. Su Muyun made a request, don't be too extravagant. Keeping it simple is, of course, to help Lu Feng save money. However, such words must not be said directly. Then which one here is more suitable? Lu Feng said, I'll give it to you to try. Well, let me take a look first. Su Muyun said as he watched. One bracelet costs 198,000. A necklace costs at least 300,000. The rings are cheap, an ordinary one costs only tens of thousands. The more expensive ones are only over 100,000 yuan. So, she finally set her sights on the ring. At this time, Lu Feng had taken out her cell phone and secretly took a photo. Sent it to the university classmates group. He asked boastfully, look at these two, do you know them? Hey, isn't this Lu Feng? This girl looks like Su Muyun, the school beauty from our class? It's not like it's true, it's true. Ha, Lu Feng, I saw you. I'm watching Goddess Su's live broadcast. He and Goddess Su are looking at jewelry in your store right now. Yeah, I'm watching too. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Lu Feng is really something. He's so cool that he even pretends to be smart. His family background and wealth have been stripped down to his underwear, yet he still has the nerve to take our Goddess Su to Cartier. I really don't know what he's thinking. We were classmates for 4 years in college, and now I'm a little afraid to call him my classmate. How shameless. How dare a guy who just went bankrupt and lives in a small, shabby 2-story house take our Goddess Su to Cartier to buy jewelry? Oh my god. Lu Feng, I advise you to take it easy and not waste too much time talking. I guarantee they can't afford it. That's right, Lu Feng, don't even think about getting commission from them. It's about our old classmate, TSK. As soon as the picture was sent out, the group exploded. Everyone was complaining that Lu Feng was a poor bastard who wanted to go to Cartier to show off. She couldn't help but reply, can't you guys speak more nicely? After all, we're classmates. Besides, I think Lu Feng is a nice guy. Even if they don't have money, what does it matter? Goddess Su was willing to marry him and give birth to his children, which means Lu Feng must have some good qualities. It would have been fine if she hadn't said that, but once she did, she got even more furious. Okay, there's nothing to say to a nympho like you. Lu Feng, who doesn't know that you've been secretly in love with our class's most handsome guy, Lu Feng, for 4 years in college? But, let's be honest, Lu Feng is poor, incompetent, and yet he still wants to show off. That's the truth, no wonder others say such harsh things about him. Lu Feng, she's already married and has children. Don't be so delusional and self-indulgent. Suddenly, a series of ridicules came. Lu Feng was so angry. I almost dropped my phone. She couldn't help but glance at Lu Feng. How great it would be if he could just buy a set of jewelry and slap the faces of these classmates who look down on others. Chapter 19 Dad, pay the bill. After all, she was my secret crush for 4 years in college. Lu Feng naturally didn't want her dream Prince Charming to be slandered like this, and she had no temper or strength to resist. Even if the other party just buys a set of jewelry worth more than 100,000 yuan, it's good. At least, it can make most of those who look down on Lu Feng shut up, right? But reality is reality. At this time, Lu Feng just stood there quietly. No comments were expressed. Su Muyun was very perfunctory when looking at the jewelry, and even only stared at the ring. Obviously, I didn't plan to buy it. Feng, ignore them. These stinky men are just upset to see their goddess being snatched away by someone else. That's right, they're just a bunch of stinky men. When they can't get what they want, they just curse. If you have the guts, marry Su Muyun. You only know how to bully our Feng. What kind of ability is that? No matter how bad Lu Feng is, his looks are top-notch. What do you have? He has no money, no ability, how can you compare with him? These stinky men can only be jealous there. But honestly, Lu Feng should have lowered his tone. He knew Su Muyun was live streaming, but he still took her to Cartier. He really thinks he hasn't embarrassed himself enough. I'm representing the Fairness Party and speaking for my fellow men. Lu Feng is truly too pretentious. He failed in his business venture, and his family is poor. He married a goddess and still wants to support her in luxury. How can he do that? He's been so pretentious that he's become an idiot, and he's being scolded. He really can't blame anyone else. See these chats. Lu Feng couldn't help but think. Has this man whom she once admired and secretly loved really turned into a hypocritical person who talks big but has nothing to show for his appearance? Well, never mind. No matter what, he was my Prince Charming for 4 years in college. Treat them well and leave a good impression on them. Thinking of this, she put away her phone. Then, he began to entertain Lu Feng and Su Muyun seriously. At this time, Lu Feng was standing aside, still accompanying Su Muyun to choose jewelry. After choosing for a long time, Su Muyun picked out a few simple rings to try. The price is relatively low, but Su Muyun obviously doesn't like it. Lu Feng still didn't say much, but just followed behind silently. I don't really like any of these jewels. Su Muyun asked Lu Feng, is there anything better looking? Lu Feng was about to answer when suddenly. Mom, this necklace is so beautiful. The ring is beautiful too. Come and see. Ask Dad to buy you this. 2 children stood in front of a separate counter in the middle of the store, pointing at the 3-piece sets inside and shouting excitedly. When Lu Feng and Su Muyun heard the sound, they immediately walked over. Lu Feng quickly followed. He smiled and said, Ping Pingin has good taste. This 3-piece suit was specially designed by one of our high-end Cartier designers. Although the style is simple, the design and craftsmanship are excellent. It represents nobility and elegance, and also symbolizes the long-lasting love between husband and wife. After hearing Lu Feng's introduction, the 2 children's eyes lit up. She shouted excitedly, Dad, buy it for Mom. Mom and Dad, love each other forever. Su Muyun glared at the 2 children. The 2 children immediately stuck out their tongues and stopped talking. Lu Feng said to Lu Feng, can you take it out and try it? Lu Feng turned around and said to the older woman who had been standing nearby, Sister Fei, could you please open the counter for a moment? My old classmate wants to try on this set of jewelry. The older woman frowned. However, I still walked to the counter. However, the cabinet was not opened immediately. Instead, he said, this set of jewelry is one of the most high-end jewelry sets in our branch. Although, it is not the most expensive Cartier jewelry, nor even the most high-end one. But, it's also a limited edition designed by a professional designer. If you're not sure you want to buy it, I won't let you try it. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng came over immediately. He said flatteringly, Sister Fei, these are my classmates. Please give them some face and let them try. Su Muyun frowned. Said to Lu Feng, let's go. She didn't want to embarrass Lu Feng. I don't want this enthusiastic classmate to ask others for help. So, even if it was embarrassing, she endured it. What's the rush? Lu Feng didn't care, he just smiled calmly and said, since we are here, let's try it first. If I leave it this time, I will be looked down upon as soon as I come back. Su Muyun would probably be very angry too. Being kicked out directly and leaving because you don't like it are 2 completely different concepts. Moreover, Lu Feng, this particularly enthusiastic old classmate, is busy running around and trying to please others. It's so bad to waste other people's kindness. Of course, the most important thing is that Lu Feng also thinks the set of jewelry is good. Okay, I'll make an exception for your sake. This Sister Fei probably can't save her pride. Reluctantly, he said, but this is just the first time, and it won't happen again. He added, also, you must remember that there must not be any damage or destruction. Otherwise, you will be responsible for all the consequences. Lu Feng immediately smiled and nodded, yes, thank you Sister Fei. Only then did Sister Fei reluctantly open the counter. Lu Feng immediately smiled at Lu Feng and Su Muyun and made an okay gesture. Lu Feng smiled and thought the little girl was quite cute. Su Muyun also rarely smiled at Lu Feng. The 2 children even gave Lu Feng a thumbs up. You are awesome. The counter opens. The 3-piece suit was taken out. Rings, earrings, necklaces. Su Muyun put on his clothes one by one. The simple and elegant style, as well as the radiance of colorless diamonds, paired with Su Muyun's snow-white skin, appear particularly dazzling. It looks particularly high-end. If we say that Su Muyun before was just an ordinary goddess. So, Su Muyun now looks like a young lady from a wealthy family. Invisibly, the temperament has been elevated to a higher level. It's beautiful. Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Big Campus Belle, you are the most beautiful and elegant person I have ever seen wearing this set of jewelry. Sister Fei on the side couldn't help but nodded, with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. However, she didn't say much. Mom is so beautiful. "Dad, pay the bill." The two children cried out again. Looking at the three-piece suit he was wearing in the mirror, Su Muyun's eyes flashed with joy. However, when she heard the children say that Lu Feng should pay the bill, she immediately glared at the two children. The two children didn't know why their mother was glaring at them again. It's obviously very beautiful. But I was already used to shutting up when my mother glared at me. Therefore, they could only remain silent. Chapter 20, Serving People. Su Muyun took off the 3 pieces of clothing one by one. Then, he carefully handed it to Lu Feng. "Old classmate, this 3-piece suit is really nice. But I still don't like it very much. I'll go shopping again. If I don't see anything more suitable, I'll come back and buy this one." What woman doesn't like jewelry? Especially the jewelry that suits you very well? Moreover, she has already obtained the marriage certificate. Although there was no wedding, like most women, I still wanted to wear some high-end jewelry. This not only highlights one's identity, but also highlights one's ability as a man. But she had seen the price before. The price of this 3-piece set is 999,900. Considering Lu Feng's family background, that 1 million in deposits should be his entire fortune, right? Moreover, it is very likely that his parents saved it for him. In the past, she was a lady from a wealthy family. Maybe I wouldn't care so much. I wouldn't think 1 million is too expensive. However, after being out for so long, she has experienced the ups and downs of society, knows how hard it is to make money, and also knows how to live her life. Especially after he had initially recognized Lu Feng. Naturally, they don't want Lu Feng to waste his money on this. What she hoped more was that Lu Feng could make a fortune with this 1 million. So, even though she really wanted these 3 sets, she still chose to give up. She still comforted herself in her heart, enduring the grievances today is just for a better life in the future. "School beauty Su, it's okay." As Lu Feng spoke, she glanced at Lu Feng. Seeing Lu Feng didn't respond. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. However, she still smiled slightly and politely took the 3-piece suit. She said, "School beauty Su, you should go look somewhere else first. After all, jewelry not only has to be worthy of our school beauty, but also has to be liked by our school beauty." Sister Fei standing by seemed to have expected this. He took the 3-piece suit from Lu Feng with a sneer and put it on the counter. Then he started to lock the counter door. "Old classmate, we will withdraw first." Lu Feng was very straightforward and had no intention of forcing Su Muyun. Instead, he said to Lu Feng, "If you are free at noon, let's have a quick lunch together?" "No." Lu Feng smiled and said, "I still have to work at noon, maybe there will be a chance later." "Then leave me your phone number." Lu Feng smiled and said, "If there's a chance, we can get in touch in the future." Lu Feng still smiled and said, "Well, my phone number is." The two sides exchanged phone numbers. Lu Feng took Su Muyun and the two children out of the store. "Xiaofeng, your judgment of people is not good. Wait until Lu Feng, Su Muyun, and the other 3 leave." Several service staff gathered around. "That's right, you're 2 old classmates. From the moment I saw them walk in, I knew they couldn't possibly be our guests. When buying things, it also depends on the person. Ordinary people simply can't afford a big jewelry brand like Cartier." Luckily, no one showed up. Otherwise, it would have been bad if we had missed out on the big order. Suddenly, everyone started talking at once. What happens after they finish talking? That Sister Fei spoke. "Hey, Sister Fei, today I'm going to teach you a few tricks on how to read people. First of all, we need to look at the clothes of the person coming in. If the clothes are not branded, or are obviously from a street stall, just pass it up. Secondly, look at the relationship between these 2 people. If they are lovers, or in a relationship, then you must promote it as soon as possible. Because this type of talent is our real potential customer. As long as you are eloquent enough, you can definitely make them pay. On the other hand, if it's a couple, especially one with a family, then just pass. Because, if they bring their families to our place, they definitely don't have a nanny. If they can't even afford a nanny, they must be a young couple who live at home. Even if they can afford it, they won't spend such money. Of course, there is one type of couple that is an exception. He's the kind of person who looks rich and famous, wearing designer clothes. The last point is about your temperament. If the person who comes in has an extraordinary demeanor, then even if he is not rich, he must be someone in a high position. After that, Sister Fei concluded, look at those 2 classmates you just met. Let alone bringing a family. He's wearing all these cheap clothes. The only thing that meets the standard is temperament. Your male classmate has a good temperament. He's hard to figure out. That female classmate has a pretty good temperament. However, both of them seem a bit petty. The man obviously doesn't have much money. Women have to consider men's face, so when they come in to look at things, they are extra careful and always choose the cheapest ones. Later, I saw that the man wanted the woman to try the permanent suit, so I deliberately said something to tease him. He also specifically said that this is the store's treasure and cannot be damaged. I just want to see if he's willing to spend money to buy it after being stimulated. Men, they all care about their reputation. In the end, he never asked to buy it. The woman obviously liked it very much. When she took it off, her expression was full of reluctance. But she still chose not to buy it. Usually, at this time, any man would buy it. Such a beautiful wife, who is so devoted to you, even forced herself to say she doesn't like me just to save your face. Unless he's not a man, or he really has no money. Otherwise, it's impossible not to buy it. Well, he's obviously a man. So, he really has no money. He's just a poor bastard. As she spoke, Sister Fei patted Xiaofeng on the shoulder and said, for a client like this, no matter how good the relationship is, there's no need to waste time and energy. We are employees, not bosses. If we lose another big order because of this, it won't be worth it, understand? How could Lu Feng not understand? However, she couldn't do it. After all, he was the man she had a crush on. So, she just smiled bitterly but didn't make any answer. Sister Fei is right, Xiaofeng, you are a newbie, you should ask our Sister Fei for advice. It means that Sister Fei thinks highly of you and is willing to tell you so much. Before, Sister Fei never talked about these things when she let others. Suddenly, people around began to flatter Sister Fei. A confident and calm smile appeared on Sister Fei's face. Ding dong. At this moment, Lu Feng's cell phone rang. Lu Feng opened it and took a look. It's a message. The message from Lu Feng was sent by Lu Feng, who was just added. Old classmate, keep that suit for me. I'll come get it later. Cheers. At this time, Sister Fei and others also came over. Just saw the message content. P.S. Just a word of warning, this is a parallel world, don't take it personally. Writing a book is not easy, please be patient and supportive, thank you all. Chapter 21 President's Invitation. When the waiters saw the message, they were all stunned. Isn't this a scam? With his wealth, can he afford it? And come and get it later? Xiaofeng, your classmates are so unreliable, aren't they? He's like that, and to send you a message like that, he must be playing a trick on you. Soon, the waiters reacted. They all thought that Lu Feng was just teasing Lu Feng. Sister Fei on the side sneered and said, Xiaofeng, just delete and block this contact information. I, your Sister Fei, will never be wrong when judging people. This person, 9 times out of 10, is always thinking about the big pot while eating from the bowl. You were so enthusiastic towards him just now. He probably thought you were easy to fool and planned to cheat you. It's this kind of people that I despise the most. Lu Feng thought about it carefully. I think what Sister Fei said makes a lot of sense. I nodded immediately and said, Sister Fei, I think you are right. Then he added, so, I believe he will definitely come and buy these 3 sets. After hearing the previous words, everyone thought Lu Feng had listened to them. But when the following sentence came out, everyone was dumbfounded. He. Sister Fei was very dissatisfied with Lu Feng's reaction. He frowned and said, Xiaofeng, do you think I've made a mistake? Sister Fei is definitely not wrong when it comes to judging people, but... Lu Feng smiled slightly and said, some people cannot be judged by their eyes alone. Cut. Sister Fei said with disdain, Xiaofeng, since you said so, then I'll leave it at that today. If he really spends money to buy these 3 sets, then all the commissions will be yours. I don't want a cent. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. He asked with a smile, Sister Fei, are you serious? Don't be fooled by the fact that Sister Fei seems to be very nice to you. This is simply because I look better, speak sweeter, and have the same service attitude towards everyone. During this period, I also helped her complete a lot of orders. That's why Sister Fei is so easy to talk to. Moreover, he is only easy to talk to on the surface. In fact, this Sister Fei is particularly good at pretending. Once, she accidentally heard Sister Fei say in the bathroom that she was a silly and innocent girl who was easy to tease. So, when Lu Feng heard that the other party was going to give her all the commission, she decided to seize this opportunity without thinking. After all, orders worth nearly 1,000,000 yuan don't come around every day, and it's not something a beginner like her can easily come across. Certainly. Sister Fei felt a little embarrassed when Lu Feng asked her this. But she didn't care. She was sure that the guy who was wearing cheap clothes and looked poor could not afford it. So, I said confidently, I mean what I say, and everyone here can testify to that. The waiters laughed. He didn't say a word. Everyone bear witness. Lu Feng said, if I really get all the commissions, I will treat everyone to a big dinner. Someone said, Xiaofang, I'm not trying to discourage you, but just think about this commission. Do you really think you can get it? That guy is obviously a liar, don't think too much about it. Who is Sister Fei? If she says she doesn't want it, she definitely won't want it. Lu Feng didn't care what others said. Having said that, Sister Fei will definitely not compete with me for the commission. If they really want to compete with me, I can report it to the store manager. Anyway, the commission for this big order is mine. As for whether Lu Feng will come, she felt that Lu Feng would definitely come. From Cartier. Sumo Yun was very depressed. It's not that I'm depressed because Lu Feng didn't buy that set for me. Instead, he was annoyed by the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. Goddess Su, I've already told you, wouldn't it be nice to just ride a toy train? Why does he have to go to Cartier and get tortured? If you want to show off your love, you have to have money to buy it. Look at that poor bastard, he's just watching and not saying anything, I just want to laugh. You have no money and no ability, why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Why don't you just hide in a corner? Why do you have to come out and embarrass yourself? A Cartier worth less than $1,000,000 is nothing to the wealthy, but to you, it's an astronomical price. What's your trick? Don't you have any idea? Poor thing, my goddess Su, you still have to take care of his face and say you don't like it. I see your eyes seem to be fixed on that suit, and you insist on lying and saying you don't like it. I want to laugh. The information on the barrage is fine. Private messages also came. As long as you nod and agree to play with me for a few days, I will transfer the money to you right now. He can't afford it, so I bought it for you. I don't want the fame. You want to protect him, I'll give you the chance to do so. I just want you to come out and stay with me for a few days. Sumo Yun gritted his teeth lightly. Without the slightest hesitation, he sent a single word, get lost. Second on the list, Mu Dekinking also sent a message, is this the character of your man? If he doesn't have money, can't he just be honest? Why does he have to pretend? To be honest, I look down on people like this. I think it's better for you to break up with this kind of person. It would be better to find a more reliable one. I don't mean anything else, I'm just expressing my personal opinion. From an outsider's perspective, there's nothing wrong with the second place. But the problem is that Lu Feng can afford it. She knew very well that as long as she wanted, Lu Feng would definitely not even frown. But I just don't want to spend all of Lu Feng's family fortune at once. Call. She took a deep breath. I adjusted my state and tried my best to keep smiling. Said to Lu Feng, let's go and have a look somewhere else. Lu Feng smiled and nodded. Ding ding ding. But at this moment, the phone rang. Sumo Yun saw the caller ID and saw that it was a call from Xian Zitsong, the branch president of the guild. She frowned slightly. Finally, I picked up the phone. After a few words, she hung up. Then, he said to Lu Feng, our live broadcast guild's branch is up there, and the president wants me to go up there to discuss something. How long will it take? It will be very quick, maybe 10 minutes at most. Then go ahead. Lu Feng smiled and said, I'll wait for you downstairs with the children. Kindness. Sumo Yun nodded, then went upstairs. Lu Feng added, remember what I said, don't let yourself down. At worst, I can just quit. Kindness. Sumo Yun smiled, her eyes filled with emotion and sweetness. After Sumo Yun went up, Lu Feng squatted down. I said to the two children, Ping Ping and An, how about we buy the jewelry that Mom was wearing just now and give her a surprise? Dad, why didn't you buy it just now? Because my mother wouldn't agree. She would think I'm wasting money and would be unhappy. Then why buy it now? Because my mother is not here, I bought it and she had no choice but to accept it. Dad is so smart. Dad is awesome. Chapter 22 Angel Series. Lu Feng originally thought that he would find an opportunity to buy the three-piece set when he left the mall. But unexpectedly, something happened to Su Muyun suddenly. So, he decided to take this opportunity to buy it first, lest it be bought by someone else. In front of the Cartier store, the two waiters were also slightly stunned when they saw Lu Feng coming back. The store wasn't too big, and they knew what had happened inside just now. So, when I saw Lu Feng coming back, I subconsciously thought, does he really want to buy it? Despite their thoughts, the two still nodded politely to Lu Feng, welcome. Lu Feng nodded and walked in. At this time, Lu Feng was looking at her mobile phone. In the university classmates group, people are still discussing how Lu Feng overestimated his own abilities, failed to show off, and ended up being an idiot. Not only that, these students also brought the topic to other groups. At this time, the news had spread to almost all the groups in Xiangqing University. They were all making fun of Lu Feng being an idiot and goddess Su Muyun being blind. Lu Feng was very annoyed about this. But I didn't argue with them. She was thinking to herself, when Lu Feng comes and buys that permanent series set, I'm going to slap you in the face with the receipt. Let all of you self-righteous guys become idiots. Old classmate. Just as she was thinking this, suddenly, a voice rang out. Lu Feng looked up and saw Lu Feng walking in. He immediately put away his phone and greeted her with a smile. Why are you here so soon? Where's Goddess Su? At this moment, the service staff around also showed a strange look. Are you really here? Do you really want to buy it? She has something to do, so she went to work. Lu Feng ignored the others and said with a smile, it's just right. I'll take this opportunity to come over so that it won't be bought by someone else. You thought it was street vendor stuff? Sister Fei, standing by, couldn't help but sneer, can anyone buy it? This permanent series is only 100 away from 1 million. What about 1 million? Do you think anyone can take it out? As he spoke, he looked Lu Feng up and down and said disdainfully, stop pretending here. Xiaofang is a simple girl. You can deceive her, but it's impossible to deceive us. Be direct. If you have money, pay and get the goods immediately. If you don't have money, leave now. Don't affect our business. When Lu Feng heard this, her brows furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Feng beside him asked first, are you the store manager here? Sister Fei said unhappily, what the hell is it to you? In fact, she was not such a person originally. Although, he is a bit snobbish and looks down on others. But, don't make it too obvious. After all, I'm a waiter. But today, I felt really uncomfortable being pricked by my young apprentice with such soft nails. But Lu Feng really ran over. She felt uncomfortable. I just thought, no matter whether you can really afford it or not, I will offend you first. If you can really afford it, then I'll take over this business for you. Anyway, if I can't get the commission, you can forget about it. Well, if you can't afford it, that would be best. Not only did he scold and slap someone in the face, he could also teach his little apprentice a lesson at the same time. Let her know what it means that old ginger is still spiciest. So, this is a bit of a brainless statement. All the words came out. Of course, this is mainly because Lu Feng is always smiling and seems to have a good temper. To the extent that it gave her the impression that Lu Feng was very weak. What's your store manager's phone number? Lu Feng ignored Sister Fei and turned to ask Lu Feng, or, tell me the phone number of the general manager of your area. Sister Fei was slightly stunned. Then, I suddenly realized that the other party was going to complain about me. Immediately, his face turned gloomy. The words have been spoken. Moreover, there are surveillance cameras in the store, so it is impossible to make excuses. So, she decided to go all out. He snorted coldly and said, want to complain about me? Go ahead, you poor bastard, do you think our store manager will pay any attention to you? What's the fuss? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the cash register. Then, a middle-aged woman dressed in business attire came out. Seeing this middle-aged woman, Sister Fei's momentum weakened for no reason. Manager. Lu Feng immediately shouted out. This is equivalent to a signal to Lu Hao. Are you the store manager? Lu Feng asked. Yes, I'm the store manager here. The middle-aged woman nodded and asked with a smile, what would you like to buy, sir? As she said this, two more staff members came out behind her. I asked the store manager, where is this Angel series from headquarters? Shout, yeah, please help open the central counter. The store manager called out to a nearby waiter, move that permanent series set aside and put the Angel series up there. The Angel series is finally back. Xiaoya shouted excitedly, we finally have a real treasure to show off our store. As he said that, he walked towards the center counter. No need to pose. Lu Feng spoke immediately. The middle-aged woman looked at Lu Feng and asked doubtfully, Sir, what do you mean? Lu Feng pointed at Sister Fei. Said, if you don't know what she just said, you can go check the surveillance now. As long as you satisfy me with the punishment you request for her. Then I can buy that Angel series set right here and then. On the contrary, if I am not satisfied, I will turn around and leave. And I reserve the right to complain to your headquarters. Lu Feng originally didn't want to argue with Sister Fei. There are people who look down on others everywhere. He doesn't have the time to bother with these people. Besides, I must buy a set of jewelry for Su Moyun. Although we didn't have a wedding banquet, we already got the marriage certificate, so how can we not have jewelry? So, just go back and buy that permanent series. It is definitely possible to stuff an egg into the mouth of someone like her. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he entered the door, this guy started talking shit. No matter how good Lu Feng's temper is, or how unwilling he is to argue with her, he can't stand it. Sir, do you know the price range of our Angel series? The middle-aged woman held up 3 fingers. Then, with a confident smile, he said, Sir, Xiaofei may have used inappropriate words just now and was disrespectful to you. I am here to apologize to you on her behalf. If you are still not satisfied, how about this? I'll ask Xiaofei to apologize to you in person. Also, ask her to give you a certain amount of mental damage compensation as compensation. Please forgive her for this matter and don't bother with her, okay? She had actually seen what happened just now on the surveillance screen in the background. She had to admit that what Sister Fei said just now was indeed too much. Although she didn't think Lu Feng could afford the set series, she certainly couldn't say that. However, Sister Fei is an old woman after all. She has also helped her achieve a lot of results, so she still wants to protect Sister Fei. Moreover, she felt that this man most likely wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have directly said they were going to complain to the headquarters. In order to avoid this trouble, she planned to let Sister Fei lose money to avoid disaster. It can be considered as a lesson for her. So, she glared at Sister Fei and said, Xiaofei, why don't you apologize to this gentleman? Chapter 23 The Invisible Tycoon. Sister Fei has also reacted at this time. What I said just now was indeed a bit too much. But the thought of having to apologize and pay compensation makes me feel uncomfortable. Moreover, she was embarrassed in front of so many people, and she was extremely angry. However, the situation is stronger than people. This job is really a high-paying job for her. If I lose this job, it will be very difficult to find another one like this. So, she gritted her teeth and planned to apologize. Is that the apology I need? Lu Feng looked at the store manager and frowned. How much money do I need? Is 3 million a lot? After saying that, Lu Feng turned around with a sullen face and walked to the counter. Handed over a card. Said, swipe the balance. The cashier took the card and swiped it. Lu Feng said, tell your store manager, what is the balance on this card? When I said this, I couldn't help but think to myself. Unfortunately, this is just an ordinary card, not a limited edition special card from any major bank. Not cool at all. If I had known this would happen, I would have filled a sack with money and thrown it directly at their faces. That would be so cool. Of course, it's just a thought. How could I have known that buying jewelry would lead to such a bad thing? How many? Sister Fei also got angry. I thought angrily in my heart, I want to apologize, why don't you let me apologize? You poor bastard. I want to see how you keep pretending. So, he deliberately said in a disgusting tone, 600 yuan? Or 6,000 yuan? 60,000 is the best, right? The cashier said slowly and carefully, 600. As soon as she heard the first 2 words, Sister Fei became excited. As if he had been given an injection of chicken blood, he shouted, Ha, I said it was 600. 10,000. What? 6 million. The cashier was afraid that Sister Fei had lost her mind, so she emphasized, it's 6 million. Are you sure? Come and see for yourself, the cashier said speechlessly, I can't even count zeros. Sister Fei didn't believe it and rushed over to take a look. 6000.000.00. Wow, so many zeros. Count carefully. Damn, it's really 6 million. In an instant, her face turned pale and she looked stunned. Upon seeing this situation, the store manager's face became serious. He immediately turned around and bowed to Lu Feng, then smiled. He said very politely, "Sir, I'm sorry. I offended you just now. I want to apologize first. As for Yu Fei." After a pause, he added, "According to the rules, her salary and bonus for this month will be deducted. At the same time, he will be fired, and I will report him to Cartier headquarters and ensure that he will never be hired by Cartier again. Do you think this solution is satisfactory?" Lu Feng ignored her completely. He walked straight to the set of Angel series, picked it up, and opened it to take a look. After all, it's worth 3 million. Whether in terms of style, workmanship or diamonds, it is better than the million-level Forever series. Moreover, this is not a 3-piece suit, but a 5-piece suit. Lu Feng raised the thing in his hand and asked, "How much is it exactly?" The store manager immediately replied, 3,688,000. Old classmate. Lu Feng walked to Lu Feng's side and said, "Pack it for me." Then he said to the store manager, "This is her order." The store manager immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, sir, no one can take Xiaofang's order away." How could a store manager steal the waiter's commission? Anyway, as long as Lu Feng is willing to buy it, it's fine. Old classmate, it's wrapped. After swiping the card, Lu Feng had already packed her bags. Lu Feng took the card and bag, "Thank you." After saying that, he turned to the store manager and said, "You can pay her the salary." After saying that, he turned and left with the 2 children. Dad is so handsome. It's a pity that Mom is not here. If she saw Dad like this, she would definitely be very happy. How about we let Dad take Mom to another store to play again? You 2 little brats, what nonsense are you talking about? Wow, Xiaofang, your classmate is so domineering, isn't he? That's right, he spent nearly 4 million in one go, without even blinking an eyelid. Ah, my goodness, I was wrong. He's not dressed well, but he's actually a rich guy. If I had known this, I should have put it up earlier. I really envy that goddess Su. What a shame. We can only envy her. Whether it's her looks or her character, we can't compare to that goddess Su. That's right, goddess Su doesn't even know how rich her man is, so she's just trying to help him save money. There's no other goddess who can help the rich save money. Immediately, a group of waiters surrounded Lu Feng. He's not just any rich guy. At this time, the store manager spoke. Manager, what do you say? When everyone saw the store manager speak, they immediately asked curiously. Just now, the card he used to buy something was a very ordinary card. The store manager said, but it's such an ordinary card, and there's a balance of 6 million. So, what about the other cards? As for me, I've also come into contact with many high-end people. Among them, many people have special limited edition cards from major banks. Those cards are all credit cards. The overdraft amount is at least tens of millions. But I've never seen people like them use ordinary cards. Firstly, these people rarely have large amounts of fixed funds on hand. Secondly, it's also to show off one's status. That old classmate of Lu Feng's just now is obviously a low-key invisible local tycoon. He didn't even want to take out the limited edition card. But even so, any ordinary card has a balance of 6 million. So, this person's net worth is probably at least hundreds of millions. Hiss. As soon as the store manager said this, all the employees gasped. Everyone was stunned. Especially Yu Fei. At this moment, she felt like a clown that no one cared about. You are the one who dances the most happily, you are the one who gets hurt the most, and you are the one who is the blindest. By the way, Xiaofang, how did you know for sure that he would come to buy it? At this time, someone suddenly looked at Lu Feng curiously and asked. That's right. I remember your tone at that time was very affirmative. Tell me quickly, did she show you the balance on the card in advance? Seeing everyone asking this question, Lu Feng smiled. I said, I actually had a crush on this old classmate of mine for 4 years. So, I still have some understanding of him. As for him, when he was in college, he was a man of his word. He would never directly agree to something he wasn't sure of. Even if you agree, you will definitely make it clear up front. But once he agrees, he will definitely do his best to do it well. Besides, he doesn't think much of money. What I remember most vividly is a time when we all went out for fun together. On the way, I came across a pregnant woman collapsed on the side of the road. Without saying anything, he called on his classmates to take the pregnant woman to a nearby hospital. On the way, I heard the pregnant woman say that her husband's family was in financial difficulty. Her father-in-law was seriously ill and it cost a lot of money. So, even the money for her to go to the delivery room had to be borrowed from everywhere. Besides, I haven't borrowed the money yet. That's why the pregnant woman collapsed outside alone and no one cared about her. My old classmate immediately contacted her husband and called him back. Then, he took out all the money on his own initiative. I even borrowed money from a classmate and helped the pregnant woman pay off the debt. The total is probably just over 3,000 yuan. 3,000 yuan was almost our living expenses for 3 months at the time. But my old classmate didn't even blink. Afterwards, he didn't even leave any contact information and just took the people away. Later, Lu Feng paid back all the money he had borrowed from his classmates. After a pause, he continued, "You might say, would a hidden tycoon like him care about such a small amount of money? Let me tell you, for 3 months after he paid me back, I often saw him eating instant noodles and steamed buns. Sometimes, I drink tap water." At the time, some people said he was stupid and asked for trouble. But he doesn't care at all. Do you think someone like him would deceive me with something like this? Chapter 24 Threats. Wow, he's good-looking, rich, kind, and low-key. He's simply the perfect man. If I hadn't known that even our Xiaofang had no chance, I would have definitely chased after her and given it a try. I really want to be a moth once, but unfortunately, she is already taken. After Lu Feng briefly introduced Lu Feng's personality, a group of pretty waitresses all became crazy about her. On the contrary, although Lu Feng had a happy smile on her face, there was a hint of bitter regret in her eyes. Oh, I almost forgot something important. At this moment, the store manager suddenly slapped his forehead and quickly came to the counter. He sent the cashier away and stood in front of the computer. While operating, he said to Yufei, who was still standing there in a daze, "Yufei, for the sake of our relationship as colleagues, I won't embarrass you. Go pack your things now and come back later. I'll pay you this month's salary. But don't even think about bonuses or commissions. You should be very clear about what that distinguished guest meant, right?" Hearing this, Yufei's eyes suddenly turned red. This time, not anger. But I was moved. Originally, the store manager's proposed punishment was that I would not be paid for the 20-odd days' work I had done this month. It's like it was all in vain. However, the distinguished guest whom he looked down upon and mocked still left him some salary. This made her feel very grateful. Repaying evil with kindness is not something that everyone can do. Yes, I understand. Yufei nodded, then stood up silently and was about to leave. Yufei. Suddenly, the store manager looked up at Yufei and said, "You've worked here for so long, I know what kind of person you are. Although, you are narrow-minded and selfish. But, for the most part, they're pretty restrained. Moreover, he has a very positive stance and is very smart in his actions. I saw everything that happened this time. You dug a hole for yourself and then buried yourself in it. Remember, be an honest person and do things steadily in the future. Otherwise, next time you encounter something like this, you may not be able to meet a distinguished guest like Mr. Lu Feng." Having been in this industry for so long, Yufei has heard of many examples of people being unable to take care of themselves because they offended big clients. I'm probably the only one like me who has no problems and still gets paid in the end, right? That's why Yufei deeply agrees with the store manager. She nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder, manager. I will remember it." The store manager ignored her and looked at Lu Feng. "Xiaofang, come here and take this Cartier VIP card, the highest level of ours, and these invoices to Mr. Lu Feng." Lu Feng nodded and walked towards the counter. Xiaofang. When they crossed paths, Yufei suddenly said, "I'm sorry." Lu Feng smiled and said, "It's okay." Yufei sighed. They are all good people. If I were in this situation, I would probably make some sarcastic remarks to add insult to injury, right? Thinking of this, Yufei gritted her teeth and said, "From now on, I will follow your example. The bottom 5 floors of Red Star Plaza are shopping malls. The 5th to 12th floors are offices for rent. Going further up, there are buildings. The Star Guild's branch office is on the 12th floor. In the president's office on the 12th floor. President Xian Zitsong is on the phone. She's just down there in the mall. Xian Zitsong said to the other end of the phone, "Come up right away." On the other end of the phone, Li Yunji smiled playfully and said, "President, you must seize this opportunity." He also said, "If you miss this opportunity, you will miss this opportunity too." Xian Zitsong smiled and hung up the phone. It is true that women have the most vicious hearts. The more beautiful and unscrupulous a woman is, the more you should not mess with her. However, when he thought about what might happen next, the smile on Xian Zitsong's lips became more and more intense. This kind of woman is quite good as a partner. The other side. After Li Yunji received Xian Zitsong's message, I contacted Xinger immediately. "Xinger, are the things ready?" "Yeah, I'm ready." "Then go to Red Star Shopping Mall right away." Li Yunji ordered, "Their people are over there now. After you pass by, stop them. Put some eye drops on them first, and then I'll come over and deal with them properly. Today, we must make sure that poor bastard and that bitch know what happens if they mess with us." Bang! Xian Zitsong just hung up the phone. There was a knock on the door. "President, Miss Su is here." "Let her in." "Yes." Crunch! The door to the president's office opened. Xian Zitsong's eyes lit up. "I couldn't help but wonder, why is Su Pingyan so beautiful? Whether it is figure, temperament, or appearance, they are all first class. Moreover, it is the kind of beauty that is suitable for all ages. Especially, today Su Muyun was wearing that white one-piece long-sleeved miniskirt. It outlines her figure beautifully. It is really the kind of beauty that will give people a very strong visual impact and make people lose their minds as soon as they see it." President. After Su Muyun entered the room, she asked with a slightly serious expression, "My husband and child are still waiting downstairs. I don't want to keep them waiting too long. So, if you have anything to say, please be simple and direct." Xian Zitsong came back to his senses when he heard Su Muyun speak. He smiled slightly and pointed to the chair across from the desk. "What's the rush? Sit down first." Su Muyun shook his head. "President, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Xian Zitsong frowned. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Said, "Su Pingyan, do you know how dangerous your current situation is?" He added, "I tell you, if you turn around and leave now, you're completely finished." Su Muyun paused and looked back at Xian Zitsong. What does the president mean by this? Xian Zitsong raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Oh, bitch, you are just arrogant. You won't feel pain unless your face is torn to pieces. Just wait and see how I kill you. Your reputation on the Hutu platform is already tarnished." Xian Zitsong said, "Not only that, but there is also a subtle intention to break out of the circle. If this continues like this, it will probably become a trending topic within 3 days. 5 days later, you'll be completely famous. When the time comes, you will have to face more than just insults from fans of the Huda platform. It's very likely that we will face a storm of online violence. You should know better than me how horrible cyberbullying is, right?" Chapter 25, Unexpected Gains. Xian Zitsong observed Su Muyun's expression. I found that Su Muyun's face looked very ugly. Xian Zitsong knew that his words had worked. His smile grew even more smug. "Besides, I also heard that someone is about to implement a plan against you. This plan might bring your matter to a head early. By then, both your character and the true nature of that poor idiot you brought in as a shield will be exposed. You, your family, friends, and even your children may be victims of cyberbullying. Your reputation will be completely ruined and rotten. If it really comes to that, our guild will also terminate your contract. At the same time, we will ask you for financial compensation. Because you have damaged the reputation of our guild." Su Muyun knew very well that what Xian Zitsong said was true. If, because of his own reputation, the guild will suffer losses, that must be compensated. Moreover, the amount is not small. But this was not what frightened her the most. What really makes people feel scared is cyber violence. If you really become a hot topic because of something like this, then no matter whether your reputation is good or bad, first of all, you may get into trouble with your parents. Now, what she least wants to see is causing trouble for her parents. Even if there was no problem between the child and Lu Feng, she absolutely did not want such a situation to happen. Is that Feng Xianer? Su Muyun asked with a serious expression. Does it matter to you who is targeting you? Xian Zitsong had a playful smile in his eyes. For now, the most important thing is how to solve the problem. And now, the only ones who can and are willing to help you are our Mingyue Guild. But if you want me to help you, you must agree to one condition of mine. After saying that, Xian Zitsong looked Su Muyun up and down with the eyes of looking at prey. She is worthy of being a goddess, she is so damn beautiful. This figure is really fucking explosive. What conditions? This was Su Muyun's first reaction. However, when she felt the other party's unscrupulous eyes scanning her, she finally reacted. At this time, Xian Zitsong's ugly face was completely exposed. Of course you have to have some fun with me. Xian Zitsong walked towards the door while smiling. At the same time, he said, as long as I am satisfied, then everything else will be easy. Brush. Su Muyun took the lead, rushed to the door and opened it. She bit her lips tightly, staring at Xian Zitsong with a wary and angry look. You're dreaming. After saying that, Su Muyun turned and left. She was educated as a lady from a noble family since she was young. She couldn't say much bad words. No matter how angry she was, she would only argue with reason. No sweet talk. Su Muyun. Xian Zitsong's face darkened, and he shouted sternly, if you leave now, I promise you will regret it. Su Muyun paused slightly. A little hesitant. You are a smart person, you should know that you have no choice now. Xian Zitsong chuckled and said, if you don't obey, then that's enough. Su Muyun turned around and gritted his teeth. He stared at Xian Zitsong intently and said angrily, Xian Zitsong, listen to me, even if I die, I, Su Muyun, will never be threatened by anyone. Having said that, Su Muyun turned and left. At this moment, everyone in the office looked over because of Su Muyun's words. What are you looking at? Xian Zitsong shouted angrily, what do you have to do? Everyone stuck out their tongues, turned around obediently, and started working. They are all small employees, even though they know that Xian Zitsong has done nothing good. I don't dare to go against Xian Zitsong, the boss of Mingyue Union. Bang! Xian Zitsong returned to the room and closed the door. Bitch! At this moment, Xian Zitsong was very angry. How dare you reject me? How dare you embarrass me in front of so many people? I will definitely make you regret it. Bang! He slammed his fist on the desk and said grimly, we'll see. After leaving the Cartier store, Lu Feng took his two children and found a place to sit down. While waiting for Su Muyun, his eyes once again fell on the Angel series in his hand. The Angel series worth over 3 million is actually still a bit expensive for him. However, if he bought it for Su Muyun, he didn't think it was expensive at all. On the contrary, I feel it is cheap. Of course, you have to choose the best woman for your own woman. Only. He glanced at his attribute panel. The good man score has dropped from 170,000 to 120,000. He originally had only 1 million on his card, but later he exchanged a rating value of 50,000 for 5 million in cash, and only then was he able to buy this Angel series. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining high recognition from his secret admirer special friend. You are still the male god in my heart. The score is 60,000. Bite. Gained high recognition from passers-by. You are a good person. Obtain a rating of 5,000. Bite. Gained high recognition from passers-by. You are a kind and low-key local tycoon. Obtain a rating of 5,000. Bite. Gain recognition from passers-by. You are the man of my dreams. The score is 2,000. Bite. Just a moment. Lu Feng discovered that the original rating value of only 120,000 had directly become 196,000. He could understand Lu Feng's high recognition. After all, she is the one who has a crush on him. However, she didn't expect that this action would bring her a rating of 60,000. This is even higher than Su Muyun's recognition today. This was something he had not expected. In addition, there were 2 high levels of recognition from other passers-by, which directly earned him a score of 10,000. This was also something he had not expected. However, this unexpected gain made him very happy. It's not just because it has a rating of 76,000. Moreover, he knew a way to quickly earn rating points. I originally thought spending 50,000 would be a bit of a loss, but now it seems like a big profit. Lu Feng murmured, well, only 4,000 is needed to capture the god of music. Sudden. Dad, look, Mom's coming down. Dad, what's wrong with Mom? She seems to be crying. When Lu Feng suddenly heard the words of the two children, his face changed drastically. Looking up, I saw Su Muyun just coming down from the elevator. Her eyes were red and her face looked quite haggard. After watching it, one can't help but feel a little sad. At that moment, Lu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. A hint of icy chill emerged. Walk! The next moment, Lu Feng and his two children walked towards Su Muyun, who had just gotten off the elevator. Chapter 26. Bitch Su. The reason why Su Muyun left as if escaping after saying such harsh words to Xian Zizong was because of this. This was because she was worried that if she didn't leave, she might not be able to help but agree to Xian Zizong's request. She is well aware of her current situation. Just as Xian Zizong said, as long as the matter between Lu Feng and the child is exposed, it will be a disaster for her and her newly established family. Lu Feng will be exposed. Children will be raped. They will also be cyberbullied. Most importantly, her parents may also be under great pressure because of her. Although she has left that home, it may be difficult for her to go back. But, they are her parents after all, and her body and hair are inherited from her parents. How could she let her parents, when they are old, be implicated by her? Moreover, once the truth is revealed, I am afraid that what awaits them will not be just a small online storm. It is very likely that it will bring unimaginable disaster to them and their families. That was why she was extremely struggling, scared, and terrified at that time. If she hadn't come from a large family, the rules would have been deeply ingrained in her heart. She has always held on to the last bottom line in her heart. If it weren't for Lu Feng's promise, it would have given her a shot of adrenaline. There was no way she could refuse so decisively. Because of this, after being rejected, the pressure she endured was something that ordinary people could not imagine. Escape all the way. There was always a voice roaring in her heart. What am I doing wrong? Why are they targeting me like this? I just want to make some money and raise my children. I didn't provoke them. Why? She feels wronged. It's so painful. Very scared. I really want to find a place where no one is around and cry loudly. However, Lu Feng and the two children were still waiting for him. We can't keep them waiting for too long. Especially Lu Feng. If Lu Feng is made to wait for too long, he will definitely rush forward. If Lu Feng knew that Xian Zizong threatened him, who knows what stupid thing he will do next? In his mind, Yang Cheng's face, which looked like a pig's head after being beaten, was still vivid. She didn't want Lu Feng to offend more people because of her. Especially Xian Zizong. This person definitely has the ability to make them a hot topic and ruin their reputation. So, she could only pretend to be calm and go down to find Lu Feng and the others. Mu Yun. Mother. Mother. As soon as he got off the elevator, Su Muyun saw Lu Feng running towards him with two children. She squatted down and held the two children in her arms. He hugged the two children's heads tightly. Whenever it's late at night and everyone is asleep, whenever I've been wronged and feel like life has no meaning, hugging the children makes her feel that life has hope again. Mom, did someone bully you? Mom, if anyone bullies you, tell Dad and let Dad beat them up. Yeah, Mom, Dad will protect us. The two children patted Su Muyun's back obediently and comforted him. What nonsense! Su Muyun let go of the two children and forced a smile. How could anyone bully their mother? While saying this, he didn't dare look at Lu Feng. It seemed that he was afraid that Lu Feng would notice something. Lu Feng didn't ask any more questions. Just say, wife, take the kids to eat something while I go to the bathroom. After saying that, he walked towards the elevator. Where did you go? Toilet. Su Muyun rushed over immediately and grabbed Lu Feng. Lu Feng laughed and said, why, I just want to go to the toilet, but you won't let me go. Su Muyun bit her lip lightly and said, there's a bathroom on the first floor. Lu Feng said, the first floor is not clean. I don't dare to go in. You are lying. I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Lu Feng. Su Muyun was anxious. No one is bullying me. You don't go up there, okay? I told you, I'm just going to the bathroom. Lu Feng said seriously, if you don't believe me, you can come with me. Of course Su Muyun didn't believe what Lu Feng said. But I wouldn't really follow Lu Feng to the men's bathroom. Lu Feng, please, okay? Su Muyun had no choice. I could only plead, I really don't want you to get into trouble for me again. They are scary and you can't afford to offend them. Lu Feng reached out and stroked Su Muyun's hair. Smiling, he said, wife, what do you think men are for? Su Muyun was not used to Lu Feng's overly intimate behavior. But, I didn't refuse. But her face was red and she was so embarrassed. I don't know how to answer Lu Feng's question. Listen. Lu Feng's face turned serious, and he said earnestly, a man is the backbone of a family. If a man can't even protect his family, I can't even protect my wife and children, then you're not worthy of being called a man. Perhaps, in your heart, you haven't fully recognized me yet. But, since I've already gotten married to you, then I'm the pillar of this family. I am your husband and the father of your children. I'm not going to find him because of you. I did it because of myself. Because, a man's dignity. After saying that, Lu Feng smiled. He said calmly and easily, okay, just wait here obediently, I'll be down soon. I promise you, there will be absolutely no problems. Su Muyun was deeply moved. However, his hand still held Lu Feng tightly and did not let go. Lu Feng smiled bitterly. What else to say? Sudden. Hey, everyone, look who this is? Our popular anchor on the Hutu platform. A voice with obvious sarcasm was heard. Lu Feng and Su Muyun looked towards the source of the sound at the same time. Then a woman with heavy makeup and seductive clothes walked over. She was holding a cell phone in her hand. As he walked towards Lu Feng and Su Muyun, he was still saying, yes, it's that bitch Su. That's a good name. As he said this, he took a special look at Su Muyun. He said sarcastically, Goddess Su, it wasn't me who said that bitch Su, it was the fans who said that. Don't blame me. At this moment, Su Muyun's face looked very ugly. Because she suddenly remembered what Xin Zizong had said before, that someone was targeting her. It will make her a hot topic and ruin her reputation. It was obvious that the scene in front of him was directed at him. Thinking of this, she pulled Lu Feng's hand and whispered, let's go. However, Lu Feng had no intention of leaving. He just looked at the woman walking towards him with great calmness. I had seen this once in the underground garage of Su Muyun community. The children called her a bad aunt. Chapter 27, Poor people can only afford a grade goods? Is this the poor bastard you found as a shield? Xinger held the phone in one hand. He looked at Lu Feng with disdain. Then, he raised his phone and pointed it at Lu Feng. He smiled and said, come on, everyone, take a closer look. What does this poor bastard who can only afford a two-wheeled motorcycle look like? Is he handsome? Handsome, right? So, your bitch Su is also a good-looking dog. Even if I'm looking for a shield, I have to find someone who's handsome. Even if he's a poor bastard. Ha! Having said that, Xinger's eyes suddenly fell on the bag in Lu Feng's hand. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed it. Xinger laughed and said, Cartier. What a big brand. But how can a poor bastard like you possibly afford it? I remember you took that bitch Su to Cartier before. In the end, after being given a cold shoulder, he ran away in shame. What? Just now, before the show started and you were not allowed to appear on camera, you already got a fake set? Come on, let's see what the fake stuff in your box looks like. As she said that, Xinger reached out to take the box from Lu Feng's hand. Because Li Yunji told her about Lu Feng's secret. I know that Lu Feng's family lives in the countryside and only has a two-story house. His family was not well off, and after failing in his business venture, he went bankrupt. Well, most importantly, she saw the other party driving a two-wheeled motorcycle this morning. As for motorcycles, no matter how expensive or good-looking they are, how much are they worth? So, she didn't take Lu Feng seriously at all. He even planned to snatch it away and open the box without even thinking about asking for Lu Feng's consent. Then, humiliate them severely. Well, as long as this matter is done. It's considered a meritorious service. Li Yunji hated these two people to the core. That's enough. However, at this moment, Su Muyun suddenly took a step forward and stood directly in front of Lu Feng. He pushed away Xinger's outstretched hand. He shouted angrily, Zhu Xinger, are you done yet? Zhu Xinger said that she was just that. She couldn't stand it when he kept calling Lu Feng a poor bastard. What was even more unbearable was that Zhu Xing'er actually tried to snatch the jewelry box from Lu Feng's hand. She actually knew in her heart that if Lu Feng really bought it, it was very likely to be true. But that is only a high possibility. It is also possible that there is no product in there at all, or it is indeed an A-grade product. After all, Lu Feng's family assets are only 1 million. But that set of jewelry costs 999,900. She wasn't sure. I dare not even gamble. Because once it is opened, if there is nothing inside, or if it isn't a great product, it will be impossible to clean it. The reputations of both of them will be completely ruined. Oh, I'm angry, I'm angry. Xing'er yelled with a mean look on her face. Your bitch Sue is angry. This is a shopping mall. The flow of people is huge. As soon as Xing'er appeared, many people turned their eyes in this direction. At this time, many people stopped and started watching the show. Come on, everyone, come and see. Xing'er greeted everyone around her, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. He laughed loudly and said, our bitch Sue is angry. Well, maybe no one knows who bitch Sue is. Let me give you some basic knowledge. This bitch Sue is a popular female anchor on the Huda platform. She relied on her good looks and singing skills to gain a large number of fans. Some people even spend a fortune on her. In the end, she was just keeping those fans hooked, making them give her tips like crazy. On the other hand, I don't know which wild man she gave birth to a child with. After the incident was exposed, she immediately found someone to take over. As he said that, he pointed at Lu Feng and said, that's the handsome guy with the same great looks. However, this handsome guy is handsome, but it's a pity that he is a poor bastard who can only rent a house in Shangqing and can only afford to drive a two-wheeled motorcycle. Besides, this poor handsome guy has very bad character. To act cool, he even took bitch Sue to Cartier while she was live streaming, threatening to buy her jewelry. What's the result? When I went in and took a look, I was so scared by the price that I ran away in disgrace. So, to save face, I got a fake set of these from somewhere. Tell me, everyone, are these two bastards really bad people? As soon as these words were spoken, the people around immediately started to make a fuss. Ha, the world is truly vast and full of wonders. The description of them as bastards and bitches is absolutely correct. Women are not good things, and men are not good things either. These live streamers are all the same. They act like decent people in front of others, but they are actually thieves and thieves behind the scenes. I think that woman who's yelling and biting people over there is not a good person either. Her character is even worse than that handsome man and beautiful woman. That's self-explanatory. They're all the same kind of people. It's just dog eat dog. We'll just treat it as a show. Those who stir up trouble are just there to watch the fun. However, it was not one-sidedly directed at Lu Feng and Su Muyun. Instead, Zhu Xing'er herself was dragged into the water. Zhu Xing'er was surprised to hear that everyone was scolding her as well. My mood instantly became extremely bad. However, she was very thick-skinned and still had a smile on her face. However, the vicious gaze was directed at Su Muyun, who was pale and trembling with anger. Provocatively said, wow, bitch Su, you look so scary like this. Why, do you want to eat me? But am I wrong? She acted innocently and said, I'm just stating a fact. Why are you looking at me like that? Then he said, I'm so scared when you look at me like that. Su Muyun couldn't stand it anymore. She gritted her teeth and seemed to want to rush over and fight Xing'er. However, Lu Feng put his hand on her shoulder. He whispered, wife, go look after the two children. Su Muyun turned around and looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng gave Su Muyun a confident smile. Seeing that smile, Su Muyun felt inexplicably at ease. Then look at the two children standing there, looking confused and at a loss. She gritted her teeth and walked silently to the child's side. He held the two children in his arms. Mom, Dad is very capable. We don't have to worry about him. Yes, Mom, you just need to take care of us. Anyone who dares to bully us like this will be dealt with by Dad. The two children said seriously. Of course, Su Muyun had no idea how much of an impact Yang Cheng being beaten this morning and Lu Hao's behavior in the Cartier store not long ago had on the two children. She just thought that the two children simply thought their father was very powerful. So, she said nothing and asked nothing. With red eyes, she held the two children's heads tightly in her arms, leaning them against her. Chapter 28: The Rise of Personality. Bite. Trigger emotional special mission, The Rise of Personality. Please ask the host to slap you in the face on the spot and bring you and your wife's personalities back to normal track. The system will rate you based on how well you complete the task. The evaluation levels are divided into 4 levels, ABS and SSS. The higher the completion rate, the richer the rewards you will get. Note, the upper limit of the reward for a junior good man is 1 billion. Byte. Random redemption update. Li Yunji's information, rating value 5,000. Zhu Xinger's information, rating value 1,000. Xian Zitsong's information, rating value 3,000. Lu Feng was secretly happy. This system is great. It can actually trigger the task. I should be able to handle this pretentious slapping, but this character creation. Lu Feng looked around at the people watching the show. I looked at the random exchange that had just been updated. What the hell is this update? Why is it all information? Moreover, who is this Xian Zitsong? Why does Li Yunji's information still exist? Could it be that? Suddenly, Lu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, my wife's voice is so sweet. At this moment, Zhu Xinger's sarcastic voice sounded again, and these 2 children, their daddy calls out sweetly too. If I didn't know you were just a bunch of hypocritical bastards, I might actually be moved by the scene of loving mother and filial son. Then, he looked at Lu Feng provocatively, isn't it, poor handsome guy? Lu Feng ignored Zhu Xinger. He didn't even look at the teasing looks from the people around him. He just turned his head calmly and looked at Su Muyun. Said, wife, open your live broadcast room. Su Muyun was stunned. Before, when he went to see Xian Zitsong, he turned off the live broadcast. She was just worried that Lu Feng would be attacked by public opinion. But now, Lu Feng actually asked her to open it again. What does this mean? Get up from where you fell. Lu Feng smiled and said, don't they want to watch a show? In that case, I will accompany you to perform a big show, so that everyone can enjoy it all at once. There is a problem with the completion of the task description. Since it is related to completion, the wider the scope of influence, the higher the completion will definitely be. Moreover, since Su Muyun still wants to live broadcast, she will definitely face similar problems. Just solve it once and for all. Su Muyun rejected it in his heart. Because she was really worried that something would go wrong. But, for some reason, there was only one thought in my mind: trust Lu Feng and start a live broadcast. Then, she silently took out her cell phone. The live broadcast room was opened. Suddenly, a string of bitch Su floated by. In addition, there are several red reward subtitles. As long as you agree to my conditions, I can help you solve all your problems. Bang Yi Shou Mu Ren. I hope you won't let me down. From now on, goddesses are passers-by, and passers-by become bitches. Rank 3, I am greedy for Su Su. Su Muyun bit her lips lightly to prevent herself from crying. I feel very painful and desperate. However, she still silently pointed the phone at Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled at her. That smile is like a spring breeze. This made Su Muyun feel a lot calmer. Did you hear that? Our poor handsome guy is going to put on a big show for us. Zhu Xinger chuckled and said, I'm so looking forward to it. As she spoke, Zhu Xinger winked at Lu Feng. Looks very naughty. Lu Feng smiled slightly. He raised the bag in his hand and said, you keep saying I'm poor. He also said that the things in my bag were fake goods. How about we make a bet? According to Lu Feng's temper, if he can take action, he will try not to talk too much. But with so many people watching and a mission to accomplish, Lu Feng really couldn't resort to violence against a woman. So, we have to take another path. What's the bet? Zhu Xinger asked subconsciously. Lu Feng smiled and said, it's very simple. Having said that, he casually threw the bag at Zhu Xinger's feet. Pointing at the bag, he said, try stepping on it a few times. If it's not true, I promise you won't have to pay me a cent. But, if it's true, then you just need to pay the price. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and his smile became even wider. Do you dare to give it a try? Hearing this, Zhu Xinger hesitated. Could this be a fraud? If you accidentally step on a real one, you lose everything? The question is, can I afford it? But if you don't step on it. At this moment, everyone around was looking at her. And she had said before that the other party was poor. What you bought is definitely a great goods. If she doesn't step on it, doesn't that mean she is guilty? Does this mean that what she said before is not credible? Step on it. At this moment, a man's voice came from the elevator. Everyone looked over. Then I saw a man walking towards me with a sneer on his face. President Xian. Xu Xinger's eyes lit up and she immediately smiled. Why did you come down? Then he said, it's just a small matter, why did it alarm you? I just heard that someone from our guild was live streaming down here, so I came down to take a look. Xian Zitsong nodded towards Xu Xinger. Xinger, you did a good job. Xu Xinger smiled and said, President, this is what I should do. Yeah, that's right. Xian Zitsong put his hands behind his back, smiled slightly, and said, our Mingyue is the #1 live broadcast guild in Hualong country. This is a legitimate guild, so naturally we can't have such hypocritical people who say one thing in public and another behind the scenes. After saying that, he raised his hand, took out a set of A4 paper and gestured to the people around him. It's a statement. Xian Zitsong turned his gaze and looked at Su Muyun. Given that your character, Su Ping'an, is very despicable. It has seriously affected the company's reputation. From now on, our company will file a lawsuit against you for reputation compensation. This was written when we signed the contract. You should know, right? Su Muyun's body trembled slightly. Of course she knew this. She wasn't afraid of compensation. But once this reputation comes out, the Hutu platform is likely to follow suit. If the Hutu platform follows suit, the impact will be extremely bad. President Xian? Xian Zitsong? At this time, Lu Feng looked at the man and asked. How? Xian Zitsong looked up at Lu Feng and said with disdain, you poor bastard, you still want to stand up for her? Do you know how much compensation she wants? He held up 5 fingers, 5 million. Listen carefully, it's 5 million. A poor bastard like you probably has never seen 5 million in your life, right? Su Muyun's signing fee was less than 500,000. As a result, the compensation for loss of reputation reached 5 million. It is obvious that this is a predatory contract. However, no one cared at this time. Everyone's eyes were on Xian Zitsong. And Xian Zitsong didn't disappoint anyone. He stared at Lu Feng and said, I've seen a lot of poor bastards like you. I have no skills and no money. All I think about is how to please women and how to make them happy. Just because you're pretty, you can do anything despicable. Oh. He sneered disdainfully, don't I know what you're thinking? Seeing Su Ping'an being scolded, you thought of showing off to win her heart? Bah! After saying that, he pointed at the packaging bag on the ground and said, Xinger, step on it. Step hard. Didn't he say that if it's not genuine, he'll have to pay for it? I really want to know what this poor bastard can really come up with in here. Chapter 29. How dare you say I'm an actor? You're shameless. I have to say, President Xian is quite domineering. Isn't that nonsense? He's the leader of a guild after all. How can a poor idiot compare to him? Step on it. Step on it now. I want to see what this poor bastard can come up with in the end. Yes, step on it. The people around were afraid that the world would not be in chaos, and they shouted at Xu Xinger to step on it quickly. Okay, I'll step on it and show you today. Xu Xinger was originally a little lacking in confidence. However, Xian Zitsong, the branch president of Nanqing province, has spoken. What reason does she have not to step on it? Brush. Xu Xinger stepped hard on the packaging bag. Snap. A large footprint instantly appeared on the packaging bag. I step on it, I step on it. Xu Xinger was so excited that she stepped on it. While stepping on it, he yelled, you poor bastard, you dare to pretend to be garlic in front of me, so what if I step on your fake goods? A poor bastard like you thinks you can scare me with just a few words? You think I don't dare to step on your fake stuff? Did you see that? I just stepped on it. I didn't just stomp on it, I flattened it completely. As she spoke, she stopped, squatted down and was about to open the package. At the same time, he said, I'm not only going to step on the packaging bag, I'm also going to take it out and step on it. Xinger. At this time, Xian Zitsong, who was watching the show coldly, spoke again and said, don't dirty your hands. After saying that, he looked at Lu Feng and said, now, it's time for you, poor bastard, to perform. Weren't you quite good at pretending just now? Go ahead, open it and take a look. Let everyone take a good look at your fake goods and see what they really look like. Lu Feng smiled calmly. No words either. Didn't move either. Just standing there. How? Seeing this situation, Xian Zizong thought that Lu Feng was guilty. I'm scared. He laughed even more proudly and arrogantly. You poor bastard, you don't dare to do anything? Then he said, are you afraid that once you open it, it will be difficult to end? Lu Feng still didn't say anything, just stood there smiling. Damn, he's really a poor bastard. The funniest thing is, at this moment, this poor bastard is still pretending. What I can't stand the most is people who are poor but want to pretend. That's right. He doesn't have much ability, but he's so good at pretending. He deserves to be punished. Among the crowd, most people could see that the packaging box contained a set. A genuine Cartier suit starts at least over 100,000 yuan, and that's the worst case. For a slightly ordinary one, the starting price is at least several hundred thousand. If it was really worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, how could he not have any reaction when being stepped on like that? So, when they saw Lu Feng not saying anything, everyone started to mock him. President, this poor bastard must be feeling guilty. Zhu Xing'er was also excited. I'll open it now and show everyone what this poor idiot bought of fake goods really looks like. Xian Zizong smiled and nodded in agreement. Poor bastard, watch carefully. Zhu Xing'er immediately squatted down and took out the box from the flattened bag. Looking at Lu Feng provocatively, when I open it. That's when you can't pretend anymore. It's also the time when you will be ruined. As he spoke, he moved his hands and was about to open. This distinguished guest. Sudden. A figure pushed through the crowd and walked over. She came to Lu Feng with a smile. Ignore the gazes of people around you. Holding a card and a receipt in both hands. He handed it to Lu Feng respectfully and said, I'm so sorry. You left in such a hurry just now that we haven't given you the receipt yet. Here's your receipt. Also, our shop owner said that since you bought the flagship product of our store, the Angel series, your purchasing power has been recognized by our store, so. After a pause, he continued, I've specially applied for a Cartier Top VIP card from the head office just for you. With this card, you can enjoy a certain percentage of discount when shopping at any Cartier store. At the same time, if you need a limited edition or need to customize it, we will also arrange it for you in advance. Not only that, with this card, you can also go directly to Cartier headquarters to make an appointment with our artisans. As soon as these words were spoken, suddenly, everyone around was dumbfounded. Zhu Xing'er, in particular, was completely frightened. What did I just do? I stepped on someone's 3 million worth of stuff. 3 million. Even if you sell me, you can't get 3 million, right? At this moment, she felt that the box in her hand was a bomb. She wanted to just throw it away. But she was afraid of breaking things. So, he subconsciously turned his gaze to Xian Zizong standing beside him. Xian Zizong's face also looked very ugly at this moment. Although he is the branch president of the Mingyue Union, his annual salary is only around 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. Even if you make some extra money, it will only be around 1 million. But for people like them, if they can earn 1 million, their expenses must start from at least 500,000. How much money will he have left? Oh my god, it looks like the Angel series is a limited edition. What do you mean by seemingly? It's clearly good. As far as I know, the worst Angel series are all handcrafted by master craftsmen, and the starting price is at least 3 million. Ha, starting at 3 million? If you said 300,000, I'd believe you. But 3 million? With the way he's dressed, do you think he can come up with 3 million? Could this be an actor? At this moment, bursts of exclamations came from the people around. There are surprises, but more are doubts. Xian Zizong's eyes lit up. Suppress the nervousness in your heart. He sneered, not bad, you even knew to hire an actor. As he said that, he looked at Lu Feng who came to give him the card. He said disdainfully, little girl, how much did she give you? Just tell me the number. If you expose his hypocrisy now, I will immediately double it. Right. Zhu Xing'er seemed to have found a life-saving straw. Immediately followed by saying, little sister, quickly expose the ugly face of this poor bastard and let everyone know how shameless this poor bastard is. Shameless? Hypocritical? Lu Feng glanced at the two of them and frowned, you guys are shameless, aren't you? This gentleman didn't even blink an eye at the signature suit I bought from Cartier for 3.68 million. Just pay and take the goods and leave. How dare you call him a poor bastard? And you still say I'm an actor? As she spoke, Lu Feng raised the VIP card in her hand and said, "Why don't you take out a Cartier VIP card and perform a show for me?" She snorted coldly and pointed to the sign on her chest, "Or, come with me to our store and ask? If that doesn't work, I can pull up the video and show it to you guys, okay? Anyway, you can mock me all you want, but you can't say I'm a Cartier actor. You must not take this opportunity to call us Cartier's VIPs poor. This is not only a disgrace to my store, but also a disgrace to our Cartier brand. We will have the right to file a defamation lawsuit against you." Chapter 30, even though he is in disgrace, can he still use it like this? Xian Zitsong and Zhu Xing'er were stunned for a moment. "Okay, we just said that you are an actor. You're just turning against me." Another VIP card slap in the face. "We need to produce video proof again. You're going to file a lawsuit against us, you. Do you have to be so scary? Is Cartier so awesome?" It seems that Cartier is really awesome. After all, it is the top brand in the jewelry industry. At this moment, the two people's faces were as ugly as they could be. I dare not speak carelessly anymore. Not only the two of them, but also the people around them who had made sarcastic remarks before were also afraid to speak nonsense. I was afraid of being targeted by Cartier's lawsuit. I work at the shop next door, and I can testify that Xiaofeng is indeed a Cartier employee. I was just playing outside, and I can testify. That handsome guy went into Cartier twice, and on the second trip, he did take out a packaging box. Those two kids kept praising their dad, so I was deeply impressed. I saw it too. Those who didn't dare to speak were those who had previously mocked Lu Feng for being poor. However, there are still some people who know the inside story. Before, they didn't know the truth and didn't dare to speak carelessly. Now, with Lu Feng, a Cartier waiter, taking the lead, they dared to speak. And their words are like hammers at an auction house, landing with a sound. The final word. Oh my god, after all this time, that idiotic president and this gossip girl are just teasing us. I kept calling people poor for a long time, but in the end, I ended up being the one who got fucked. I'm fucking drunk. I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen anyone this stupid. He didn't even know the other person's background, yet he came over and started yelling. He's simply a clown to the extreme. A grade goods? Fake goods? Stomp on it, I'm going to crush it. I'm going to expose his hypocritical face and ruin his reputation. I've finally seen something new today. Ruin can actually be used this way. Two idiots, they didn't even understand the other person's specific situation, and they came over to humiliate others. In the end, they humiliated themselves so much, it really made me laugh to death. I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen someone this stupid. He called someone a poor jerk for a long time, and what's the result? This? The onlookers saw the situation suddenly reversed and immediately turned their guns around. Aimed at Zhu Xing'er and Xian Zitsong. High-energy cannons opened fire. The explosion made the two men want to vomit blood. And the other side. Su Muyun was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. She thought Lu Feng would buy her a Cartier jewelry set. I also thought that Lu Feng would spend the 1 million directly. However, he never expected that Lu Feng bought a suit worth 3.68 million. What does this mean? This means that what Lu Feng told her before, "I'm not short of money," was not a lie. Lu Feng doesn't just have that 1 million. He still has family assets. When he thought of this, Su Muyun's somewhat dull look instantly became clear. When she looked at Lu Feng, there was suddenly a touch of tenderness and emotion in her eyes. The anger and paleness on his face turned into a smile. A confident smile. Then, he turned his gaze to his phone. The phone is still live streaming. At this moment in the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments that had been constantly displaying bitch Su disappeared. Poor bastards? Come on, where are those people who were yelling just now? Come out and explain to me what poor bastards are. I only bought a suit worth 3.68 million. Of course I'm broke. Anyway, it's just a matter of typing away. Even if it's less than 4 million, even if it's 400 million, it's still just a matter of typing away. I hide behind the screen, I tap away at the keyboard, I control other people's lives. Even if it's only for 40 cents, I can still get a Wi-Fi connection and keep tapping away, always acting like the supreme ruler walking in the spiritual world. This description is amazing. Brainless keyboard warriors are all like this. A bunch of people who only care about appearance, who only follow the crowd, and who have dark and dirty hearts, always target our goddess Su with the utmost malice. I know these people's hearts best. Seeing their goddess lose her halo and their fantasies shattered, they naturally want to do their best to humiliate and speculate about her. Right. If they can't get it themselves, they'll destroy it, and even destroy other people's families along with it. These damn keyboard warriors are like maggots in a cesspool, disgusting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Muda's emotions sent a rocket. Brothers, come on, follow me and brush up, Goddess Su is awesome. Muda's emotions sent a rocket. Keep brushing, goddesses are meant to be praised, not thrown down. Muda's emotions sent a rocket. Watch it again, Goddess Su, we look at your looks and your songs, but we don't treat you like dogs or maggots. Mudaching, who ranks second on the list, gave 5 rockets in a row. He pulled everyone to start posting comments crazily. Look at those pleasing barrages. Su Muyun's smile became even sweeter. Thank you everyone. She spoke softly to the screen. Then, he opened the private message and found Mudaching, who was ranked second on the list. Thanks. She only sent 2 words and didn't say anything else. She is always very careful in dealing with her fans. Don't make any promises and don't talk too much. Always keep a respectful distance. Therefore, I have never taken the initiative to greet any fan. Even if it was just the 2 words thank you, she would never send them easily in private chats. But today, the emotional expression of Mudi, who was ranked second on the list, really made her feel a little warm. Let him know that not all fans are dirty and filthy. So, for the first time, she took the initiative to express her gratitude to Mudi for his feelings. That's rare. Muda's emotions returned quickly. I actually received your proactive contact. Well, I have to show off. Su Muyun smiled slightly and ignored it. Then, he clicked on the chat message of Shou Mu-run, who was ranked first on the list. On it, there were still those words that were extremely humiliating to her. Boss Shoumu, thank you for your continued support and your kindness at this critical moment. Your kindness is a humiliation and a warning to me. It made me realize that I can't continue on this path without knowing the answer. Let you misunderstand something. So, I'm telling you sincerely now. I have children and a husband. I will not betray them, let alone this family. We are not on the same path. You will never get what you want from me. So, I hope that from now on, we can all be well. Blessings to everyone who has supported me. After sending this message, Su Muyun smiled and blocked him directly. Never before had she felt so relaxed, so at ease. She raised her cell phone and pointed it at the man who made her feel proud. Chapter 31. The requirements are not high, only 10 million. Do you still need to prove its value? Among the crowd, Lu Feng took a step forward and walked in front of Zhu Xinger, who was holding a mobile phone in one hand and a packaging box in the other. Asked, if you want to prove. Lu Feng immediately said, I'll go retrieve the surveillance video now. Lu Feng looked at Lu Feng with a smile and nodded kindly. Then, he turned and looked at Zhu Xinger. No need. Prove what? Prove that you are stupid enough? Wasn't being humiliated enough? Do you still have to grit your teeth and endure the humiliation? Unless her head was stuck in the door. Otherwise, why would she do such a thing? Well, since it's not needed anymore, let's talk about compensation now. Lu Feng smiled and said, the previous bet said that if it's a fake, I don't want you to pay for it. Now, you've admitted that this is the real thing. So? After a pause, he smiled again and said, it's not a lot of money, less than 4 million. Well, for you, if a poor guy like me can afford it, you should be able to afford it too. I don't ask for much. Just buy me another copy of the same thing. Zhu Xinger was confused. Less than 4 million? Oh. If I spend money on food, drink, and entertainment for a whole year, it might only be around 1 million. I have to stay with you for 4 years, and I can't spend money recklessly, only then I can afford it. Yes. If even poor people can afford it, you should be able to afford it too. Hurry up and buy it. Yeah, go buy it. As long as you buy it, it will prove that you are rich and that handsome guy is poor. The onlookers immediately started to make a fuss. Sorry, this Angel series set is the only one we have in our store right now. At this time, Lu Feng spoke again, if this beautiful lady wants to buy another set of the same Angel series, then she will have to wait at least a month. Then, he pointed at Lu Feng and said, you have to use the VIP card in this gentleman's hand. Besides, we have to add at least another million. Otherwise, even if we increase the price by 2 million, we will probably have to wait for more than half a year. Because this Angel series set was handcrafted by a master craftsman at headquarters. Whether it's the selection of materials, the process, or the final product, it's all top-notch. It was created as the flagship product of our store. Gurgle. Shu Xinger subconsciously rolled her throat. Oh. This was less than 4 million, and it instantly became less than 6 million? Another half year to wait? Shu Xinger had an urge to cry. Li Yunji, you are harming me. Xian Zitsong, you bastard, you said you would take it for me. You should say something. I was cursing in my heart, but I didn't dare to say it out loud. Xian Zitsong knew a lot of her inside information, and she also expected Xian Zitsong to help her. Naturally, she didn't dare to offend Xian Zitsong. Therefore, he could only look at Lu Feng and said pleadingly, well, I didn't recognize the great man before. I'm blind. I'm stupid. Could you please be so kind as to forgive me this time? I promise. Before he could finish his words, he saw Lu Feng waving his hand. Then, Lu Feng laughed and said, I am a person who holds grudges and has a small heart. Don't mention the word forgiveness to me. I said, just return the original item. Also, I definitely won't let you use the VIP card. But, I can afford to wait for half a year, and I am willing to wait. But my time is also charged. As for me, it fluctuates by tens of thousands every minute. Wait half a year, and I don't want you to pay too much. 5 million will be enough. If you say too much, people might say I'm bullying you. Well, besides, I don't want you to pay for mental damages or anything like that. Am I being nice enough? Bang! Shu Xinger's legs went weak and she fell to her knees. I can't afford to pay for it. Shu Xinger cried, please forgive me, I really know I was wrong. You said, I'll do anything you want me to do. Just don't make me pay for it. She was really scared. The Angel series, which was worth less than 4 million, became more than 10 million after being passed around by Lu Feng and Lu Feng. If you add some interest. Just thinking about it, Shu Xinger felt that this would drive her crazy. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Feng's face was full of surprise. He immediately went over and put his hands on Shu Xinger's hands. You kneel in front of me like this, it seems like I'm bullying you, come on, get up quickly. Shu Xinger subconsciously pressed on Lu Feng's hand and tried to stand up. But I was only halfway there. Lu Feng suddenly let go. Then. Bang! Without any warning, Lu Feng slapped Shu Xinger in the face. Bang! Shu Xinger immediately knelt down again. There was no anger or pain in his eyes, but fear. It's horror. She looked at Lu Feng with a stupid look on her face. Did I bully you? Lu Feng still had a smile on his face and asked, am I bullying you? Shu Xinger was stunned, as if she hadn't reacted yet. Bang! Lu Feng slapped him again, I'm asking you a question. No. Shu Xinger finally reacted and immediately replied, I bullied you, you didn't bully me. I deserved it. Bang! Lu Feng slapped him again and asked, who is the bitch? I'm a bitch. Shu Xinger only felt a burning pain on her cheeks. But I didn't dare to get angry or refute. I could only honestly cry and answer, I am a bitch. I shouldn't have troubled you. I am a shameless bitch. That's enough. Sudden. A loud shout was heard from the crowd. Are you a man? You're staring at a woman and hitting her? Then someone interjected, that's right, a man hitting a woman is nothing. Is having a few bucks enough to make you so great? Does that mean you can humiliate people at will? Lu Feng looked up at the two people who came forward. They were two young men, tall in stature. Quite powerful. There was also a girl beside each of them. He smiled slightly, looked at the two of them, and said calmly, you want to stand up for him? As he said that, he pointed to Shu Xinger's side and said, come on, as long as you dare to stand in front of me, I won't hit her. Not only will I not hit her anymore, I also promise not to cause her any trouble. I won't even ask her for a penny in compensation. Hearing this, the two strong men snorted coldly. Afraid of you? You think we don't dare? The two men raised their heads and were about to stand out. However, the girl next to them grabbed them. Don't worry, it's okay. He doesn't dare to touch us. This is a society ruled by law. Don't be afraid of him. The two men comforted the women beside them. Lu Feng didn't say anything, just looked at them with a smile, waiting for them. Chapter 32 Ninja Turtles? Can't you just shut up and stand there quietly and watch the show? Why do you have to be a hero? If you dare to go up, we will break up. The girls next to the two strong men looked very strong. Two men were not allowed to stand up. Xingxing, please stop making trouble. Don't you see so many people are watching? If I don't stand up now, would I still be a man? The first man persuaded her. Besides, today, I can watch other girls being bullied like this. Then, in the future, if you are bullied like this, others will watch you like this too. Yeah, can you please give me some face? I can't let people look down on me like this. The second man persuaded. Besides, I'm just doing good things, so there's no need to be afraid of him. Two people, two sentences, instantly elevated themselves to the moral high ground. So much so that the two girls didn't know how to refute for a moment. However, the two girls still held them back and wouldn't let them out. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng shook his head. Say, you are good people, you are doing good things. Originally, as a great villain, I was thinking of waiting for you to come out and then doing some good evil to you. But, judging by the looks of it, you probably don't have the guts to abandon your female companions and come out to let me do evil. In that case, Lu Feng glanced at the people around him. Finally, it fell on the woman next to the two men. I'm giving these two beauties a heads up. Lu Feng said, as for me, as they say, I just have a few stinky bucks, so I think I'm great. I also particularly like being the villain. Good men like the ones next to you, as long as they dare to stand up. I'll just spend some dirty money and do something evil. For example. Then, he pointed at Zhu Xinger and said, find a few women like this and specifically target these two and their families. Give them a little bit of privacy every day. I stare at them and call them poor bastards every day. Those who have wives and children, just stare at their wives and call them bitches, and stare at their children and call them bastards. And he cursed live. They work, then go live to curse. They go shopping, then go live to curse. Even if they go to the bathroom, I'll let them curse on the live stream. They are good people, they should be able to endure it all the time. When the time comes, I will also give them a banner. There are only 4 words on it: Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The two men who spoke for Zhu Xinger trembled for no reason. Just listening to what Lu Feng said about these operations made my scalp tingle. Who, as a normal person, can tolerate such treatment? It would be strange if this didn't lead to the destruction of the family and the death of many people. Ninja Turtles, haha, handsome guy, your idea is great, I support you. Don't try to persuade others to be good until you've experienced their suffering. For self-righteous good people like them, just do it and let them experience it for themselves. See if they still dare to brazenly call themselves good people. They're just two idiots who like to play the hero. There are so many people here, are they the only men? Aren't we all men? Can't everyone see who is doing the evil? That woman brought all of this upon herself. I saw her coming over with her phone, humiliating people. The words she said were truly awful. Now, she's being scolded and beaten, and she's blaming others? She even wants some idiot to play the good guy? Ha ha. Honestly, if I had met a woman like this, I would have taken action long ago and would not have waited until now. That's right. If it were me, I would have done it a long time ago. It's only because he really has money, otherwise, who knows what would have happened to him at the hands of this woman. If a family like those two idiots were targeted by a woman like that, they would be completely destroyed. All of a sudden, the people around started to attack the two people. They are men too. The two men's words made it seem as if they were not men and not good people. Of course they were also angry. Let's break up. I don't want to be killed by you because of your stupidity. Go ahead and be a good person. I won't stop you. That's your goddess. This time, the two female companions pushed the two men away without saying a word and turned away. The two men almost cried. Damn it, it turns out that the rich can't be messed with. Especially if you want to show off by stepping on the rich, you are simply asking for a slap in the face. This face is slapped. The bloody lesson is that we lost not only the wife but also the army. The two strong men were too embarrassed to stay there any longer, so they immediately ran away, covering their faces. A little episode. Lu Feng didn't care. His gaze fell back on Zhu Xinger once again. I actually don't like and don't want to hit women. Lu Feng said, but the premise is that you are a human. Before today, I didn't know you, did I? My wife hasn't offended you, has she? My 2 children, even if I say you are bad, I still have to add a polite title auntie. But you? When you rush up, just call me a bitch and a poor bastard. They'll scold the 2 children too. And he's inviting everyone to come and watch. Tell me, are you a human? As he said this, he pointed at himself and said, if you are only targeting me, I can tolerate it. But you're targeting my children and my family. Can I tolerate this? That is, I have money. Of course. You should also be glad that I'm rich. Otherwise, I might really. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. I can't help but be impulsive, and I'll trade my life for yours. Zhu Xinger was already scared out of her wits. This time, he was even more frightened and trembling all over. I'm not a human, I'm not a human. Zhu Xinger immediately said, I will never dare to do such a thing again. Please, forgive me. Then he looked at Su Muyun again. Goddess Su, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I promise I'll never do something like this again. Please beg for mercy on my behalf. Su Muyun didn't say anything. Her family education taught her that she should not hold back when her man is handling things. He should handle it however he wants. Even though he had already forgiven Zhu Xinger, he didn't want to bother with her anymore. He just sighed and didn't say anything. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Lu Feng shook his head and waved his hand. Forget it, there's no point in arguing with you. Since you've sincerely admitted your mistake, let's go. Zhu Xinger was stunned. Then, he suddenly looked up and looked at Lu Feng. Really, really? Lu Feng nodded. Thanks. Zhu Xinger immediately put down the box in her hand. Then, he bowed respectfully to Lu Feng and then to Su Muyun. Thank you. After paying her respects, she quickly pushed through the crowd and ran out. He even ignored Xian Zitson who was standing beside him. Chapter 33 I can't afford to play, I'll quit first. Handsome boy, you really have an extraordinary heart. That's right, you just slapped him a few times, isn't that too easy for her? If it were me, I would beat her until even her mother wouldn't recognize her. As soon as Zhu Xinger ran, there was a burst of discussion among the crowd. When Zhu Xinger heard these discussions, she was so scared that her legs almost went weak and she fell to the ground. At that moment, he didn't dare to stop at all and ran straight outside. Bang! But, just as I ran out of the mall, I bumped into someone. Why are you running? Then, a cold female voice came, what's there to run for? Zhu Xinger looked up and saw that the person standing in front of her was Li Yinji. She was furious. If I don't run away, should I stay there and wait for him to ask me for compensation? He added, are you waiting to be humiliated and laughed at? Won't you bite back? Can't you take advantage of the situation? What's there to be afraid of a stinky man? Li Yunji frowned. Besides, it's just a set of jewelry worth over 3 million. Is it really necessary to scare you like this? When she came over, she had been watching Zhu Xinger's live broadcast. Naturally, I also know the situation here. However, when I got off the car just now, I missed the scene after Lu Feng beat someone because I stopped the car. I didn't really understand Lu Feng's true methods. She just thought that Zhu Xinger was simply scared and ran away. Isn't it just over 3 million? Zhu Xinger sneered and said, Fairy Yun, for you, more than 3 million is indeed not a lot. As long as you are willing to stretch your legs, you can earn it in less than a year. As for me, my level is too low, my rank is too low, my legs are numb from stretching, and it will take me several years to catch up. I can't compare with you. I don't want to compete with you. I just want to be a small person honestly. I don't want to be your cannon fodder and make a fool of myself. I don't want to end up unable to return home or leave the house. So? She gritted her teeth and said firmly, you can handle this matter by yourself. I can't afford it, so I'm backing off first. After saying that, he waved his hand, ignored Li Yunji, and turned away. She was so frightened that there was absolutely no way she could stay. Even if she lost her salary and money became less easy to earn, she would not stay. That man is so scary. She was really afraid that her family would be broken up. Li Yunji looked at Zhu Xinger leaving, and her face instantly turned gloomy. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. However, she turned around with a cold face and entered the mall. Inside the mall, the barrage on Su Muyun's phone changed again. Goddess Sue, your husband is amazing. This wave of operations is really amazing. 666, this slap was really satisfying. The key is that after hitting someone, he didn't even feel the slightest bit of resentment. That's amazing. I protect my family, what's wrong with that? You want to destroy my family, and you won't allow me to slap you a few times and ruin your reputation? Ding, mood as emotions send out a rocket. Come on, brothers, keep brushing with me. Goddess Sue, this man is good, you have good taste, we support you. Seeing everyone praising Lu Feng, she felt particularly happy. She is happier than praising herself. Because, that was the man she chose. Xian Zitsong saw Zhu Xing'er running away and didn't want to stay here for long. After all, he had made such a boast before. If something really happens, he will come to help Zhu Xing'er. As a result, Lu Feng became a local tycoon. He remained silent. Watching Zhu Xing'er being beaten. He didn't even glance at it. Seeing Zhu Xing'er running away, he wanted to slip away quietly. He couldn't even afford to pay 4 million, let alone an identical limited edition set, which would cost tens of millions. Therefore, among the 36 strategies, the best one is to run away first. President Xian, where are you planning to run to? How could Lu Feng let him go? After all, Zhu Xing'er is just a woman, no matter how harsh or unpleasant the insults are. She suffered what she deserved. He also admitted his mistake. Then, Lu Feng wouldn't care too much. But Xian Zitsong is different. He is a man. He is also a man who made Su Muyun cry and took advantage of her misfortune. Lu Feng naturally wouldn't let him get away so easily. Run? Xian Zitsong turned around and sneered, the mall is so big, can't I just walk around? Is this your home? Still running? Do I need it? As the president of the Nanqing branch of the Mingyue Union, he naturally would not be weak in momentum. It's too embarrassing for myself. It would be best if you didn't run. Lu Feng nodded and said with a smile, then let's settle the accounts. As he spoke, he pointed to the Cartier box on the ground. Said, just now, everyone was watching, and you personally instructed Zhu Xing'er to step on it. He added, you are the mastermind, and she is the doer. The mastermind should naturally bear the main responsibility. What responsibility? Xian Zitsong sneered disdainfully. Said, do you think everyone is like that stupid woman? I'll let you beat me, I'll let you humiliate me, whatever you say is what it is. As he spoke, Xian Zitsong walked to the box. He picked up the box, handed it to Lu Feng, and said, take it back and repackage it. I'll pay for it. After saying that, he looked at Lu Feng provocatively. Said, do you really think I'm stupid? They're just a few pieces of jewelry. How could they really be broken by those few kicks just now? Change the packaging bag, it's still new. How much can it cost? Lu Feng didn't even open his eyes to him. He just gestured to Lu Feng, open it and show it to him. Lu Feng nodded, then opened the tattered packaging box. The 5-piece jewelry set was originally brand new. The ring, 2 earrings and bracelet all have varying degrees of deformation. The necklace didn't deform, but it was broken. Zhu Xing'er is wearing high heels. Because I really wanted to show off, I stepped very hard. Moreover, every time he stepped on it, he used his pointed hind feet to press and turn it twice. Therefore, Lu Feng had already anticipated the current situation. He smiled faintly and looked at Xian Zitsong. When Xian Zitsong saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. I couldn't help but curse Zhu Xing'er in my heart as a stupid woman. Just step on it if you want. Is it necessary to do this? No wonder he didn't say a word of rebuttal after being humiliated so much. Feelings, this has dug such a big hole for me. What's the big deal? Xian Zitsong forced himself to remain calm and said, take it back and have it repaired. I'll pay you whatever it costs. Lu Feng immediately said, sir, this is our Cartier Angel set, which was made by our headquarters. Xian Zi waved his hand and said, stop talking nonsense, just tell me how much money you want. Well, I'm not sure. Lu Feng replied, you'll have to ask the master who built it. However, based on my experience, if the repair process is relatively simple, it might only cost around 1 million. And if the master finds the repair process too troublesome, or simply doesn't want to repair it, then. Chapter 34. The security guard came, cried, and crawled away. Lu Feng's meaning was very clear. Even if the repair is simple, the price is around 1 million. Once the master feels that it is troublesome to repair, he may ask for an exorbitant price. Some people may even be unwilling to repair it at all. Does your Cartier craftsman have gold inlay on his hands? Shen Zitsong was furious. Just asking him to fix it, you want $1 million? As he spoke, he frowned and added, are you trying to cooperate with him to blackmail me? Lu Feng's face darkened and he said, sir, since you don't trust us, then you should handle this matter yourself. Just a little shabby waiter, who are you looking down on? Shen Zitsong snorted coldly and said disdainfully, do you really think I can't handle it? As he spoke, Shen Zitsong took the packaging box directly. He snorted coldly, I'll deal with one right now and show you how to deal with it, so that you won't look down on me with your dog eyes. After saying that, he took out his cell phone. Dial a number directly. Hello, is this Xiaosong? Brother Song, what are your instructions? I remember you said last time that you have a friend who was the general manager of a Cartier branch, right? Yes. What's the matter? Brother Song, are you planning to introduce a business to my friend? Well, I have a limited edition Angel series set here. It was just stepped on and damaged, so I'm planning to repair it. Ask him how much it costs. Was it stepped on badly? It's not too serious. What do you mean it's not too serious? How about this, Song Gu, send me a picture. Okay, I'll send it to you now. After hanging up the phone, I immediately sent a picture to the other party. By the way, remind the other party to hurry up. Waiting here. From what you said, you're only willing to repair it but not compensate? At this time, Lu Feng spoke. Yes, at most I can help you fix it. Shen Zitsong said in an extremely tough tone, you want me to pay? Impossible. Joke. Nearly 4 million worth of goods. Even if you beg for help from everyone and barely scrape together enough money to pay the compensation, you will almost lose everything. What's more, according to Lu Feng's algorithm, the amount would have to double and reach tens of millions. How could he possibly pay? So, at this time, I can only act like a rogue. After all, it was impossible for him to admit his mistake to Lu Feng, let alone kneel down like Xu Xinger. What a bullshit president. He's nothing but a scabby dog. That's right. Someone's brand new 5-piece jewelry set was stepped on like this. It's like buying a new car, paying for it, and before you even drive it, it gets hit and shattered. Who would still want it? Before, when you were yelling for others to step on you, you were so domineering, but what happened? This is it? In front of us, he pretends to be a decent person, but when something happens, he acts like a grandson. What kind of nonsense is that? Suddenly, waves of mocking voices were heard. None of your business. Shen Zitsong was extremely angry and could not help but shout at the people around him, who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to complain about my affairs? Slapped in the face by Lu Feng. Being ridiculed by Lu Feng. He could even endure being humiliated and coerced by Lu Feng. After all, he is a rich man. If you can't beat the rich, you have no choice but to admit it. But he couldn't stand the onlookers shouting. He glared at me and said rudely, you are a bunch of stupid fence-sitters and followers. What else can you do besides yelling along? When Xu Xinger called him a poor bastard and said they were shameless, weren't you all dancing for joy? Oh, now that you've discovered he's rich, you're immediately turning to his side and becoming his bootlicker? Oh, you are qualified to say that about me? As he spoke, he hummed provocatively and sneered twice. There was even a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. I don't know if other people are fence-sitters, but I'm definitely not one. I've never followed the crowd and mocked this handsome guy. I could tell from the first glance that the woman who just left wasn't a good person, so I didn't say anything at first. Brothers, is this the point? The point now is that this guy hit us all with a map cannon. This bastard, seeing himself become a joke, still wants to drag us down with him. What a jerk! Shameless guy, you are a dog, your whole family are dogs. Ha, who are you talking about? What's so great about having a few bucks? What's so great about you being the president? Suddenly, there were waves of shouting and cursing. In an instant, all the onlookers started shouting and cursing. As soon as he saw that he was being surrounded, Shen Zitsong's face became as ugly as it could be. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that Lu Feng was also walking towards him step by step. Suddenly, Shen Zitsong's expression changed. I subconsciously stepped back. Handsome rich guy, beat him up. Yes, beat him to death. You bastard, handsome, go ahead and fuck him, we'll take you down. Don't show any mercy, beat him to death, and we'll all take the blame for you. The people around were immediately excited when they saw Lu Feng approaching Xian Zitsong. They had witnessed with their own eyes how Lu Feng beat Zhu Xing'er. This rich and handsome guy is a man who is not afraid of anything and dares to take action. People like Xian Zitsong need to be dealt with by people like this. They shouted more and more happily. In the end, even on the second, third, fourth and fifth floors of the mall, people were cheering and shouting. Xian Zitsong saw that the situation seemed a little out of control. I was so scared that my body started shaking. He shouted, "Security, security, where are the security? Are all the security guards dead?" At this moment, Xian Zitsong felt like he was in a den of wolves. It feels like it will be eaten at any time. I had no choice but to start shouting for security to save my life. "Hey, the person in front, please make way, we are security guards, please let us in. Why are you pushing? There's no road ahead. Ah, there's a pervert. He touched me. We are security guards, don't hit me, don't hit me. We are security guards, The security guard is here. Security is clearing the way." The security guard was stopped. The security guard shouted. The security guard was beaten. The security guard revealed his identity. The security guard cried. The security guard crawled away holding his head. Xian Zitsong heard screams outside. My heart feels cold. He already regretted what he had just said. If I didn't provoke the onlookers, the security guards outside might come in to help. But now. You, don't come over here. Xian Zitsong pointed at Lu Feng across from him, took out his cell phone with a trembling hand, and said, "I'm calling the police now." He added, "If you dare to hit me in public, you'll go to jail." Chapter 35, You call starting with 4 million repair? And you dare to say it's a favor? Handsome rich guy, don't be a coward. Beat him to death. Yes, we will testify for you and say that he was the first to attack. He is the evil one who filed the complaint first. Let him talk dirty, let him act cool, and let Uncle Policeman send him to the hospital. Hearing the noises around him, Xian Zitsong was about to cry. Damn, this is really shooting oneself in the foot. That idiot Li Yunji even said he wanted to ruin someone's reputation. What's the result? This is pulling people together to bury myself. What to do? What to do? Ding ding ding. Suddenly, at this moment, the phone rang. Xian Zitsong immediately became alert. Don't be impatient. He stretched out his hand and made a gesture to Lu Feng to tell him not to come closer. Say, my phone is ringing. Don't worry, if something is broken, I promise to return it to its original owner. I will take the responsibility that I should take. But, if you dare to touch me, I promise to make you pay for it. As he said this, he glared at Lu Feng coldly. It seems like he wants to show his power. Lu Feng smiled faintly. Walk up to him. Stop. Just watching him, he gestured for him to answer the phone first. Xian Zitsong quickly answered the phone. Hey, brother Tsong. Yes, it's me, Xiaosong. Tell me, how much does it cost to repair that set of jewelry? This. Don't hesitate, just tell me how much you want. Xian Zitsong was almost frightened to death by what happened just now. At this moment I just think, as long as the problem can be solved. Well, even if it costs more than 1 million, he would accept it. Anyway, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. I'll settle this account with Lu Feng later. If you can't find Lu Feng, then look for Su Muyun. Anyway, the two of them are together. No rush. So, he said very arrogantly, remember, I want it fixed today, it doesn't matter if it costs a little more. He. Xiaosong on the other side laughed dryly twice and said, Brother Tsong, the money is actually secondary. The main thing is. Boss Xia, you're here. Come on, tell Brother Kong. I'm afraid I haven't explained it clearly enough. Brother Tsong, Mr. Xia is here. I'll let him talk to you in person. He's the general manager of our Shangqing office, and he has some connections at Cartier headquarters. I'm a very good friend. Don't worry, he will never let you down. Hearing this, Xian Zitsong laughed. Said, okay, it would be even better if President Xia is here, you let President Xia speak. After saying that, he looked up at Lu Feng, then looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Lu Feng. He sneered, "Did you hear that? A small branch is nothing. Your President Xia is personally dealing with me now. It's just a trivial matter. As long as I ask, can't it be handled in minutes?" Lu Feng gritted her teeth and her face turned pale. His face was full of unhappiness. The people around stopped shouting at this time. The confidence seems a little lacking. Only Lu Feng was still looking at him calmly. "Brother Song, right? Boss Xia, what's the big deal? You're Xiaosong's friend, and that means you're my friend. We're all family. Just call me Ziet Song." "Well, in that case, I won't be polite." Mr. Xia said, "Brother Ziet Song, you are Xiaosong's friend, so I will speak frankly. I just received this set of Angel Series jewelry in your picture and gave it to the Red Star Plaza branch as a store treasure. The normal price is 3.08 million. However, since it's a limited edition, the price tag is 3.68 million. Judging from the pictures, this set of Angel Series must have been vandalized. If you want it, add 200,000 yuan. I can use my connections and get the goods in 3 months." Xian Zitsong was stunned. He frowned and said, "Boss Xia, didn't Xiaosong tell you clearly what my request is?" Then he said, "I don't want a new model, I just want to repair it." "Then, may I ask, did you buy this yourself, Brother Zitsong? Or did someone else buy it?" Mr. Xia asked again, in other words, do you help others repair it, or do you help yourself repair it? Then he asked, in addition, do you have any other requirements? "I'm helping others fix it." Xian Zitsong said, "There is only one requirement, which is to restore it to its original state." "In that case, Brother Zitsong, you should just buy a new one." Mr. Xia said, "I'm giving Xiaosong face and doing him a favor. It will only take 3 months. I bought a new one because I was sick. Another 3 months to wait. Damn, a house costs more than 3 million, and if I wait for 3 more months, the waiting fee of 5 million will be cut in half, which is another 2 million. If that's the case, why would I look for you?" Of course, no matter what he thought, Xian Zitsong naturally didn't dare to say so. After all, we still need help from others. So, I just said, no, just fix it. Then he said, "Boss Xia, please help me." "Really want to repair it?" "Well, it really needs to be repaired." "Okay, for Xiaosong's sake, I'll swallow my pride and help you get the person back." Mr. Xia said, "But you have to pay first. Just tell me how much it is, and I'll transfer it to you right away. Give me 4 million first, and I'll refund you the extra money and make up for the extra money." Mr. Xia said, "However, let me remind you, Brother Zitsong, that even if I don't want this face, these 4 million may not be enough." Fuck you. Are you kidding me?" Xian Zitsong couldn't help but want to curse. Buying a new one will cost more than 3 million. It would cost 4 million, or more, to repair it. Why the hell don't you just go and grab it? But he said, "Boss Xia, you are not kidding, right? Brother Zitsong, this Angel Series set was personally crafted by the master craftsman at the headquarters." Mr. Xia said, "If we were to repair it for you, we could only guarantee a 70% similarity at best. The price is not expensive, just pay a little for the labor. But, you are repairing it for others. And, it needs to be restored to its original state. Honestly, there's no other way except to send it back to headquarters and have the original craftsman personally restore it. And if it's sent back..." After a pause, President Xia continued, "Brother Zitsong, you may not know. Every series produced by Cartier is a work dedicated to a specific master craftsman. These masters are very concerned about their own works. Not to mention what would happen if the item was sent back. Just thinking about sending that picture you took, I can imagine how furious that craftsman would be. If I don't ask for help or find connections. Don't even mention 4 million, even if it's 40 million, no one will help you fix it. They might even put you on the blacklist. You will not be allowed to buy his products in the future. Similar things have happened to us at Cartier more than once or twice. So, if Brother Zitsong doesn't believe it, you can ask someone familiar with Cartier." Xian Zitsong was a little confused. However, I still asked unwillingly, "Is it really impossible to repair it?" "Brother Zitsong, honestly speaking, if money is what you care about, then my advice is to just buy a new one." Mr. Xia said, "I told you to give Xiaosong some face and do this favor. You can get the goods in 3 months, and it will be cheaper." Then he said, "But, if you don't care about money, but only care about the goods, Then, well, needless to say, the meaning is already very clear. The minimum guarantee starts at 4 million. I'm going to MLGBD. Don't give me face. I can't afford such a big honor. If I could afford 4 million, why would I keep talking to you for so long? As for using your connections? Chapter 36. What a bullshit tycoon. Little sister, did you see that? It's just such a trivial matter, but your President Xia personally entertained me and it will be done in minutes. It's only 4, 5, or 6 million. What's the big deal? You should be more low-key in the future. Mr. Xia, I don't want to buy it, I want to repair it. Don't you understand? Boss Xia, are you kidding me? Repairing it will cost 4, 5, or 6 million. Boss Xia, I boasted that I could get it done in minutes, and now you're asking me to buy a new one. Are you a friend? Boss Xia, please stop giving me face. Your face is too expensive. Boss Xia, I asked you to help me save money, and this is how you save money? And you're even giving me face by letting me buy a new one? Bang! Xian Zizong finally couldn't stand the ridicule from the people around him. Just hung up the phone. If he didn't hang up the phone, even if he didn't die of anger, he would be scolded to death behind his back by Mr. Xia over there. Ha, this idiot is so funny. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen anyone this stupid. That's right. They've already made it very clear. Buy a new one, don't fix it. But you insisted on having them do it. Now, they can't do it anymore, huh? I can handle it in a minute. I'm done. Sorry, I said the wrong thing, ha. The mocking voices came like waves, one higher than the other. Xian Zizong wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Before, I was thinking of getting it done with 1 or 2 million, so I decided to grit my teeth and spend 1 or 2 million to get through this. Who would have thought that repairing it would involve so many things? Damn, what is the difference between me now and Zhu Xing'er? After pretending to be cool for a long time, I ended up being an idiot. It was even broadcast live. This is simply. I'll ask you one last time, how are you going to compensate me? At this time, Lu Feng was already standing in front of Xian Zizong and asked with a playful smile. How to compensate? I'll compensate your mother. Xian Zizong thought viciously in his heart. There was a smile on his face that even he found disgusting. Said, brother, how about this? Stop. Lu Feng stretched out his hand to suppress him. Don't call me brother, these 2 words coming out of your mouth make me feel sick. He also said, if you want to fart, just fart. Xian Zizong smiled awkwardly. He nodded and said, what I mean is, can this matter be let go for Miss Su's sake? Of course, I'm not saying I won't pay. It's just a compensation of 1 or 2 million as a token of my appreciation, and that's it. Well, I can guarantee that starting today, Miss Su will receive the best benefits in our union. Also, I will help Miss Su resolve the scandal that happened earlier. What do you think? I have to say that the thickness of this leader's face is really incomparable to that of ordinary people. She was calling her a bitch before, but now she calls her Miss Su. He said before that Su Muyun should compensate for the loss of reputation, and now he said that he would help Su Muyun settle this scandal. Just asking, who else? I need your 1 or 2 million. Lu Feng still looked at Xian Zizong with a calm smile. You're rich, so you don't need my 1 or 2 million. But Xian Zizong smiled slightly and said, Miss Su, after all, she is under the banner of our guild. We have a contract with our guild. You can do whatever you want, but she can't. If she behaves like you, it won't just be her reputation that's ruined. After a pause, Xian Zizong felt that he had regained the initiative. He looked at Lu Feng with a sense of righteousness and said, as her direct superior, you don't have to give me face. But, you have to give her some face, right? Otherwise, how will she behave in the union in the future? How can you behave in front of me? So? He smiled confidently, why don't you listen to Miss Su's opinion? Perhaps. Bang! However, before Xian Zizong could finish his words, Lu Feng slapped him in the face. Although Xian Zizong had been prepared, he still failed to prevent it. Lu Feng acted too quickly. Not only fast, but also fierce. After the slap, he felt a burning pain on his face. You can tell it's swollen without even touching it. He was furious, you dare to hit me. Bang! Another slap. The other side is also swollen. Xian Zitsong went crazy, yelling and rushing over, you and I. Brush. Lu Feng didn't waste any time, grabbed Xian Zitsong's hair and pulled him towards himself. Lift your legs, bend your knees, and push forward. Bang. Ouch. A scream like a pig being slaughtered was heard. Xian Zitsong covered his abdomen with both hands, and his face turned extremely pale in an instant. Both eyes were tinged with white. It felt like I would faint at any moment. Lost combat effectiveness instantly. Threatening me with my wife? Lu Feng grabbed his hair, lifted his head, and looked at his rolling eyes. He laughed and said, you think you can threaten my wife? I didn't. Bang. No. Bang. I'm happily bringing my wife out here. Just give her a call. The smile on Lu Feng's face disappeared and turned gloomy. In the end, I came out crying. Bang. You didn't? She'd cry? Bang. You didn't. Would you chase her down here and scold her with Zhu Xing'er? Force her? Bang. You want compensation for loss of reputation, right? Bang. You want her to be ruined, right? Bang. You want her to regret it, right? Bang. You thought I really didn't dare to touch you? Pa pa pa. After a series of slaps, Xian Zitsong was completely turned into a dead fish. I was wrong. Xian Zitsong opened his mouth and felt that there was a leak in his words. His words seemed a little unclear. Please forgive me, please? I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Handsome local tyrant, don't listen to him. Yes, this shameless bitch needs to be beaten hard and beaten to death. He still dares to threaten you, don't hold back, beat him so hard that his mother won't even recognize him. What the hell, you're just pretending in front of us. If I don't beat you up, do you really think you're so awesome? The onlookers around were all excited and cheering wildly. Xian Zitsong didn't dare to refute. Just trembling all over. My legs feel weak. Begging for mercy, I really don't dare anymore. Rich guy, handsome guy, big brother, please, spare me. I am a bitch, I am not a human being. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Xian Zitsong was really scared. He finally understood why Zhu Xing'er ran away. Damn, I finally got to experience what Zhu Xing'er felt like. What a bullshit local tycoon. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd, what a handsome guy. A poor, pretty boy, actually pretends to be one. Xian Zitsong, you are at least the leader of a guild. How can you be so cowardly that you get scared like this by a poor pretty boy? Chapter 37 I just take care of my husband and children. As the voice came, everyone looked over. Then a woman squeezed into the crowd. This woman is prettier than Zhu Xing'er. Wearing light makeup. Dressed in OL outfit. She does have the aura of a female CEO. Who is this woman? So awesome? Another idiotic woman, running in and catching our rich handsome guy calling him a poor bastard, her IQ is unparalleled. She's a female anchor on the Hota platform, her name is Yun Xianzi, and she's quite famous. Another anchor. Are all these live streamers brain dead? Who said that? Goddess Sue is not. Oh, yes, except for our rich handsome guy's wife. As soon as Li Yunji came in, she was besieged by an unknown group of people. Suddenly, I was filled with anger. He cursed, you are idiots, your whole family is idiots. He's just a gigolo who relies on women to show off, and you actually treat him as a rich man. If you are not idiots, then who is? Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard this. They are all spectators who like to watch the fun and don't mind meddling in other people's business. It would be very exciting to ask them to join in the fun. However, it is naturally impossible to ask them to take the initiative to take sides. So, when Li Yunji stood up in an extremely domineering manner and said that Lu Feng was a gigolo, they were shocked. I didn't dare to reply. I just thought that Lu Feng was really a pretty boy. Therefore, everyone looked at Lu Feng with questioning eyes. At this moment, Lu Feng finally understood what was going on the moment he saw Li Yunji. I finally understood why the random exchanges given by the system always contained information about Li Yunji. It's impossible to reason with a woman. Especially with this kind of self-righteous, arrogant stupid woman. So Lu Feng didn't hesitate at all. Just choose to redeem. Byte. The exchange of Li Yunji's information was successful. The information has been transferred to your phone. Please check. The system voice came, and then all the information about the data emerged in his mind at the same time. When receiving this information, Lu Feng was also a little confused. This system. Awesome. It's amazing that I can get such precise, such unexpected information. To be honest, I really didn't expect you to be so capable. At this time, Li Yunji spoke again. She looked at Lu Feng with a sneer and said, "You can make Su Ping'an, that bitch, willingly spend so much money to support you. And you're so good at pretending. If I hadn't come today, you might have succeeded in pretending to be rich." Bah! She spat on the ground with disdain. Said, "A poor bastard whose only skill is being a gigolo, you think you have the right to act cool and act rich?" After saying that, she turned her head and looked at Su Muyun beside her. He sneered again, "Bitch Su, I actually admire you a lot. As expected of a bitch who can act noble, flirt with the rich, and act arrogant in front of everyone. This brain is really useful. Such a big accident happened last night. Today, you actually dared to use a pretty boy as a shield. Furthermore, they're actually willing to shell out so much money to let him pretend to be a rich man. I guess this nearly 4 million in savings is probably all you've earned from selling things over the years, right?" As he said this, he pointed at Lu Feng. He added, "To be honest, if I didn't know this poor bastard inside and out, I might have been deceived by you. Cold? Arrogant? Reserved? Bah! Just a bitch." If it were in the past, Su Muyun would definitely be very angry at this moment. I will definitely refute it. Even your eyes may turn red and you may feel particularly aggrieved. But after what happened before, Su Muyun stopped crying and making a fuss. I don't even bother to explain. Because she knew and believed that Lu Feng would solve all problems. Therefore, even if some less harmonious voices began to appear in the live broadcast barrage, she didn't care. She just watched with a smile. Why aren't you talking? Li Yunji saw that Su Muyun was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at himself with a smile. It's like treating yourself as a clown. The anger in my heart grew even stronger. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you agree? Do you have nothing to refute?" Su Muyun pointed at Lu Feng. She smiled and said, "My husband is here. If you have any questions, please talk to him. My responsibilities are to take care of my husband and children, and do what I like to do. As for the other things..." After a pause, she added, "Well, it's all under my husband's control." After saying that, he winked at Lu Feng. That look seemed to say, "How is it? Am I good? Am I giving you enough face?" Lu Feng smiled back. "By the way, I also gave it a thumbs up. It means awesome." Li Yunji almost collapsed. "I'm scolding you and humiliating you. I'm looking for trouble. What are you doing? Show affection? MMP. Isn't this treating me like a nobody? A pair of bastards." She couldn't help but curse. "Do you think that by showing affection, you can let this matter go? Humph, I've already sent someone to get the information. Right now, I'm going to tear those dirty, ugly faces of yours apart." The people around didn't make any noise. The main reason is that Lu Feng has already slapped them in the face once. They were also worried that Lu Feng would make another reversal. Li Yunji seemed particularly confident and domineering. Therefore, they dare not take sides casually. Afraid of being slapped in the face. "President Xian, I'm giving you a chance to save yourself, do you want it?" At this time, Lu Feng spoke. However, he ignored Li Yunji. Instead, he asked Xian Zitsong, who was still holding it in his hand. Yes, yes, yes." Xian Zitsong immediately nodded and agreed. Lu Feng smiled. Said, "Well, later, I want you to tell me the truth. Just tell the truth. No need to exaggerate. Just tell the truth. Okay?" When Xian Zitsong heard this, he would never object. I immediately nodded and agreed. "Xian Zitsong, are you still a man?" At this point, Li Yunji couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily, "Being scared like this by a poor pretty boy, do you still want to be the president?" Xian Zitsong didn't say anything. "Just keep your head down. You can still regret it now." Lu Feng was not in a hurry and smiled, "I promise I won't hit you again." After saying that, he loosened his hand. Pointing at Li Yunji, he said, "Well, I'll give you a chance. You can still walk over to her and stand with her." Brush. Xian Zitsong knelt down without thinking. "Brother, you just said you would give me a chance." He cried and said, "I won't go over. I'll stand by your side. Whatever you ask me to say, I promise to tell you everything." Li Yunji was confused. The people around were also confused. What the hell is this? Beaten unconscious? Chapter 38. I still have a trump card, I can still turn the tables. Was Xian Zitsong beaten unconscious? Of course not. He is very sober now. More awake than ever before. His thoughts at this moment were, "Damn, am I a pig? Even if I am a pig, there is no way I would fall into the same pit twice. I'd been cheated by Li Yunji once before. If I trust her again, I'll be worse than a pig. And I don't know whether this local tycoon is real or not. But do you think anyone can fake the big brother's aura and the way he beats people? Can a pretty boy have such means and momentum? Can a pretty boy throw something worth millions and have people step on it? Su Ping'an, the proud goddess. Would this goddess, who would rather be ruined than compromise with herself, really support a gigolo like this? I, Xian Zitsong, am at least the head of a guild. No matter how stupid I am, I shouldn't be so stupid as to not be able to see what's right or wrong, right?" Of course, he didn't say these words. Because he wants to trick Li Yunji. After being tricked by Li Yunji like this, would he be willing not to drag Li Yunji down with him? Xian Zitsong, you are so disappointing. Li Yunji saw Xian Zitsong kneeling on the ground, looking shameless. I was so angry. He almost rushed over and kicked Xian Zitsong a few times. This is not only a disgrace to the man. He also lost all his face. You know, I had sex with this man before. But I didn't expect that this man was so incompetent. So weak. You're not even worthy of being a man. Li Yunji roared angrily, "You are a ballless waste." Xian Zitsong ignored Li Yunji. Just looking at Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled and said, "She is scolding you, can you bear it?" In an instant, Xuanzi understood what Lu Feng meant. Stand up immediately. Pointing at Li Yunji, he cursed, "You bitch, how dare you call me a non-man? If it weren't for you, how could Zhu Xing'er and I end up like this? It was you who kept saying that Su Ping'an was a slut who could be slept with by anyone. You also said that as long as Zhu Xing'er and I cooperate with you, we can definitely bring Su Ping'an and the others to ruin. What's the result? We believed your lies, and this is the outcome?" After a pause, he continued, "Oh, we've been rushing ahead for a long time, and you're so late. You still have the nerve to scold me? Who gave you the nerve?" As he spoke, Xian Zitsong turned around and looked at the people around him. He laughed and said, "Let me tell you who this Li Yunji is. She's a real slut. As long as you have money, she will cooperate with you in whatever you want her to do. Don't be fooled by how high-end her clothes are now. In reality, she is just an entertainer. Take what happened today for example. Why is she targeting goddess Su Ping'an? Because Su Ping'an has the best reputation in our Huta platform. Not only is it well known, it's also very popular. She, Li Yunji, is very jealous. Why can you, Su Ping'an, be so noble and make money at the same time? Do I have to go the low route? I'm going to drag you into the water. If you're not cheap, I'll make you cheap." So, she frantically dug up information about goddess Su Ping'an. Look, she got excited the moment our big brother appeared. She arrogantly thinks this rich man is just a poor bastard. He's a gigolo. So, let Zhu Xing'er take the lead and provoke first. Then, I was asked to threaten Su Ping'an and make him listen to me. They even asked me to record the video. Oh. With a cold laugh, Xian Zitsong said disdainfully, "Who is Su Ping'an? She is a true lady from a noble family, a person who respects her family. How could you possibly be threatened by me?" But Li Yunji still patted her chest and promised that she would definitely bring Su Ping'an and the others to ruin. "We have to come here to cause trouble." He also said what would happen after it was done. "And if we don't do what she says, she'll do this and that." What's the result? Xian Zitsong glared at Li Yunji. "In the end, it was Zhu Xing'er and I who suffered the most. How dare you scold me? You bitch, what qualifications do you have?" In fact, the reason why Xian Zitsong and Zhu Xing'er jumped out to cause trouble. it was because Su Ping'an annoyed him. However, at this time, he certainly would not admit it. Not only did he refuse to admit it, he also madly threw dirty water on Li Yunji. I have no shame anyway, so you, Li Yunji, don't have any shame either. Haha, what do you call this? Dog bites dog. That's a divisive tactic. What a rich handsome guy. You're not a man. You're a bitch. You have no balls. You're being played with. Ha, this fight is so exciting. It turns out that our goddess Su was simply caught in the crossfire. Ah, why is it so difficult to be a goddess quietly? Just for our rich handsome guy, I also want to pay attention to goddess Su. Yes, let's pay attention. Suddenly, the onlookers started to make noise again. Xian Zitsong, are you crazy? When Li Yunji first heard Xian Zitsong's words, she was a little confused. She never imagined that Xian Zitsong would be so crazy. He was willing to drag Li Yunji into this, even at the cost of ruining his own character. However, she soon reacted. Angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Am I talking nonsense? Xian Zitsong sneered, Li Yunji, I can swear to heaven right now. If what I just said about you is even a lie, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. He was hit by a car when he went out. He fell to death while walking. Choked to death while drinking water. Come on, do you dare to swear and deny it with me? Li Yunji was going crazy. She pointed at Xian Zitsong and roared, You talked for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Okay, Xian Zitsong, you are awesome. Then he looked at Lu Feng and said, Good job. But don't be too happy too soon. Soon, I'll let you know what regret is. She has a backup plan. All information about Lu Feng. And the information of Su Muyun's 2 children. She had contacted someone to check before coming here. The other party said that he would reply to her soon. As long as she got this information, she felt that she could still turn the situation around. Regret? Xian Zitsong sneered and was about to say something else. Lu Feng waved his hand to stop him from talking nonsense. Then, she whispered something in his ear. After hearing this, Xian Zitsong showed a look of shock and fear on his face. Once we've settled this matter, our scores will be settled. Lu Feng said, Even if you threaten my wife, or if you damage my jewelry, I won't bother with you anymore. Hearing this, Xian Zitsong hesitated slightly. Then, he looked at Li Yunji angrily. Gritting his teeth, he nodded towards Lu Feng, Okay. After saying that, he took out his cell phone, added Lu Feng as a friend, and did some operations. Then, Xian Zitsong said nothing and turned away. Chapter 39 The confidentiality level is too high and cannot be checked. After Xian Zitsong left, Lu Feng walked step by step to Li Yunji. We've only met once. Lu Feng's voice was devoid of emotion. We've only dealt with each other once. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any deep hatred. But your performance today tells me that you hate me and Muyun to the core. However, since you are a woman, I will give you a chance. You must apologize to me and Muyun immediately, and declare publicly that you will never do something like this again. Then I can stop arguing with you. Li Yunji sneered. He said disdainfully, Oh, you don't care about me? You guys ruined my reputation today, and you're just going to leave me alone? I'm telling you, we're not done yet. If I can't bring disgrace upon you today, Li Yunji. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Li Yunji's cell phone rang. Li Yunji glanced at the incoming call on her cell phone. The smile on his lips grew wider. She pointed to her phone. He said to the people around him, Now, I'll let you listen carefully to what this so-called local tycoon and that so-called goddess are up to. He looked at Lu Feng again. I hope that after hearing this information, you can still pretend. After saying that, Li Yunji pressed the answer button. Then, turn on the hands-free function. He ordered directly, Go ahead, give me a complete and detailed report of their information. At this moment, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Everyone seemed to want to hear the report from the other end of the phone. Li Yunji looked at Lu Feng with a sneer. She really wanted to see how rich Lu Feng's expression, which seemed to be calm, would become later. Ms. Yunji, I'm sorry, but we can't find the information you asked us to find. Li Yunji was stunned. Then, he asked in disbelief, What did you say? Say it again. As for that person named Lu Feng, his information is highly confidential and there is no way to investigate him. The person on the other end of the phone said, especially after graduating from university, there's absolutely no information at all. As for Su Muyun, we can only find out about her after she came to Xiangcheng. As for her before coming to Xiangcheng, we only know that she was from Kyoto. For the rest, there is no way to check. Upon hearing this, Li Yunji became angry. She yelled in frustration, "Useless trash. I spent so much money and this is the answer you give me." He's also known as the best detective in Xiangcheng. Do you have any shame? He threatened again, "Just wait, I'll go and smash your signboard tomorrow." Ms. Yunji, this is really not our fault. The person on the other end of the phone said, their information is too confidential. Besides, we didn't gain nothing. Although, we haven't found any negative information about these two people. But, we did find out the information about Su Muyun giving birth. Li Yunji's face lit up with joy. He immediately asked, "Tell me." Su Muyun did give birth to twins 4 years ago. The person on the other end of the phone said, this child should have been conceived around the time she graduated from college. Also, according to the information we obtained from the hospital where Su Muyun gave birth, the father of the two children is indeed Lu Feng. According to the doctors, the information Su Muyun filled in under his father's name was this name. As soon as these words were spoken, suddenly, everyone around burst into laughter. That's all? You still want to ruin his reputation? You can't even find out about someone, and yet you still want to throw dirty water on them? Even if you want to throw dirty water on me, at least you can create some information. Find a detective. They're all helping our rich handsome guy and goddess Su. Isn't this a really stupid move of yours? Bang! Li Yunji suddenly threw the phone to the ground, smashing it into pieces. She wanted to ruin Lu Feng and Su Muyun's reputation. She felt that if she could expose Lu Feng and Su Muyun's true colors, she would be able to turn the tables. What's the result? As everyone said, the person I found was exactly the opposite of me. The information cannot be found, the confidentiality level is too high. Oh, what does this mean? It means he has a high status. There is no way to check. Let us talk about the children's issue. She wanted to tell everyone that Lu Feng was just a gigolo and a scapegoat. What's the result? The person I found came to the conclusion that the child was Lu Feng's. Whose face is this a slap in the face? Slap yourself in the face. Is there anything more despairing than this kind of slap in the face? It's okay if Xian Zitsong turns against me. The person I hired as a detective was actually speaking for the other party. What else could she do? Hello? At this moment, Li Yunji suddenly heard Lu Feng's voice. She took a quick look and found that Lu Feng was on the phone. Let it go. After saying these two words, Lu Feng hung up the phone. At that moment, Li Yunji suddenly felt that she was about to be in big trouble. Wow, look, what is that? Suddenly, someone pointed at a screen in the mall and exclaimed. Suddenly, a short action film was played on the barrier. At this moment, a man and a woman are engaged in a fierce battle. The man weighs a little over 200 pounds. He was beaten and his appearance could not be seen. The woman is slightly petite. The one who didn't hit the horse was Li Yunji. Wow, that's brilliant. Hey, who released that? What are you hitting on? I don't want to see the horses, I want to see the excitement. Wow, this bitch is fighting so vigorously. Who is that man? He's so fat. I can't tell, this bitch has a nice figure and looks pretty even without makeup. Suddenly, everyone cheered loudly. Especially the male audience. It's like it's on fire. Start cheering wildly. Moreover, Li Yunji from time to time. Li Yunji was stunned. Completely confused. She suddenly remembered the opportunity Lu Feng had just mentioned. Since you are a woman, I will give you a chance. But she didn't want it. She thought she could still turn the tables. She thought she would have the last laugh. Result. Ah. She screamed wildly, then turned and ran. For women, there will be an action movie performance on the big screen in Red Star Square. That is more lethal than any language. This is a nuclear bomb. After the explosion, she was too embarrassed to face anyone. He is truly disgraced. So, she just wanted to escape. Quickly escape from this place that makes her feel like hell. However, when she ran outside, she suddenly stopped. Because, in front of her, at this moment, there were several policemen standing. Chapter 40, Don't be afraid of power, you must catch. Seeing these police officers, Lee Yoonji's originally pale face instantly showed a hint of joy. He immediately shouted, "Comrade Gingen, you are finally here." The police officer who came and asked, "Did you call the police?" "Yes, I called the police." "May I have your name?" "Lee Yoonji." "Where is the perpetrator now?" "It's over there." "I'll take you there." Lee Yoonji seemed to be revived with full health. He walked into the mall with the police. With the police clearing the way, they easily squeezed into the crowd. Came in front of Lu Feng. "Ah, that Fairy Yun has a really nice figure. She acts like a saint in front of people, but is so relaxed behind their backs. This contrast almost made me explode. I don't know if Fairy Yun still dares to live broadcast. If she does, I guess someone will dare to watch the video just recorded while watching her live broadcast and shoot a few shots. Ha ha. As soon as I squeezed into the crowd, I heard discussions coming from all around. Lee Yoonji suppressed the anger that was about to make her collapse. Standing next to the police. Pointing at Lu Feng, he said, "Comrade Jin Gan, it was him who not only beat people in public." He added, "Moreover, he spread inappropriate videos, causing very serious damage to my reputation and good name. You must arrest him immediately." The middle-aged police officer in the lead took a step forward. Standing in front of Lu Feng, "Is what she said true?" Lu Feng was about to speak. Suddenly, Ping Ping and Anan ran over from behind. Stand in front of Lu Feng. "Uncle Jingen, my dad is not a bad guy, you can't arrest him." "Yes, Uncle Jingen, my father is a good man, and this aunt is the bad person. Hurry up and catch this bad auntie, she is bullying my mother. Dad hit them because he wanted to protect mom and not allow them to bully her." Upon hearing this, Su Muyun's face changed. He rushed over immediately and wanted to take the two children away. However, Lu Feng reached out and stopped her. "Comrade Gingen, did you hear that?" Lee Yoonji smiled coldly and said, "Now, their own children have admitted to beating someone up. Bad aunt, you are not a good person, your words cannot be believed. Bad aunt, shame on you, shameless, bad aunt is not wearing clothes and bullying mom." Ping Ping and Anan looked at Lee Yoonji bravely. He retorted angrily. When Lee Yoonji heard this, she exploded on the spot. His eyes widened, and while cursing, he raised his hand to hit someone, "You two little bastards." However, just as she opened her mouth, she was startled when she saw Lu Feng glaring at her and taking a step forward. She saw Lu Feng beating Xian Zizong and Zhu Xinger with her own eyes. I have an instinctive fear of Lu Feng in my heart. So, I swallowed the words that were about to come out of my mouth. He instinctively took a step back and hid behind the police officer nearby. "Ms. Lee Yoonji, you are guilty of assaulting a child." At this time, the middle-aged police officer in charge frowned and said, "Especially if you do it in front of us, we can just take you back." Lee Yoonji's face turned pale and her body trembled slightly. However, he gritted his teeth, pointed at the two children, and said, "Comrade Dingen, you just heard what these two brats said." Then he said, "Aren't you going to arrest people yet?" The middle-aged police officer in the lead looked at Lu Feng. Asked, "Do you have anything to say?" Lu Feng did not answer immediately. Instead, squat down. Standing in front of the two children. Patting the children's heads, he smiled and said, "Ping Ping, Anan, you must remember that children should not interfere in the affairs of adults. You are still young and don't understand. Do you understand?" Ping Ping and nodded seriously. Said, "But I don't want Uncle Policen to arrest Dad. If Uncle Jingen takes Dad away, there will be no one to protect us. Ping Ping and Anan will be sad. Mom will be sad too." Two little children were talking while crying. Lu Feng asked, "So, do you think Dad is a bad person?" The children shook their heads. "Since Daddy is not a bad guy, why did Uncle Policen arrest Daddy?" Lu Feng said, "Uncle Jingen is a people's hero. How could he arrest people at random?" The children thought about it, then nodded. "Okay, baby, stop crying." Lu Feng said softly, "Go to your mother." The two children looked at each other. He looked at Uncle Jingen again. Then, he reluctantly returned to his mother. Lu Feng stood up. He turned around and looked at the middle-aged police officer who was in the lead. He smiled and said, "Comrade Jin Gan, let me make a phone call first." The middle-aged police officer frowned. Just wanted to speak. Lee Yoonji at the back spoke first. Comrade Gingan, you can't let him make the phone call. Li Yunji said, he must be looking for someone to help him get away with it. The middle-aged police officer said coldly, Ms. Li Yunji, you can rest assured. He added, we live in a society ruled by law now. No one should try to plead for him or exonerate him in front of so many people. In the eyes of the middle-aged police officer, the man named Lu Feng in front of him did not make any excuses at the first moment, but chose to make a phone call, which in itself was a sign of guilt. Therefore, he spoke particularly harshly. The purpose is to tell Lu Feng that no matter who you call, it will be useless. Even if the King of Heaven comes, you can't escape today. If you commit a crime, you must be punished. Lu Feng ignored the two of them. He made a phone call without paying attention to himself. After a while, the call was connected. Lu Feng just said one sentence, the police are here, come down. Then he hung up the phone. See, Lu Feng finished the call. The middle-aged police officer waved his hand and said, put cuffs on him and take him away. Lu Feng frowned and said, wait. Waiting for what? The middle-aged police officer interrupted Lu Feng and said, even if your people come, what will happen? I tell you, today, no matter who comes, it will be useless. If you commit a crime, you must be punished. In front of so many people, I wonder who would dare to protect you. Hearing this, Li Yunji finally smiled. She couldn't help but sneer, Comrade Gingan, you are great. To deal with people like this, you must not be afraid of power and must catch them. The middle-aged police officer found this very useful. He smiled and nodded, don't worry, since it has been confirmed that he has committed a crime, the law will definitely not let him off. Lu Feng asked with a smile, Comrade Gingan, I think you are the leader. What's your name? What? Still want to threaten me? The middle-aged police officer sneered, do you think I, Li Yunfei, am afraid of threats? What's the position? Xiangqing General Administration, Captain of the 1st Brigade. It turns out to be Captain Li from Xiangqing. Nice to meet you. Don't talk nonsense to me, and don't be polite to me here. I don't know you well, so don't think I will let you go. When did I tell you, Captain Li, to let me go? That's best. However, I do have a few small questions that I would like to ask Captain Li. Li Yunfei frowned, what's the problem? Chapter 41, Voluntarily Surrender. I want to thank my brother for waking me up. Lu Feng smiled and said, Captain Li just said that he has confirmed that I have committed a crime. So, may I ask, what crime have I committed? Li Yunfei said, spreading obscene videos in public and publicly assaulting others, just these two offenses will get you incarcerated for at least 6 months. Then, may I ask, who did I hit? Lu Feng asked again, where is the person? Li Yunfei looked around. Then, he looked at Li Yunji again. Li Yunji suddenly reacted. Xian Zitsong just left. I immediately said, I'll make a call. No need to fight. Lu Feng said, he will be down soon. Li Yunji understood. The phone call Lu Feng just made was to Xian Zitsong. Think about it carefully, Xian Zitsong is such a wimp. If Lu Feng is to be convicted of assaulting others in public, it is probably impossible to establish the charge. Her expression suddenly turned ugly. But Captain Li Yunfei didn't know this. He heard that Ren Zui was coming down immediately, and nodded immediately, that's good. Next question. Lu Feng said, who saw me spreading indecent videos in public? Li Yunfei was stunned and looked at Li Yunji again. Li Yunji was also confused. Who saw it? Yeah, who saw it? Whoever saw this, please come forward and testify for our police comrades. I saw it. I saw our rich handsome guy staying here, being constantly provoked and humiliated by this fairy Yun. Yes, I saw it too. From beginning to end, it was this anchor, fairy Yun. Oh, no, it was Ms. Li Yunji who was stirring up trouble. There were 3 waves of people, one after another. In the end, she couldn't bear the shame of failure, so she started to act out of the ordinary and called the police directly. Captain, you are the 4th wave of people she is called. I didn't expect that the captain of our Xiangqing General Administration is also her man, 666. Maybe they're brother and sister? Li Yunji, Li Yunfei, look at these names, they're just one character away. Brothers and sisters wouldn't play that game, right? That may not be the case. Suddenly, the people around started to make a noise. As a result, Captain Li Yunfei and the people he brought with him were all implicated. Captain Li Yunfei's face turned ashen in an instant. He's not stupid either. Hearing the noises of the people around him, he naturally guessed what was going on. It is obvious that it was this Lee Yoonji who started the trouble first. Moreover, a total of 3 waves of people were called over to cause trouble. As a result, he lost the fight and decided to call the police. After he and others came over, they went straight up to Lu Feng to question him without understanding the situation. He became Lee Yoonji's accomplice. Immediately, it caused dissatisfaction among the surrounding people. Think again about the action short film that just ended when I saw it on the big screen when I came in. Obviously, everyone also thought that he was a lover of Ms. Lee Yoonji. Of course, they could also be brother and sister. After all, their names are really similar. A captain who accused Lu Feng'an of a crime and wanted to arrest him without even understanding the situation. Who would believe this if it didn't have some ulterior motive with Lee Yoonji? Of course, there is another possibility, that is, these people are deliberately stirring up trouble. They are deliberately protecting Lu Feng. Just now, weren't these people clamoring about some rich handsome guy? If Lu Feng gave them hush money, they would definitely help Lu Feng. Team leader. At this time, a team member ran over. He whispered softly in Li Yunfei's ear. After hearing what this team member said, Li Yunfei's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Asked, "Are you sure? There is surveillance video at Red Star Square." The team member said, "Captain, you can go and look for it directly." Li Yunfei thought about it. Just about to speak. Sudden. "Comrade Jingen, I want to surrender." Then the crowd pushed aside. A figure walked up to the police officer with a panicked look on his face. He said, "Comrade Jin Gon, I surrender myself. I was the one who played the video just now. But, I didn't mean to do that. I just happened to see the video on my phone. Then, while playing, I pressed the wrong button and clicked on the cast screen. I plead guilty." As he said that, he looked at Li Yunji again. Said, "Ms. Li Yunji, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Please forgive my operational error, I am willing to take full responsibility for it." Li Yunji was dumbfounded. She had originally hoped that even if Xian Zitsong could not convict Lu Feng. But spreading harmful videos can definitely be punished, right? What's the result? Captain Li, the charge of spreading inappropriate videos shouldn't be placed on me now, right? Lu Feng looked at Li Yunfei and said with a smile. Li Yunfei's face was full of embarrassment. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Chairman Xian, Comrade Gingen just said that I assaulted someone in public. Lu Feng looked at Xian Zitsong who was following behind him and said, "Please explain it to me." Xian Zitsong asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Hit someone? Who did you hit?" Lu Feng said, "Besides you, who else?" "I." Xian Zitsong seemed to have just reacted. He immediately ran to Captain Li and asked, "Comrade Dingen, did you misunderstand?" Then, he pointed at Lu Feng and said, "He is my elder brother. I, the younger brother, did something wrong, and it's only right for the elder brother to teach me a lesson. How can this be called assault? Now, I am really grateful to my elder brother for hitting me and waking me up. Otherwise, my life will probably be ruined. I can't even thank him enough, how can you blame him for hitting me?" Li Yunfei was completely confused. Someone voluntarily turned himself in to spread the harmful video. There is no reason for his surrender, and there is nothing wrong with it. Beating someone. The person who was beaten will happily tell you that Lu Feng was a good fighter. Woke me up. I want to thank him. What are you going to do? Is Lu Feng feeling guilty? Lu Feng called for help? I must be crazy to believe what a woman said. Only then would you think that Lu Feng was calling for help. President Xian is indeed President Xian. This move is amazing. President Xian, your title as guild leader is safe. You've done a great job as a younger brother. Don't worry, from now on, you have a real big brother protecting you. Captain Li, do you still want to arrest people now? Captain Li, show the same momentum you had just now and arrest them. I'm telling you, no matter who comes today, I'm going to catch you. There were sounds of booing, taunting, and provocative voices. It keeps coming. It made Li Yunfei feel stupid. He gritted his teeth and glared at Li Yunji fiercely. With a decisive wave of his hand, he immediately ordered, "First, apprehend this Li Yunji, and bring her back to the bureau along with the surveillance video inside." He added, "If everything is true, I will charge him with disrupting the peace, disturbing citizens, and maliciously causing trouble." Chapter 42, Can You Give Up Now? Li Yunji was dumbfounded. She never expected that when she lifted the stone, she would hit her own foot. The police I called didn't arrest Lu Feng, but arrested me instead. Why? She suddenly screamed, Why are you arresting me? Why am I? Don't you know what you did? Li Yunfei now believes what the team member just said in his ear. If Li Yunji hadn't done those things, it wouldn't have caused public outrage. So, he sternly interrupted Li Yunji and glared at her, saying, Don't you know how serious the consequences of leading a riot in Red Star Square are? Don't you know how much business has been affected? Don't you know how much damage you've done to other people's reputations? If you don't know, go back to the bureau and someone will teach you. Now, you can shut up. Li Yunji was frightened by Captain Li's powerful aura and harsh words. I didn't dare say anything more for a moment. Li Yunfei ignored Li Yunji. He turned to look at Lu Feng and saluted him respectfully. He said solemnly, Mr. Lu Feng, I am deeply sorry for misunderstanding you just now. Also, I must clarify that Ms. Li Yunji and I only have similar names and are not related in any way. I don't mean to defend her at all. Please understand and forgive me. Lu Feng smiled and nodded. He said, I believe in the safety of the people of our Hualong country, and I am willing to believe that Captain Li was just acting out of justice. Captain Li extended his hand and said sincerely, Thank you for your understanding. Lu Feng shook hands with Captain Li and said, You're welcome. At this time, voices of praise finally came from the crowd. Captain Li, you are a real man. People's police are safe and worthy of respect. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Well done to the people and the police. Hearing this voice, Li Yunfei smiled with relief. I said to the people around me, Thank you for your cooperation, and thank you for helping me correct it. After saying that, he waved his hand and said, Take the people with you, and let's go. Wait. I saw the police officer next to me holding handcuffs and about to handcuff me. Li Yunji panicked. Pointing at Lu Feng, he yelled, He's guilty. He just picked up 4 people on his motorcycle. I have photos and evidence. At this moment, she was like a madman without any IQ. No matter what she had on her, as long as it could hurt Lu Feng and Su Muyun, she would throw it out. Even if it was just a little trick to make Lu Feng lose a few points and deduct a few $100. This is a hysterical counterattack from a miserable loser. We are police, not traffic police. Li Yunfei said, If what you said is true, we will hand over the evidence you produced to the traffic police. He added, But now, you must come back to the bureau with us. Captain Li, wait a moment. Lu Feng stepped forward and called Li Yunfei. Smiling, she said, Since she said my motorcycle violates the rules, I'll take you to see it, so I don't have to trouble you again later. Li Yunfei looked at Lu Feng with some confusion. Lu Feng smiled and didn't explain. Then he walked out of the mall. Li Yunfei, along with Li Yunji and others, quickly followed. There is an open-air electric vehicle parking lot outside the mall. Lu Feng's car is parked here. You can see it as soon as you exit the mall. At this moment, a group of people were gathered next to the locomotive, discussing something. Lu Feng pointed to the car surrounded by the crowd and said, That's my motorcycle. Li Yunfeng turned to look at Li Yunji and asked, Is that so? Yes, that's the one. Li Yunji had seen the picture and remembered the style of the motorcycle in the picture very clearly. Because the motorcycle is bright red and a bit cool. There was only one motorcycle in the entire open-air electric vehicle parking lot. So, she recognized it at a glance. That logo looks like a Hermes motorcycle, right? Hermes? Are you kidding? They're the world's most high-end car company, and they only make high-end models. Yes, that's Hermes motorcycle. If you don't believe me, just look it up online. I checked it out. Holy crap, it's actually a limited edition model. And it can seat 4 people. Oh my god, this motorcycle costs nearly 20 million. 20 million? Are you sure? It's written here. There are only 5 of these in the world. There's only one in the entire Hualong nation. Yes, I checked it out, and it is indeed the case. As expected of a rich and handsome guy, he's willing to spend nearly 20 million just for a motorcycle. Listening to the constant discussions coming from all around, Li Yunji was a little confused. A motorcycle, 20 million? It's also a limited edition of Hermes. Are you sure this isn't a joke? A 20 million motorcycle is limited to 4 people. At this time, Captain Li Yunfei looked at Li Yunji and asked, "What else do you want to say?" "No, I don't believe it." Li Yunji shook her head and said frantically, "I'll check it myself." "Look at this." Li Yunfei didn't waste time. He simply handed over a picture on his phone. "This is the picture that the traffic police just sent." Li Yunfei said, "The car arrived yesterday and was registered yesterday. The handling fee alone cost more than 3 million. The head of the household is Lu Feng. Take a closer look." Li Yunji looked at the picture and suddenly became dumbfounded. "Are you still poor? Are you still a gigolo?" At this time, Xian Zitsong appeared out of nowhere. Standing next to Li Yunji, she sneered, "I've never seen a woman as stupid as you. You don't even know the person's true identity, but you just say he's poor and a gigolo. I feel I have the ability to kill the other person. What's the result? I made Zhu Xing'er lose face in front of others, and nearly ruined my family and sent me to jail. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I can't imagine what would have happened to me. A woman like you will bring bad luck to anyone who gets involved with her." After saying that, Xian Zitsong snorted coldly and turned away. He doesn't have too much time to waste here with Li Yunji. He also has to go to Lu Feng to ask for forgiveness. "I came here purely to curse Li Yunji. See if I can wake this stupid woman up by scolding her." After being scolded, Li Yunji subconsciously looked up to see where Lu Feng had been standing before. However, there was no sign of Lu Feng. "Can you give up now?" Li Yunfei asked, "Can you come back to the bureau with me honestly?" Li Yunji did not answer. Just gritted his teeth and lowered his head. His face was full of pain and regret. "It turns out that the guy my aunt found for me was not a poor guy. But he is a truly handsome, sunny, and mysterious rich man. Unfortunately, I was blind and judged people by their appearance. Look at people through tinted glasses." She was flirting with Mr. Hua right under his nose. A great opportunity wasted. I am really so stupid. Chapter 43. Did you secretly taste my mouth last night? Lu Feng took the people outside, told them which car it was, and then turned and left. Since someone recognizes the car logo, then they should know the situation of the car. There was no need for him to stay any longer and explain so much to them. For him, doing so is nothing more than solving a problem in advance. This will prevent the traffic police from calling again. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining his wife's approval. You are a good husband. The reward score is 50,000. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining the recognition of 2 children. You are a good father. The reward score is 40,000. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining the recognition of the enemy Zhu Xing'er. You are a good person, really rich. The reward score is 50,000. Bite. Get permission from passers-by. You are a real husband and a real rich man. Obtain a rating of 500. Bite. In the blink of an eye, a series of dinging sounds were heard from the system. The incessant sound almost made Lu Feng faint. However, it feels really good to get a rating. Well, this is what is called pain and happiness. Not long. The system's reward sound stopped. Lu Feng took a look at the rating, 368,000. It was 196,000 before, and I spent 5,000 to buy Li Yunji's information, leaving 191,000. In other words, this wave of counterattacks brought him a full 177,000 points in points income. The counterattack not only slapped the opponent in the face, but also improved his reputation and earned him a lot of rating points. This wave is so cool. A thought suddenly popped up in my mind for no reason. Being a good man doesn't seem that difficult. While walking towards the mall. While taking out his cell phone. I called Lu Feng. Su Moyun did not follow Lu Feng out. She knew that the motorcycle could seat 4 people. So, don't worry at all. However, when she saw the information on the barrage, she was still shocked. Ah, this show is really exciting. That Fairy Yun is so stupid. I've never seen such a stupid woman before. The 2 groups of people she called over had clearly bowed their heads, but she still insisted on charging in. She lost face, so she gritted her teeth, endured it, and ran away and never came back. But in the end, she even brought the police back with her. It's really... Damn it, guess what the result of this stupid woman's actions is? What? Whoever is at the scene, please explain the situation quickly. Hey, Goddess Sue, how about you explain it to me? That's a limited edition Hermes motorcycle. There are only 5 in the world, and Hualong country only has one. The price is 16 million. After the registration is completed, it will be close to 20 million. Most importantly, it's limited to 4 people. Ha, this is a slap in the face. Now I really want to see the expression on that stupid woman's face. Of course, he must be desperate. 20 million? Sumo Yun was really confused. What kind of monster is this husband whom I found through a phone call? Didn't you say you're bankrupt? Didn't you say that your family is poor? Spend 4 million without blinking an eye. I am willing to spend 20 million to buy a motorcycle. This. Is it too wasteful? Ding, Mu Ditching rewards you with a rocket. Ding, Mu Dekinking rewards 10 rockets. Ding, come all the way to see Mu and give him a rocket. The next moment, above the barrage, the rocket began to whiz towards us. In just a moment, nearly 100 rockets attacked. The comments were all the same, repeating 3 sentences. Goddess Sue is awesome, and the husband she chose is even more awesome. A goddess with a husband can stop 1,000 troops. The goddess is both beautiful and talented, and the rich are both beautiful and rich. See these barrages. Sumo Yun quickly came to his senses. A sweet smile appeared on her face again. Thank you everyone. Dad. Dad. At this moment, Ping Ping and Anan suddenly opened their arms and ran forward. Sumo Yan looked up and saw that it was Lu Feng who came back. Then he said to his phone, "Today's live broadcast ends here." After saying this, he didn't even wait for the protests from the barrage. Turn off your phone. He picked up the damaged packaging box on the ground and walked towards Lu Feng. Tell me the truth, how many things are you hiding from me? Sumo Yun walked up to Lu Feng, who was holding 2 children. Pretending to be angry, he said, "The card you showed me before was worth 1 million. In the end, they bought 4 million worth of jewelry without even consulting me. Also, that 20 million motorcycle. Why are you such a spendthrift? 20 million was actually used to buy a motorcycle." Looking at Su Muyun's face, pretending to be angry. And the contrast formed by the happiness and smile in the eyes. Lu Feng smiled, "Wife, you are so cute." You. Su Muyun finally mustered up the courage to question Lu Feng. As a result, Lu Feng actually said this. It just made her feel deflated. There was no way, she had not yet fully accepted Lu Feng's identity as her husband. In addition, the fact that the other party suddenly became so rich did make her feel that there seemed to be a huge gap between them. It is inevitable to feel a little worried and anxious about gains and losses. I feel that I really am not qualified to care about so many things. So, she suddenly lowered her head and fell silent. What? Are you angry? Lu Feng saw that the other party suddenly fell silent. I immediately stated, "Otherwise, I will return the car and jewelry now and get my money back." He added, "Now that my wife has spoken, I will definitely not dare to squander the money." Hearing that the other party valued him so much, Su Muyun felt inexplicably warm in his heart. The feeling of anxiety and fear just now is not as strong anymore. However, he still deliberately said, "Who cares about your things? What does it have to do with me whether you are a loser or not? You are my wife. You said I can't be a spendthrift, so I definitely can't be a spendthrift." Lu Feng said in a resounding voice, "The sky is first, my wife is second. No, my wife is first, the sky is second. Whatever my wife says, that's it. Can money compare to a wife? Money is a bastard. Once you lose it, you can earn it again. With your husband's abilities, making money is a piece of cake. As long as my wife is happy, you can do whatever you want with money, that bastard." Phew. Su Muyun finally couldn't help but laugh at Lu Feng. He said unhappily, slippery tongue. "How do you know?" Lu Feng said seriously, "Wife, tell me the truth, did you secretly taste it last night while I was sleeping?" You. Su Muyun's face immediately turned red. I won't talk to you anymore." Ha ha. Lu Feng smiled. Why does teasing this cute and shy wife make people feel so happy? Okay, wife, I won't tease you anymore. Lu Feng smiled and said, "This is not the place to talk about those things. Let's go home and talk about it, okay?" Snort. Su Muyun turned her face away proudly, not wanting to pay any attention to Lu Feng. Old classmate. At this moment, Lu Feng ran over again with a hint of excitement. Chapter 44, For the rest of my life, I will be proud of you. Old classmates, Goddess Su, I have good news for you. Lu Feng ran over. He smiled and said to Lu Feng and Su Muyun, I just asked the store manager. The store manager said that our old classmates are our VIP guests. So, this set of jewelry can be exchanged for an equivalent value. It only costs a little shipping. Upon hearing this, Su Muyun, who was originally arrogant, immediately turned around. He asked happily, Really? Yeah, really. Lu Feng smiled and said, Our store manager said so himself. If you don't believe me, Goddess Su, you can come with me and ask our store manager. How much is the shipping cost? It's only a few $1,000s. A few thousand? Su Muyun frowned slightly. I think it's too expensive. For someone who was previously calculating carefully to buy a house. It's really expensive to just replace something and it costs several $1,000s. Moreover, it is a bit ridiculously expensive, which makes me feel a little sad. Lu Feng looked at Lu Feng with some embarrassment. Then, with a wry smile, he said, How about I talk to our store manager? No. No. Su Muyun immediately shook his head. Old classmate, you misunderstood. Lu Feng smiled and said, My wife meant only a few thousand. Oh. Lu Feng smiled slightly, I told you, our Goddess Su has a rich husband like you to accompany her. He also said, if you can afford things worth millions, why would you care about a few thousand? He. Su Muyun smiled slightly awkwardly. Then, he quietly walked to Lu Feng's side. Handing the item to Lu Feng, then I'll have to trouble Lu Feng to exchange it for us. Okay. Lu Feng said, Come with me to choose some styles and see which one you like. Good. The group followed Lu Feng and headed towards Cartier again. The moment he turned around, Su Muyun suddenly attacked and killed him. He pinched Lu Feng's waist hard. Ah! Caught off guard, Lu Feng screamed in pain. Su Muyun was so scared that he jumped to the side immediately. Then, he tilted his head slightly, blushed, and looked to the side, very proud. Lu Feng turned around and looked at Lu Feng, Old classmate, what's wrong? Lu Feng said, It's okay, just a mosquito bite. Typical of lying with open eyes. Even if a ghost believes it, Lu Feng won't believe it. When a mosquito bites, it makes this sound? Auntie, Dad lied. Brother Ping Ping immediately betrayed Lu Feng. He said, Just now, it was Mommy who was on Daddy's waist, exerting force like this. As he spoke, he twisted his hand vigorously, then, Dad screamed out. Dad, Mom said we can't lie. Sister Anan criticized Lu Feng. Then, he turned to Su Muyun and said, Mom, right? Su Muyun immediately lowered his head. Her face was so red. Arrogance is gone in an instant. I am too embarrassed to see anyone. Lu Feng was a little thick-skinned and scratched his head. He laughed and said, Yes, Dad shouldn't lie, Dad. Phew. Lu Feng finally couldn't help laughing. Ahem. Lu Feng coughed twice. He said seriously, Old classmate, I just received criticism and education from my child. We are currently conducting a thorough self-examination. Please be serious. As he spoke, he gestured in the direction of Su Muyun. Lu Feng reacted instantly. I immediately forced myself to suppress my laughter. Said to Su Muyun, Goddess Su, I'll go to the store and wait for you. After saying that, he immediately turned and left. Wait until Lu Feng leaves. Su Muyun immediately turned around, blushing, and said dissatisfiedly, It's all your fault. Why are you blaming me? Lu Feng looked innocent. You pinched me. I got beaten and didn't say anything. You. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. Su Muyun said unreasonably, If you hadn't spent money recklessly and made me angry, would I have pinched you? I'm not yet. It's all Dad's fault, said his younger brother Ping Ping. It's you who made Mom angry. Yes, it's all Dad's fault. Sister Anan said, Who told you to spend money recklessly? Lu Feng was dumbfounded. What is going on? 3 against 1 in an instant? Is there still justice? Is there still law? Can you please be reasonable? Okay, blame it all on me. Lu Feng suddenly felt that he still couldn't reason with a woman. Admit your mistake, I admit my mistake. I shouldn't have spent money recklessly. I shouldn't have made my wife angry. Phew! The two little brats laughed instantly. Phew! Su Muyun finally couldn't help laughing. Hee hee. Lu Feng also laughed. Then he said, "Wife, don't be angry anymore." Su Muyun immediately became arrogant. "Who said that?" "Still angry." Lu Feng pointed at the two brats and said, "Then take it out on them." Then he said, "They asked me to buy that set of jewelry." Su Muyun's expression changed slightly, and he turned his gaze and looked at the two little brats sternly. Lu Feng was happy. "Ha, you guys do the first day and I do the 15th. Let you gang up on me." "Mom, I was wrong." Sister Anan said immediately, "I just thought that jewelry looked so beautiful on you, so I asked Dad to buy it for you." "Yes, Aunt Lily said before that the jewelry at home is too cheap and not worthy of you, Mom." My younger brother Ping Ping said, "But, Mom, you don't want to buy a new one, so we asked Dad to buy it." Damn it! Is your desire to survive a little too strong? How dare you say such shameless words? Okay, Mom doesn't blame you anymore. Su Muyun was overwhelmed with maternal love and touched the two children's heads with a look of satisfaction on her face. Said, "Mom knows that you are sensible and good children, and you love your mom, but..." After a pause, he continued, "You must remember that next time you can't let Dad spend money like this, okay?" The two little kids immediately nodded seriously. "What's going on?" "No scolding, no beating. And you stole the credit from me." Lu Feng stood there with a depressed look on his face, looking like he had lost all hope in life. Su Muyun looked up at Lu Feng. Smile slightly. Suddenly, he took a step closer and gently pulled Lu Feng's hand. Then, quickly retract it. She said gently, I don't blame you for spending money recklessly, I just don't want you to think that I am that kind of materialistic woman." As she spoke, she subconsciously lowered her head. Suddenly, I felt a little inferior again. He is completely different from his previous arrogant appearance. Lu Feng felt a little distressed. What kind of experience made such a proud girl become so inferior? He took a deep breath. Then, he reached out and grabbed Su Muyun. Su Muyun blushed and lowered her head. She pulled her hands away vigorously. Lu Feng didn't let go and kept pulling hard. Said, "Wife, no matter what kind of woman you are my woman. My woman, I must pamper her. I have money, I don't care about your material things. You can be as materialistic as you want." Su Muyun looked up and looked at Lu Feng seriously. There is fog and light in the eyes. Sparkling and sparkling. The face is smiling. Overflowing with happiness. She thought. He is rich. He will not be easily humiliated by anyone. He can really hold up the sky for us and prevent us from suffering any grievances. He is willing to pamper us. This is not a dream. It's true. Suddenly, for no reason, I recalled the conversation from this morning. The most correct thing I have done in my life, the thing that makes me most proud, is making that phone call. Didn't you get the certificate from me? Kindness. Yes. Lu Feng, I'm very happy to get the marriage certificate with you. For the rest of my life, I will be proud of you. Chapter 45. How about buying them all back? Su Muyun was unable to break free from Lu Feng's hand after all. In the end, he let Lu Feng pull him into Cartier. The two little kids, Ping Ping and Anan, followed behind with aggrieved looks on their faces. He muttered as he walked. "Bad dad, you're trying to steal our mom." "Humph, let's ignore the bad dad later." Lu Feng and Su Muyun naturally heard it. But neither of them looked back. Just smiled at each other. Then, under Lu Feng's guidance, she began to choose jewelry again. "Goddess Su, the price of the jewelry set you bought earlier was too high." While Su Muyun is looking at styles. Lu Feng explained, "So, the styles to choose from are limited. However, you can rest assured that these styles are all top-notch designs. The quality is absolutely guaranteed." Su Muyun didn't care about these. Said, "Can all the styles above be exchanged?" "Well, yes, both are fine." Lu Feng said, "Besides, there is no need to make up any price difference." Su Muyun looked at the pictures of jewelry and seemed to like them all. Turn over and over. It seems like there is a difficult choice. Ask Lu Feng. Lu Feng said directly, "How about buying them all back?" This made Su Muyun's beautiful eyes widen immediately. Lu Feng came up with another bad idea, "How about we get some paper balls and draw lots?" that's a good idea. Lu Feng and others nearby burst into laughter. Su Muyun's hands were itching again. He touched Lu Feng's waist directly. Lu Feng was so frightened that he jumped away immediately and shouted, don't worry, take your time to choose. Miss Su, if you find it difficult to choose, I have another one here. Would you like to take a look? At this moment, the store manager suddenly came over with a mobile phone. Su Muyun took the phone. After seeing the pictures in the gallery, I was immediately attracted. That exquisite sparkling diamond. That represents a romantic pattern. All of this made Su Muyun very satisfied. She looked at the store manager and asked, is this also an equivalent exchange? Yes. The store manager replied, however, this model is still on its way to Xiangqing and cannot be delivered for the time being. He added, besides, since the goods are from another store, we need to pay them 2,000 as compensation. Su Muyun was not in a hurry either. I think $2,000 in compensation is not too expensive. I said, let us go with this one. At this time, Lu Feng secretly made a 6 gesture to Lu Feng from behind. Lu Feng nodded and handed the bank card to Lu Feng, go and pay. After a while, Lu Feng came over with the card. Handed it to Lu Feng. Su Muyun didn't ask any more questions. Walk out directly with Lu Feng. The two little brats are like unwanted children. Following behind Lu Feng and Su Muyun. He looked like he had lost all hope in life. Out of Cartier. Then I saw Xian Zitsong waiting there respectfully with a swollen pig face. Big brother. Seeing Lu Feng, Xian Zitsong greeted him respectfully and said, are you satisfied with my performance today? Lu Feng didn't answer, but just turned his head to look at Su Muyun. Xian Zitsong is such a smart person that he immediately knew what to do. He quickly bowed to Su Muyun. Sister-in-law, I was blind and stupid before. I didn't know you were my eldest brother's wife. I said some things I shouldn't have said and did some things I shouldn't have done. Look, I've suffered and admitted my sins. Could you please say a few good words for me in front of Big Brother? Su Muyun snorted with disgust. Said, from now on, you are not allowed to have any ideas about other anchors. Xian Zitsong patted his chest and promised, don't worry, sister-in-law, I promise that something like today will never happen again. Then forget it. Su Muyun is a kind girl after all. Seeing Xian Zitsong in such a miserable state, I couldn't bear to make things difficult for him anymore. Did you hear that? My wife forgives you. Lu Feng said, so, from now on, you can call her sister-in-law. Xian Zitsong said excitedly, don't worry, big brother, as long as I, Xian Zitsong, will be the president of Xiangqing for one day. I will absolutely not let my sister-in-law suffer any hardship in the guild. Whoever dares to touch my sister-in-law will be the first one to be spared. Lu Feng smiled. He waved his hand and said, go away. Xian Zitsong stopped talking nonsense and immediately turned around and left. Call. Finally got that old man dealt with. After receiving forgiveness from Su Muyun and Lu Feng, Xian Zitsong finally let go of his anxious heart. After this lesson, he understood. The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. Never underestimate anyone. So, from now on, just keep your head down and be a good person. Bite. At this moment, suddenly, the cell phone rang. He took it out and opened it. It was a wishing message from Lu Feng. There are 2 in total. Article 1. Transfer of 238,800 yuan. Article 2. Go check on the injury, and also, take care of your sister-in-law's affairs. I don't want to see any negative news about your sister-in-law during her live broadcast. As expected of a rich brother. Xian Zitsong didn't feel any pain at all. His face was full of excitement, this is a big deal. For a million, I'll throw it to you without blinking an eye. Throwing out over $200,000 in whole and small amounts is like giving alms to a beggar. Pooh, that's not right. I'm not sending away a beggar. How can I call myself a beggar? Should I say? After thinking for a while, Xian Zitsong made a bitter face and muttered, anyway, from now on, I will be a good dog for Big Brother. My future happy life depends on how well I serve my sister-in-law. Lu Feng glanced at the balance on his phone. Just right, 4 million. That is right, the reason why I transferred more than 200,000 yuan to Xian Zitsong was to make him work wholeheartedly. Secondly, it is to make the number an integer. The set of Cartier jewelry that Su Muyun had chosen before cost 6 million. There is less than 3 million on Lu Feng's card. Therefore, another 50,000 rating points were spent and exchanged for 5 million. The Destroyed Angels series was returned at a cost of just over 700,000 yuan due to smooth negotiations. So, there are still more than 4 million left. Obsessive-compulsive disorder made him throw away more than 200,000 yuan. If Xian Zitsong knew that he was able to get more than 200,000 because Lu Feng had an obsession with integers, he would probably be stupid. After putting away his phone, Lu Feng took the hand of the beautiful Su and happily started shopping in the mall. Soon, the group of four arrived in front of a children's clothing store. This is a high-end children's clothing store. Any set costs nearly 1,000 yuan. Su Muyun said, "It's too expensive." Lu Feng said, "How can it be called expensive for my child?" Su Muyun said, "Prodigal son." Lu Feng did not give in. It's better than being a beggar. This time, Su Muyun was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Such a sweet smile. "Mom, this dress is so beautiful. Mom, these shoes are so beautiful. Mom, buy me this. Mom, buy me that." At this time, the two little kids had already run into the store and started choosing sets for themselves. Su Muyun smiled and said, "Mom has no money, so let Dad buy it for you." Lu Feng looked at the two little kids with a smile on his face. "Oh, you don't want to talk to me? Ignore me? Okay, ignore me. Don't talk to me. I want to see if you two little brats will talk to me today." Chapter 46. It smells so good. Dad. My younger brother Ping Ping acted as if nothing had happened. He ran to Lu Feng and pulled him into the store. Then, pointing to a pair of shoes, "I want to buy this." Sister Anan also ran over and held Lu Feng's hand. Pointing to a beautiful dress, she said, "Dad, I want to buy this." What's the bottom line? What about pride? He called me a bad dad before. And he said he wouldn't talk to me anymore. Result. That's it? Looking at the two children again, I saw their longing eyes and pitiful expressions. Lu Feng's original intention to tease the child was gone in an instant. Why bother with two children? Besides, this is your own child. God knows how they spent the first 4 years of their childhood. Now that he, the father, is back, what he wants to give them is warmth, not temper. At least, even if you tease them, you should do it when they are in a good mood and let them feel the father's love first. Immediately, he smiled and said, "Buy. We'll buy whatever you want. If you like anything, just take it. Dad will buy back everything he owed you for the past 4 years. How about it?" Sister Anan's mood immediately changed and she hugged Lu Feng and gave him a kiss. She said delicately, "Thank you, Dad. I know Dad is the best." My younger brother Ping Ping didn't even think about saying bad dad before. He ran straight to the pair of shoes, picked them up, sat on the ground and started trying them on. Su Muyun stood at the door, pursing her lips slightly, with a smile on her face and tenderness in her eyes. "Sir, you are so lucky." At this time, the boss came over. While taking the skirt for Anan, he said, "Madam is so beautiful, and the twins are so cute." Lu Feng smiled. Said, "Does the boss think I'm ugly and poor?" The boss was stunned. He immediately said, "Sir, you're joking. I saw the commotion you made outside earlier. You are really rich. Besides, you're really handsome. And your wife, they are truly a perfect match." Lu Feng nodded. He laughed and said, "That's right, not only am I lucky, my wife and children are lucky too." Yes, yes, yes. The boss immediately came down the stairs and said, "Your children and wife are so lucky to have a head of the family like you, sir." It's obvious that the boss is a very capable person. Lu Feng was in a good mood too. I couldn't help but tease, "Boss, you see, we are all blessed people, otherwise, why don't you give us a 50% discount?" The boss almost vomited blood. He smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, we are a small business. Besides, this is not my shop alone. I am just a small worker. This is a 50% discount." After a pause, he said, "How about you just give me a discount?" Ha ha. Lu Feng laughed. Phew. Su Muyun at the door couldn't help but laugh. I spent half an hour browsing in the boutique children's clothing store. In the end, the two children each bought 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes. The total cost was 2006. The boss said he could give us a 20% discount. Lu Feng didn't want it. First of all, the young boss called himself a rich handsome guy. Secondly, he thought the young boss was very interesting and good at talking. So, I paid the full amount directly. The young boss took the money and praised him again. This time, Su Moyun just smiled and did not call Lu Feng a prodigal son again. Exit the children's clothing store. Lu Feng looked at the balance. 3.974 million. There's change again. Flower, flower, flower. Lu Feng took Su Moyun to the most upscale women's clothing store in Red Star Plaza. Su Moyun did not object. Let Lu Feng lead the way forward. The two little brats still followed behind. They have short arms and legs, so they have to run to keep up. However, they are very happy now. Because Dad bought them new clothes and shoes. So, they thought Lu Feng was a good father again. Hey, that's strange, you're not calling me a spendthrift anymore? On the way, Lu Feng asked with a smile. Su Moyun didn't answer. Let's make it clear first. Seeing that the other party did not answer, Lu Feng said, when you go to try on clothes later, don't look at the prices. You're not allowed to say it's too expensive. Take whatever you like. Take whatever you like. I don't care how much money I spend, but I want to spend it happily. You have to enjoy your shopping too. Lu Feng had previously contacted Cartier. Su Moyun didn't know the price. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't say much in advance. But if you go shopping for clothes, there will definitely be a price. If Su Moyun looked at this, he would not buy it because it was too expensive. Look at that one, it's also expensive, I won't buy it. Wouldn't that mean I'll be looked down upon again, just like before? If you don't have money, then forget it. Now that I have money, I also buy good things. Naturally, we cannot be looked down upon. Yeah, got it. Su Moyun nodded slightly without refusing. There was no rebuttal. Ha! Lu Feng gave Su Moyun a strange look and said, "You're so easy to talk to. Don't call me a prodigal son." Su Moyun rolled his eyes at Lu Feng. I know you have money. She lowered her head and murmured, "I know you don't want us to be looked down upon." Then he said, "Anyway, I won't embarrass you." Looking at the other person with her head down and a shy look on her face, Lu Feng suddenly couldn't help it. Just put your mouth close to it. He kissed Su Moyun on the face. Kindness? Su Moyun was suddenly like being cast under a spell. His body trembled and froze instantly. Not moving. Seeing Su Moyun's appearance, Lu Feng couldn't help but want to take a bite again. But Su Moyun reacted quickly. She struggled to break free from Lu Feng's hand, covered her red face, and hid aside. You are not allowed to bully me." Su Moyun was far away from Lu Feng, looking at him with fear on his face, and said with a lack of confidence. Lu Feng was stunned. He didn't expect Su Moyun to react so strongly. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Sorry. Su Moyun saw Lu Feng suddenly stood there in embarrassment. I feel overwhelmed. A little worriedly, he said, I am not mentally prepared yet. When love is deep, it becomes stronger. I am the child's father. You are the child's mother. I just think you're cute and I really want to take a bite. Do I need you to be mentally prepared for this? He thought so, but Lu Feng didn't say it out loud. He probably already knew what kind of person Su Moyun was. So, smile a little and say, okay, I promise not to embarrass you again. Don't lie to me. I lied to you that you were a puppy, okay? Then, go buy clothes. Walk. Lu Feng waved his hand and led the way. He didn't try to hold Su Moyun's hand again. Walking on his own. Su Moyun followed for a while. Suddenly, he sped up a little and caught up with Lu Feng. Lu Feng ignored her and continued walking. Su Moyun lowered her head, bit her lips lightly, and then stretched out her hand. He took the initiative to hold Lu Feng's hand. Lu Feng tried hard to pull it out. Su Moyun held on tightly and did not let go. Are you angry? She asked in a low voice. Lu Feng said with dissatisfaction, no. Su Moyun was a little worried. A little scared. But, he still gritted his teeth and said, How about I let you kiss me again? Without saying a word, Lu Feng turned around, hugged Su Moyun's face and bit it. With an intoxicated look on his face, he said, It smells so good. Su Moyun's face turned red from his forehead to his neck. Red and transparent. Chapter 47 Hua Brothers and Sisters. Sumo Yoon has a really good figure. A natural clothes hanger. She looks great no matter what she wears. So, it is easy to buy. In the end, I bought 4 suits at Chanel at one time, spending nearly 200,000 yuan in total. Lu Feng also bought 2 sets for himself. His is more expensive. The 2 sets cost 200,000 yuan. After buying clothes, it was already noon. The family of 4 had lunch in the mall. After dinner, the 4 of them planned to go to the amusement park. It's inconvenient to carry so many bags. Lu Feng said, "How about this? I'll send the things back first, you take the children to the playground, and I'll come find you later." Sumo Yoon nodded and said okay. At the same time, Yang Chang was also successfully admitted to Xiangqing affiliated hospital. In the morning, because he was beaten by Lu Feng, he was also charged with burglary. Therefore, Yang Chang is still guilty now. However, due to the strong relationship between his father and uncle, he was able to get medical parole. This successfully avoided imprisonment. But how could Yang Chang swallow this? After all, he is a rich second generation, a young master. When had he ever suffered such a loss? Especially when it's such a dumb loss that you can't defend yourself against? "Dad, you have to make the decision for me this time." Yang Chang looked at his father beside him and said aggrievely, "That guy is so despicable. He beat me up and even complained first." Shut up." Yang Song glared at Yang Chang. He said with a look of regret, "Don't I know what kind of person you are? What else do you see besides women? Whenever you see a woman, you act like an idiot. I was beaten, and I still have to bear the blame. Tell me, why did I give birth to such a fool like you?" Yang Chang wilted instantly. I didn't dare to reply. "But don't worry." Yang Song added, "You are my son after all, no matter how stupid you are. No matter how disobedient he is still my son. I can beat you, but no one else can. I don't care who he is. Since he has touched you, I will never let him go. And that bitch son Lily. You actually turned your elbow outward and helped others bully my son. Then I will bankrupt their whole family." As the general manager of Feng Yun Hotel, he has been in a high position for many years. The aura on his body is still extremely strong. When these words are spoken, it sounds like he is in control of the world. Yang Chang was a little afraid of his father. However, when he heard his father say this, his face lit up with joy. He immediately said, "Father, that bitch son Lily dared to bully me with others, I will bully her back, she." Halfway through his speech, he suddenly noticed Yang Song's eyes widened again. He shut up immediately. "Changer, Changer." At this moment, anxious shouts were heard from outside. Then the door opened. A middle-aged woman dressed up in fancy clothes and a middle-aged man who was even more imposing than Yang Song walked in. "Mom, Uncle." Seeing these two people, Yang Chang burst into tears. "You are finally here." The middle-aged Su Liang was Yang Chang's mother Hua Mingjiao. The middle-aged man was Yang Chang's uncle Hua Mingfei. "Son, which bastards beat you up like this?" After Hua Mingjiao entered the room and saw Yang Chang's appearance, she immediately started crying. "It doesn't matter who is right or wrong." He started cursing, "Look at this face, it's been beaten to a pulp. Those bastards deserve to be killed. Brother, you only have this one nephew. You have to make the decision for him." Hua Mingfei's face also looked a little ugly. He turned to look at Yang Song beside him. "Do you understand the specific situation?" Yang Song immediately replied, he didn't use his brain when he saw a woman. As a result, he got beaten and tricked. After saying that, he recounted the general course of events. "Yang Song, are you still human?" When Hua Mingjiao heard Yang Song calling Yang Chang a fool all the time, she felt uncomfortable. "I was also angry. Your son was beaten up. Not only did you not help him, you actually scolded him. If he had a brain, would something like this happen?" Yang Song said angrily, "I scolded him to wake him up. Don't make this kind of mistake again. Don't be so stupid." Hua Mingjiao said angrily, "Isn't that your seed?" "Oomph, thank goodness I'm back." Hua Mingjiao said, "If I hadn't come back, Changer would have been abused by you." "You." "Okay, stop arguing." Hua Mingfei frowned and said, "What kind of noise is this here?" After saying that, he looked at Yang Song and said, "What are you going to do now?" "Start with Sun Lily and her family." Yang Song said, "Their lifeline is in my hands. It's easy to touch them. If they dare to touch my son, I will definitely not let them have an easy time. As for the Lu Feng family who took action, I haven't investigated their background yet. Once I find out, I will certainly not let them off easily. Upon hearing this, Hua Mingjiao immediately made the decision: the Sun family must go bankrupt, and that bitch named Sun Lily must be given to my son to play with for a few days. Yang Chang's eyes lit up. I immediately said, Mom, you're right. If I don't play with Sun Lily for a few days, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Also, that Su Muyun, she's the same. I want to torture her and take pictures of them. I will bring them to ruin. Hua Mingjiao nodded. With a doting look on his face, he said, Okay, catch that bitch Su Muyun and let my son play with her too. Hua Mingfei asked, Yang Chang, do you know what's going on between Su Muyun and Lu Feng? I know. Yang Chang said, Sun Lily told me everything. That Lu Feng is just a poor bastard from the countryside. I have no money and no background. That Su Muyun is a live broadcaster. She's quite famous in the live streaming world. Everyone calls her Goddess Su. She's also a prostitute. Uncle, there's no need to get to the bottom of a family like this. Just do it. When Yang Chang said this, he didn't dare to look at his father's expression. The premise for him to be afraid of Yang Song is that Hua Mingjiao is not around. With Hua Mingjiao around, he has the confidence. When Hua Mingfei heard Yang Chang's description, his eyes suddenly lit up. He turned to Yang Song and said, You handle the Sun family, and leave Lu Feng and Su Muyun to my people. Yang Song naturally did not dare to object to Hua Mingfei's decision. He nodded honestly. However, a hint of cold disdain flashed across his eyes. He knew very well who Hua Mingfei was. His son inherited these bad habits from his family. Otherwise, there would not be the result today. However, Hua Mingfei is indeed very capable in Xiangcheng. I was able to sit in this position thanks to Hua Mingfei's help in making connections. So, no matter what Hua Mingfei wants to do, he won't care. If I had this ability, I might do the same thing. After all, he had seen photos of that woman named Su Muyun before, and she was indeed a top-notch. Chapter 48, How can a man survive if he is not ruthless? Yang Song and Hua Mingfei did not stay long. After chatting for a few minutes, he left to deal with things. Yang Song went to deal with the Sun family. Hua Mingfei had to solve the problem of Yang Cheng committing the crime first. Bah, none of these stinky men are good. I saw 2 men leave. Hua Mingjiao said dissatisfiedly, I still don't know what your uncle is planning. Yang Chang was puzzled and asked, What is your plan, uncle? Of course, the idea is to target Su Muyun. Hua Mingjiao said, he's addicted to playing with female anchors now, and he even has a bitch in his arms. Yang Chang was silent. No, you can't let your uncle succeed. The next moment, Hua Mingjiao said, if he succeeds, he will definitely treat it as a treasure and will not let you, Chenger, play with it. How can my uncle eat alone? Yang Chang said dissatisfiedly, Mom, you have to help me. Don't worry, that bitch bullied my son, how could I let her go so easily? Hua Mingjiao's face was gloomy. She snorted coldly and said, I must make her regret it and make her life worse than death. As he spoke, he frowned and thought. Said, if you want to snatch someone from your uncle, you must strike first. Today, first snatch that woman away. As long as we snatch it away, your uncle won't have the face to come back and ask for it back. As for how to snatch people. She narrowed her eyes slightly and chuckled, I already have a solution. Then, he patted Yang Chang on the shoulder and said, call it Sun Lily and let that bitch serve you first. Mom has your back. I'll take a picture of you guys next to me. I will make that bitch Sun Lily your plaything. When we're tired of playing with her, we'll ruin her reputation and force her to seek her own death. Hearing this, Yang Chang trembled all over. She said worriedly, Mom, if we do this, will it? What are you afraid of? Hua Mingjiao snorted coldly and said, if they bully you, then you must drive them to death. Let them know what despair is. What does it matter if a few people die? If your father can't handle it, I'll ask your grandfather to handle it. It's nothing more than a matter of spending some money. As long as we don't do it ourselves, no one can do anything to us. As he spoke, his eyes turned cold. Seriously, how can a man survive without being ruthless? Without the courage to kill and slay, what can he accomplish? Just like your uncle and your grandfather. If they weren't ruthless enough and decisive enough to kill, do you think they would be where they are today? Back then, they were able to snatch resources from that tiny place and fight their way out because they were ruthless and fierce enough. Although your uncle eventually became the victim. However, sacrificing your uncle to bring our Hua family to where we are today is totally worth it. So, if you want to be a big shot, you must never be like your father, indecisive and afraid of this and that. If someone bites you, bite them back hard. It would be best if you can kill them with one bite. If I can bite you to death, I'd rather maim you. Let others know the price of biting you. In this way, no one will dare to mess with you easily in the future. Yang Chang's eyes lit up. A hint of excitement and ruthlessness quickly flashed in his eyes. Mom, I'll call right away. 2:30 in the afternoon. After delivering the things back, Lu Feng appeared in the amusement park. He headed towards the amusement park. While making a phone call, he asked Su Muyun and the others where they were. 5 minutes later. Lu Feng met Su Muyun in front of a carousel. Two children just finished riding the carousel. After coming down from upstairs, the two children had different expressions on their faces. My sister Anan was neither sad nor happy, and her eyes looked around. My younger brother Ping Ping looked unhappy, as if he felt wrong to sit there. What's wrong? Lu Feng asked, didn't you guys come to the amusement park on your own? Why do you look so unhappy? My younger brother Ping Ping said, merry-go-rounds are for children. Lu Feng smiled, aren't you a child? I'm a child, but I can't play all the time. Always playing? Yeah, from childhood, I've always been on the carousel or the rocking car. I've played so many times that I've vomited. Ping Ping said with a depressed look on his face, but Mom never lets us play other things. She always says we are children and can't play. Dad, can you take us to play something else? No, it's not safe. Su Muyun interrupted. Lu Feng waved his hand and said, when you go out to play, you should have fun. If the children want to play, let them play. Su Muyun said in embarrassment, but many of the rides in this amusement park are not allowed for children of their age. What's not allowed? Lu Feng smiled and didn't explain. Ask the two children, what do you want to play? Ping Ping immediately said excitedly, I want to ride the roller coaster. Anan thought for a moment and said, I want to play bumper cars and the pirate ship. Lu Feng waved his hand and said, let's go ride the roller coaster first. Long live Dad. Dad is the best. Amid the cheers of the two children, the group of four headed towards the roller coaster. Why are you here again? Before crossing the train project, a middle-aged woman saw two children trying to climb up again. He immediately warned, I told you, you are too young to play. As he said that, he blocked it and said, go down quickly, go down quickly. What can't be played? Lu Feng stepped forward and stood beside the children. We can just take them with us. Even if you bring it with you, it won't work. The woman pointed to the warning sign and said, it clearly states the regulations. If you do not. Lu Feng waved his hand and said, 200, 2 places, is that okay? Under normal circumstances, it costs only 30 yuan per seat. Okay. The middle-aged woman immediately made way and said, but you have to take good care of your own children. Don't let anything get into trouble. Lu Feng said, we definitely care more about our own children than you do. The middle-aged woman nodded and said no more. At this time, the two children had already climbed up. Taken in with you. Lu Feng said to Su Muyun, I'll take Ping Ping with me. Su Muyun said with some embarrassment, I shouldn't sit down, okay? There are 2 seats, and I can't sit alone. Oh. Su Muyun agreed reluctantly. 10 minutes later. The roller coaster ride is over. Ping Ping said excitedly, it's so fun and exciting. It's not fun at all. Anan said depressedly, Mom hugged me too tightly, I couldn't breathe. Lu Feng glanced at Su Muyun and saw that Su Muyun's legs were weak and his face was pale. He was standing there, seemingly still in shock. What's wrong? Lu Feng asked doubtfully, aren't you scared? Su Muyun's pale face suddenly turned an embarrassed red. Said, I haven't sat on it. You've never ridden a roller coaster? Lu Feng asked in surprise. Su Muyun nodded. When I was little, my parents said it was unsafe and not fun, so they never took me to play. Lu Feng asked, what about the Ferris wheel? Haven't you ridden it? Su Muyun said a little embarrassedly, I have only ridden a carousel. No wonder. Lu Feng really wanted to say, your parents are truly gods. The child I raised has only ever ridden a carousel at this age. As a result, my own children almost had to ride only the carousel and the rocking car. If I hadn't come today, I guess my 2 children would have a double phobia of wooden horses and rocking cars in the future. Come on, today, I'll take you to experience it. Lu Feng held Su Muyun's hand and said, let's try all the rides in the amusement park. Ah! Su Muyun was shocked, his mouth opened wide, his face full of anxiety and fear. Lu Feng didn't care whether she was scared or not. He forcibly pulled her towards the Ferris wheel. Chapter 49 Brother, it's him. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When Lu Feng took Su Muyun and the 2 children down from the 360-degree swivel chair for the 5th time. Finally, no one said one more time. Ever since getting off the Ferris wheel, Su Muyun felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Although she was still a little scared. But I was extremely excited. No matter what project you are doing, you should try it out safely. Some projects even need to be played several times. Overall, they had a lot of fun and enjoyed themselves this afternoon. There was also ice skating and water fun to do. However, it was getting late and it was time to eat. Finally gave up. Next, Lu Feng rode the cool motorcycle and took the children home. Nearly 20 minutes later. Lu Feng rode his motorcycle to the outside of the community. When he entered the community, he found 4 or 5 burly men wandering around outside the community. Moreover, the eyes fell on them. Lu Feng, who possesses the identity of the strongest special soldier, keenly felt that these people's target was his family. So he drove the motorcycle to the underground parking lot and parked it. He said to Su Muyun, wife, you guys go up first. I'm going back to my rented place. Su Muyun was surprised, aren't you staying here tonight? After saying this, it suddenly occurred to me that this sentence seemed to imply something. His face turned red and he immediately lowered his head. Lu Feng asked with a smile, do you want me to come back? Su Muyun opened his mouth, but fell silent again. I want to. Dad, you have to come back in the evening. We want to eat the meal you cook. Yes, the food Dad cooks is delicious. The 2 children were the first to express their opinions. Lu Feng didn't make things difficult for Su Muyun anymore. He smiled and said, well, for the children's sake, I'll try to get back as soon as possible to make dinner. Call. Su Muyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was also afraid that Lu Feng would force her to say those words. It's not that she can't say it, but in the past 20 years of her life, she has never said these words to other men. She is a very conservative person at heart. The real close contact with Lu Feng lasted only a little over a day. It is obviously impossible to ask her to let go of her pride and the reserve she has maintained in her bones for so many years so quickly. That's why she said to Lu Feng, I'm not ready yet. It can be said that today in the mall, saying something that would make Lu Feng bite back was the maximum limit of what she could do at the moment. Chug! Lu Feng started the motorcycle and waved to the 3 people. He rushed out in a flash. Outside the community. 4 men in black saw Lu Feng and his family of 4 go in. His eyes lit up. They immediately stood together and met. Brother, it's the family we saw earlier. They look exactly like the photo. 4 people, 2 children, and a woman. Only the man has some fighting ability. A little? Just that pretty boy. I can tell at a glance that he's a cripple who only cares about paying his dues. I can crush him with one hand. Fatty, you are jealous. What am I jealous of? Should I be jealous of him? You are fat and ugly, and every time you go to wash your hair, you are always looked down upon. Now you see that this target man is fair and handsome, and the target woman has a good figure and is beautiful. You must be jealous. Short and thick, if you dare to mock me, I will kill you. Seeing that the 2 were about to rebel, the eldest brother spoke. He scolded, all right, have you had enough of the quarrel? If Fei Go fails to complete his mission, do you know the consequences? Suddenly, the 2 stopped talking. Let's discuss how to proceed. The eldest brother said, Brother Fei wants us to arrest the man first, then threaten the woman, and then. Halfway through his speech, he felt someone tapped his shoulder twice. Then, someone asked, who is Phineas? Where did you come from, you idiot? Get out of here. The eldest brother shook his shoulders and shook the hand away. He said dissatisfiedly, even Hua Mingfei, the boss of Hualin Group, doesn't know about this, you idiot. The words haven't been finished yet. The other three people on the side immediately exclaimed, "Brother, it's him." "Yes, yes, brother, it's him, it's him." The eldest brother frowned. He glanced again at the person who had just patted his shoulder. His expression suddenly changed. This person is none other than the target person. To be precise, it was the target man. Hey, if there's a road to heaven but you don't take it, then there's no door to hell but you find it yourself. The eldest brother instantly became extremely majestic and said, "I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen anyone as stupid as you. You delivered yourself to our door before we even made a move." Lu Feng's face changed. Subconsciously took a step back. He asked nervously, "What do you want to do? Are you scared now?" The eldest brother sneered, "Too late." He glared at the other three people and said, "What are you still standing there for?" He waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, fuck him, and take him away after you're done." Lu Feng turned and ran. When the four burly men saw that the target man was about to run away, they immediately started chasing him. "Help! In broad daylight, in the open air, someone is trying to kill someone." Lu Feng, who was running in front, was shouting as he ran. The four people were suddenly startled. "I'm a little afraid to chase her." "What are you afraid of?" The eldest brother said angrily, "Catch the man first, and let Brother Fei handle the rest." The fat man nodded, "Yes, it's always been like this before, we just do it." "Fuck him. After catching him, cut him off first." The four people's faces turned cold and they quickened their pace. Chased after him. Because it is on the main road. At this time, many people around had already noticed this place. When Lu Feng mentioned murder, a caring person immediately called the police. Lu Feng is still running. While running, he shouted angrily, "I don't know your president Hua Mingfei, why did he send you to hunt me down?" The fat man shouted angrily, "Humph, when we catch you and you meet our president Hua, you will naturally know." Bang! The eldest brother slapped the fat man on the head and said, "Idiot, who asked you to admit it?" The fat man knew he was wrong and didn't dare to refute. Silently put the blame on the target man. "I thought that I must make sure that this target man will never get married. No, I can't run anymore." Suddenly, Lu Feng stopped. No blushing face, no heart beating. He stood there calmly, saying calmly, "Don't chase me. I won't run away." The eldest brother saw this scene and snorted coldly, "You guys catch the guy, I'll go drive." After saying that, he turned and left. The fat man and the other two rushed directly towards Lu Feng. The eldest brother turned around confidently and prepared to drive. These three people may not be real fighting masters. But, they are all people who have seen blood and have killed people. When he gets angry, he is a man who dares to fight to the death. A pretty boy like this, wouldn't that be easy to catch? Ah! Suddenly, three screams were heard. The eldest brother turned his head to look. The three fat men collapsed to the ground one by one. Curled up in a ball, rolling on the ground in pain. Chapter 50, 3 cases in one day, all solid cases. This is outrageous. I saw the fat man and his two companions lying on the ground after turning around, completely unable to fight. The eldest brother knew that he had met a ruthless person. Immediately, without saying a word, he turned around and ran. "Hey, don't run." "I'm not running, why are you running?" Lu Feng shouted from behind. Rush forward in a few steps. A flying kick. Bang! He kicked the eldest brother directly on the back. The eldest brother fell down immediately. He fell and screamed. "You little bastard, tell me your name if you dare." The eldest brother was not afraid. He threatened confidently, "If you dare to fight me, I will kill you." Bang! Lu Feng stepped down. Snap! Suddenly, the eldest brother's legs broke apart. There was another burst of screams. Lu Feng smiled and asked, "You come to hunt me, but you don't even know my name?" Bang! Another kick. Both hands were stepped on and broken. "You still dare to threaten me?" Lu Feng was answered by another series of screams. Mighty, mighty. At this time, the sirens of police cars rang out. Soon, a police car stopped. Several police officers got out of the car. "You again! You again!" The leader was none other than Captain Li Yunfei, who had appeared in the mall earlier. But, besides Captain Li, there was also a middle-aged police officer who spoke. It was the one who took young Cheng away in the morning. He whispered softly in Li Yunfei's ear, "The young Chang we arrested this morning was the one who had a conflict with him." Li Yunfei suddenly felt a toothache. The police were called out 3 times in one day, all for the same person. Otherwise, just send a team of police officers to keep an eye on you. "Hello, Captain Li." "Hello, fellow police officers." Lu Feng greeted. Li Yunfei originally wanted to give Lu Feng a few warnings, asking him not to be so arrogant and not to cause trouble. "But when I think about what happened this morning..." "Brother Lu Feng, tell me, what's going on with you?" Li Yunfei pointed helplessly at the 4 people lying on the ground and asked. Lu Feng said, "They are hunting me down." "They're chasing you?" A young police officer frowned. "Do you think we're blind?" "Clearly." "Shut up." Li Yunfei glared at the young police officer. The young police officer was depressed. When he came over just now, he saw with his own eyes Lu Feng stepping on someone. That kick was so brutal. Besides, how could someone being chased not have any injuries on his body? Instead, it was the person under his feet. And 3 other people lying on the ground, groaning. It feels miserable just looking at it. Well, this Lu Feng is most likely to have a special relationship with Captain Li. Otherwise, how could Captain Li help Lu Feng so much? "Comrade Dingen, you can't say such nonsense." Lu Feng smiled at the young police officer and said, "If you say anything nonsense, I can sue you for defamation." "How can you, a young police officer like you, be so short-sighted?" Immediately, an old man came out and said, "You saw this young man hitting someone, why don't you ask him why he hit him?" An elderly woman said, "These 4 people lying on the ground keep talking about fighting and killing. They're also talking about arresting people and killing people. It's obvious they are not good people. Just now, these 4 people were chasing this little brother, shouting and killing him. If this little brother wasn't so skilled, he would have been knocked to the ground and captured." "Didn't Comrade Xiao Jingen say he was blind?" "I think that's quite right." "Handsome guy, sue him for defamation." "We support you." Facing the accusations from the 7th aunt, 8th aunt, 9th uncle and 6th young master. Young police officer and was about to cry. He finally understood why Captain Li told him to shut up. "I haven't even finished a sentence and you guys are already scolding me to death." Okay, everyone, stop arguing." Captain Li was very familiar with this scene. "I experienced it myself in the morning." So, I quickly said, "Who called the police? Come out and tell us what happened." "I called the police." At this time, an old man came out. He took the initiative to say, "Comrade Jin Gan, these 4 people are all bad guys. They have been circling the gate of our community for most of the day. Just now, I saw this young man come out and park his motorcycle over there, so I went over to him. I thought they were friends. As a result, those 4 guys suddenly became aggressive and wanted to arrest people. They also said that they were sent by Hua Mingfei, the boss of Hualin Group, to beat the guy up and take him back." "You are so arrogant in broad daylight. You must punish them severely. Otherwise, how would we ordinary people dare to go out?" "Really? How similar are the scripts?" Fortunately, I was smart and didn't do what that young police officer did, and started giving warnings right away. Otherwise, I would have to bow my head and apologize again. Everyone, rest assured, as long as the situation is true, we will definitely punish severely. Li Yunfei patted his chest and assured everyone. "I can prove that what this uncle said is true. I can prove it, too." "Me too." Immediately, everyone around expressed their opinions. "I have surveillance here." The security office said, "Comrades, if you need anything, you can check the surveillance." Li Yunfei looked at the middle-aged police officer who was in charge of the Yang Chung case. He ordered, "Wang Gang, go back up the surveillance information. Xiao Zhang, go arrest those 4 people and bring them back to the police station first. By the way, call an ambulance to the police station to pick up the person." The young police officer immediately nodded obediently. "Take people to capture the eldest brother and others." 5 minutes later. Everything is handled properly. Li Yunfei took his men away. Lu Feng expressed his gratitude to all the enthusiastic people. I also bought some water and drinks nearby and shared them with everyone. Then he rode away on his motorcycle and headed straight for the house he rented. 20 minutes later. Inside the headquarters office of Xiangqing Police Station. Li Yunfei sat in the office chair. Xiao Lu and other police officers stood in front of the desk. Not long after, Wang Gang knocked on the door and came in. Put the information in front of Li Yunfei. After Li Yunfei finished reading it, the muscles on his face couldn't help but tremble. Then, he silently handed the information to Xiao Lu and said, "Look at it carefully." Look at it carefully. Xiao Lu took the information and read it carefully. In the morning, Lu Feng called the police himself. Yang Chang was arrested. Lu Feng is fine, he doesn't even need to come to the police station. A solid case. There are both witnesses and evidence. Morning. Li Yunji called the police. As a result, Li Yunji was arrested. Similarly, Lu Feng does not need to take notes. The witnesses and evidence are all there. Afternoon. The case was reported by enthusiastic citizens. The people who took action were sent by Hua Mingfei. 4 against 1. All 4 people were injured. Among them, the leader was convicted of a serious crime and became disabled for life. The other 3 people were also seriously injured. Even if you stay in bed for half a year, you may not be able to fully recover. The most important thing is that these 4 people were arrested. Lu Feng is fine again. There are both witnesses and physical evidence. One person was involved in 3 cases in one day. As a result, no trip to the police station was required for any of the 3 cases. All of them are ironclad cases. Lu Feng himself did not suffer any loss. Anyone who messes with Lu Feng will be in big trouble. This is simply. Captain Li, isn't this outrageous? He was shocked and said, "How can this guy commit 3 crimes in one day and nothing happens to him?" Chapter 51. You do not have enough authority. Is this outrageous? Li Yunfei glared at Xiao Lu. He said angrily, "This is called ability. Also, what does it mean to commit a crime? Where did he commit the crime?" Yang Cheng broke into the house and committed a crime. Lu Feng is the victim. This is an ironclad case. Li Yunji initiated the incident, and Lu Feng was the victim. This is an ironclad case. Hua Mingfei is Yang Cheng's uncle, so it's reasonable for him to send someone to attack Lu Feng. Moreover, there are both witnesses and evidence, and it is also an ironclad case. Where did Lu Feng break the law? What crime did Lu Feng commit? Xiao Lu scratched his head. Said, "Captain Li, what's the big deal? I just said one word, you." Not really? Li Yunfei sneered, "Xiao Lu, let me tell you, you can only say this to me today. We need to change places, or someone with ulterior motives might hear us. Or, like this afternoon, if you just go up and start talking nonsense and no one speaks up to stop you in time, then you won't need to wear this skin anymore." After a pause, he added, "This may be the lightest punishment." Xiao Lu opened his mouth. It seems like he wants to say something more. Wang Gang whispered a few words in Xiao Lu's ear. Xiao Lu's face suddenly changed with fright. He immediately said respectfully, "Captain Li taught me that, and I'll remember it." Li Yunfei originally planned to wave his hand and let everyone leave. But, inexplicably, my eyelids suddenly twitched a few times. He immediately said to everyone, "Notify everyone. If there is another case involving Lu Feng, you must be informed of the case as soon as possible. Don't have any preconceived impressions before you understand the case. Also, you must be fair and just, without any partiality." This decision was immediately unanimously approved by everyone. Also, summon Hua Mingfei immediately. Li Yunfei ordered again, "We must warn him not to provoke Lu Feng again." Immediately, everyone stepped back and went to deal with the matter. But Li Yunfei was still a little worried. As soon as I turned on the computer, I wanted to check Lu Feng's background. As a result, I turned on the computer and checked. A line of words popped up above: "You do not have enough permissions." Red star square. Inside the Cartier store. The store manager handed a limited edition 5-piece jewelry set that he had just received to Lu Feng. "Mr. Lu Feng, this is the set of jewelry your wife chose." The store manager smiled and said, "Since I was urgently transferred here from Wuching, I've added a little extra." "It's okay. Thank you for your help. I deserve some extra money." Lu Feng took the box, smiled slightly, then waved to the store manager and Lu Feng. "Turn around and leave. Xiaofeng, I think you should still try." After Lu Feng left, the store manager said to Lu Feng, "There aren't many good men like you in this world who are rich, have a good temper, and take good care of their wives." Lu Feng smiled slightly. Manager, you also said that there are not many good men like this, so I am definitely not worthy of him. That's right. The store manager sighed. Compared to that goddess Su, you really don't have any advantages. Lu Feng was not angry either. Liking someone doesn't mean you have to get him. She felt that her loss to Su Muyun was not unfair. Lu Feng is living a good life now, which makes him proud and happy. She opened her phone and glanced at the various university groups that were now quiet. Then, she sent the same message to every university group that had just mocked Lu Feng. A bunch of incompetent, red-eyed scumbags, why are they silent now? Come on, please slap me in the face, please wake me up. Let me know that I am blind. The man I like is a scumbag with nothing good except his good looks. Coming out of the Cartier store, Lu Feng received a call. Hello, is this Lu Feng? The call was from the landlord. Someone is offering twice the price to rent your house. That's perfect. Didn't you say this morning that your business venture failed and you couldn't pay the rent for the time being? Then just withdraw. Don't blame your aunt. After all, she has to make a living too. Lu Feng smiled. He replied, okay, I'll be right there. Xiangcheng. Suburbs. A residential complex somewhere. In a room. Su Min, who was originally looking at his mobile phone, heard his mother talking to Lu Feng on the phone. She said dissatisfiedly, Mom, didn't you promise brother Lu Feng this morning that you could let him delay the payment for a month? How can you go back on your word? Morning is morning, and now is now. Suma said, he has no money, so of course I won't let him rent it. Besides, for someone like him who failed in his business, who knows if he can even pay the rent next month? Also, Amin, I'm warning you, don't call me so intimately from now on. Don't even think of anything inappropriate about him. After he checked out, I deleted all his contact information. Did you hear that? Su Min frowned. Asked, Mom, did he really fail in his business? Little sister, would Mom lie to you about something like this? At this time, Su Min's brother came out of the room. Interrupted, if that Lu Feng was really capable, would Mom still stop you from contacting him? Our mother didn't stop you before, she just asked you to raise him first. If you really have potential, then put in some effort. Since there is no potential now, it is natural to abandon it decisively. Su Min thought about it and felt that what his brother and mother said made sense. If Lu Feng really failed in his business and became a pauper, there's really no need to waste time and energy on him. Bang bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Mother Su walked over and opened the door. Lu Feng stood at the door, raised his phone, and said, Landlord, the rent has been paid to you, take a look. Mother Su opened her phone and took a look. Surprised, 5,000? Lu Feng nodded and said, this month's rent is 2,000. He added, the rest is just a small compensation for your care for me over the years, and the sanitation fee for the room. Naturally, Su Ma would not refuse. Who would complain about having too much money? She glanced at Lu Feng and asked curiously, Xiao Feng, didn't you say this morning that your business venture failed? Have you found a job now? Not yet. So what are you doing now? Take care of the children. Hearing these 3 words, Su Ma turned and glanced at Su Min. Both of them showed a look of contempt at the same time. They all knew that Lu Feng was not only not married, but he didn't even have a girlfriend. Then this child definitely cannot be Lu Feng's own. If it's not his own child, who will he take care of? It is obvious that Lu Feng is most likely being kept by some rich woman. Otherwise, where would he get the money to act like a rich man? Landlady, let's stop chatting for now. I have to go back and cook. Lu Feng waved his hand and said, I'll go first. Su Ma, Su Min, and Su Gu all ignored Lu Feng. Just closed the door. Lu Feng didn't care either. After going downstairs, he went straight to his motorcycle. At this time, Brother Su came to the balcony. I just happened to see the extremely cool motorcycle below. And the logo on the locomotive. Oh my god, Hermes! Brother Su immediately exclaimed, who is so awesome that they can actually buy a Hermes motorcycle. I don't think there are such rich people in our area. Chapter 52, Queue up for photos, Lu Feng, you are the last one. What is Hermes? Is it expensive? In the room, when Suma heard this, she couldn't help but ask in confusion. She doesn't know much about cars. An ordinary luxury car, she knew. But she didn't know about those high-end luxury cars. Especially the limited edition and custom-made ones, she had never even heard of them. Brother, are you seeing right? At this moment, Su-min immediately jumped up from the sofa. Walking to the balcony, he looked down. Is it really Hermes' luxury car? Brother Su is a car enigma. Especially a motorcycle mystery. I'm quite familiar with locomotives. Su-min often heard Brother Su mumbling, so naturally he understood a thing or two. Especially recently, after I started working. People are particularly concerned about this kind of high-end luxury car. Because luxury cars represent one's wealth. Her dream is to be like a rich man who is handsome and capable, so naturally she has to remember the license plate well. Look at that car logo. Brother Su pointed to the motorcycle below and said, if it's not Hermes, then what is it? At this time, some people below had already begun to gather around the locomotive. From time to time, there were bursts of exclamations and sighs. Really? It really is Hermes. Su-min was excited. Mom, go find out who owns that luxury car. I'll go get to know him. It's better not to ask. Brother Su frowned and said, little sister, I'm not trying to discourage you. Whether it's hardware or software, you're still a little bit behind. The person who can afford such a luxury car can't be someone we know in this area. So, you'd better not go and make yourself miserable. Upon hearing this, Su-ma became unhappy. Scolding, what nonsense are you talking about, little brat? Your sister is naturally beautiful and is destined to marry into a wealthy family in the future. You know shit. Brother Su chuckled. He knew very well that his whole family was actually quite realistic. They all hope that their sister will marry a rich husband. This is how society is, people laugh at the poor but not at the rich. However, there are different levels of wealth. With my sister's conditions, it would be the best she can hope to marry an average-sized wealthy man. Wanting to marry a rich man or a wealthy family is just a pipe dream. Anyone who can spend a lot of money to buy a motorcycle is definitely above the level of a local tycoon. Forget about my own sister. However, there was no way to explain this to Su-ma, so I just didn't bother to say it. Just took out my phone and started taking pictures of the motorcycle. He wanted to post it on WeChat Moments to show off. Oh right, take a picture. I want to go down and take a picture. Su-min suddenly said, Hermes, we must take close-up photos. Yes, only by standing in front and taking pictures can others envy you. Brother Su immediately turned around and followed Su-min, let's go together. The two of them quickly went downstairs. At this time, Su-ma also became a little curious, I'll go with you to take a look. Lu Feng originally planned to leave immediately after settling the bill with the landlord. But suddenly I remembered that there was a very important book I hadn't taken. Then he returned to the room. After rummaging through boxes and drawers for a while, I finally found the book. Books are actually not that important. What really matters is a slightly blurry black and white photo tucked inside the book. Seeing that the photo was still there, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Grab your things and go downstairs. When I passed by the landlord's house, I happened to see the landlord's aunt coming downstairs. He smiled and greeted him, and handed over the key. Mother Su took the key and smiled. Said, Lu Feng, you are leaving soon, and Aunt Su wants to tell you a few heartfelt words without worrying about being resentful. You, on the other hand, are a very handsome man. I also have academic qualifications. You still have to work hard and do something down to earth. Don't always think of doing something crooked. That's not a long-term solution after all. Lu Feng had lived 2 lives, so he knew what Su-ma meant. However, Lu Feng didn't care too much. After all, Su-ma is so old. Although the words may sound a bit disrespectful, there should be no bad intention. So, he just smiled. And Su-ma saw the indifferent smile on Lu Feng's face. His brows furrowed slightly. I'm too lazy to say more. Went downstairs. Su-min and Su-gu took the lead and rushed towards the motorcycle. Su-ma also followed. Lu Feng walked behind. Lu Feng, do you also want to go and see that motorcycle of Moss's? When Aunt Su saw Lu Feng following her, she couldn't help but ask. Lu Feng laughed and said, Auntie Landlady, that's called Hermes, not good Moss. Whatever it is, my son said it's a good car, a luxury car. Su-ma smiled and said, besides, it has to be a luxury car that only the wealthy can afford. My daughter just said that she wants to marry a rich man like this in the future. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Feng and said, Lu Feng, you still have to take the right path. Although, you are destined to have no chance with my daughter in this life. But, as a man, you still have to have your own career and your own family. While you are young, work hard. Get married and start a family soon. Lu Feng felt a little embarrassed. Now that you mention it, how can I tell you that this luxury car is mine? It doesn't seem right to slap you in the face like this, does it? He smiled bitterly, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Brother, please move away and let me take some pictures. Wait a minute, I'll take a few pictures first. Anyway, the owner of the car hasn't come yet, so don't worry. Lu Feng and Su Ma came to the motorcycle. I saw Su Min and Su Gu fighting over taking photos. Hurry up, I want to take some pictures too. Yeah, you two hurry up, we want to take some pictures too. At this time, several more young people gathered around and clamored to take pictures. It's okay, just take pictures. Lu Feng said, you can take any photos you want. In the past, we always lived in this area, and we were all neighbors and acquaintances. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Lu Feng was happy to help. Lu Feng, do you want to take a photo too? Su Min saw Lu Feng and said, you came last, so you can only shoot last. Someone immediately agreed, yes, you have to queue up. Lu Feng smiled bitterly and simply stopped talking. 5 minutes later, Brother Su finished filming. Then, he walked to Lu Feng's side. Patting Lu Feng on the shoulder, he smiled and said, Xiao Lu, I don't think you need to take the photo. Didn't you just fail in your business? You must have borrowed the money? If you take a few photos and send them out, people will immediately know you're a liar. Lu Feng chuckled. Said, don't worry, Brother Su, I won't take any pictures. Don't think that I'm laughing at you, Brother Su. Brother Su said, Brother Su really cares about you. You may not know how expensive and high-end this motorcycle is. I'll give you some scientific information. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Lu Feng's cell phone rang. Excuse me, I have to take a call. Lu Feng raised his cell phone and answered the call. Hey, Lu Feng, come back soon. Su Muyun's slightly anxious voice came from inside, pinging and caused someone else's car to get into a traffic accident, and that person insisted on asking us to pay for it. Chapter 53 Wake up, it's dawn, stop dreaming. Mom, it's none of our fault. They bumped into us on their own. That's right, he tried to hit us, but he missed. Then, he crashed into the flower bed. It had nothing to do with us at all. The two children immediately started shouting in grievance. It's none of your business? Then, a woman's arrogant voice came from inside, Ada, go and catch those two little bastards for me. I want to slap them in the face. Beat these two little bastards to death. This is outrageous. Not only did you block the road and cause my car to have an accident, but you even dared to say it's none of your business. My car worth millions, do you think you can steal it? Hearing this, Lu Feng's expression suddenly changed. He said coldly, tell them that if they dare to touch my child or you before I come back, I will make them regret coming into this world. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hey, Xiao Lu, you have quite the momentum. Brother Su, who was standing by, heard the conversation on the phone. He smiled and said, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your pretentiousness has improved a lot. You. If there wasn't Su Muyun's call, Lu Feng might still be in the mood, so he asked them to take some more photos and played with them for a while. But now, he was worried about the children and Su Muyun. Naturally, I was too lazy to play along with them anymore. Before Brother Su finished speaking, Lu Feng walked straight towards the motorcycle. At this time, Su Min had just finished filming. Seeing Lu Feng coming over, he immediately said, Lu Feng, you have to queue up. There are still a few people here. Please wait a moment. Lu Feng ignored Su Min, walked straight to the motorcycle and sat on it. Su Min was anxious and said immediately, Lu Feng, don't do anything rash. That car is very valuable. If you scratch or damage it, you can't afford the compensation. Lu Feng glanced at Su Min. No explanation. Then, look at other people who want to take pictures. Said, I have something urgent to do. I can only apologize to everyone for taking photos. After saying that, he pressed his fingerprint. Chug. Suddenly, the locomotive started. He rushed out with a whoosh. In front, there was a beautiful drift into the corner. It left behind a trail of white smoke and disappeared. Su Min and Su Gu were stunned for a moment. Wow, what a cool move. So cool. That motorcycle is so beautiful. It's all Su Min's fault. We didn't get any photos. That's right, it's all their fault. Those who didn't take photos were amazed and blamed Su Min and brother Su. Su Min and Su Go looked unhappy. I feel like I just want to find a hole and crawl into it. It's just a broken motorcycle, is there any need to act like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world? Suma said unhappily, some other day, I'll find you a motorcycle so you can take as many pictures as you want. She had many reasons to be unhappy. For example, the daughter and son were blamed. For example, Lu Feng is too pushy. Of course, the reason why she felt most unhappy was the motorcycle that everyone praised turned out to be Lu Feng's. And before that, I actually talked a lot to Lu Feng. Whenever she thought about it, she felt like a clown. The face was hit so hard that it hurt. Auntie, the fact that you can say that proves that you are a real country bumpkin. Aunt Sue, I don't mean to look down on you. If you could really find a motorcycle like this, you probably wouldn't just be a landlord in this shabby place. Damn, I missed out on not watching the live broadcast today. Look at this video. Heh, I didn't expect that Lu Feng is actually a hidden rich man. Also, I have a beautiful live streaming goddess as my wife. Wow, those two kids are so cute. This Lu Feng is simply a winner in life. This local tycoon is such a spendthrift. He threw millions of dollars worth of jewelry on the ground for people to step on without even blinking an eye. What's that? There are only 5 Hermes limited edition motorcycles in the world worth 20 million, and he's willing to buy it. With that much money, wouldn't it be nice to buy a supercar? Sure enough, we don't understand the world of the rich. At this time, someone in the crowd was checking the situation of the motorcycle and happened to find a video. When I clicked on it, I saw what happened in Red Star Square this morning. Someone has edited it and made a video. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed. And hear their exclamations. Mother Sue felt that her blood pressure suddenly became a little high. I feel like I'm going to faint. Brother Su felt a little embarrassed to face people, so he immediately supported his mother, called Su Min and went upstairs. This is so embarrassing. If you stay any longer, you'll be laughed to death. Back upstairs, the 3 of them searched for the video silently. Then, watched the video quietly. After reading it, the 3 of them looked up. They looked at each other. Su Min said, Mom, I think brother Lu Feng is my true love. Brother Su and Mother Su looked at each other. Then, he sighed and lowered his head. I'm such a nice vegetable, how could I possibly fall for a nymphomaniac like you? Little sister, stop dreaming. Wake up, it's daybreak. Lu Feng was very anxious. Very urgent. He didn't know what the specific situation was with Su Muyun. But, it is obvious that someone is deliberately looking for trouble. Although Ping Pingin is only 4 years old, he knows what is good and what is bad. They also don't lie. They said that the car tried to hit them but missed, and then hit the flower bed. Then it definitely couldn't be that Ping Pingin was the one who did it on his own. It must be that car targeting Ping Pingin. If you think about it carefully, among the people you offended today, only Yang Chang has a bigger background and can afford a luxury car worth millions. In addition, the group of people he met before leaving the community this afternoon were also sent by Hua Mingfei. Then the answer is obvious. Lu Feng was not clear about Hua Mingfei's specific details. However, before leaving, Lu Feng had a brief exchange with Li Yunfei. I know that Hua Mingfei is Yang Cheng's uncle and the controller of Hualin Group, a large enterprise in Xiangcheng. So, it is normal that someone dares to target his own child and Su Muyun so unscrupulously. 10 minutes later. Lu Feng returned to the entrance of the community. The security guard at the door stopped him. Are you Mr. Lu Feng? The security guard said, Don't rush in, let me show you something first. Lu Feng was confused, but he didn't ask any more questions. Entered the security booth. The security guard showed Lu Feng a video. In the video, walk ahead safely. Jumping and making noise as they walked forward. Su Muyun followed behind, carrying the vegetables. The next moment, the scene changed. Ping Yin turned at the corner ahead and headed towards where he lived. At the same time, it disappeared from Su Muyun's sight. At this moment, a black top of the Line S-Class Mercedes-Benz sedan suddenly stepped on the accelerator. With a loud bang, it rushed directly towards Ping Pingin. Ping Pingin reacted quickly and ran away immediately after hearing the sound. Coincidentally, there is another corner ahead. They turned directly to the other side of the wall. The black S-Class Mercedes-Benz crashed into the flower bed before coming to a stop. Chapter 54, Violent Charge, 2 Combos. Ping Pingin was so scared that she squatted on the ground and burst into tears. But a woman got out of the Mercedes-Benz. Then, he started scolding the 2 children. Where did this bastard come from? He's actually blocking the road in the middle of the street. Why didn't I kill you? It caused my car to get into an accident. I'm going to beat you to death. While cursing, he walked towards the child and raised his hand, as if he was about to hit him. Fortunately, Su Muyun rushed over at this time. Protect the child behind him. What are you doing? Su Muyun raised his hand and pushed the woman's hand away. As soon as the woman saw Su Muyun, she sneered, these 2 bastards were standing in the middle of the road and caused my car to have an accident. Of course, they should pay for it. Your car crashed into the flower bed because you were not paying attention. Why do you blame my child? Although Su Muyun was at the corner, he did not see the specific situation. However, she saw the speed of the car. At that time, she was scared half to death. Now, after hearing what the woman said, he immediately retorted. Why? The woman sneered, my car alone is worth 2 million. As he said this, he waved his hand and said, Ada, catch that little bastard for me. Then Su Muyun called Lu Feng for help. The other party is trying to arrest people forcefully. Then, security showed up and prevented an extreme situation from happening. After watching the video, Lu Feng's face turned completely gloomy. Mr. Lu Feng, that woman is very powerful, and she is either rich or noble. At this time, the security guard said again, our people stopped them from taking action. But, after all, I dare not be presumptuous, so I probably won't be able to hold out for too long. You're back just in time. Now that you've watched the video, you have a better idea of what's going on. Then you'll need to handle the following matters yourself. Of course. After a pause, he added, if there's anything you need us to testify for, we'll definitely help you prove it. Lu Feng nodded. I said thank you to the security guard. You're welcome. The security guard said, we just can't stand those arrogant and domineering women. Plus, your skills and performance this afternoon also impressed the brothers. So, after the brothers knew that you were the husband of that goddess Su, they immediately decided to take action. No matter what, we must protect the people first. Oh, by the way, I just called the police. I estimate that they will be here in about 5 minutes at most. Lu Feng had a good impression of this security guard. Then he asked, what's your name, brother? My name is Yang'an, the security guard said. I'm the security captain of the residential complex. You can just call me Anzi. Add a friend. Lu Feng gestured with his cell phone. Good. Yang'an didn't think much about it and immediately added Lu Feng as a friend. Lu Feng directly transferred 2,000 yuan. Said, brothers, you have worked hard. Later, you can share it with everyone. Just think of it as my treat for everyone. Yang'an immediately shook his head, how can this be possible? Wei. For me, this amount of money is nothing. Lu Feng waved his hand, interrupting Yang'an and saying, but, the favor you guys have done for me in protecting my children and wife is really too great. He added, if you consider me a friend, don't be polite. Seeing Lu Feng so determined, Yang'an stopped talking nonsense. I'll go in and take a look first. Lu Feng rode his motorcycle into the community. Entered the community and turned 2 corners. I saw a black Mercedes-Benz car crashing into the flower bed. From a distance, there doesn't seem to be any major damage, probably just a scratch at most. Not far away, there was a group of people around. The middle-aged woman was pointing at Su Muyun arrogantly and saying something. There are 4 security guards nearby. 2 of them protected the child, and the other 2 stood in front of Su Muyun, trying to mediate with the woman. However, the effect seems to be minimal. The middle-aged woman was shouting very loudly. Moreover, he was giving some orders to the 2 people brought next to him. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He took out a helmet from the back seat and put it on his head. Wear gloves on your hands. Twist hard with your right hand. The locomotive's throttle suddenly increased. Whoosh. Suddenly, the violent motorcycle rushed out. Ada, grab those 2 kids and get them in the car. On the other side, the middle-aged woman was shouting, if these security guards dare to stop you, beat them up. If you kill or maim me, I will be responsible. Today I want to see who dares to protect this bitch. Who can protect this bitch? After hearing this, the 4 security guards looked even uglier. However, they are security guards after all, so they still have to protect the personal safety of the owners first. So, try to stand in front of Su Muyun and the 2 children. I want to say something more. But the 2 security guards stopped talking nonsense. Come up and push hard. Very strong. He pushed the 2 security guards to the ground. Bitch, you're in my son's bed tonight. The middle-aged woman was very satisfied with the scene and said, I'll let you know what it means to cry out to the heavens and get no response, and to the earth and get no help. You may not know this, but what I love most is humiliating a pretty bitch like you who likes to act noble. The more you. Before he could finish his words, suddenly, the roar of a locomotive was heard. The sound was so loud that it drowned out the middle-aged woman's voice. The middle-aged woman turned around and started to curse in dissatisfaction. As a result, I just turned my head. Bang! I didn't have time to see what was going on. He saw a shadow rushing directly towards his S-Class Mercedes-Benz, which was parked beside the flower bed. Then, he saw his Mercedes-Benz being hit and turned over. The motorcycle was also pushed back and made a 90-degree rotation on the spot. There was another roar. The locomotive sprinted again. In full view of the public, he hit the bottom of the Mercedes-Benz again. While pushing the Mercedes-Benz against the wall, the front of the car was also directly smashed. This time, the locomotive did not return. Instead, it hit the front of the Mercedes-Benz directly. Then, Lu Feng got off the motorcycle. Take off your helmet and gloves. He said with a gloomy face, which bastard parked the car here? I got hit twice. The middle-aged woman was dumbfounded. You hit my car and still dared to call me a bastard. How dare you call yourself lousy in front of me? Ada, air. The middle-aged woman pointed at Lu Feng and said, break him up right now. I want all 5 of his limbs to be crippled. And it must be a permanent disability. Yes. Ada and air nodded immediately and walked towards Lu Feng. Chapter 55, Use the Knife, I Want to See Blood. The middle-aged woman was none other than Yang Cheng's mother, Hua Mingzhou. That Mercedes isn't hers either. It belongs to her eldest brother. She drove this car here just to cause trouble. At that time, when she saw the 2 children, her first reaction was to bump into them first. If someone is killed, it's just a matter of paying some money. It's not a big deal. She doesn't care at all. He wasn't killed, he just happened to hit the flower bed, so I asked them directly for compensation. A poor family. With my own methods, can't I easily force them to come forward and let you beat me, scold me, and play with me? But what I didn't expect was that several security guards suddenly ran over and wasted a lot of my time. Just when things were about to be accomplished, another fool appeared. He drove a broken motorcycle and crashed into his own Mercedes-Benz. Is this because you think dying isn't fast enough? Okay, if you want to die, I will make you die happily today. Immediately let Ada and air, 2 people who had committed murder, take action. Looking at Ada and air who were walking towards him, Lu Feng sneered. He stared at Hua Mingzhou and asked, who let this crazy woman out? He's fat and ugly, and he spews shit all the time. It's so scary and terrifying, so disgusting. Ah. When Hua Mingzhou heard this, she immediately went crazy. Ada, air, just use the knife. Hua Mingzhou was furious, let him bleed, now, quickly. Ada and air knew the temper of this young lady very well. I also know that she is the boss's most beloved daughter. Naturally, I dare not be negligent in the slightest. Brush. The 2 men touched their waists, one of them took out a dagger and stabbed directly at Lu Feng. Don't want. Su Muyun exclaimed in worry. The security guard blocked the 2 children's view, preventing them from seeing what was happening ahead. Afraid of being scared. As for Lu Feng's situation, they are not worried at all. Before, they had witnessed Lu Feng's skills with their own eyes. The 4 burly men knocked the man down as soon as they said they would. Now, there are only 2 of us, isn't it easy to capture him? Ada and air rushed towards Lu Feng with daggers in hand. Lu Feng raised the corner of his mouth, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Brush. Instead of retreating, advance. Rush towards Ada on the left. At the moment when Ada's dagger was about to stab him, Lu Feng moved sideways to avoid the dagger, then reached out and grabbed the other's wrist. Twist hard. Snap. Directly break the opponent's wrist. The dagger fell to the ground. Ah! A scream was heard. Lu Feng ignored it. Lift your legs and put your feet down directly. Suddenly, Ada's legs deformed and broke into two pieces. At this time, A's dagger stabbed. Lu Feng bumped into him. Push Ada forward. Phew! The dagger pierced directly into Ada's shoulder. This time, Adalian didn't even scream, he just passed out from the pain. A was also shocked when he saw this scene. There was a moment of daze. Lu Feng let go of Ada, turned around, grabbed A's hand, and twisted it. Then grabbed the other hand and clasped it again. Then, twist it hard. At the same time, lift your legs and step twice. Snap. Snap. Click. All of his hands and legs were broken off instantly. As soon as Lu Feng loosened his grip, A fell to the ground like mud, rolling his eyes. The methods of the Super Ace Special Forces gave Lu Feng enough confidence to deal with such a situation. He could easily take care of these two, as although they were ruthless and decisive, they were not thugs with any real skills. He watched as the two thugs he brought with him fell to the ground in an instant, their lives unknown. Hua Mingjiao's face changed drastically. He didn't dare to shout anymore, but just looked at Lu Feng, who was walking towards him step by step, trembling all over. She suddenly felt that the guy in front of her was like a killing god. So scary. You, don't come over here. Hua Mingjiao said in horror. I. Bang. Lu Feng raised his hand and slapped him. He beat Hua Mingjiao to the ground. This slap made Hua Mingjiao a little dazed. However, the fear on Hua Mingjiao's face soon turned into anger. You dare to hit me? Her eyes were red as she pointed at Lu Feng and roared, Do you know who my father is? Do you know who my eldest brother is? You're dead. I will never let you go. I will definitely let. Bang. Lu Feng slapped him again. You. Bang. Bang. Stop hitting me, I was wrong. She cried. She became obedient. No more cursing, no more shouting. Wife, take the children upstairs first. Lu Feng greeted Su Muyun. Su Muyun also came back to his senses at this time. He nodded and took the children upstairs under the escort of security. Wait until Su Muyun and the child leave. Lu Feng squatted down, sneering and grabbing Hua Mingjiao's hair. You want to make me bleed? Make me a cripple? You won't let me go? I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Hua Mingjiao begged for mercy. But in my heart I was thinking viciously, you are dead, your whole family is dead. Oh. Lu Feng sneered, do you think that if you say you are wrong and you don't dare to do it anymore, this matter will be over? Lu Feng stretched his head, squinted his eyes, and stared at Hua Mingjiao coldly. The cold murderous intent after the fusion of special forces instantly enveloped Hua Mingjiao. Hua Mingjiao suddenly felt that the other person's eyes seemed to be able to kill people. She was so scared that she was shaking all over. Mighty. At this time, the police car arrived. It's not just the police who come. There are also traffic police. Lu Feng let go of Hua Mingjiao. He took out his cell phone and dialed another number. This is the phone number of the manager of Hermes service station in Hualong country. He directly gave the other party an address. Ask the other party to bring someone from the insurance company to help deal with it. The call is over. The police and traffic police also got out of the car. On the police security side, the team leader is still Captain Li Yunfei. The first thing he saw when he got off the car was Lu Feng. Really? That feeling is right. Today, he still has a case. Fortunately, I reminded my teammates before, so there shouldn't be any problems. Hey, that's not right. How come the traffic police got there first? Captain Wang, come here. Li Yunfei immediately greeted Wang Dajuan, the captain of the traffic police team. He has a good relationship with the other party. Therefore, I feel it is necessary to remind the other party. Wang Dajuan had just gotten off the car when he saw Li Yunfei waving at him. He walked over and asked, Captain Li, what's going on? The other side. Hua Mingjiao, who was lying on the ground shivering, saw a familiar face in the traffic police team at a glance. His cousin, Hua Wenyuan, the squadron leader of the third team of the traffic police team. She immediately jumped up and yelled, "Cousin, hurry up and catch him. Look at what he did to your sister. He crashed into my car and beat my bodyguard to the point of life or death." Then, he pointed at himself and said, "Even I was beaten like this. People like this must be arrested immediately and executed immediately." Chapter 56 Catch Me. Hua Wenyuan saw his cousin injured like this. Look at the miserable state of the two men on the ground. His expression also changed slightly. My cousin's injury is secondary, she is a woman after all. It's normal to get beaten. But, those two subordinates are different. That was the person who had followed his uncle to build the empire. They are all ruthless characters who have seen blood and committed murder. He had also witnessed the methods of these two people with his own eyes. 3 or 5 ordinary men couldn't get close to him. But these two people, with weapons, were beaten into this state by the other party alone. This is simply. He turned his gaze and looked at Lu Feng. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. However, when I think of that uncle's methods and abilities. He still asked coldly, "Now, with all the evidence and witnesses, do you admit your guilt?" The car was smashed like this, my cousin was beaten into a pig's head, and the two men were not sure whether they were alive or dead. Based on this point alone, no matter how powerful this person is in Xiangqing, he is bound to be in big trouble. You didn't even ask a single question, yet there are witnesses and evidence? Lu Feng laughed and said, "Let me confess my guilt? Given the current situation, do you still need to ask?" Hua Wenyuan snorted coldly and said, "It seems that you still don't know how big a mistake you have made. But it doesn't matter. You'll know when you return to the bureau with us." Then, he waved his hand and said, "Control him and take him to the car." Lu Feng smiled faintly and asked, "Are you sure?" "What? Do you still dare to fight us?" Hua Wenyuan frowned and said, "I'm telling you, don't think that just because you have great skills, you can act arrogantly in front of us." After a pause, he threatened, "If you dare to resist, we have the power to shoot you on the spot." Captain Li. Lu Feng ignored Hua Wenyuan and looked directly at Li Yunfei behind him. Greeted. Li Yunfei had not yet finished explaining to Wang Dajuan when he heard Lu Feng calling him. He called Wang Gang over and asked him to talk to the other party and Wang Dajuan. He immediately ran towards Lu Feng. "Captain Li, are you wearing the wrong clothes?" Lu Feng pointed at Hua Wenyuan and asked. "No." Li Yunfei was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "We are police officers, they are traffic police, they are not wearing the wrong clothes. Since I'm not wearing the wrong thing, why did this traffic police officer come over and accuse me of a crime without asking any questions and arrest me?" Lu Feng asked. He also threatened that if I dared to resist, he would just shoot me? Since when did the traffic police in our Hualong country have the power to execute people on the spot? Let alone traffic police, I seem to remember that even you police officers don't have this power, right? Li Yunfei frowned. He glared at Hua Wenyuan coldly and said in a deep voice, "Hua Wenyuan, just take care of the affairs of your traffic police team. It's not your turn to interfere in our police security affairs." Li Yunfei deliberately raised his volume and tone. The purpose is to warn the other party not to interfere or make random accusations. But when Hua Wenyuan heard this, his face darkened. "Okay, I won't interfere in your affairs, but..." He pointed at Lu Feng and said, "Captain Li, as the victim's family member, I now ask you to arrest this man immediately." Li Yunfei frowned and asked, "Who is the victim?" Hua Wenyuan said, "Of course it's my cousin Hua Mingjiao." Li Yunfei looked at Lu Feng and asked, "Really?" Lu Feng smiled and said nothing, just pointed to the surveillance cameras in the community. When Li Yunfei saw this scene, he knew that this must have been caused by Hua Mingjiao. Hua Mingjiao and Hua Mingfei are siblings, how could he not know? Since Lu Feng doesn't care, he must be right. There are 3 lessons learned before. I can testify that Mr. Lu Feng and his family are the victims in this matter. I can also testify that it was this woman who first directed the 2 people lying on the ground to attack. This woman said she wanted to see blood and that she wanted to destroy Mr. Lu Feng. She also said that if anything happened, she would be responsible. At this time, 4 security guards also stood up and expressed their opinions. Not bad, you're quite courageous. Hua Wenyuan looked at the 4 security guards with a gloomy face and said coldly, "A few small security guards actually dare to meddle in the affairs of our Hua family. I think you are living too comfortably. They are all family, so how could he not know his cousin's temper?" He already knew what was going on, judging from the situation. But so what? Even if it was my cousin who caused the trouble, she would still be the victim. My cousin got the upper hand and is the victim. If you don't get it, you are also a victim. On this 3-acre land in Xiangcheng. If the Hua family doesn't even have this ability, then all their efforts are in vain. You 4 are dead. Hua Mingjiao, whose face was swollen like a pig's, looked at the 4 people and said through gritted teeth, "You have ruined my plans one after another today. I wonder who can protect you." The 4 security guards were also shocked when they heard this, and their faces turned pale instantly. They are just ordinary people at the bottom of society. Without money, power or influence, you can't compare with these upper-class people. Captain Li, did you hear what I just said? Lu Feng looked at Li Yunfei and said, "Captain Huazhong, in front of your police officers. Threatened my witness. Threatened they were dead. May I ask, what is the charge?" Li Yunfei's face looked very ugly. If a woman like Hua Mingjiao, who is usually arrogant, behaves a little arrogantly, one can still say that she is ignorant and self-righteous. But Hua Wenyuan, the squadron leader of the traffic police team, is so rampant, which is stupid. They simply don't take the law seriously. Don't take him, the captain, seriously. What crime I committed is none of your business. Hua Wenyuan snorted coldly, "Is it your turn to interrupt?" Hua Wenyuan is really famous. As the captain of the traffic police squadron, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Over the years, relying on the relationship between his uncle and his cousin Hua Mingfei, he has been able to act like a big shot in the entire system. Even his immediate superior, Wang Dajuan, had to give him some face. But today, a commoner who relied on his own skills dared to offend him like this. How could he tolerate it? The reason why Hua Wenyuan determined that Lu Feng was a civilian was because of the motorcycle. Well, in his concept, motorcycles are not high-end. The second reason is this place. What kind of status can people who live in such an ordinary garbage community have? So, he didn't take Lu Feng seriously at all. I just thought that the other party was just very skilled. Someone come. Li Yunfei finally couldn't bear it anymore. He shouted, "Hua Wenyuan is a traffic policeman and he broke the law knowing it. Threatening and intimidating others in front of the police. They don't take the laws of Hualong country seriously at all. Catch him. Take him back to the police station and deal with him severely." When Hua Wenyuan heard this, his face changed. Suddenly he shouted, "Li Yunfei, how dare you?" Li Yunfei doesn't waste words. He said coldly, "Catch." Chapter 57, "Good, you're brave. Cut off his hands for me." In full view of the public. How could Li Yunfei allow Hua Wenyuan to be so presumptuous in front of him? Why shouldn't I catch you? Okay, Li Yunfei, you have guts. Hua Wenyuan was furious. How dare you treat our Hua family so lightly? I will make you know what regret is. Your Hua family is not easy to mess with, but Lu Feng is easy to mess with? A rich man who can't even figure out the truth. Do you think his background is worse than your Hua family? You should know that anyone in your Hua family, from top to bottom, can find out the truth at any time as long as they want to. But Lu Feng couldn't find it. What does this mean? This shows that Lu Feng has a considerable background in the capital of Hualong Kingdom. Not to mention that Lu Feng is in the right. Even if he is not in the right, your Hua family will not be able to touch him. Of course, he couldn't say this to Hua Wenyuan. He waved his hand and said, "Take him away." The threat of Hua Wen's foresight will not work either. I was a little panicked all of a sudden. He immediately shouted, "Cousin, call my eldest brother and uncle right away." Hua Mingjiao was also a little confused. I finally waited for my police officer and my cousin to come. The result is, the police arrested his cousin. But no matter how confused he was, he finally reacted after hearing Hua Wenyuan's words. Call immediately. No need to make the phone call. At this time, Wang Dajuan came over and said, "Hua Mingfei is already rushing here. He should be here soon." Hua Wenyuan's face lit up with joy. He immediately said to Li Yunfei, "Li Yunfei, did you hear that? My brother will be here soon. You're done for." After saying that, without waiting for Li Yunfei's reaction, he said to Wang Dajuan, "Captain, please let them release me. I don't have that much power." Wang Dajuan waved his hand and interrupted Hua Wenyuan. He said, as a squadron leader of the traffic police, he ordered the arrest without asking the reason. The law enforcement methods are brutal and unreasonable. I only recognize relatives, not principles. You knowingly broke the law, threatened and intimidated ordinary people. He even dared to threaten the captain of the corps. Any one of these charges is enough to keep you in prison for more than 5 years. Added together, more than 10 years, that's the lightest punishment. I'm just a traffic police captain. I am even less capable of deciding the severity of your punishment. However, as your former captain, I would like to give you a reminder. After a pause, he frowned and said, admit your mistakes honestly and explain the problem proactively. Perhaps you can get a chance for a lighter punishment. Hua Wenyuan thought that since the captain had asked his cousin to come over, he would definitely be on his side. It is to help the Hua family solve the problem. Result. That's it? Beep. Just then, a high-end extended version of the Silver Wing sedan stopped in front of everyone. See that Silver Wing car? Both Hua Wenyuan and Hua Mingjiao showed excitement in their eyes. Then, 8 big men in suits, who looked like bodyguards, walked out of the extended version of the Silver Wing sedan. After the bodyguards came out, they stood on both sides. Then 2 of them bent down and opened the car door. He respectfully welcomed the imposing Hua Mingfei. After Hua Ming flew out, his eyes scanned the surroundings. When he saw Wang Dajuan and Li Yunfei, he just nodded slightly. But when he saw the person lying on the ground, his brows furrowed slightly. When he saw the injuries on Hua Mingjiao's face, his face darkened. Who did it? Hua Mingfei's eyes turned cold. A powerful momentum suddenly burst out. His eyes narrowed slightly and began to scan the surroundings. Lu Feng met Hua Mingfei's gaze directly. He had a smile on his lips, a calm expression, and a look of disdain in his eyes. Yes, you are courageous. Hua Mingfei smiled coldly. Then, he waved his hand and said, go, chop off his hands first. Immediately, 4 security guards came out from the side of the car. He pretended to walk towards Lu Feng. Boss Hua, you're so arrogant. Li Yunfei snorted coldly and said, you actually want to chop people down in front of us police officers? Do you think we are just decorations? Li Yunfei, just shut up. Hua Wenyuan immediately shouted, my big brother is here, and you still dare to interrupt? Just wait for my big brother to peel the skin off your body. Hua Mingfei's arrival gave Hua Wenyuan confidence again. Not only him, Hua Mingjiao also became tough. He choked up and said, brother, these guys are ganging up on me, you have to take charge of this for me. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll take care of it for you. Hua Mingfei responded indifferently. Then, he glared at the bodyguard beside him and said, what are you still standing there for? Get moving. Everyone. The bodyguards haven't moved yet. Li Yunfei spoke first. Hua Mingfei looked at Li Yunfei with his eyes slightly narrowed. He sneered, Li Yunfei, not bad. After becoming the captain, you are much more confident. However, I really want to see if they dare to shoot. As he said that, he raised his hand and said, do it. The bodyguard took immediate action. Li Yunfei didn't say anything, just stood there silently. Brush, brush, brush. But, the next moment, the police officers next to Li Yunfei all drew their guns in their left hands and held handcuffs in their right hands. His eyes were fixed on the bodyguards. It's obvious. As long as these bodyguards dare to move. But today, a small captain actually dared to be so disrespectful to himself. Hua Mingfei immediately became famous. Since when did a mere captain start acting like a bitch in front of me? Hua Mingfei snorted coldly, took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. He wanted someone to peel off Li Yunfei's skin immediately. Today, he will tell these people present. What will be the fate of those who dare to refuse my respect, Hua Mingfei, and those who are shameless when given the chance? Mr. Hua. At this moment, Wang Dajuan suddenly said, you'd better not make this call. Hua Mingfei frowned and looked at Wang Dajuan, why? You want to test my anger too? I called you to come here, not to show off. Wang Dajuan didn't take Hua Mingfei's threat seriously at all. He said directly, but I asked you to clean up this mess. Then, he pointed at Lu Feng and said, bow your head and apologize to Mr. Lu Feng. If you can gain Mr. Lu Feng's forgiveness and discuss a solution with him, it would be best if we weren't left in the middle. Hearing this, Hua Mingfei suddenly showed a sinister smile on his face. He stared at Wang Dajuan and asked, are you sure you're not kidding me? Chapter 58. You want justice? I'll give you a fair chance. When Hua Mingfei received Wang Dajuan's call, he thought Wang Dajuan was informing him. Maybe the other party has found some important person. Let yourself go over to support immediately. In other words, it was a show of strength in the past. Use your aura to put pressure on others. After all, the status of his Hua family and Hualin group is there. Today, I got angry at the police station because of my nephew. After a few phone calls, the ironclad case was easily overturned. Let my nephew be safe. Therefore, he felt that Wang Dajuan asked him to go over. It was impossible that he wanted him to go over and settle the matter peacefully. For this reason, he even deliberately kept the car he rarely drives. Just for show, an extended version of the silver wing car drove out. The 8 bodyguards were also packaged. Arrived at the scene with great pomp and ceremony. Then, I saw that my favorite and longest used Mercedes-Benz was almost completely destroyed. My cousin was arrested. My sister was beaten into a pig's head. The life and death of my sister's 2 thugs are unknown. At that moment, he was still thinking that it might be because the situation here was too serious. I was asked to come here to express my opinion and get angry. So, without saying anything, he began to show his strength and means. Result. Damn it. After a few words, it turns out that nothing has been done. He was hit hard. Finally, Wang Dajuan, who called to inform him, asked him to apologize. Go and calm things down. I'm so sorry. Wang Dajuan, if you're not crazy, take back what you just said. Hua Mingfei said gloomily, otherwise, I'll make you pay. Wang Dajuan was not angry either. Just said, if you don't want to apologize, that's fine. Just prepare to find a lawyer and go through the procedures. For your father's sake, I'll give you one last piece of advice. Just admit your defeat this time. Hua Mingfei smiled. Being angry. He pointed at himself and said, you want me to admit defeat? Who the hell are you? Dare to give me advice? Give my father face? My father's face is also given by you? Hua Mingfei rushed from his hometown to Xiangcheng. Along the way, I have accumulated countless blood debts. Although it cannot be said that we came here by stepping on piles of bones. But, he definitely made it out of millions of people. When has he ever suffered such a loss or accepted such a loss? Not to mention that the other party is just a small character living in such a shabby community. Even the big shots in Xiangcheng didn't dare to force Hua Mingfei to admit defeat. Team leader. At this time, Wang Gang came over with a video file and said, the surveillance footage has been watched and recorded. It can be confirmed that the initiator and leader of this case is Ms. Hua Mingjia. Not only that, the remarks made by Ms. Hua Mingjia are also very frightening. If you make someone use a knife, you'll cut off their limbs. There are some unpleasant things to say, but I won't say them. In short, Ms. Hua Mingjiao's remarks are outrageous. And, just before, when they threatened the 4 security guards. The security captain in the security booth felt that someone had threatened their lives. In order to protect myself, I uploaded the video directly to the internet. He paused and glanced at Hua Mingfei. He frowned and said, including President Hua's wonderful remarks just now, they are also posted. Now, he is directly uploading everything we do. He also threatened to post the video directly to Walongguo's official website later. The meaning of Wang Gang's words is very clear. Your Hua family is awesome. However, your threatening remarks, your outrageous words and actions have all been posted online. If you dare to touch these 4 security guards, your Hua family will be finished. As long as any trouble occurs to those who have been threatened by you, your Hua family will definitely not be able to escape. Once these things were posted online, it was equivalent to putting the Hua family under the nose of the Hualong kingdom. Being targeted. Although Hua Mingjiao is arrogant and domineering, he is not a fool. She also knows the consequences of having the video uploaded to the internet. So, at this moment, there was sudden silence. I dare not talk nonsense anymore. Not only him, Hua Wenyuan is the same. As a member of the traffic police team, how could he not know that the situation was hopeless when things had developed to this point? No matter how powerful the Hua family is, they would never dare to act recklessly under the nose of the Hualong kingdom. At this moment, Hua Mingfei finally understood why Wang Dajuan and Li Yunfei dared to take him so lightly. With this trump card, I have nothing to fear. He stared at Hua Mingjia with cold eyes and growled angrily, idiot. In the past, when this kind of thing happened, there was basically no video. Someone will clear the surveillance footage immediately and bribe some witnesses. Moreover, in most cases, they will not do it themselves. But today is different. His sister's brainless action directly dragged the Hua family into the mud jar. Exposed under the nose of Hualong Kingdom. It is impossible to regain face in this matter today. We can only think of a solution later. Just as you said, deal with it according to the law. Hua Mingfei didn't want to stay any longer and wanted to resolve the issue quickly and leave as soon as possible. Then he said, let's do what we have to do. Li Yunfei didn't bother talking to Hua Mingfei. With a wave of his hand, he said, take the man back to the bureau. Someone immediately went to capture Hua Mingjiao. Hua Mingjiao looked at Hua Mingfei, brother. Shut up. Hua Mingfei shouted angrily, you have to bear the consequences of your own mistakes. Hua Mingjiao didn't dare to speak. He was taken into the police car obediently. The two injured were also taken into the police car. There is an ambulance waiting at the bureau, and you can be transferred to the hospital immediately after you return. As soon as Li Yunfei left, Wang Dajuan pointed to the side, where there were Mercedes-Benz cars and motorcycles whose front ends were hit against the wall, probably scrapped. Said, how about you each repair your own car? Each one cultivates his own? Hua Mingfei immediately sneered, Captain Wang, do you know how much my car cost? As he spoke, Hua Mingfei stretched out 2 fingers. He said coldly, 2 million. Do you know what 2 million means? That's the kind of money you could only earn if you worked honestly as a traffic police officer your entire life. You're telling me now that we should cultivate our own practices, and that's quite easy. Yes, 2 million is not much for me. But my money didn't come from the wind. My people got into trouble and were arrested. I have nothing to say. But, since you hit my car, you still have to follow the rules. Compensation should be paid in whatever form is required. A meal. He looked at Wang Dajuan with disdain and said, don't you want justice? I'll give you a fair chance now. Then, pointing to the 2 cars, he said, go and assign the blame to me. P.S. Let me explain, this is a parallel universe. Although there are Mercedes-Benz cars on Earth, you can just distinguish the prices according to what I have written. It is at whatever level I set it to. Don't take it personally. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 59. You are just a clown who is not presentable. Hua Mingfei's Mercedes-Benz is worth 2 million. But Lu Feng's motorcycle is worth 20 million. Li Yunfei had explained this to Wang Dajuan. That is why Wang Dajuan suggested to settle the matter peacefully. He hoped Hua Mingfei would understand what he meant and know that he was doing this for his own good. But it was obvious that Hua Mingfei did not understand what he meant. Not only did they not understand it, they even misinterpreted it. He thought he was trying to help Lu Feng. Mocking myself. There was no expression on Wang Dajuan's face. But, I felt very unhappy. Since you are so ungrateful, then there's no need for me to care about you anymore. Xiaofeng, you went to watch the video with Wang Gang. Wang Dajuan ordered, take 2 people to check the scene and divide the responsibilities. Xiaofeng nodded and called 2 people to go over there. One traffic police officer grumbled in dissatisfaction, after losing face, he comes to show off in front of us. What the hell is this? 2 million is a lot, but they only have 2,000. Before he could finish his words, Wang Dajuan glared at him. He shouted coldly, do you have the right to speak here? The man immediately shut up and stopped talking. 2 million is definitely not a lot. Hua Mingfei heard the muttering. He couldn't help but sneer and scoffed, but that depends on who it is for. For me, it's really not much. For poor bastards like you who live on a salaried salary, that's an astronomical figure. It takes a lifetime to earn it. His eyes turned. Looking at Lu Feng, he said, for someone like him who can only afford a motorcycle worth around 2,000 yuan, it goes without saying. Suddenly, everyone on the traffic police team sneered in disdain. However, this time, their sneers did not make any sound. Sneer silently. Hua Mingfei looked at those poor guys and actually sneered. He couldn't help but frown slightly. He snorted coldly, sure enough, talking to poor bastards like you is like playing the lute to a cow. Poor people are poor people, they will never be able to show up in public. He thought that the 2,000 the traffic policeman mentioned really meant 2,000, and how could he have thought that a motorcycle could be worth 20 million? It's not that he, as the president of a large group, has no vision. But he had never seen a motorcycle worth 20 million. I have never thought that any truly rich person would spend 20 million to buy this kind of motorcycle. At least, there are no such people in Xiangcheng. Beep. At this time, a black Hermes car drove over and stopped beside them. When Hua Mingfei saw the Hermes car, his eyes lit up. Of course he knew Hermes, a top luxury car brand. He even knew that there were no more than 10 Hermes cars in the entire Xiangcheng. Each car starts at tens of millions. For example, the entry-level model of Hermes in front of you will cost at least 12 million. He went to see the Silver Wing specifically before buying it, so he knew the price. That's why he finally chose Silver Wing. After all, Silver Wing is also a brand of top luxury cars. Although it cannot be compared with Hermes, it is about 4 million cheaper. Moreover, it is an extended version. The price-performance ratio is much higher. Crunch. The owner of the Hermes was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. He opened the car door and got out. His eyes scanned the surroundings. Finally, I ended up in a car accident. What's your name, boss? At this time, Hua Mingfei stepped forward and greeted the Hermes owner. I am Hua Mingfei, the president of Hualin Group. Then, he extended his hand. Let me get to know you. It's President Hua, nice to meet you. The Hermes owner extended his hand and shook hands gently with the other party. He said politely, I am Zhang Guang, the agent of Hermes. I told you, in the entire Xiangcheng, Hermes has no more than 10 luxury cars. Hua Mingfei smiled slightly and said, I basically know all the car owners. Moreover, someone who can afford this kind of top-of-the-line luxury car. It shouldn't appear in this kind of garbage neighborhood. But, when I saw you just now, I felt that you looked very unfamiliar. So, it's the manager of our Xiangcheng Hermes. Emil. He smiled again. By the way, you should still remember me, right? A few years ago, I went to your store to look at cars. However, the price of Hermes is still too high. The price-performance ratio is very low. So, as he spoke, he pointed to his own Silver Wings and said with a hint of boasting, I finally chose the extended version of the Silver Wings. Hua Mingfei's words were obviously meant to deliberately step on others. The purpose is to show off his financial resources and status to Lu Feng, Wang Dajuan and others. Anyway, he's just a branch manager in Xiangcheng. This kind of manager doesn't drive a luxury car. However, this luxury car does not belong to them at all. To put it bluntly, they are just wage earners. Hua Mingfei was not afraid of offending the other party at all. Hua Mingfei, right? Zhang Guang frowned and stopped calling him Mr. Hua. Call him by his first name. He said bluntly, you may not have heard clearly what I just said. I said agent, not manager. Upon hearing this, Hua Mingfei's face darkened. The other party was clearly scolding me for not having ears and being deaf. How can this be tolerated? Even if you are an agent, you are only a Xiangcheng agent. How many cars can you sell in a year? At best, it would be good enough if we could sell one, right? In fact, it may take several years to sell one. How much money can you make? How dare you curse me like this? How can I tolerate you? But just as Hua Mingfei was about to speak, Zhang Guang spoke before him. Besides, I'm not Xiangcheng's agent. But he is the general agent of the 3 top luxury car brands in the entire Hualong country. Currently, all of Hualong's top 3 luxury car brands sold in China have to be bought from me. As for our 3 top luxury car brands, what we sell is price and reputation. People who have the money to buy a luxury car of this level don't care about the price, but their reputation. To put it bluntly, the higher the price I set, the easier it is to sell. The lower it is, the harder it is to sell. Because, if it's too low, others won't look down on them. After all, we are dealing with the wealthiest minority. You think a second-tier luxury car like the Silver Wing is good and has a good value for money, but that's only the extent of your status. It hasn't reached the level of the people I'm talking about yet. So, after a pause, Zhang Guangcai said, I sincerely hope you can have some self-awareness. Don't ever say these things again. Because, to the truly wealthy and those at the top of society, these words are a joke. They won't think you're that smart, let alone look up to you. On the contrary, they will just think you are a clown who is not presentable. In addition, after a pause, he snorted coldly, I call you President Hua and say it's nice to meet you because I'm giving you face. In fact, who are you, Hua Mingfei? Who are you? I have no idea at all. I'm not interested in knowing. So, don't pretend with me here. I don't want to bother with you. I'm not even afraid of offending you. For someone like you, I wouldn't care even if you never come into my store or buy my car. Chapter 60 Low-key, family-oriented man. Hua Mingfei was stunned. After all this time, I found out that the other party was not only not a manager, but also not an ordinary agent. Instead, he is the general agent of the 3 top luxury car brands in Hualong country. What does this mean? This shows that the other party is extremely strong in terms of connections, financial resources, and abilities. I can only barely be a local rich man in Xiangcheng. But the other party can do business globally. Can be deployed nationwide. Moreover, the business they do is for the top group of people. Compared with the other party, I am really a country bumpkin. A frog in a well has no idea how big the world is. No wonder, I just mocked someone and he cursed me back without any hesitation. No face was given at all. This made Hua Mingfei feel very helpless and angry. But he had no choice. He knew that he couldn't afford to offend this kind of person. Excuse me, who is Mr. Lu Feng? At this moment, Zhang Guang suddenly asked loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were immediately turned to Lu Feng, who was not far away and had a smile on his face, looking extremely relaxed. Most of the traffic police already knew Lu Feng's wealth. There was not much shock, but more anticipation. On Hua Mingfei's side, his expression looked a little ugly. It seems that I have vaguely felt something. Really? The next moment, the general agent Zhang Guang, who had been rude to him before, ran to Lu Feng with a smile on his face. He took the initiative to extend his hand and said with a smile, "You are Mr. Lu Feng, right?" Lu Feng extended his hand, shook it gently, and said with a smile, "General Agent Zhang, nice to meet you." He added, "Actually, this is just a small matter. You don't have to come here in person, Mr. Zhang." Mr. Lu Feng, to be honest, I've actually wanted to come and meet you in person for a long time. Zhang Guang smiled and said, "You don't know how many times I've run to the Hermes headquarters. But they refused to sell me this last limited edition Feng Yun chariot. What else? This is their legacy, to be kept for a special occasion as the core auction item. But what's the result? All of a sudden, it was sold directly to you. Moreover, it was sent within 1 day and delivered directly to you. I've been working on these 3 luxury car brands for almost 10 years. I've never seen these 3 luxury car brands take a deal so seriously. So, I really admire and am curious about you, Mr. Lu Feng. I always think, it would be nice if I could see you. So, as soon as I had time, I rushed over immediately. Just in time, I received your call again, saying that something happened here and asked us to come over to deal with it. I came right over." As soon as these words were spoken, suddenly, the people from the traffic police team burst into laughter. "Let you show off. Are you pretending to be an idiot now?" Hua Mingfei's expression was as ugly as it could be. He had a gloomy face and rushed forward. Staring at Zhang Guang, he said coldly, "You told me in front of me that I'm not presentable and that I'm a clown. Said I can't afford your luxury car. Turning around, you come over here and tell a poor bastard that you admire him. He also said that Hermes headquarters personally delivered the car in just 1 day. Are you kidding me? No one acts like you, right? Do you really think I'm an idiot who doesn't understand anything? For a luxury car of this level, it doesn't mean that you can just pay and get it. After paying, you usually have to wait for a while. When you get the car depends entirely on when the manufacturer sends it to you. They won't even reserve a general-purpose entry-level car. Everything is decided first before it is done. As for cars like the ones Zhang Guang mentioned, which are reserved as core auction items, that goes without saying." Therefore, Hua Mingfei immediately concluded that Zhang Guang was acting. No, even if it's acting, no one would dare to act like this. "Mr. Lu Feng, where is your vehicle's ID?" Zhang Guang ignored Hua Mingfei and asked Lu Feng. "It's in the trunk of the car." "Then does Mr. Lu Feng have any other requests?" "My request is very simple. Follow the normal procedures and do what needs to be done." Lu Feng said, "But one thing is for sure, I must restore the car to its original condition. I don't care how much it costs." "Understood." Zhang Guang nodded and said, "Then leave this matter to me. It's just right. I still have to go back and cook for my kids and my wife." Lu Feng smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, General Agent Zhang. I didn't expect Mr. Lu Feng to be such a good man who cares about his family. Zhang Guang smiled and said, okay, in that case, go ahead and get busy. Please ask Mr. Zheng to have dinner for you some other day. Lu Feng waved his hand and turned away. Stop. Hua Mingfei was about to explode with anger. I questioned Zhang Guang here, but Zhang Guang ignored me. And that poor bastard Lu Feng, why does he dare to ignore me? You crashed your car and you want to leave now? Hua Mingfei shouted angrily, did I agree? How much is this broken car worth? Zhang Guang said disdainfully, with me here, how can you escape your compensation? You. Let's do this. Just as Hua Mingfei was about to speak, Lu Feng smiled and said to Zhang Guang, if the traffic police make a judgment, it will be our responsibility. Then just buy him a new one. As for the car, I'd like to ask General Agent Zhang to help me buy it. If it's about money, just give me a call. Zhang Guang smiled. Said, it's only 2 million. I'm not afraid that you will lose mine, Mr. Lu Feng. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Just go home. Lu Feng smiled and stopped talking nonsense. Turned around and left. Hua Mingfei narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Guang, just 2 million? Ha, you make it sound so easy. Do you know what his secret is? Do you know how poor he is? You dare say you're not afraid that he'll run away with your 2 million? Zhang Guang ignored Hua Mingfei. Go directly to the trunk of the Feng Yun chariot and open it. Take out all the documents and invoices inside. Then, he walked in front of Hua Mingfei. Handing him the invoice, look at this. Hua Mingfei did not go to answer it. However, his eyes were fixed on the final total on the invoice. Hermes Limited Edition Motorcycle. Feng Yun Chariot, total price 19.8 million. No matter how rich you are, you won't buy a top-of-the-line limited edition luxury car like this. Zhang Guang said, no matter how poor someone is, they can always spend 20 million to buy a motorcycle. That's the difference between you. Mr. Lu Feng is a low-key, family-oriented man. And you. He shook his head, like an arrogant upstart. Chapter 61 tonight, I sleep in your bed. Phew. Phew. As soon as Zhang Guang finished speaking, everyone on the traffic police team couldn't help laughing. That's absolutely true. Mr. Hua is a typical nouveau riche. That's right. Look at how low-key he is. Then look at President Hua. He drives a stretched luxury car with bodyguards around him. It's like he's afraid others don't know he's rich. He even takes the initiative to show off how awesome he is. The most ridiculous thing is that he keeps calling people poor, as if he can't show off his wealth if he doesn't call others poor. That Mr. Lu Feng is different. He drives a motorcycle, which may seem insignificant, but it costs 20 million. Yet he never mentioned a single word about it. Besides, he didn't bring any bodyguards, didn't look down on others, and didn't mention being rich all the time. He even lived in an ordinary neighborhood. Even when Mr. Hua mocked him, he didn't bother to talk nonsense with Mr. Hua and directly offered to compensate him with a new car. What a difference! Listening to the whispers from the traffic police team, Hua Mingfei almost lost his temper on the spot. However, considering the camera behind him, he finally endured it. Captain, the situation has been clarified. At this time, Xiao Feng brought his men to Wang Dajuan's side. The report said, the locomotive owner bears the primary responsibility for this accident. The owner of the Mercedes-Benz needs to bear secondary responsibility. Because, after the Mercedes-Benz accident, no warning signs were immediately put up. There was no one protecting the scene. They didn't even move the car. So, the division of responsibilities should be 70:30. Hearing this, Zhang Guang walked over. Asked, can you issue a responsibility division document on the spot? Ask your sister and see if she has any objections. Wang Dajuan looked at Hua Mingfei and said, if not, I will directly issue a responsibility division letter. If so, then let her make a statement. By the way, check out the surveillance video. Record everything that happened in detail. Let's make the division again. Hua Mingfei snorted coldly. He said, of course I have objections. It's obvious that the motorcycle directly hit our Mercedes-Benz, so he should be held fully responsible. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. At this time, Xiao Feng suddenly said, Captain, if we really have to invite them back to take statements and use the video as evidence, I'm afraid. However, he stopped halfway through. Wang Dajun said, just tell me what you have to say. I've seen the video. Xiaofeng frowned and said, if we really want to determine the responsibility based on the previous situation, first of all, we should charge the Mercedes owner with attempted murder. Afterwards, there will be a charge of malicious damage to public property. The crime of blocking residents' passages, disrupting people's lives, and causing great impact on the public. Bang! Hua Mingfei hung up the phone immediately. He glared at Xiaofeng and shouted, what did you say? Say it again, you dare? His sister was already charged with the serious crime of directing others to commit a crime. There are also other minor offenses such as intimidating others. If, in addition to the charges Xiaofeng just mentioned, his sister would stay in there and not come out. Isn't this disgusting? Hua Mingfei, you don't really think we're afraid of you, do you? Wang Dajuan's face darkened, and he said coldly, I'm only speaking kindly to you out of respect for your father. I'm trying to remind you to do things. You've repeatedly mistaken my kindness for malice. How dare you threaten my people? What? Do you really think my king's army is made of mud? Don't dare to touch your Hua family anymore? Hua Mingfei saw Wang Dajuan glaring at him, which was rare. He also knew that he would have to suffer in silence for the time being. At least, it's impossible to gain any advantage here. So, he gritted his teeth, snorted cowardly, turned around and walked towards the car. Don't leave in such a hurry. At this time, Zhang Guang spoke up, since we only bear 70% of the responsibility, then we'll ask Mr. Hua to call the insurance company over. Your car is worth 2 million, but ours is worth 20 million. As for compensation, I agree to take full responsibility for your car and buy you a new one. But, you still have to bear 30% of the responsibility for my car. 30% of 20 million, that's 6 million. Hua Mingfei's body shook. I almost fell to the ground. Damn it, I ended up killing the chicken but ended up losing the rice. Now, he finally understood what Wang Dajuan meant by good intentions. Before, everyone took their own responsibilities and there was no problem at all. Now, they are holding on to this 30% responsibility, so I can only grit my teeth and pay an additional 4 million. A Mercedes-Benz car has to be scrapped. This is simply. Okay, I'll file an insurance claim. Hua Mingfei gritted his teeth and started calling the insurance company. After Lu Feng returned home, I saw Su Muyun and her 2 children sitting quietly at the table. His face was full of worry. Dad! Dad! As soon as Lu Feng appeared, the 2 children immediately ran over happily. Lu Feng held the children in each hand. He smiled and said, what happened just now didn't scare you, did it? The 2 children shook their heads. At the same time, he said, we are not afraid as long as Dad is here. Lu Feng smiled and rubbed the 2 children's faces. Then, put them on the ground and say, okay, it's okay, go play. The 2 children happily walked towards the TV. Are you, okay? Su Muyun stood up and asked worriedly, they didn't give you any trouble, did they? Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Lu Feng smiled and said, it has been taken care of. After that, he walked towards the kitchen, I'm going to cook. Lu Feng. Su Muyun followed him to the kitchen. Lu Feng turned around and saw that Su Muyun was still worried, so he smiled and said, if I said it's okay, then it's definitely okay. Don't think too much. She didn't say anything. He just frowned slightly. After a long while, she bit her lip and said, if they really dare to cause trouble for you, you must tell me. What do you want to tell you? Lu Feng asked with a smile, did you worry about me for no reason? I don't want anything to happen to you. Su Muyun became anxious. Her eyes reddened, I can help. At most, I can call someone for help. Lu Feng asked with a smile, how can you help? Su Muyun said, I can really help. As long as I'm willing to make a call, this matter can definitely be resolved. At most, it will be me. Stop. Lu Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, why would a woman like you interfere in a man's affairs? If I can't even handle this little thing, how can I dare to let you rest assured? Why do you say you want to protect you and the children? Of course, if you really want to help, that's easy. As he spoke, Lu Feng smiled strangely and said, tonight, I will sleep in your bed. Chapter 62, It's so embarrassing to fight for food with a kid. I'll go look after the child. Facing Lu Feng's teasing, Su Muyun was immediately defeated. With an extremely shy face, she ran away in panic. Hey! Lu Feng smiled happily and went into the kitchen. An hour later. As soon as the food was served, Zhang Guan called. After Lu Feng answered the call, the other party smiled and said, "Mr. Lu Feng, how is the meal?" "Just finished." Lu Feng asked, "Do you want to come up and have something to eat? Is it convenient?" "It's just a simple home-cooked meal, what's the inconvenience?" Lu Feng said, "As long as Mr. Zhang doesn't mind, feel free to come up." "Ha ha." Zhang Guan laughed, "Then I won't be polite. It's just right, let me tell you about the car too." "Okay, I'll come down and pick you up." "Don't bother, just tell me the address and I'll come right up." 8th floor, room 803. "Wait." After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng asked the children to come to the table. "By the way," I asked, "where's Mom?" The two children sat at the table obediently. He replied, "I just returned to my room." Lu Feng shouted towards the room, "Wife, it's time for dinner." Su Muyun responded, "I'll be right there." Lu Feng didn't think much about it and went into the kitchen to get some food. 5 minutes later. Lu Feng packed the food and placed it on the table one by one. And then said, "Wow, it smells so good." Ping Ping grumbled, "I'm so hungry, I want to eat." And then lectured, "No, Mommy isn't here yet." Ping Ping stared at the table and said, "Oh," reluctantly. Ding dong. At this moment, the door rang. Lu Feng walked over and opened the door. I saw Zhang Guang standing at the door with a smile on his face. "Director Zhang, come in." Lu Feng invited the other party. Zhang Guang nodded slightly. While changing his shoes, he said, "Mr. Lu Feng, look, I'm shamelessly eating for free. Don't call me Zhang's general agent anymore. This title is too formal." He added, "Just call me Zhang Guang, or just call me Guangzi like my friends do." Lu Feng thinks Zhang Guang is a good person. Natural. Very refreshing. The purpose is very simple, just to make friends with me. Be passionate about yourself too. So, he nodded and said, "Then you can call me Offing, or Lu Feng." "Ah, that's right." Zhang Guang changed his shoes. I looked up and saw the food on the table. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and said, "What a nice smell." As he said that, he walked to the table. There are 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table. There are both meat and vegetables. "Offing, your craftsmanship is quite good." Before he even started eating, he started praising it, "It looks so good. It wouldn't be out of place in a high-end hotel. More than that, it is not in vain. That's not even on the same level. After all, his skills are worthy of the title of chef god. How can he be compared with those hotel chefs? Uncle, the food my dad cooks is much better than the food in the restaurant." At this time, Anan said proudly. Ping Ping nodded immediately, "My mother ate 2 big bowls of rice yesterday." Ha ha. Zhang Guan laughed heartily and said to Lu Feng, "No wonder you rushed back to cook. This is a typical example of those who are capable getting more work." Crunch. At this moment, the sound of the door opening was heard. Then, Su Muyun walked out of the room. When they saw Su Muyun, Lu Feng and Zhang Guang were stunned. At this moment, Su Muyun was truly amazed. A pure white translucent short-sleeved shirt paired with a knee-length black patterned skirt. It shows off her incredibly proud figure to the fullest. The black and white combination makes her fair skin even more dazzling. She is wearing high heels, with a faint smile on her beautiful face, making people feel noble and elegant. She truly has an extraordinary temperament and unparalleled beauty. Even Lu Feng couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. The child's nonsense made the guests laugh. Su Muyun nodded towards Zhang Guang and smiled gently. Hearing this, Zhang Guan finally came to his senses and asked, "Often, this is your wife, right?" "My wife, Su Muyun." Lu Feng pointed at Zhang Guang and said, "Zhang Guang, the general agent of the 3 major luxury cars in the country, is my friend. You can just call him Guangzi like me." Zhang Guang saw Lu Feng introduce himself like this. I was very happy in my heart. "Yes, sister-in-law, just call me Guangzi." Su Muyun smiled and said, "I'll just call you Brother Guang." "Good." Zhang Guang smiled and said, "When you call me Brother Guang, I feel really comfortable." Then he praised again, "Ah Feng, you are really blessed. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. It's dazzlingly beautiful, and it's otherworldly beautiful. Not to mention the temperament. Noble, typical. Honestly, it's amazing." Even though I've been out there for so many years and have seen so many beauties. But I was still shocked by my sister-in-law just now. Su Muyun's face turned slightly red and she lowered her head slightly. The more touching. Lu Feng was very pleased with Zhang Guang's praise. He smiled and nodded in approval. Photon, sit down. Lu Feng pointed at the chairs and said, let's stop being polite and eat first. My children have been crying out for hunger for a long time. Yes, let's eat first. Zhang Guang smiled and said, no matter who you are, you can't let the children starve. Wow, I can finally eat. Ping Ping immediately became excited. I want this, I want that. Su Muyun glared at him and said, Ping Ping, the guests haven't eaten yet. Oh. Ping Ping put down her chopsticks feeling aggrieved. He is so hungry. But the food smells delicious. How can I bear this? Brother Guang, you are a guest. Please try my husband's cooking first. This was the first time that Su Muyun used a very formal tone to call Lu Feng husband in front of outsiders. Lu Feng glanced at Su Muyun. Su Muyun noticed it immediately, her face slightly reddened and she turned her head away, not daring to look at Lu Feng's slightly teasing gaze. Zhang Guang didn't care about that. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised pork trotter. Yeah, delicious. Zhang Guang took a bite and nodded immediately. Come on, everyone, eat. Having said that, he started eating without caring about anything. Ping Ping couldn't bear it anymore and started eating immediately. 5 minutes later. Zhang Guang is eating his second bowl. 8 minutes later. This is Zhang Guang's third bowl. 10 minutes later. Zhang Guang ran to the kitchen and came back with an empty bowl. A little embarrassedly said, there's no rice, I'll just eat some vegetables. Ping Ping got anxious when he heard this, we can't just eat vegetables without rice. And then looked at the few dishes left on the table and nodded, we haven't finished eating yet. Zhang Guang felt even more embarrassed. It's so embarrassing that two kids think I'm stealing food from them. Su Muyun looked at the empty bowl and said, I've only eaten 2 bowls and I'm not full yet. I looked at the table again and saw that there were still bones left of the fish. There is still some soup left from the braised pork trotters. The eggplant and beans are gone. Pork rib corn, with a few scattered corn kernels left. Tomato and egg soup, with some soup left. Braised pork, very clean. No wonder Ping Ping and Anan protested. There is no food here. Chapter 63 God of Music. I'll go cook 2 more dishes. Lu Feng was also embarrassed. I only picked up 2 pieces of meat and haven't finished my bowl of rice yet. I'll cook some food too. Su Muyun stood up immediately and said. No. Zhang Guang stood up and said, I'm full, Uncle, you can't do this. And then said angrily, you are full, but we are not. Yeah. Ping Ping nodded as he ate. The dishes were all eaten by Uncle and Mom. They ate a lot, and we didn't eat much. Zhang Guang was very embarrassed. I really want to run away now. It's my first time eating at someone else's house. How did you eat like this? I am not the reincarnation of a starving ghost. But this dish is really delicious. Photon, sit down and rest for a while. Lu Feng smiled and said, I cook very quickly. Forget it, I won't eat it. Zhang Guang shook his head and said, it's just right. I have something else to do. It's time to go. Let's eat together next time. Lu Feng said to just cook 2 dishes. He was afraid that he would grab all the food again. Let us go first. Leaving now? Lu Feng asked. Zhang Guang said, yes, there are people from the insurance company and a few traffic police waiting downstairs. Lu Feng was stunned. You left them down there and came up to eat? Okay, you are the boss, you have the final say. In that case, I won't keep you here. No need to stay, no need to stay. Zhang Guang waved his hand and walked towards the door. Lu Feng followed him and sent him to the door. Zhang Guang turned around and suddenly whispered in Lu Feng's ear, Feng, next time I come over for dinner, you have to cook a few more dishes. Honestly, your craftsmanship is amazing. This dish is really to my liking. As he said this, he smiled awkwardly. Lu Feng nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay, if you want to come for dinner, let me know in advance so I can prepare it. Oh, I almost forgot something. Zhang Guang slapped his head and said, the car problem has been solved. Because the division of responsibilities is 30-70. So, we don't have to repair their Mercedes-Benz anymore. In addition, the insurance company across the street has to compensate us 3 million. Lu Feng nodded. Asked, how much does it cost to repair my car? This is a bit troublesome. Zhang Guang said, although the Fengyun chariot only suffered damage to the front, the damage is still not small. Money is a small issue. It can probably be solved within 5 million. That's the time. We have to wait at least a month. Lu Feng frowned. Said, what's taking so long? That's pretty fast. Zhang Guang said, if it weren't for this limited edition Fengyun vehicle, a normal factory repair would take at least 2 months. Lu Feng said, so, I have no choice but to buy a new car to use as a means of transportation. Zhang Guang asked doubtfully, Feng, you don't have another car? It's a long story. Lu Feng smiled and said, I'd better not say anything. Seeing that Lu Feng was unwilling to say more, he didn't ask too many questions, just said, if you want to buy a top-of-the-line luxury car, I have a few right now. However, considering your status and financial resources, Feng, you will definitely choose a limited edition high-end luxury car. In that case, I'm afraid it would be much faster if you use your own connections. If I were to find a channel, it would take at least a month. Lu Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. What does it matter to me? If all else fails, I'll just buy a car as a means of transportation. He is telling the truth. Before yesterday, the word how had nothing to do with him. The Fengyun chariot was given by the system. He only has a few million in his hands now. The rating value is used to redeem the god of music. It cannot be used indiscriminately. So, he thought of just buying an ordinary luxury car to use for transportation first. Feng, do you believe what you said? Zhang Guang smiled and said, don't worry, I won't ask you for channels, nor will I ask you to help me get the car. He added, I know how difficult it is to repay favors of your level. Lu Feng wanted to explain further. Zhang Guang simply waved his hand and said, okay, no more chatter, I'm going to go downstairs and get busy first. After saying that, he left without waiting for Lu Feng to answer. Returned to the kitchen. Lu Feng started cooking. At this time, Su Muyun came over. He whispered, I also want to eat pig's feet. You just bought one and ate it all. Lu Feng smiled and said, if you want to eat it, buy it tomorrow. Oh. Su Muyun nodded and turned to leave. That's right. Lu Feng turned to look at Su Muyun, you look so beautiful today. Su Muyun's face turned red again. That husband call was so sweet. Lu Feng added, it really makes me proud. Su Muyun lowered his head. Lu Feng smiled and said, continue to carry forward this tradition in the future. Su Muyun turned and ran again. Lu Feng just laughed, a very happy laugh. Su Muyun is very dignified and generous in front of others. Like a holy princess. Even to save face for oneself. Also good at decorating herself. Show your best side. Just like before, she heard herself making a phone call, saying someone was coming to dinner. She immediately spread her feathers like a peacock. Moreover, I no longer stutter when speaking. But if I tease her a little, she will blush and become shy. Very cute. Therefore, Lu Feng enjoyed this very much. Half an hour later. The table is empty. Eat well and be well fed. Su Muyun even burped. I couldn't help but touch my stomach and said, if I keep eating like this, I'm going to get fat again. Lu Feng said, then you can do it starting tomorrow. Su Muyun immediately shook his head, or, you. Don't want. Before Su Muyun finished speaking, Ping Ping'an immediately interrupted him. Dad's cooking is delicious. I want to eat what my father cooks. Lu Feng smiled bitterly. Cooking well is also a sin. Su Muyun stopped talking. He just smiled and stood up to start clearing the table. Go live. Lu Feng said, I'll clean it up. Before Su Muyun could speak, Lu Feng snatched the bowl and chopsticks from her hands. Su Muyun turned and left with eyes full of happiness. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from a special friend. You are a good man who takes care of his family and makes money. Scoring reward, 30,000. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from ordinary friends. You are a rich man who is worthy of being approachable, and also a father who is worthy of respect. Scoring reward, 2,000. Bite. Lu Feng had just finished cleaning the table. The system's reminder sound came. The first reward of 30,000 will definitely go to Zhang Wang. The follow-up should be from the 5 security guards. In addition, several passers-by who were watching from afar also gave some rating points as rewards. At present, the total score has reached 358,000. Immediately, Lu Feng clicked to redeem the God of Music. Bite. The exchange for the God of Music was successful. Chapter 64. Something happened to Sun Lily. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the professional title God of Music. God of Music, possessing a god-level voice, the ability to memorize and compose lyrics and music is unparalleled in the world. Another peak career. It's a pity. Although I like listening to music, I don't want to be famous. Shaking his head, Lu Feng put the God of Music aside. Ignore it for now. Then, I took a look at the limited time redemption column. Now it has become blank. Below, there is a sample watch with a 270-minute countdown. It is now 7:30, which means it will not refresh again until after midnight. Lu Feng ignored it. Continue to clean up the dishes. By the way, Lu Feng, I have something else to tell you. Su Muyun, who had just entered the room, came out again. What's up? Before the car accident, when I was buying groceries, Lily called me. Su Muyun said with a serious expression. She warned me to be careful, saying that Yang Cheng's mother would come after me. Oh. Lu Feng just nodded calmly and nothing else happened. Su Muyun asked, do you have any opinion about Lily? No. Lu Feng smiled and said, she was able to call to remind you at this time, which means my wife didn't make a mistake in choosing him. That. Su Muyun thought for a moment and asked, can you help her? How do you want me to help her? Su Muyun thought for a moment and said, I don't know either. It's just that when I called her today, I heard something was wrong with her voice. Lost, low, and, it seems, a little hoarse. She also told me that they might sell off all their assets here and return to their hometown. But I once heard my aunt say that they don't have any land left in their hometown. It's just a simple house. I just feel that their family is very good to me. When I gave birth, it was Auntie and Lily who took care of me. If possible. As he spoke, Su Muyun looked at Lu Feng. Seeing that Lu Feng was smiling and didn't seem angry, he said, I hope you can help them. Lu Feng thought for a moment and said, then you can talk to them later and see how much money they need. I'll lend it to them. After exchanging for the God of Music. He still has 158,000 rating points left. If converted into cash, it would be 15 million. Since the other party helped take care of Su Muyun and the child, I have to accept this favor. Moreover, Sun Lily is indeed a good person. To be precise, this matter was caused by myself. However, Sun Lily did not vent her anger on herself and Su Muyun. After taking on everything alone, he still called to remind Su Muyun to be careful, which is very rare. Then I'll call now. Su Muyun couldn't wait to take out his cell phone. Called Sun Lily. The call was connected quickly. Hey, Lily. Muyun, is there something wrong? Sun Lily's voice was a little hoarse and a little listless. Moreover, there were faint sounds of noise coming from inside. Lily, I discussed it with Lu Feng, and Lu Feng agreed to help. Su Muyun said, ask your uncle how much money he needs. Lu Feng said he would lend it to you. Muyun, thank Lu Feng for me first. Sun Lily said, but there's no need to borrow it. My father has decided to return to the countryside. Lily, please persuade your uncle. Su Muyun said anxiously, he has worked hard here for so many years and finally managed to scrape together some assets. Your brother just started college too. I only bought the house 2 years ago. How can you give up so easily? Sun Lily was about to speak. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound from the other end of the phone again. Then, I heard a woman shouting over there. Her son is a human being, but my daughter is not. Why did she beat my daughter like this? Why does she let my daughter do those things for his son? You, Masayoshi-san, are afraid of things, but I am not. If their family doesn't give me an explanation, I will fight them. I see. The sound is not too loud. But, I can still understand it. However, Sun Lily was obviously covering the sound with her phone, and soon it could no longer be heard. Muyun, thank Lu Feng for me. Sun Lily said quickly, he's a good man. You have a good home. I am really happy for you. Don't mention the matter of borrowing money anymore. We really don't want to stay here anymore. Also, be careful with yourselves. My father said that their family is not easy to mess with. If possible, you should leave Xianqing too. Okay, that's it. I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. Su Muyun didn't have time to speak. Sun Lily hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound on the phone, Su Muyun's face turned a little ugly. Lu Feng, didn't Auntie just say over there that Lily was bullied? Well, it should be. I want to go over and take a look at the situation. Su Muyun was anxious. Don't go today, go tomorrow. Lu Feng frowned and said seriously. But. You just heard it. They are arguing at home. Lu Feng said, it's not appropriate for us to go there at this time. Su Muyun thought about it and nodded, then take me there tomorrow morning? Good. Lu Feng, thank you. We are husband and wife. Do you look down on me by saying thank you to me? Lu Feng was a little angry. Or do you think I am not worthy of you? I didn't. Su Muyun defended weakly. It's you. Lu Feng became even angrier. I really didn't. Su Muyun's face turned red with anxiety. Lu Feng said seriously, then apologize to me. Su Muyun immediately said, I'm sorry. Insincere. Lu Feng said, you should say, hubby, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I will never say thank you to you again. Su Muyun opened her mouth, but she couldn't say husband. You said you didn't look down on me, and you said you didn't think I was unworthy of you. Lu Feng became even angrier, you still don't even want to call me husband, and your apology is so perfunctory. Husband. Su Muyun lowered his head, like a child who had made a mistake. Holding her hands tightly, she said seriously, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I will never say thank you to you again. That's good. Remember, from now on you should call me hubby instead of Lu Feng all the time. Lu Feng smiled mischievously and said, how awkward. Ah. Su Muyun looked up suddenly. The rosy face and watery eyes make people have a strong urge to love. You. She knew she was being tricked. Biting her lip lightly, you only know how to bully me. After saying that, he headed towards his room. Chapter 65 Hua Xianfeng is angry. Lu Feng quickly dodged and stood in front of Su Muyun. Then, he held Su Muyun's shoulders. Su Muyun struggled, you let me go. No. You bully me again. Su Muyun felt very wronged, lowered his head, and sobbed even louder. Be good, look up. Lu Feng said, look at me. Su Muyun shook his head, I won't watch it. Really not going to watch it? I won't look at it. Then I'll sleep with you tonight. Su Muyun was so scared that he immediately raised his head. She said in a panic, no. No. I. It was obvious that she was not angry with Lu Feng. She just felt wronged and just wanted to act coquettishly. Because, facing Lu Feng's rude request, she did not refuse directly. But I don't know how to answer. Ha ha. Lu Feng laughed and pinched the red cheek, wife, you are so cute. You. Su Muyun found out that he had been fooled and was so angry that he wanted to bow his head again. But her face was being gently pinched by Lu Feng, and she couldn't lower it. I can only say angrily, you bully me again. I call this caring, not bullying. You are bullying me. Su Muyun said this and turned to look at Ping Ping and Anan. Complaining, your father bullied me. Ping Ping said, but Dad said this is called love. Anan said, Mom, shame on you. Mom is just like us. She was just acting like a spoiled child just now. Humph, you're trying to trick us like we're little kids. We won't fall for it. Ping Ping nodded immediately, yeah, it's the same with my sister. When she's caught acting like a spoiled child, she blushes and feels ashamed. How shameless. As he said this, he stroked his face with his fingers, making a shameless gesture. Anan suddenly became angry and turned around to pinch Ping Ping's face. Her face flushed red as she said, Stinky brother, I've never acted like a spoiled brat. I told you to talk nonsense. Wow, Mom, Dad, and sister hit me. Ping Ping cried, tears coming out. Who asked you to slander me? I'm going to pinch you. Anan pinched harder, making Ping Ping's face red. Ping Ping saw that his mother and father didn't react. While crying, she reached out and pinched Ann's face. "I'll pinch you too, I'll make you an ugly sister." Stinky brother. Ugly sister. Looking at the two little kids quarreling there, Lu Feng and Su Muyun laughed at the same time. Seeing Su Muyun smiled, Lu Feng pointed to the small room and said, "Go live and don't think about anything else." As he said that, he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Su Muyun nodded gently, his eyes full of emotion. She knew that Lu Feng just wanted to divert his emotions. Don't let yourself get stuck in Sun Lily's affairs. So, she didn't say anything and went to the small room. As soon as Su Muyun left, Lu Feng immediately walked to the two little kids. He said, "I'll count to 3. If anyone still makes a fuss, I won't take him to the new house tomorrow and will leave him here alone." My sister Anan reacted quickly. He immediately let go of her hand. Ping Ping was still pinching. A face full of excitement. He felt like he was the winner and pinched it even harder. Anan immediately complained, "Dad, he pinched me, I won't take him with me tomorrow." Ping Ping finally reacted and let go immediately. "I won't pinch it anymore." Ping Ping stopped crying and said, "I want to live in a new house too." "No, you just pinched me." Anan protested, "Dad, don't take your stinky little brother with you." Lu Feng asked, "Why?" "Ping Ping doesn't listen to you." Ping Ping is very obedient. "Look, I haven't even counted to 1, 2, 3 yet. Bad dad, stinky dad, I don't like you anymore. You're the older sister, you should give in to your younger brother. How can an older sister just bully her younger brother? Mom said I'm only 20 minutes older than him, so what kind of sister am I? Even if she's 1 minute older, she's still my sister. How about you call him brother? Then I'll let him give in to you from now on." Okay. Ping Ping immediately expressed his opinion. "No way." Anan glared at Ping Ping and said viciously, "When I go to bed tonight, I'll stuff you back into my mother's belly. Mom loves me, so she won't stuff me back in." Lu Feng was shocked. A 4-year-old child also knows to put it back? Etc. Lu Feng frowned and said, "Put it back in your stomach." "Who taught you that?" "Aunt Lily." Anan said, "When we went to Aunt Lily's house to play, if we didn't listen to her, she would tell us to put us back into our mother's belly." "Yeah." Ping Ping nodded. However, Aunt Lily has always only talked about it and never done anything. As a result, I have always been bullied by this ugly sister. Lu Feng felt his head was a little big. Have these two children been led astray? Immediately, he said seriously, "Listen up, don't ever talk about this stuffing thing again, do you understand?" "Oh." When the two little brats saw Lu Feng's sudden change of expression, they immediately behaved themselves. "Go play." Lu Feng waved his hand, motioning them to watch TV. Watching the two children leave, Lu Feng sighed. Taking care of children is indeed a technical job. At the same time, Xiancheng, the top residential area. Star Dragon Courtyard. Inside a luxurious villa, Hua Mingfei sat opposite an old man. "Father, I'm afraid this matter is a bit troublesome." Hua Mingfei said in a deep voice, "The video has been uploaded to the internet. It will probably be difficult for my sister to get out." The old man is Hua Mingfei's father, Hua Xianfeng. 10 years ago, he was the most powerful business figure in Zhucheng, Xingnan province. Now in his 60s, he has retired to the background. At this time, after listening to his son's statement, Hua Xianfeng picked up the teacup, took a sip slowly, and asked, "What's the secret behind that guy named Lu Feng? Have you found out?" Hua Mingfei replied, "According to Yang Chang, he doesn't have much background. My hometown is in the countryside. Not much money. No connections either. But, what happened today is a bit strange. If he really has no money and no background, how could he afford Hermes' limited edition wind in plowed chariot? So, I specifically asked someone to check according to what Yang Cheng said. As it turned out, they were just an ordinary family from a rural area in Liancheng. So, I think this should be the case that Zhang Guang from Hermes has a good relationship with this Lu Feng. I'm forcing him." Hearing this, Hua Xianfeng nodded. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then he opened his eyes and said, "How dare a car sales agent think he's a powerful dragon? You're really brave." As he spoke, he picked up the phone on the coffee table and started making a call. When Hua Mingfei saw Hua Xianfeng making a phone call, he knew that there was no problem with the matter. As expected, After 3 phone calls, Hua Xianfeng said, "Tomorrow, find a lawyer and go get your sister and the others released on bail. Then, send someone to deal with those security guards. Spend some money to make them shut up, and by the way, make them explain themselves and take the video back. I will ask the regulatory authorities to block all posts and videos. After these things are settled, I'll ask Xiao Wu and Xiao Wen to go to his house." He picked up the teacup and took a sip. He said calmly, "If you dare to touch my daughter, then I will see how tough he is." The tone is not harsh. However, Hua Mingfei knew that his father was really angry. This is to teach Lu Feng a lesson he will never forget, at any cost. Chapter 66. The first sister changes owner. After Lu Feng cleaned up the dishes, so I went to the sofa and played with the children for a while. At 8:30. Get the kids to bed on time. By the time the children went to bed, it was already 9 o'clock. Lu Feng felt a little bored after returning to the living room. So I started researching the god of music. Although this world is a parallel world, it does not contain the music and literary classics of the previous life. Before, I just listened to the music and didn't understand anything. Besides, I don't want to be a celebrity. So, I didn't think about music at all. Now that I have the god of music, can I perfect the music from my previous life? By the way, I remember there seemed to be a guitar in her room. Try it. If he didn't have this ability, Lu Feng wouldn't think too much about it. But now, since he has this ability, Lu Feng certainly wants to give it a try. He entered Su Muyun's room, and because the children were sleeping, he moved very quietly. The sound is also very small. Get out that guitar. Close the door. Back to the living room. Lu Feng just touched the guitar twice and felt that the guitar was as familiar as his hands. It bounced up very easily. The music scores from the previous life naturally emerged in my mind. In the small room, Su Muyun is broadcasting live. Due to Lu Feng's strong counterattack in the morning, at this moment, there was joy in the live broadcast room. Even if there are some less harmonious sounds, he will soon be cleared out by Xian Zitsong, the president of the Xiancheng branch. It can be said that Xian Zitsong has now become a professional lackey in Su Muyun's live broadcast room. Not only does it maintain the order of the live broadcast very well, he also opened many small accounts to act as a water army, waving flags and cheering for Su Muyun. The best recommendation I can give is to give it in a burst. To the extent that, the popularity of Su Muyun's live broadcast room has now surpassed that of Feng Xianer, the top anchor on the Huda platform. Under such circumstances, Su Muyun also put aside the troubles brought by the Sun Lily incident. Quickly entered the live broadcast state. Happily interacting with fans. Goddess Su, where is your rich husband? Goddess Su, please let your rich husband out. I want to watch him. We should ask him for advice on how to pursue Goddess Su. Isn't it enough to have money? Get lost. What do you mean by just having money? Didn't you see that before today? Our Goddess Su has been helping her rich husband save money? That's right. In that jewelry store, our Goddess Su would rather make a fool of herself than spend more money. How rare is that? Seeing these comments, Su Muyun felt both happy and conflicted. What makes me happy is that I found a good husband who is recognized by everyone. The tangled thing is, she knew that Lu Feng didn't like showing his face in front of the camera. So, I don't want to force Lu Feng. After thinking for a moment, she said, to thank everyone for their support, I will sing a song blessing for everyone. Magic City. In a certain community, Feng Xianer, the top anchor on the Huda platform, sat in front of the live broadcast room. Feng Xianzi, why did someone push you down the popularity list? Hurry up and call someone. That's right, how can we be squeezed out by those kept people? How about we give some tips and put the fairy on the homepage first? Yes, go. Look at the information on the barrage. She said with a smile, thank you for your support, but I still want to say that everyone must consume rationally. But, he was touching his cell phone in his hand. I sent a message directly to Li Yunji. Li Yunji, what on earth did you do today? How did you mess things up like that? She was a little late in her live broadcast yesterday. In addition, he was called over by a young master early in the morning and was kept busy for most of the day. So, I took a nap in the afternoon. Half an hour ago, she was woken up by a phone call. And when that person said that Su Muyun started live streaming, and his popularity increased rapidly. straight to 5 million popularity. She immediately became afraid to sleep. If Sumuyun broke through this barrier of 5 million heads first, then this sister of hers is really going to come down. So, she immediately got out of bed. Wash your face, put on makeup, turn on beauty mode, turn on filters. Start broadcasting quickly. At that time, she also took a special look at the other party's popularity, which was 4.6 million. Still rising sharply. Good lord, if I didn't have a group of die-hard fans. Knowing that Sumuyun was a threat to him, he did not try to increase his followers. I guess the other party has already rushed up. She didn't dare to be careless and immediately tried her best to pull people away. She even performed 3 dances in a row that showed off her perfect figure. This brought his popularity back to nearly 3 million. But even so, the other party still relies on the popularity of just over 3 million to firmly hold the second place on the popularity list. It's been half an hour. This made her feel very depressed. She immediately got angry at Li Yinji. I trusted you so much, but in the end, not only did you fail to get the job done, you even helped the other party. It's true. I'm not afraid of god-like opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. The incident with Li Yunji happened in the morning. She looked at it before going to bed. So, I know what's going on. Originally, she didn't take it seriously. But when Sumuyun's popularity remained at just over 3 million, surpassing hers, she knew that it must be something that happened today that had gained Sumuyun a large number of fans. Sister phone, I'm sorry, I messed up this time, so? Li Yunji quickly replied, I've decided to quit the live streaming industry. I'm still detained at the police station, so I won't tell you. Su Feng was stunned. I couldn't help but curse, she's really a big-breasted, brainless idiot. Give you connections and teach you how to please men. As a result, things didn't go well. He even ended up in the police station. It's true. I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen anyone this stupid. She was not worried about Li Yunji. Instead, I think Li Yunji deserves it. This idiot can't be relied upon. Su Feng sighed, looks like I have to find someone else. However, the most important thing is to increase our popularity. If I'm always suppressed and always in second place, then I won't be the eldest sister anymore. Thinking of this, she immediately contacted a person in charge of the Huta platform. Let the other party boost your popularity. However, Xian Zitsong from the Xiangqing branch of the other party contacted them. No behind-the-scenes manipulation is allowed. If you want to increase the data, you must give some powerful rewards. Then, I'd like to add 2 more strong recommendations. In this way, you can give her some data appropriately. If I could get to the top of the reward list, how much would my popularity increase? 4 million at most. What if I want to break through to 6 million popularity? Contact your guild and ask them to give you a top recommendation on the homepage. I'll also give you a popularity ranking banner. Thank you, Manager Yu. You're welcome. Just remember to come and play with me tomorrow. Well, I'll call you then. Chapter 67, Guardian Takes Action. For Su Feng, this was the deal. If she wants to maintain her position as the top female star, she must make some sacrifices. I've been in this circle for a long time. She had already prepared herself mentally. The platform has been fixed. She quickly contacted the guild. It's easy on the guild side. After all, she is still the top sister and a cash cow. Then, she started chatting privately with several wealthy people she was familiar with. Let them recruit people to give rewards. Rational consumption? That's just talk. The more irrational you are, the happier I am. Therefore, he also asked these wealthy people and managers to speak to the fans. Once you reach the top of the list, you can allow yourself to perform a more racy dance. With the welfare benefits, those fans who couldn't get close to her went crazy. Suddenly, the rocket started launching. The other side. Sumuyun was still singing blessings. Suddenly, rockets started to flash crazily above the barrage. This is not a rocket sent by Sumuyun as fans. But it was the all-platform rocket that Feng Xianzi had brushed. This type of rocket starts with 10 launches. Flash barrages will appear in every live broadcast room on the entire platform. 10 rockets are worth 10,000 Hualong Kingdom's dragon coins. This is a platform where there are no rich people who force people to give rewards just to keep up appearances. A reward of 10,000 at a time is already a bit scary. Moreover, the screen keeps crashing, which is very scary. You know, during the day today, Soo Mu-yoon, who ranks second on the list, Mudikinking, only used rockets on all platforms once. Subsequent rockets are all single rockets. Even the number one on the list, Shomuren, who was blacklisted by him, only gave a total of over 80,000 dragon coins. So, oh my god, is Fong Xiener going to make a move? Is she trying to take back the top spot on the popularity list? Isn't that nonsense? Tiger Head's number one sister, if she always stays in second place after she comes online, won't she be laughed to death? That's right, Fong Xiener can't afford to lose this person. Goddess Sue, what do you say? How about we go too? It seems we don't have as many rich people as those over there. It would be difficult to charge. Suddenly, everyone started talking. However, when it comes to competing for a high salary, no one feels confident. Moody Kinking gave me a rocket to reward everyone on all platforms, and the Tiger Head screen exploded. Brothers, I'm going to go first, you guys can do whatever you want. Moody Kinking once again gave me a rocket across all platforms, and the Tiger Head screen explosion began. I don't know if she's rich or not, but our goddess Sue must be on top. Mooda's feelings. Looking at the rockets that were flashing across all platforms, the fans went crazy. Damn, brother Moodiching is awesome. I'm Mooda's friend. I'm a tough guy, I don't talk much. 10 rockets to all platforms are just a small token of my respect. I have feelings for you, I can take on your whole family. What's the point of being number one? Do I want to be number one on Goddess Sue's list? I want to be number one on all platforms. Everyone began to praise Mooda's feelings. After singing a song, Soo Mu-yoon was also a little dumbfounded. She never expected that Fong Xiener would give her such a reward. There are actually so many people following me. She immediately said, everyone must consume rationally. I'm not competing for first place. I told you, I just want to sing quietly. Everyone likes me because they think highly of me. As long as I have you by my side and are willing to listen to my singing, I am very happy and content. Everyone, please don't waste money. If you spend too much money to reward me, I will feel ashamed to accept it. Especially Brother Bangda, thank you for your support. Really, thank you very much. But I don't need these false names. Don't waste money on me anymore. After saying that, he sent another private message to Moody Kinking. Thank you for your support, brother. I will return the amount of your reward to you when the platform returns it to me. I really feel unworthy of receiving so many rewards. I really have nothing to repay you with. I don't want anything like what happened this morning to happen again. Dragon City. In a hotel. A young man with a fairly pleasant appearance, with his arm around his girlfriend. Holding a mobile phone in one hand. This person is Mooda's emotion. When he saw the private message from Soo Mu-yoon, he smiled. Send the message, don't worry, I have no other thoughts about you. I simply enjoy listening to you sing. I like your cleanliness and elegance. That's all. See this information. His girlfriend beside him frowned and said, Zhang Jian, when did you get this nickname? Zhang Jian replied, she is a childhood friend of mine. Your childhood friend? The girlfriend asked in confusion. I know all your friends, including your childhood friends and brothers, but I've never seen someone like this before. I lost contact with her about 6 or 7 years ago. Zhang Jian said, it's normal that you don't know him. The girl in front of me is called Ning Lin, and she is the daughter of a big boss in the core circle of Longdu. He only met him after his father got promoted 3 years ago. Do uncle and aunt know? Ning Lin asked. Ning Lin. Zhang Jian's face suddenly darkened. He turned and stared at her, saying very seriously, I put her out in the open so you know, because I don't want you to have any misunderstandings. You can rest assured that I will not have any other thoughts about her. But, let me make it clear to you in advance, you must not be too curious about her. If something happens to her because of your curiosity, then... His face turned cold, I promise, you will regret it. Hearing this, Ning Lin's face changed and she immediately stopped talking. I just wondered in my heart, who is this girl? How could Zhang Jian actually warn me so seriously? Is there some secret about her? Forget it, I'd better not mess with Zhang Jian. If we really piss this guy off, something bad will definitely happen. After Zhang Jian warned Ning Lin, he took a screenshot and sent their conversation to Soo Mu-yoon's fan group. Soo Mu-yoon saw Mu Diching's reply. No more nonsense. Is there any song you want to hear? Su Muyun sent it over and asked, I'll sing it for you. Mu Dekinking quickly replied, if possible, I'd like to hear a song about childhood. Well, it would be best if I could hear your original song. Su Muyun was slightly stunned, and a person suddenly appeared in his mind. However, after thinking about it carefully, I feel that it is unlikely to be him. If it was really him, he wouldn't talk to me like that. Besides, how could a young master like him have the time to keep an eye on a small anchor? She answered honestly, I don't have much talent in creation, so I may not be able to meet your requirements. Mu Diqing replied, it's okay, I'm not in a hurry, it can wait. When Su Muyun was about to answer, suddenly. Bite. I don't have a wife who rewards all platforms with rockets. The bombardment of all platforms begins. I can't compare my feelings with Brother Moody, it's just a small token of my support for my goddess Su. I'm here just for your husband. I'm sending out a rocket to reward everyone on the platform. The bombardment of the entire platform has begun. I'd spend all my money just to meet your husband. I'm a rich man who's giving away rockets on all platforms. The bombing of all platforms has begun. Miss Su, please lend me your husband for one night. A bunch of Fengshen wives are giving out tips all over the platform. A clean and dignified goddess, a goddess who doesn't act pretentiously. The second group of wind gods' wives. A series of rewards came in instantly. Originally, Shoumu, who was ranked first on the reward list, instantly dropped to 4th place. Seeing this situation, Su Muyun was frightened. The other side. Su Feng's face looked extremely ugly. She did rush forward. Moreover, the attack was very fierce. She even spent a little money to make a purchase. In the end, it was only a narrow victory. It only has 2 more all-platform rockets than the opponent. Under such circumstances, if she were to force the data, it would obviously be an act of fraud. Besides, if we want to recommend someone, she can't be the only one. Unless, she can create a gap of at least 10 all-platform rockets. However, the local tycoons are no longer willing to make any move. The fans have also dug out the secrets. Where can we find someone to close the gap? Do I have to do it myself? But 10 shots means 100,000. Moreover, if we charge forward, the other side will probably charge forward as well. 10 rounds is definitely not enough. Bite. Suddenly, a friend message came. Hey, Shumaran? Su Feng frowned and asked, isn't this the number 1 on Su Muyun's list? Why is he looking for me? After a little hesitation, Su Feng chose to agree. I can give you 20 all-platform rockets. Shumaran immediately sent a message, but, you must promise me one thing. Chapter 68 I'm not interested in buses. Give me 20 rockets for all platforms? But, I have to promise him one thing? Could this be a trap? Because the news that Shumaran was blocked by Leiso Muyun did not spread. Therefore, Su Feng was not sure what the Shoumu people wanted to do. However, when I thought that the other party was going to reward me with real money. Even if it's a trap, as long as you are careful, there shouldn't be any problems. He replied decisively, okay. I can promise you, but it will take 2 days. She thought the other party also wanted her to play with him. But she already has 2 days of work scheduled. It will take at least 2 days. I'm not that interested in buses like yours. Shoumuran's message was quickly replied, the reason you're worth my price is only because of Su Muyun. He added, so, what I want you to do won't be anything like that. Su Feng felt embarrassed and annoyed when he heard this. However, she also knew that she could only endure it when dealing with a rich man who could easily give her 200,000 yuan as a reward. Especially when you don't know the other party's bottom line. So, even if you feel extremely uncomfortable, she could only forcefully transfer her anger to Su Muyun. Why are you, Su Muyun, the most dignified, noble, cleanest, and most popular anchor on the entire Huta platform? Why don't you, Su Muyun, greet your fans with a smile? One day, I will tear off the mask on your face and expose her ugly side. She thought viciously. He was extremely polite to the wealthy man in front of him. I wonder what Mr. Shoumu wants me to do. It's very simple. Shumaran said, help me ruin Su Muyun's reputation. Just what I want. Su Feng smiled slightly and immediately asked, isn't this matter that easy? Of course it won't be easy if we do it the way that idiot Li Yunji does. The guardian of Mu replied, not only is it not easy, but it will also continue to elevate Su Muyun to the status of a god. But if you do as I say, I can't say for sure that he will be able to turn over tonight. But once that seed is planted, her popularity will inevitably plummet. Su Feng was immediately overjoyed. Immediately asked, how? Looking at the crazy rewards in the live broadcast room, Su Muyun was happy and touched, but also a little uneasy. Live streaming has been going on for several years. This was the first time she received so many tips. Moreover, no one has any excessive demands on her. No, there is well, that's excessive. She actually asked me to bring out my husband Lu Feng. Is this possible? Would I sell out my husband for such a small amount of money? I really don't know how to thank you enough. Su Muyan looked at the rows of rewards and comments and said, all I can do is try my best to sing the song well for everyone, so next. Having said this, Su Muyun was suddenly stunned. Because Goddess Su, call your rich husband and have a duet. This is a must. Come on, Goddess Su, quickly pull your husband out for a walk. The comments on the barrage were all the same, all shouting for her to pull Lu Feng out. Su Muyun smiled bitterly. Said, he doesn't like to show his face in front of the camera, so, I'm sorry, maybe. Suddenly, the sound of a guitar rang out. The sound is not too loud. But, since this small room is a small compartment, the sound insulation is not good. The sound happened to reach her room. Similarly, it was also transmitted to the live broadcast room. However, after entering the live broadcast room, the sound became very weak. But I think I heard the sound of a guitar. Goddess Su, can your two little kids play guitar? I heard it too. Then I bet it must be Goddess Su's rich husband playing it. For someone as pure as Goddess Su, there can't be other men in her family. Goddess Su, hurry up and pull your rich husband over here and have him accompany you. Support. Goddess Su, we've been so awesome today, you can't let us down. Looking at the messages constantly popping up in the barrage, Su Muyun immediately said, I'll go take a look. She knew that she did have a guitar at home. However, her own playing skills are only average, so she doesn't use it often. But, at this moment, the guitar over there is talking very well. Very gentlemanly. The melody is extremely nice. So, she couldn't help but want to go and see whether it was her husband. Su Muyun quietly opened the door. Walked out. Then I saw Lu Feng playing the guitar seriously in the living room. He played with great devotion. Eyes slightly closed. It shakes as the guitar is played. He looks very experienced, like a man with a lot of stories. For a moment, she was also a little dazed. I don't know how long it took. The guitar stopped. Then, Lu Feng's voice rang out, why did you come out? Did I disturb you? Ah. Su Muyun finally came back to his senses. He quickly shook his head and said, no, it's just that you played it so beautifully, so. As he spoke, Su Muyun felt a little embarrassed again. Lu Feng smiled and asked, so what? Su Muyun gritted his teeth and said, my fan, I want you to accompany me. That's all? Kindness. Real? And. Su Muyun felt that he couldn't deceive Lu Feng, so he said, they want you to sing with me. Lu Feng hesitated slightly. He nodded and said, okay, I promise you. But after a pause, he added, you have to tell me honestly what exactly happened. Lu Feng didn't think much about it. I just think that since Su Muyun's fans want me to sing a duet with Su Muyun, there must be some story behind it. He just wanted Su Muyun to tell him. Well, sharing happiness and stories is also a way to bring us closer together. Su Muyun did not hide it either. Tell the truth about what just happened. So that's how it is. Lu Feng laughed and said, alright, since someone dares to destroy my wife's stage, then I must support my wife. Then, he patted his guitar and said, but later, you have to call me husband more often. Su Muyun blushed instantly. Lu Feng waved his hand, come here. Su Muyun was a little nervous. What are you doing? Don't worry, I won't bully you. Lu Feng laughed and said, since we are going to sing a chorus, then of course we have to sing love songs. I don't like ordinary love songs. So, I wrote a love song myself. I'll write it out for you now, so you can familiarize yourself with it first. Su Muyun asked in surprise, you can also create? Lu Feng snorted and said, your husband, can do anything, okay? Oh. Su Muyun ran over obediently. Lu Feng found a pen and paper and started writing a song on the spot. Is this overbearing husband really that powerful? Really omnipotent? With doubts, she saw Lu Feng start writing. Chapter 69. Don't be a bitch, but still wanna be a saint. I'm still searching. A support and a hug. Who prays for me and worries for me? Be angry for me and make a fuss for me. Woman, happiness begins to show signs. Fate brings us closer together. Then, loneliness was swallowed up. Boredom becomes something to talk about. There have been changes. This lyrics is so sweet. It feels so good. Just saw the first 2 paragraphs. The feeling of being with Lu Feng began to emerge in Su Muyun's mind. The lyrics are simple and unpretentious, but they can best express that kind of picture. With such lyrics, what kind of music will there be? 5 minutes later. In the live broadcast room. What's going on? Where are the people? It's been 5 minutes, why haven't you come back yet? Damn, is he going to be a human being? Rich dog, give me back my goddess Su. Su Muyun, quickly hand over my rich handsome guy. Suddenly, the barrage of comments began to flood in. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of guitar and singing coming into the live broadcast room. Hey, did you hear that? There's guitar and singing. That voice seems to be Goddess Su's. Could it be that they are auditioning and preparing to give us a surprise? Wow, I'm so excited. Just when everyone was expressing their anticipation. Suddenly, another explosive news came out. Have you heard? Our number 1 Shoumu Ren was reportedly blocked by Goddess Su because he didn't meet one of her requirements. According to reliable insider information, the condition was that Shumarin had to lend Goddess Su 4 million first, and the request was urgent. Shumarin said he didn't have the money at the moment and had to wait, and then he was blocked. I remember that the jewelry set this morning was exactly 4 million. Could it be that Goddess Su really borrowed it from someone? Impossible? His Hermes chariot of wind and cloud can't be fake, right? Could it be borrowed? Shoumu has been at the top of our Goddess Su's list for almost 2 years. To just block him out of the picture, isn't that too unkind of our Goddess Su? Well, I also think that what our Goddess Su did was a bit excessive. Suddenly, the barrage began to change direction. And at this moment, congratulations to Shoumu for rewarding Feng Xianzi with a rocket across all platforms. I'm from Shoumu. I'm very grateful that everyone still remembers me. I'd like to use Feng Xianzi's place to speak out. I have indeed been blocked by Su Muyun. As for the reason, I won't go into details. I'm spending money to enjoy myself, and I don't bother to argue too much with an actor. I just want to say one thing, if you're selling yourself, don't be a whore and think you can be a saint. Barrages are flooding all platforms. Moreover, he fired 20 shots directly. 2 rounds per minute. Every shot will come with those 2 sentences. Suddenly, the entire platform exploded. Everyone started to speculate what was going on. Why did Shumarin break up with Su Muyun? Did Su Muyun really make excessive demands on the people of Shoumu? Why would the people of Shoumu say that Su Muyun was a whore and wanted to be a virtuous woman? Was it true that the rich man Su Muyun was invited here? Because Su Muyun has never appeared in the live broadcast room. This matter began to ferment. As a result, most people ran to Feng Xianzi's live broadcast room to watch. Just 10 minutes. The popularity of Su Muyun's live broadcast room dropped rapidly, falling to less than 2 million. On the contrary, Feng Xianzi's popularity exceeded 6 million in 10 minutes. Moreover, it continues to rise. As for the matter between Shoumu and Su Muyun, I am an outsider and cannot say much. Facing a surge in popularity, Su Feng was very happy. She smiled and said to the crowd, but to be honest, Su Muyun and I are from the same guild. Speaking of which, we are from the same school. So, I was originally reluctant to help the Shoumu people. But after listening to him talk about some of the situations, I still feel that it is necessary to speak up for him. As for the specifics, I'd rather not say more. Let them explain it themselves. As a result, some people kept asking questions in the barrage. Ask Su Feng for his opinion. Since everyone insists on me saying it. Su Feng said reluctantly, then let me share my thoughts. For me personally, I have maintained a number 1 ranking for nearly 2 years. Then, I will never block the other party no matter what. Furthermore, I believe that since someone is willing to defend the top spot for me, it is impossible that they have ill intentions towards me. I can't block one of my own people like this. As soon as this statement came out, suddenly, people started to think that Su Muyun was ungrateful and that Su Muyun was a whore who wanted to pretend to be a saint. The voice that Su Muyun was falsely righteous and falsely pure began to spread widely on all platforms. Some people even started to say that the person Mude, who is currently ranked number 1, is most likely the one who borrowed the money. He was also the one who cleared Su Muyun's name. In short, it only took a little over 10 minutes. Su Muyun's live broadcast room was overwhelmed. A large number of water armies entered the platform, cursed a few words, and then left. Inside Longdu Hotel, Zhang Jian's face looked very ugly. Ning Lin asked from the side, "Zhang Jian, what's wrong?" Zhang Jian shook his head, "It's okay." "Then go to sleep." "Be good, go to sleep first, I'll wait." "Waiting for what?" "Wait for my childhood friend." To be precise, I was waiting for her reaction. Zhang Jian knew what kind of person Su Muyun was. However, he still needed to confirm the reaction of Su Muyun and her rich husband. And at this time, Su Muyun and Lu Feng are still trying out their songs. Su Muyun loved this duet love song very much. Not only this one, there is another one. A song that Lu Feng specially wrote for himself. She likes it very much. I love it. Because that represents her voice. She wants to sing today. I really want to sing. Asking her to say those words directly, she found it difficult to speak. But, if she sings it, there will be no problem. She never gets stage fright when it comes to singing. So, she became very familiar with these two songs. Ding ding ding. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. It's Lu Feng's. Lu Feng took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from Xian Zitsong, the president of the Xiangqing branch. I'm going to take a call. Lu Feng gestured. Su Muyun just wanted to memorize the lyrics quickly and didn't ask any more questions. Brother Feng, something happened. Xian Zitsong said anxiously, someone is madly slandering Goddess Su. Now, all the platforms are scolding Goddess Su. I've done my best on my part. But, there's really no other way. I can only call you. Lu Feng frowned slightly. Asked, what's going on? Xian Zitsong recounted what had happened. After listening, Lu Feng nodded, I understand. Then, he hung up the phone. He turned and walked towards Su Muyun and asked, have you memorized the lyrics? Yeah, I remember. Su Muyun nodded and said a little embarrassedly, it's this song. I'm still not very familiar with it. It's okay, I'll accompany you, just follow my rhythm. Lu Feng said, let's go. Su Muyun nodded, said no more, and walked towards the live broadcast room. Lu Feng fell behind, picked up the big black bag he had brought back, and followed him into the room. Chapter 70 Double Charge. Summon the Guardian. Su Muyun is a bitch who is a whore and yet she still pretends to be a saint. Whether she's a bitch or not, I can't say, but based on her performance in getting the #1 blacklist member, to be honest, I've really turned from a fan to a hater. This kind of woman, who only cares about money, still pretends to be noble and clean. It's simply disgusting. Goddess Su hasn't come out to explain yet, can you guys please not jump to conclusions? Oh, she doesn't even dare to come out, what's the point of explaining? Who knows? What if the person behind her gives her another wave of support? That's true, but this time, I want to see how she actually operates. When Su Muyun entered the room, I saw that the live broadcast room had exploded. The comments on the barrage were all curses at her. There were a few words that came to her defense, but they were instantly drowned out without making a single ripple. Su Muyun immediately sat down in front of the computer and opened the private chat message. I saw several administrators sending me private messages, explaining the situation in general terms. After reading it, Su Muyun bit her lip slightly, with red light in her eyes. His face looked very ugly. She knew very well that this joint operation between Shoumu and Su Feng was even more troublesome than what Li Yunji had done today. The impact on her will inevitably be greater. Li Yunji didn't know Lu Feng's specific situation and got the wrong direction. As a result, he failed to steal the chicken and ended up losing the rice. And now, the Shoumu people first launched a wave of bombardment on all platforms. Draw the attention of the entire platform. Then tell everyone that he has blocked himself. Then, she labeled herself as a whore who wants to be a saint. No more explanation will be given. In this way, you don't have to worry about your own counterattack, and you can also give everyone unlimited room for imagination. Su Feng added fuel to the fire and said that it was such an ungrateful thing to block someone who had been number one on the list for 2 years. I was immediately pushed to the lowest point of morality. The image was ruined in an instant. Now, if we want to restore our image, we must explain this matter clearly. But how to explain it? Just based on the screenshots of the chat between you and Shumaran? Maybe it would be useful, but it definitely wouldn't be of much use. After all, Shomuran did hold the top spot for 2 years. Just based on this point, without any explanation, if I block Shomuran, who is ranked first on the list, I will also be considered unkind by everyone. Here it comes, here it comes. Come on, bitch Sue, everyone is waiting for your explanation. That's right, come on, explain it. Or, do you want to run it again? With such a short time, I really want to know what she can actually accomplish. Seeing Su Muyun coming to the table, the barrage of comments suddenly became even louder. Su Muyun gritted his teeth, and suddenly, he dragged the mouse and placed it on the cross in the upper right corner. What are you doing? At this moment, Lu Feng suddenly came over and held her hand. Su Muyun lowered his head and said, I don't want to live broadcast anymore. I want to quit the internet. Lu Feng laughed and said, now you know how terrible online violence and moral kidnapping are? Su Muyun remained silent and stopped talking. Lu Feng patted Su Muyun's head lovingly and said with a smile, move to the side a little. Su Muyun was slightly stunned, then looked up and looked at Lu Feng strangely. It seemed that he wanted to ask Lu Feng what he was going to do. Lu Feng asked with a smile, who am I? Su Muyun's face, which had originally been extremely ugly, suddenly turned red again. However, when she thought about the live broadcast, she still called out weakly, husband. Lu Feng shamelessly asked, what kind of husband? Su Muyun said, nothing, anything is possible. Lu Feng smiled, then held Su Muyun's face. Ignore the crazy shouting and contempt in the barrage. He bit Su Muyun on the face. Su Muyun was bitten so hard that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Then, Lu Feng said with a smile, wife, when you introduce your husband to others, you must be confident and affirmative. Oh. Su Muyun responded softly, but said no more. Lu Feng knew that Su Muyun was such a person, and it was not easy to force her. Then she smiled and said, watch carefully and see how your omnipotent husband helps you to settle all this. After saying this, Lu Feng's face turned serious. The moment he turned his head to look at the computer camera, his eyes were sharp and a strong sense of coldness emanated from his whole body. Even through the screen, one could seem to feel Lu Feng's anger. Let me introduce myself first. Lu Feng said, Lu Feng, left my wife Su Muyun 5 years ago to do something meaningful and special. At that time, I didn't know she was pregnant. I didn't know she had given birth to 2 children for me until I came back a few days ago. Also, it's been very hard for her to raise 2 children alone over the years. For the sake of life and her children, she suffered a lot, hardships that she shouldn't have to endure. I feel sad and a little regretful. But, after all, it's a thing of the past. I won't think about it anymore. The future is something we should cherish even more. So, I took her to get the certificate. Become her real husband in name and in law. Those in the comments section who doubt the child can shut up now. I have my own channels to confirm whether the child is mine. Well, now that we've made the introductions, it's time to get down to business. I downloaded the Tiger Head platform and created an account. That Shomu guy, it seems he fired 20 rockets across all platforms, right? No more nonsense, let's fire 40 rounds first. Lu Feng took out his cell phone and tapped. Bite. Congratulations to the real guardian of Mu for rewarding Su Muyun with a rocket across all platforms. Want to know why Su Muyun blocked Shomuran? Come to Su Muyun's live broadcast room. I have unblocked Shomuran. Come to Su Muyun's live broadcast room and let's talk face to face. Bite. Congratulations to the real guardian of Mu for rewarding Su Muyun with a rocket across all platforms. Want to know why Su Muyun blocked Shomuran? Come to Su Muyun's live broadcast room. I have unblocked Shomuran. Come to Su Muyun's live broadcast room and let's talk face to face. 40 consecutive rockets for all platforms. It only took 3 minutes to send them all. For 3 consecutive minutes, the entire platform was flooded with flashing lights. And it dominates the screen. Under such circumstances, the rich mechanism of the Huta platform was touched. Suddenly, the Huda platform launched a wave of fireworks bombardment across the entire platform. The duration is 10 minutes. Every minute, fireworks explode. Under such a fierce wave of rewards and the impact of dominating the screen, many people kept their mouths shut. However, there are still many water armies who are still making every effort to express their opinions. Lu Feng didn't care either. Just sitting in front of the computer, quietly waiting for fermentation. Chapter 71. Do you dare to play with a pig? Su Feng looked at the crazy comments on the live broadcast room. I was a little confused for a moment. She had an inexplicable bad feeling in her heart. The guy who beat people up on live broadcast and made people say that he deserved to be beaten has jumped out again. Moreover, 40 rockets were fired at all platforms in a row to attract the attention of all platforms. Why do I feel a little unsure when I think about this? Looking at popularity. I'm going to. This is how quickly it rises, how hard it falls. No, to be precise, the speed of falling is even faster than the speed of rising. It originally had 2 million followers, but now, in less than 10 minutes, it has only a few 100,000. Moreover, these hundreds of thousands of dollars are largely inflated. The platform helped lift it up. After all, the number of people in his live broadcast room is now less than 100. Mr. Shomuran, what should we do now? Su Feng immediately sent a private message to Shomuran, asking, why do I feel like something's going to happen? Magic City. In an upscale residential area. Mo Dongxing clicked on Su Muyun's live broadcast room. It's indeed unblocked. You can go in. You can also speak now. Damn, this rich handsome guy is so fierce. This name, this financial resources that are all over the screen, is simply blinding my dog eyes. Ha, the real Shomuran himself, is he mocking the former number one Shomuran? When the rich handsome guy makes a move, there's bound to be a big drama. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming counterattack. Rich husband, I support you and I want to give birth to your child too. Those who have cursed Goddess Su, hurry up and line up. Yes, hurry up and get in line. I want to know how many people our rich handsome guy will face today. Looking at the mocking comments in the live broadcast room, Mo Dongxing's face looked very ugly. Bite. At this time, a private message came. It's Su Feng's. Mo Dongxing opened it and took a look. He frowned and said coldly, what are you panicking about? What kind of trouble can a small local tycoon from a small town cause? If he really dares to act arrogantly in front of me, I will make him know what regret is. After all, Mo Dongxing is the son of an official in Shanghai. Financially, I may be a little less because of my father. But, in terms of energy, it is definitely greater than those rich second generations. So, he had no worries at all. But I always feel that the local tycoon is not simple. He made such a big scene, he must be planning to fight back. Su Feng's message came again, Master Shomu, I think we'd better make preparations in advance. You don't need to worry about this matter, Mo Dongxing replied. You just need to wait and see. Finish sending this message. Mo Dongxing's face turned gloomy. A live streaming bitch, a small town tycoon, dares to order this young master around. Pretend to be cool in front of this young master. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Thinking of this, Mo Dongxing took out his cell phone. He made a direct call to a familiar powerful figure in Xiangcheng. Uncle Ming, help me find someone. Mo Dongxing said straight to the point, this person is called Su Muyun, and she has a husband named Lu Feng. Now, both of them live in your Xiangcheng. Yes, I want to get them. If it's convenient for you, please send someone to take them back to the police station for interrogation right now. Then, just accuse them of some crime and make them suffer. Thank you, Uncle Ming. Some other day, come to the Magic City and I'll treat you to a meal. Hang up the phone. A sinister smile appeared on Mo Dongxing's face. I want to see what other tricks you can come up with. Lu Feng watched the popularity of the live broadcast room soar. It only takes about 10 minutes. The popularity has increased from around 2 million to over 8 million. Moreover, it is still rising rapidly. It seems that there is a possibility of reaching 10 million popularity points. Handsome local tyrant, the counterattack can begin now. Handsome tycoon, the Mu Guardian has arrived and his popularity has broken the platform's record. You can start your performance now. My sword is thirsty. Lu Feng originally wanted to wait until it reached 10 million popularity. After all, in his memories of his previous life, tens of millions of fans were easily achieved. The highest peak seems to be over 200 million. So, he felt that 10 million was not a lot. But, the barrage started to urge. Moreover, 10 million broke the history of the Huta platform. That means it's very high. It should be the same concept as the popularity of over 200 million in the previous life. He no longer hesitated. 2 clarifications first. First, it wasn't my wife's idea to block Showmurin. It was my idea. Second, I don't know what you call operations, but if you tell me who is standing behind my wife, then I can tell you very clearly that that person is me. After a pause, Lu Feng continued, then, I will explain to everyone why I blocked Showmurin. As he spoke, Lu Feng pointed the camera at the computer. Click on the conversation between Su Muyun and Shou Mu. Take a good look at these conversations. Just like what that Mushorin said, I won't say any more nonsense. There's nothing good to say to this kind of person. I'm just stating my position. I am Su Muyun's husband. She's my wife. Someone has been trying to get my wife's attention. Can I tolerate this? After spending less than 100,000 yuan, you keep harassing my wife and asking her to play with you? Who do you think you are? Who the hell are you? As he said that, Lu Feng snorted coldly. He said disdainfully, how about this? You tell me the amount now, and then take out your money. I don't need you to give it to me, I just need you to put it out there for everyone to see. I'll throw double the price in your face right now and let you go to my farm and pick out a pig to play with. Do you dare to give it a try? Bang! A residential area in Shanghai. Mo Dongxing grabbed the ashtray beside him and smashed it directly to the ground. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. How dare you humiliate me like this? You're dead. Dead. He roared madly. Why roar? Because he doesn't dare to try. As for how much money he can come up with, it's not much. After all, he is the son of an official, not the son of a rich man. The most I can afford is only 3 or 4 million. There is a card that can be used to swipe a credit limit of 20 million. But, I can't display it, I can only swipe it. Moreover, even if they were added together, it would only be 25 million at most. The Lu Feng opposite was the one who dared to spend 20 million on a motorcycle. It probably wouldn't be difficult to come up with double the price. At that time, do I really have to choose a pig? If this is true, then it's not just your own face that's lost. It's the face of my father and the whole family. So, he didn't dare to try. I can only bear this humiliation helplessly. I had no choice but to vent my anger in an ashtray. Chapter 72 True and False Guardian. The local tycoons are awesome. The local tycoon is indeed a local tycoon. This way of counterattack is simply domineering. If a problem can be solved with money, can it even be called a problem? No wonder he chose a name, the True Guardian of Mu. It turns out he had already thought of a way to fight back. You fake bastard, are you worthy enough to shout here? Let me tell you what a true guardian of Mu is. Handsome rich guy, I support you, you're awesome. Being rich is not a big deal, but does that mean you can humiliate others like this? That's right. He's obviously a nouveau riche with no higher education and no manners. Maybe he won the lottery and came out to show off. After Lu Feng finished speaking, there were cheers and praises. There are also sour and sarcastic ones. Lu Feng didn't care. He continued, I just saw a lot of people saying that I have no quality and no culture. You said I was shameless, that I was going too far. Then, may I ask a question? My wife was live streaming honestly, who did she offend? Did she force you to pay attention to her? Have you been asked to give me a reward, to make sure I support you? No? Since there isn't one, then, since we are all adults, can't you be held responsible for your own actions? If you don't respect others, why should others respect you? If you want to play double standards, go back and have a son and play with him. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me. Besides. After a pause, Lu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. That stern coldness erupted instantly. Wow, that look, that aura, so scary. This local tycoon is obviously someone in a higher position. His aura is incredible. My goodness, even through the screen, I can feel the murderous intent. Lu Feng ignored the barrage. He just said in a deep voice, as I said this morning, don't try to persuade others to do good without first experiencing their suffering. If you think what I did is wrong, you can type it out on the public screen now. But. He paused deliberately. The barrage all turned into ellipses. No one dared to express their opinions easily. Because Lu Feng just mentioned what happened in the morning. Everyone is still a little scared. Anyone who typed it out on the public screen and said I did something wrong. Lu Feng said, I'll remember them all, and then check them one by one. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I will definitely find you. Besides, I will definitely use the same trick to experiment on your family. And I guarantee that the price I offer will definitely be higher than what Showmuren offers. So, if there are people who are interested, or if there are people who think I'm doing something wrong, feel free to speak up on the public screen. I promise. After a pause, the coldness on his face disappeared. It turned into a faint smile. I will do my best to meet your needs. Brush. Suddenly, the public screen was cleared. There's not even an ellipsis. Especially clean. The live broadcast room has exceeded 9 million popularity. There is not even a single comment, which is simply outrageous. But here's the thing. Who dares to try? This madman had already proved his financial resources and courage this morning. If you really dare to type, he really dares to play with you. The reason why keyboard warriors are called keyboard warriors is that they can only type on the keyboard. If they were asked to face these things in reality, they would definitely not dare. No matter how much money you have, it is not as good as losing your family. Since no one has expressed any opinion, it means that you agree with what I said. Lu Feng waited for a while and saw no response on the public screen. Then he said, well, in the future, I don't want similar voices to appear on my wife's live broadcast screen again. You don't have to dislike my wife's live broadcast. There's a cross in the upper right corner, just click it. But, I don't want you to talk nonsense. If you dare to come and spend money, I will spend money to teach you a lesson. As soon as these words were spoken, the public screen suddenly came alive. The rich handsome guy is so domineering. He's a rich handsome guy, he's so inhumane. The most violent and simple way to deal with it is to throw money at it. Comparing ruthlessness? Comparing wealth? Come on, give it a try. Let's see who's afraid of who. Look at those people who were shouting so happily before, how well behaved they are now. These puppies were barking so loudly when their master wasn't around, but as soon as their master showed up, they immediately became cowards. Ha ha. Lu Feng ignored the public screen. He smiled slightly and continued, is Showmu here? As he said this, he pointed the camera at his phone. Come on, Showmuren, add me as a friend. As Lu Feng spoke, he began to add the other party. Let's have a live chat. Inside the hotel, Mo Dongxing looked at the application information. His face was extremely gloomy. He really didn't want to add this person as a friend. But now the other party is broadcasting live. If you don't agree, it means you are afraid. Given the other person's personality, I'm afraid there will be another round of sarcasm and ridicule. They may even go further and humiliate themselves. So, after just a little hesitation, he agreed. I just agreed to this. The other party directly sent a transfer message of 200,000 yuan. First of all, thank you for your concern and support for my wife over the past 2 years. Then, he saw Lu Feng talking in the live broadcast room. I've looked at your spending records, and the total is over 80,000 yuan. This 200,000 is your compensation, including principal and interest, plus thanks. So, starting today, we are even. From now on, we will go our separate ways and owe nothing to each other. Don't think you're the best wife anymore. And don't use the name Showmuren anymore. As he said that, he gave himself a red envelope of 100 yuan. This is the money for changing your name. Of course, you can choose not to change it. However, if you choose not to change, then I will automatically define you as my enemy. I am a person with a small mind. There has always been revenge. If you think you can do whatever you want by hiding in the dark, then. After a pause, his voice suddenly turned very cold. You can try it. The coldness even made Mo Dongxing shiver for no reason. He gritted his teeth, his face full of shame and anger. You son of a bitch, you dared to threaten me. What a courage. Okay, let's wait and see. I want to see if you can survive this night safely. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone. I called Uncle Ming again. But this time, Uncle Ming did not answer his call. He frowned and pulled out the punch again. Still no answer. Uncle Ming, what's going on? Amo Dongxing's face looked a little ugly. Why didn't you answer my call? At the same time. Dragon City. Inside the hotel. After seeing Lu Feng's performance, Zhang Jian smiled. That's the look of a man worthy of my respect and her love. Compared to that person, you are indeed much stronger in some aspects. After muttering, Zhang Jian immediately dialed a number. The call was connected quickly. Help me find an address. Zhang Jian said, put a platform, a guy with the online name Shumaran. Yes, he is online now. Okay, I understand. Put away the phone. He turned to look at his girlfriend Ning Lin beside him. He asked, I'm going to the Magic City. Do you want to go? Again, for your childhood friend? Kindness. Is she really that important to you? She's not just my childhood friend, she's also my savior. In my heart, besides my parents, there's her, and then there's my grandparents and you. I hope that in the future, your position in my heart can be ranked before hers. Okay, I'll go with you. Chapter 73 Isn't it nice to be a dog? Dear wife. After Lu Feng finished dealing with the matter, he smiled and looked at Su Muyun beside him. He said seriously, the government affairs have been handled. Now, you can go to court. Su Muyun was originally a little confused by Lu Feng's strong performance. When she heard Lu Feng's words, her face immediately turned red again. She subconsciously lowered her head again. He looked at a loss. Damn, Goddess Su is blushing again. Does our rich man have a special ability? He can make Goddess Su blush just by opening his mouth? That's right. I've never seen Goddess Su blush so much before. Tonight, God Hao spoke to her twice, and she blushed twice. The rich man must have a special medicine. The barrage of comments kept popping up. Lu Feng just smiled. Then, touched the guitar. Sitting opposite Su Muyun. His face turned serious. The sound of guitar rang out. How many roads have I walked, how many sighs have I heard? A clean and beautiful voice rang out, I take your helplessness seriously. I think everyone has this feeling of confusion. Lucky to share your sorrow. Hearing this, Su Muyun suddenly looked up. A pair of watery eyes looked at Lu Feng lovingly. Can you come a little closer? Lu Feng pressed his upper body forward. Smiling, he put his face in front of Su Muyun and asked, can you come a little closer? Satisfy my little vanity. Su Muyun gritted her teeth and moved her little face towards Lu Feng. It seems that he is cooperating with Lu Feng. It also seemed like he was expecting Lu Feng to do something. Lu Feng did not disappoint. He bit Su Muyun on the face. You don't actually know. He smiled and sang, you are the most beautiful in my heart. It's like after a storm. That rainbow in the sky. If the road tomorrow. You don't know where to go. Just stay with me and be my wife, okay? Su Muyun nodded. It seems like it's not enough. He nodded vigorously again. My arms aren't broad enough. Lu Feng continued to sing, it will also be yours, a warm embrace. If you are tired of the outside, the wind, and rain. Just stay with me and be my wife, okay? I will definitely bear you. Occasional little temper. Maybe I can also give you a little surprise, some laughter, and a simple and safe little home. I will accompany you from sunrise to sunset, until we grow old. The song ends. Su Muyun nodded vigorously again. She cried. She has big red, watery eyes. Just staring at Lu Feng seriously. It seemed that it only took 2 days to remember this. This is my cheap husband who has touched me countless times and helped me get rid of all my troubles. Maybe that accident was not an accident? Maybe this is what God has destined. Wife. Lu Feng took out a packaging bag from the bag next to him. This is a Cartier packaging bag. It was a limited edition set he had bought before. He held the package in both hands and knelt on one knee. Send it to Su Muyun. Su Muyun, will you be my wife? Su Muyun looked at Lu Feng, who suddenly knelt down in front of her and was stunned for a moment. She never expected this bad and strong Lu Feng. This happened so suddenly. Yes, the relationship between them is not deep. In fact, they were together for less than 2 days. They got married only because she wanted to go through formal channels to get a certificate for her child and let the child go to school. Before getting the marriage certificate, she had never thought about really marrying this man. But today. In fact, you don't know that you are the most beautiful in my heart. I will definitely bear your occasional temper. Accompany you from sunrise to sunset, until old age. Lu Feng's beautiful singing voice involuntarily emerged in my mind. I couldn't help but recall every detail of the past 2 days. Compared to all the men in the past. Even compared to his own father, he is the best. At least, as an adult, he treats himself best. He is the man who protects me the most and gives me the most sense of security. She looked at Lu Feng in front of her. Reach out and take the box. But it didn't open. Instead, she smiled, held Lu Feng's hand, and said, "You are already my husband." After saying that, she pulled Lu Feng up. Then, blushing, he moved closer. She took the initiative to kiss Lu Feng. After the kiss, she blushed. But he did not bow his head. Instead, he looked at Lu Feng and said, I will depend on you for the rest of my life. He said seriously, I am willing to be pampered by you, but I am also willing to be bullied by you. Wow, sour, so sour. Even I'm willing to let you bully me. I can't stand it anymore, I want it too. Goddess Su, you've fallen. You can't do this. The rich man is inhumane. This rich man is simply unbearable. He's rich, talented, handsome, seductive, domineering, romantic, and affectionate. It's simply. If I were a woman, I would give in too. Ah, my rich husband, how come she got away with it? God, what song is this? It's so beautiful and sweet, why haven't I heard it before? Please tell me the name. Suddenly, the live broadcast room exploded. Su Feng is watching the live broadcast here. See this scene. Her eyes were red. She bit her lip. Why is it her? Why her? Why can't it be me? How am I worse than Su Muyun? Why can't a man like this be mine? If I could have a husband like this, how could I not love myself? She stared at Su Muyun fiercely. Jealousy, anger, resentment. Magic City. Mo Dongxing had a cold face. He cursed in a low voice, you two bastards. This bastard is really good at dealing with women. Su Muyun, this bitch, is really a bitch. He is jealous too. The more jealous you are, the angrier you become. Then he took out his cell phone and started making a call. The call still didn't go through. Then hit. In the live broadcast room. After Lu Feng was kissed. Touched his face. With a happy look on his face, he said, I don't want to wash my face for a month. Su Muyun's face turned even redder. She said, You should wash yourself. If you don't wash your face, it will be very, very dirty. Even if it's dirty, I won't wash it. I'm afraid that the fragrance on my face and your scent will be washed away. I'll just kiss you again. No, you need a few more kisses. Su Muyun stopped talking. Finally, with a red face, she lowered her head shyly again. Ha, look at Goddess Su, she's so teased by God of Fortune that she doesn't even dare to look up. Goddess Su's posture is so pitiful, I really want to make love with her. I'm obviously single, why do I feel like I'm in love? Damn it, if this continues, I'm going to die of sweetness here. Goddess Su and God, how don't treat us as human beings? Who said we should call out the rich man? They're such beasts, dragging the rich man here to show us their love. What kind of person are you? Isn't it nice to be a dog? Chapter 74. This treasure house is amazing. Look at the jewelry. Lu Feng stopped teasing Su Muyun. Let her see the jewelry and see if she likes it. Oh. Su Muyun nodded, opened the box and began to look at the jewelry. As soon as it is opened, the big, sparkling diamond blinded everyone's eyes. Wow, it's so beautiful. Damn, he's truly a wealthy man. I've seen this jewelry at Cartier and Wuching before, and it must have cost nearly 6 million. Didn't they say it was only over 3 million? This is almost double the price. The rich man is awesome. 6 million? Are you sure you're not kidding? The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room started to refresh again. Su Muyun looked up at Lu Feng happily and was about to speak. Suddenly, my eyes noticed the 6 million in the barrage. She was stunned for a moment. Then, she gritted her teeth and couldn't help but kiss Lu Feng on the other side of his face. Lu Feng was also stunned for a moment, are you really not going to let me wash my face? Su Muyun is no longer shy. He smiled slightly but didn't answer. Take out the set of jewelry and put them on one by one. Then, smiling, he asked Lu Feng, does it look good? Nice. Lu Feng nodded, it's so dazzling. Then he added, of course, you shine brighter. It's just there to compliment you. Su Muyun looked up. The big watery eyes suddenly looked at Lu Feng with great pride. Said, honey, I want to sing. Lu Feng took the initiative to step aside, then put his hand on the guitar. It set a tone. Su Muyun moved closer to the microphone. He told his fans, to thank you all for your continued support, we, my husband and I, will sing an original song of his, Dimples. Of course, this song was not originally written by Lu Feng. The main reason was that there was not enough time, and Lu Feng felt that the dimples were good enough and there was no need to change them. So, I just copied it. Original track? Is the God of Fortune so awesome? That song before, wasn't it also original? I checked online and there's no such song. So, it must be the original work of Haoshan. The barrage is still scrolling. But, by this time, the prelude was over. Lu Feng began to sing, I'm still searching. A support and a hug. Who prays for me and worries for me? Be angry for me and make a fuss for me. When he sang to this point, Lu Feng winked at Su Muyun. Su Muyun smiled happily, there are signs of happiness beginning to appear. Fate brings us closer together. Then, loneliness was swallowed up. Boredom becomes something to talk about. There have been changes. Then the two of them sang together, dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful features. I can't sleep every day because I believe in your smile. You don't know how important you are to me. With you, life is just complete. Dimples, long eyelashes, and hopelessly charming. I slowed down my pace and felt like I was drunk. Finally found the beauty of being in tune with each other. It's good to be warm and beautiful for a lifetime. I will love you forever until we grow old. In front of the live camera. The two of them are like a pair of lovers who have been in love for a long time. They were talking about their love without paying attention to the people around them. Expressing their thoughts. The sweet and warm scene was everywhere. As a result, the barrage was filled with roars of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from passers-by. He was recognized by passers-by as a perfect man and received a rating of 8,000. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from passers-by. He was recognized by passers-by as a perfect man and received a rating of 6,000. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from passers-by. He was recognized by passers-by as a perfect man and received a rating of 5,000. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from passers-by. He was recognized by passers-by as a perfect man and received a rating of 5,000. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from passers-by. He was recognized by passers-by as the nation's good husband and received a rating of 4,000. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from passers-by. He was recognized by passers-by as the nation's good husband and received a rating of 3,000. The song is finished. The dinging sound continued in Lu Feng's mind. I saw the rating value rising wildly. He originally planned to leave after singing these two songs, but he immediately decided to stay. Money is not everything. But the rating value is omnipotent. The more of this stuff the better. It's so rare to have this opportunity to brush up the score on the spot. So, from then on, Lu Feng just stayed by the side and watched. Su Muyun sang and interacted with everyone. Lu Feng's way of interacting with everyone is to send rockets to express his presence. Secondly, it was established on the Hutu platform, and red envelopes were sent to the official group of Su Muyun fans. This has brought about another wave of praise for the rich. The rating naturally soared again. In the blink of an eye. The time came to 11:50. Su Muyun said hello to his fans and chose to exit the live broadcast room. After turning off the live broadcast, Su Muyun let out a long sigh. Then, he stretched. As she stretched her body lazily, her perfect figure was fully displayed in front of Lu Feng. Suddenly, Lu Feng's eyes widened and he stared at the proud place in front of him. There was a murderous glint in his eyes. Su Muyun was shocked when he saw this look. With a red face, she turned around and ran away shyly. By the way, he also said, I'm going back to my room to sleep first, you should go to bed early too. Bang! Then, there was the sound of the door closing. Lu Feng smiled bitterly, am I that scary? Snap! Suddenly, the door was opened again. Su Muyun carefully put his head in. Blushing, she said shyly, you, remember to wash your face. I will kiss you tomorrow. Bang! After saying this, he seemed to be extremely embarrassed. He closed the door and ran away. Ha ha! Lu Feng finally couldn't help laughing. This girl is so charming and cute, it makes my heart itch. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from loved ones. You are a perfect husband, with a rating of 120,000. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment. He took a serious look at the number. It really is 120,000. This girl really has great potential to be tapped. Before, I received 2 rewards from Su Muyun. Only 50,000 each time. And this time, it reached 120,000. Obviously, those 2 songs carry a lot of weight. Women are emotional after all. Especially in the areas she is best at and likes most. If you can conquer her, then naturally you will be able to gain more of her recognition. Lu Feng turned his gaze and looked at the system's rating value. Because before, during the live broadcast, I harvested a wave of passers-by's leaks. At this point, the rating has reached an astonishing 460,000. That is, in addition to the 120,000 given by Su Muyun, he also received a score of 182,000. This is a fucking treasure trove. Lu Feng murmured, if there are a few more live broadcasts like this, won't I be able to defy the heavens in a matter of minutes? Thinking of this, Lu Feng looked at the limited time redemption reward. Chapter 75 Double exchange for a limited time. Big surprise. Above the light curtain. The column for limited time redemption rewards. It has been refreshed at this moment. When Lu Feng saw this reward, he was slightly stunned. Because this limited time redemption reward actually has 2 lines of text and 2 options. The 2 lines displayed above are: the cumulative score value obtained by detecting the host exceeded 500,000 within 3 days. Moreover, there are more than 400,000 in used rating points, so the doubling option is triggered. Next are 2 options. The option on the left reads, Normal Limited Time Redemption. On the right, there appears a Double Limited Time Redemption. Note, this option is a reward only available to mid-level good men, and there is an 80% chance that something the host desperately needs will appear. The higher the level, the greater the authority, and the things you can exchange for are naturally better. Lu Feng murmured, if only I could directly reach the level of an intermediate good man. It would be better to exchange for something that only a good mid-level man can exchange for. But now, my rating is less than 500,000. I don't know how long it will take to collect 1 million. After all, cutting leaks like today's doesn't happen every day. At least, the impact must be stronger than this time to gain more points. However, it is obvious that such opportunities do not come often. After everyone has witnessed my abilities, it's obviously impossible to use similar methods to cause a greater impact on everyone. And now, my foundation is still a little shallow. It can be said that apart from the identity of Tianlong, which cannot be used casually, there are almost no assets or trump cards that can be used. So, directly choosing to double the exchange is undoubtedly the best. The only uncertainty is? Lu Feng frowned, will there be another useless exchange item similar to the God of Music? Thought about it for a moment. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and said, there is no exchange for waste, only waste people. Even if the God of Music is terrible, I still got a rating of nearly 300,000. I don't believe I can't earn back something that only a good mid-level man can redeem. Bite. Lu Feng directly clicked on the limited time exchange. On. A flash of light. Normal limited time exchange disappears. The double limited time redemption flashed for a moment. Then, a cursor slowly emerged, Fengyun Hotel. Note, there are currently only 16 7-star national hotel chains in the country, with its headquarters in Longdu. Current market value, 3.8 billion. See this message. Lu Feng was also shocked. Originally, his idea was very simple. It would be nice to be able to get an exchange amount of 100 million. Alternatively, if you have a business asset of similar value, that would also be fine. As a result, a large enterprise with a capital of 3.8 billion came. Moreover, it is the Fengyun Hotel. It's exactly what I need. Lu Feng clicked on the redemption button without any hesitation. Byte. Redemption for Feng Yun Hotel was successful. Congratulations, host, you have become the full owner of Feng Yun Hotel. All information about Feng Yun Hotel is stored at Longdu headquarters. You can obtain it at any time with your fingerprint. The current operating status of Feng Yun Hotel and information about senior executives from all parties will be directly injected into your mind. On. The next moment, there was a flash of light. Suddenly, all the information entered Lu Feng's mind. Among them, 3 pieces of information became the focus of Lu Feng's attention. 1. Hu Xiafeng, General Manager of Feng Yun Hotel Longhua District. He has outstanding abilities and extensive experience in hotel management. He is one of the top 3 hotel managers in the country. Has a Longdu background. Due to the change of the actual controller of Feng Yun Hotel, his shares were cleared. This person has already considered leaving his job. You may apply for resignation within 3 days. The key reason for staying in the job, 5% of the shares. Note, he is an important figure in the development of the hotel and it is difficult to find a replacement. 2. Feng Yun Hotel's development in China has entered the fast lane. The market value will rise like crazy. It is expected that a bottleneck will be reached within 5 years. Note, find a suitable overseas manager and expand overseas after financing. 3. Yang Son, General Manager of Feng Yun Hotel Xiangqing Branch. Management ability is average, business ability is average. Has a strong Xiangqing background. Relying on these relationships, the business of the Xiangqing branch was barely kept above the passing line. Among all the branch managers in Longhua, he ranks relatively low. Hu Xiafeng must be captured. It's just 5% of the shares. I can afford it. We'll raise funds, and then put overseas expansion aside for now. Let's see what to exchange for later. As for Yang Song, Lu Feng smiled coldly. Then, he called Hu Xiafeng. Soon, the call was connected. Hello, Chairman. Hu Xiafeng asked, I wonder if you have something important to tell me that you were looking for me so late at night? 2 things. Lu Feng said, first, bring our lawyer and rush to the Xiangqing branch before noon tomorrow. Then he said, secondly, I will treat you to lunch at noon to discuss further cooperation. Good. Magic City. Mo Dongqing finally received a call from Uncle Ming. I asked, Uncle Ming, where have you been? Why are you calling me back now? Uncle Ming over there asked, I was just dealing with something at the bureau. What's going on? I'm really bothering you, the boss, to figure it out now? Mo Dongqing said, it's almost 12 o'clock. Can't the people below even handle such a small matter? That's none of your business. Uncle Ming said tiredly, just take care of yourself. Hearing this, Mo Dongqing was a little unhappy. However, the other party is an elder after all. Although he used to be my father's subordinate, his current rank is the same as my father's. Nor dare to be presumptuous. He just said, Uncle Ming, what I told you before. Dongqing, for your father's sake, Uncle Ming will give you a reminder. Uncle Ming said, you'd better not interfere in the affairs of the Hua family. Don't tell me your father is not in Xiangqing yet. Even if he is in Xiangqing, I think he would not dare to let you interfere in such matters. Hearing this, Mo Dongqing frowned. Said, Uncle Ming, what the hell is the Hua family? I asked you to deal with Lu Feng, how come you are involved with this Hua family? I don't know whether you really don't understand or are just pretending not to understand. Uncle Ming said, in short, you'd better not mess with Lu Feng. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, don't blame Uncle Ming for not warning you. Bang! The phone hung up. Mo Dongqing's face suddenly became very ugly. Is this Lu Feng someone important? And you told me to stay out of trouble? He's just a nouveau riche. So what if he's rich and powerful? Aren't you just a country bumpkin? Outside Xiangqing, he's nothing. Oh right, the Hua family. He suddenly remembered the Hua family mentioned by Uncle Ming, who seemed to have a grudge against Lu Feng. Immediately find someone to ask what's going on with the Hua family. He took out his cell phone and wanted to ask someone to see if he could join forces with the Hua family. Ding dong. But at this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chapter 76. This family is full of lunatics. Mo Dongqing walked over and opened the door. I saw 3 people standing outside. 2 men and 1 woman. There was a man among them whom he knew. He is also a second-generation powerful person. Here in Shanghai, his status is even higher than mine. However, he doesn't interact with me much in normal times. It's like keeping to oneself. Chao Chang, it's so late, why do you bring people to see me? Mo Dongxing frowned and glanced at the man and woman beside him, saying, if you have something to ask for, I'm sorry, I'm busy right now. Please come back tomorrow. In his opinion, it was a good time to come to him. He must be trying to ask his father for help through me. I'm not in the mood to care about this kind of thing right now. So, we have to close the store immediately. Bang! As a result, just as he stretched out his hand, the man next to him kicked him. Mo Dongxing didn't react at all and was kicked into the room. A sharp pain came. Suddenly, he was furious. Chao Chang, you have guts. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and wanted to make a call. Bang! However, as soon as the hand was stretched out, it was stepped on. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth twitched in pain. Chao Chang, you're so brave. You actually dared to bring people to my house to beat me up. Mo Dongxing roared, I tell you, I. Bang! Before he could finish his words, he was slapped again. I flew here so late at night, not to listen to your bullshit. The man is none other than himself. It was Zhang Jian who rushed over from Longdu. He stared coldly at Mo Dongxing lying on the ground and said, now, prick up your ears and listen carefully. I will only say this once. Mo Dongxing was shocked when he heard this. She stared at the man in front of her with wide eyes and exclaimed, You were sent by Lu Feng? The reason for such speculation. Firstly, among all the people he had offended, the one he was least sure of was Lu Feng. Secondly, the other party is also the most arrogant and presumptuous person. Thirdly, Uncle Ming also said that Lu Feng is someone who should not be provoked. In addition, the other party said that he flew here specifically to find him. Apart from Lu Feng, he couldn't think of anyone else. Zhang Jian did not admit it. There was no denial either. He just said, if you dare to harass or offend Su Mungyan's family again, I will make sure that your family will never have a place to stand in Hualong country. After saying that, he put his arm around Ning Lin and turned away. Chao Chang didn't leave, but stayed in the room. Wait until Zhang Jian and the others leave. Then he said, Mo Dongxing, I'd like to do you a favor, would you like it? What? Yes, they are from Longdu. The man's surname is Zhang and the woman's surname is Ning. After saying that, Chao Chang patted Mo Dongxing on the shoulder and turned away. Cold sweat began to appear on Mo Dongxing's forehead. He didn't know what Zhang and Ning represented. However, since Chao Chang took the matter so seriously, the other party's status in Longdu must be quite high. The fact that he dared to hit me like this and threaten me shows that he is fearless. What kind of monster is that Lu Feng? Mo Dongxing was stunned. How could he actually invite such a person to cause trouble for him? It's a good thing they came. Otherwise, if I really contact the Hua family and want to cause trouble for them, then. The next morning, when Lu Feng prepared breakfast, Su Muyun also got up with the children. When breakfast was served, Su Muyun and the children immediately gathered around. It's not very rich, just a simple bowl of noodles. However, the three of them ate so much that not even a drop of soup was left. Dad, make more noodles next time. I'm not full yet. Yes, Dad, it's too little. The soup is not enough to drink. The two children expressed their dissatisfaction. I saw that both children expressed their desire to increase the amount. Su Muyun came back after wiping his mouth and said, I want more too. Sure. Lu Feng asked with a smile, but, what reward do you have for me? The two children immediately turned their gaze towards Su Muyun. Su Muyun was stunned. Then, she walked in front of Lu Feng shyly. She gently kissed Lu Feng on the left cheek. Lu Feng became more and more demanding. Extend your right cheek. Su Muyun's face turned red instantly. However, he still gave it a light pat on the right cheek. The two children's eyes widened immediately. The next moment, Anan got down from the chair. He ran to Lu Feng and said, Dad, I'll give you a reward too. Ping Ping also followed, Dad, I can give rewards too. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he said, I didn't wash my face. Dad is dirty and doesn't even wash his face. Mommy kissed Daddy, Mommy, go rinse your mouth. The two little brats said with disgust. You. Su Muyun widened his eyes and looked at Lu Feng, wanting to say something. But when he found his child next to him, he didn't say it after all. Lu Feng immediately leaned over. She whispered in Su Muyan's ear, "You can't let your child kiss the place you kissed, otherwise, it won't have your scent." My ears are itchy. I feel so embarrassed. Su Muyun blushed and lowered her head. He turned around and headed towards his room. She didn't come out until Lu Feng had cleaned up the table. Lu Feng went over and knocked on the door. "Wife, it's time for us to go see the new house." Crunch! The door opened. Su Muyan looked at Lu Feng at the door and asked, "When did you buy a new house?" "I have forgotten exactly when it was." Lu Feng said, "I've never been to see it anyway." Su Muyun was surprised. You bought it without even looking at it? And you even forgot when you bought it?" Lu Feng smiled and asked, "Is there a problem?" "No." Su Muyun shook his head, "I just think you are really rich." "You just found out?" "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have raised the child by myself." Ha ha. Lu Feng was delighted. "It's not too late now." Su Muyun blushed and turned back to her room. I took my bag, called the child, and went downstairs with Lu Feng. Because the Feng Yun chariot was taken away for repair, Lu Feng took a taxi. Said, "Driver, Xinglongwen." Su Muyun asked in surprise, "The house you bought is in Xinglongwen?" Xinglongwen is the most upscale and expensive villa area in the entire Xiangqing. Although it cannot be compared with the high-end villa areas in places like Shanghai and Longdu. But any villa would cost at least tens of millions. She originally thought that Lu Feng just bought a commercial house in an ordinary community. As it turned out, it was a villa. Lu Feng nodded and said, "From your tone, it seems that you are very surprised that I bought a suite in Xinglongwen." "How can I not be surprised?" Su Muyun said, "You bought a house in Xinglongwen without even looking at it, and you didn't even go to see it after you bought it." At this point, he suddenly became curious and asked, "Hey, I remember hearing someone say that you used to rent a house, right?" Lu Feng suddenly fell silent. Then, calmly say, "Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Don't be too ostentatious." He. At this time, the driver in front finally couldn't help laughing. He asked Lu Feng, who was in the passenger seat, "Hey, bro, is this person next to you your girlfriend?" Lu Feng shook his head and said, "Wrong, it's my wife." "Wife? And children?" "Kindness. I see." The driver gave Lu Feng a thumbs up. "Brother, you're awesome." The driver said, "I admire people like you, brother. You can endure what ordinary people cannot endure." Lu Feng was stunned. "But, having said that, little brother, your wife is so beautiful, and your child is so cute and smart." Lu Feng was stunned again. "Honestly speaking, if it were me, I would also be willing to accept such a good thing." Lu Feng smiled. "But, little brother, I still have to say that you should be a little more reliable when bragging." The driver said again, "Don't brag. I've seen a lot of rich people. I've never seen a rich person buy a house without even looking at it. Not to mention, he bought it but never lived in it, not even looked at it. Besides, who among those who buy a house in Xinglongwen doesn't have a luxury car? If a rich man comes to fight with his wife and children, wouldn't that be a loss of status? To be honest, a car like ours can't even get into Xinglongwen. So, generally, people who take taxis are going to visit friends and family. If you brag about something more ordinary, maybe this girl will believe you. You're exaggerating so much, I definitely won't believe you. Didn't you hear the tone she used just now? I almost said, your boasting is too unreliable, isn't it? Anyone who believes it is a fool, right?" Lu Feng laughed. Said, "Driver, you are absolutely right." The driver said confidently, "That's like us." "It's bullshit." Su Muyan stared at the driver angrily and said, "Who are you calling stupid?" "Little sister, I'm not scolding you," the driver said, "I'm saying, whoever believes it is stupid." "You call this not scolding?" The driver was stunned. "Little sister, you." "Yes, I believe it. Besides, he's my husband." Su Muyun added, "He is my legitimate and lawful husband." He also added, "He is also the biological father of my 2 children." This driver uncle is so mean. He actually said bad things about my father. Yeah, I heard it too. This driver is a scoundrel. He's saying bad things about Dad in a roundabout way. Ping Ping and Anan also looked at the driver with hostility. The driver scratched his head in embarrassment. Lu Feng said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, little brother, little sister, if I said something wrong just now, please don't mind it. I just talk fast, and I say whatever I think. No harm. Snort. Snort. This is how Ping An responded. You look down on people. Su Muyun responded, my husband's motorcycle is worth 20 million. If he hadn't taken it to be repaired, why would he come to fight? Yes, I was wrong. The driver said, sorry, little sister. But I was thinking in my heart. What a weird bragging family. It's true, if you are not from the same family, you won't enter the same house. 20 million for a motorcycle? Are you kidding me? And I took it to be repaired. Are you kidding me? Even if the motorcycle really costs 20 million. As someone who can afford a 20 million motorcycle, would you only have one car? What if I'm an idiot? Holy shit, I get it. This family, I'm afraid they're making fun of me, right? They really can't find anyone to show off, so they just take a taxi to show off? No, we can't let them pretend. Ignore them. Yes, ignore them. This family must have snake disease. Chapter 77. Not only pretentious, but also narcissistic. Seeing that the driver was so honest, Su Muyun felt embarrassed to continue talking to him. He snorted proudly. Just stop talking. And then commented, Mom said that only those who admit their mistakes and can correct them are good children. Ping Ping nodded and commented, yeah, the driver is a good boy with a quick tongue. The driver just felt his head was a little dizzy. If this wasn't in broad daylight, I would have doubted whether the family I was carrying were human beings. No, you have to go home and burn some incense and pray to Buddha. While thinking about this, the driver silently chanted Amitba. I didn't dare to look at Lu Feng and others again. Lu Feng didn't say anything either. Just smiling on the side. Happiness begins to show signs, and fate slowly brings us closer. This was sung by Su Muyun, and Lu Feng specially recorded it as his new ringtone. The ringtone rang and Lu Feng took out his cell phone to look at it. It turned out to be Zhang Guang calling. The call was connected directly. Hey, Offling, where are you now? Zhang Guang's voice came. In the car. Lu Feng said, ready to go to Xinglongwen. Zhang Guang asked, Xinglongwen? Do you have a house there? I bought a set before, but I never went to see it. Lu Feng said, well, after what happened yesterday, I thought Xinglongwen might be safer, so I took them there to have a look. He added, if there's nothing wrong with the house, I plan to move in right away. Ha, you're indeed someone who's willing to spend 20 million on a motorcycle. Zhang Guang laughed and said, he's buying a villa and not even looking at it. He just buys it and puts it there. I'm really impressed. Lu Feng smiled. No explanation either. Mainly because it's hard to explain. Then just don't explain it. But the phone was making a lot of noise. The driver next to him was very curious. So, I heard it all. Pretending again. I can't stand it anymore. I really want to expose him. By the way, Guangzi, what's the matter with you looking for me so early in the morning? At this time, Lu Feng simply changed the subject and asked. Oh, it's like this. When I took your car for inspection yesterday, I checked the cars under your name. Zhang Guang said, in the end, I found out that you only have that one Fengyun chariot to your name. What's going on? In Zhang Guang's opinion, since Lu Feng is a rich man, it is impossible for him to have only one car. But he checked several times and still only showed one car. That's a bit strange. There is indeed only one. Lu Feng smiled and said, I have always lived alone before, and I think one car is more than enough. So that's how it is. Zhang Guang nodded. So what now? What car did you buy? I didn't buy it. So you mean in the car? He thought Lu Feng had already bought a car. After all, there are 4 people on the other side, so they definitely need a car to travel. Take a taxi. Oh my god, I'm really impressed by you. Zhang Guang said dissatisfiedly, you are such a rich man, and you actually take a taxi? Aren't you too low-key? Under normal circumstances, wealthy people would just ask someone to buy a car and have it delivered to them first. But Lu Feng actually took a taxi for his trip early in the morning. Moreover, from the sound of it, it seems that he hasn't thought about buying a car yet. This is simply. Can Lu Feng say, I haven't completely gotten used to the life of a rich man? Lu Feng actually thought about buying another car. But, I never thought about asking someone to help me buy a luxury car and send it to me. Moreover, how much was his net worth before he exchanged it for the Fengyun Hotel? There is no one to order around. So, after we finish looking at the house, let's go look at the car. Lu Feng asked, as the national general agent for the three major luxury car brands, do you have any recommendations? If you ask me for a recommendation, it's definitely Hermes. Zhang Guang said, after all, it is the top luxury car among the three major luxury cars. However, it is definitely impossible to get the goods directly from Xiangqing. How about this, if you don't mind, I'll send one over to you first. When your car arrives, return it to me. Lu Feng smiled. Said, just buy any car, no need to go through so much trouble. A car, although just a means of transportation, is also a symbol of status. Zhang Guang said, you even bought a motorcycle worth 20 million, so how can other cars be of lower quality than it? Lu Feng thought about it. I think what Zhang Guang said makes sense. However, where can I get tens of millions to buy a car? Can I redeem it with rating points? That's such a loss. Take it from the hotel? We also have to ask Hu Stiefeng, the general manager of the hotel, how much cash the hotel can currently take out. So, he said, I don't have that much money right now. I'll go ask around and see how much the budget is. There's no rush for this. Zhang Guang said, I'll send the car over to you first. Siri Yuan, right? Okay, you wait. We guarantee delivery within an hour. Then the phone hung up. At this time, Su Muyun asked worriedly, was this Zhang Guang really the first time you saw him yesterday? Kindness. Real? Absolutely true. Then he is so nice to you, does he have any intention? Beauty? I'm serious. I'm also serious. Lu Feng smiled and said, anyway, so far, he hasn't shown any signs of needing my help. Su Muyun nodded. If that's the case, then this friend is pretty good and worth making friends with. That's right. Don't you think about how charismatic your husband is? Su Muyun thought about it. Nodding seriously, yeah, it is. Lu Feng was stunned. I'm so narcissistic, and you still cooperate with me. Aren't you afraid that I will make a big fuss? Not only are you pretending to be cool, you have no bottom line. Even narcissism has no bottom line. One talks, the other praises. It's a shame that your family doesn't do crosstalk. The driver couldn't help but complain in his heart. Then, bang! Suddenly, he stepped on the brakes. I'm sorry, big brother, the main gate of Xinglongwen is right in front of us. I can't get in. The driver stopped the car more than 100 meters away from the gate. Pointing at the gate, he said, go in on your own. Lu Feng didn't care and asked, how much? The driver looked at his watch and said, 50. For you. Lu Feng was about to scan the code to pay when Su Muyin took out a 100 yuan note and said, no need for change. Lu Feng happened to have no cash, so he put away his phone, pushed the door and got out of the car. At this time, Su Muyun took out another one and handed it to the driver. I'll give you another one so you don't think my husband is bragging. After saying that, he raised his head proudly. Then he opened the car door and got out with the two children. Chapter 78, Cancel it all? Did I agree? Why bother? See Su Muyun's actions. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh and said, why are you competing with a driver brother? I just can't stand the look on his face when he thinks you're bragging. Su Muyun said dissatisfiedly, you are obviously rich, and we are not bragging. Why does he have the attitude and expression that you can't even brag? Lu Feng really wanted to say, even if you give him 2 more, what is the use? Will he really believe it? Just a taxi driver. His vision determines how he views people. Moreover, my performance today is indeed a little different from that of a rich man. Of course, the most important thing is, maybe, this is the only time I will ride in his car in my life. Why bother with so many things? There is no need. But think about it, Su Muyun was angry because of me. In the end, he said nothing. Just smiled. Puff. Whoosh. The driver saw the two people get out of the car. He immediately stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Su Muyun was very dissatisfied and said angrily, what does he mean by this? Ha ha. Lu Feng laughed and picked up the two children. He smiled and said, "Wife, let's go, don't be angry, let's go see the new house." When he heard about the new house, Sumuyun's expression looked a little better. But still very angry. "I think this driver is really annoying." The driver was also very depressed. He felt that he must not have checked the almanac before going out today. "That's why I met such a weird family." You say, if you drive a taxi. There was a family sitting on the bus, talking nonsense all the time. Are you afraid? Wait, the money we just collected, could it be ghost money, or counterfeit money? Suddenly, he thought of the $200 bills. Then, quickly pull over. I took it out and looked at it carefully. Hey, it's actually true. The driver frowned. After thinking about it carefully, he said, "Yeah, that's right. It's broad daylight, they must be people, not ghosts. However, this family is too much to pretend like this. Do you think I'll believe you if you give me $200? Humph, I don't believe you. I'm going to watch you make a fool of yourself. Later, if you can't get in, I'll pretend to go look for someone. Hey, let me see where you can put your faces." This driver is also a weird person. I found out that the money was real, but I didn't have any idea of making a big profit. Anyway, I'm becoming more and more curious. Moreover, a strong desire to expose Lu Feng's family emerged in his mind. Then he really parked the car on the side of the road. Walked towards the outside of Xinglongwen. At the gate of Xinglongwen, the security guards at the door saw Lu Feng and Su Muyun walking towards them with their 2 children. It was blocking the door. He saluted politely, then asked Lu Feng, "Excuse me, sir, who are you looking for?" Anyone who can afford to live in Xinglongwen must be either rich or noble. Not to mention how many cars are in the garage. At least, there must be quite a few cars that belong to you. But Lu Feng and the others got off a taxi, which means that these 2 people definitely cannot live here. But, since they can work as security guards here, their qualifications must be up to standard. So, they just politely asked Lu Feng who he was looking for. "I'll make a phone call." Lu Feng put the 2 children down. Then, he took out his cell phone and called the property manager of Xinglongwen. This phone number is given by the system. When you come here to look at a house, just call this number. Lu Feng said straight to the point, "I'm Lu Feng, I'm at the door. I wasn't driving." "Okay, come out and pick me up." "Okay, I'll wait here." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Said to Su Muyun and the 2 children, "Wait a moment, he will be here soon." Beep. At this time, a brand new black Mercedes-Benz drove up to the door. "Hello, President Hua." "Hello, President Hua." The 2 security guards immediately saluted the black Mercedes-Benz. Then, quickly lift the railing. The black Mercedes-Benz drove out and drove outside. Security guard A couldn't help but sigh, the Hua family is so rich. They smashed a car yesterday and replaced it with a new one today. Security guard B nodded. Isn't that nonsense? In the entire Xiangqing, who doesn't know the strength of the Hua family? They have money and power. I just don't know who dared to smash the Hua family's car yesterday. I don't know who it is, but I know that guy is going to be in trouble. How do you say that? Last night, I heard that the old man of the Hua family got angry and said that anyone who dared to interfere in this matter would become an enemy of the Hua family. Wow, is Mr. Hua going to do it himself? That's right, otherwise, why would I say that guy is going to be unlucky? This old man from the Hua family, if he stomps his feet, the whole Xiangqing will tremble 3 times. Shu, stop talking, the eldest young master of the Hua family is back. The 2 security guards saw the black Mercedes-Benz that had just driven away suddenly back up. The discussion stopped immediately. The Mercedes-Benz stopped at the door. The car window is open. 2 security guards immediately came over. He saluted Hua Mingfei and said, "Hello, President Hua. Do you have any further instructions?" Hua Mingfei ignored the 2 of them. He looked at Lu Feng with a sneer and said, "You want to buy a house here too?" After listening to the 2 security guards' words, Su Muyun already knew who the person in front of him was. At this moment, see the other party speaking. He immediately protected the 2 children and retreated behind Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled and asked, "Why? Do you have any objections?" He. Hua Mingfei sneered, "I won't let you enter this door, do you believe it?" Lu Feng shook his head and said with disdain, "How about we make a bet?" Hua Mingfei asked, "How do we bet?" "I'm coming in, you kneel down and call me daddy." Lu Feng smiled and said, I can't get in. What happened before is written off. I won't bother with you anymore. How about that? Clear all? Hua Mingfei laughed and said, Who do you think you are? You said it's all written off? Did I agree? Lu Feng just smiled. No words either. How about this, if you can't get in, just kneel down and call me daddy. Hua Mingfei asked, How is it? Lu Feng nodded and said calmly, Sure. Hua Mingfei laughed immediately. So, how long is the limit? He asked. Lu Feng smiled and said, Only 1 hour will be enough. An hour? Hua Mingfei smiled and turned to look at the 2 security guards. Said, From now on, these 2 people will never set foot in Xinglongwen. If anyone has any comments, please come to me directly. Everyone who lives here knows where my Hua family's villa is. Chapter 79 Dragon King Villa. Hearing this, security guard A immediately nodded. Said, That's right, Mr. Hua, your family's villa is one of the best villas in the entire Xinglong courtyard. It is second only to the Star Dragon residence, which is not for sale to the public. I don't think anyone in the entire Xiangcheng high-level circles, let alone Xinglongwen, would be unaware of this. Security guard B also nodded. He immediately patted his chest and promised, Don't worry, President Hua, as long as we guard this place, we promise that they will never set foot through this gate. Security guard A echoed, Yes, as long as we are here, they will never be able to get through this door. Hearing the flattery and compliments, Hua Mingfei benefited greatly from it. He smiled and nodded. Then, he turned to look at Lu Feng. What do you mean? Lu Feng didn't say anything. He just smiled and glanced at the 2 security guards. The 2 security guards kept winking at Lu Feng. At the same time, security guard A said to Hua Mingfei, Boss Hua, it's not a good idea to have this car blocking the door. How about we park it inside first? Security guard B also nodded. Yeah, it'll take an hour anyway. Why don't you park your car and come sit in our security room? Hua Mingfei thought about it and said with a smile, That's right. Then, he looked at the time and said to Lu Feng, You definitely won't go to the Yellow River, and you won't give up. I will wait with you for an hour. After saying that, he gestured to lift the railing. Then he drove the car straight inside. Why don't you leave now? At this time, security guard A immediately came over and whispered, He'll be here right after he parks the car. By then, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. That's right, why are you competing with someone of this level? He's not someone you can afford to offend. Security guard B waved his hand and said, We don't dare to offend him at all. Please leave. Although these 2 security guards are a bit contemptuous and try to flatter Hua Mingfei. But, he still has a good heart. Lu Feng smiled. Said, It's okay, don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. If you don't make things difficult for us, leave immediately. Security guard A said, Otherwise, when he comes over, we. However, the security guard had not finished speaking. Hua Mingfei's voice came over, Hey, what are you talking about? Mr. Hua, we are warning him not to bring trouble upon himself. Security guard A immediately said with a smile, Who is Mr. Hua? Is he someone who could possibly offend him? Hua Mingfei smiled coldly and said, Do you know who he is? Security guard A laughed and said, No matter who he is, he can't afford to offend President Hua in Xiangcheng. Hua Mingfei laughed heartily. Patting security guard A's shoulder, he said, I like what you said. What's your name? I. Whose car is this? Who left it parked in the middle of the road? At this moment, an extremely serious voice came from Xinglong courtyard, Where is the security guard? Where is he? Upon hearing this, the 2 security guards' expressions changed slightly. Ran immediately towards the gate. At this time, Hua Mingfei's black Mercedes-Benz was parked in the middle of the road. Next to the car stood a middle-aged man. Behind the middle-aged man, there were several people following, walking along a red carpet. Security guard A said to the middle-aged man, General Manager, that's Mr. Hua's car. Security guard B said to Hua Mingfei, Mr. Hua, please help me move the car. Hua Mingfei also saw the middle-aged man. He walked over immediately. Standing in front of the middle-aged man, he smiled slightly and said, Boss Yang, you're bringing people here to roll out the red carpet. Is there something good happening in Xinglong courtyard? Mr. Yang's name is Yang Hu, and he is the property manager of Xinglongwen. He is also one of the developers of Xinglongwen. I'm standing here. He basically has the final say on all matters big or small here, and he has enormous power. Even if he is your own father, you have to give him some face. Sometimes, you even have to greet him politely. Therefore, Hua Mingfei did not dare to be too arrogant in front of the other party. However, he was very curious about why Yang Hu wanted to lay out the red carpet here. You know, since Xinglongwen was sold to the public, the red carpet was only rolled out once when it was officially opened. After that, it was never paved again. You know, even if I bought a villa for my family, which was second only to the villa that was not for sale to the public, I never saw the property management roll out the red carpet. It turned out to be Mr. Hua's car. Yang Hu smiled and said politely, "Then please, Mr. Hua, move the car first." If Mr. Yang asks, there will be no problem. Hua Mingfei was quite tactful and moved the car immediately. Hua Mingfei moved the car away. Yang Hu ordered, "Hurry up and roll out the red carpet all the way to the door." He pointed at two more people and said, "You two, go put up the banners and flower baskets." Immediately, the people behind took action. Because the distance is not far. The red carpet was soon rolled out. The flower baskets are also set out. The banner was also hung. At this time, Hua Mingfei also came over. He looked up at the banner. It said, "Warmly welcome Mr. Lu to stay at the Dragon King Villa in Xinglongwen." Hua Mingfei was surprised and asked, "Boss Yang, is that villa that's not for sale going to be occupied?" The Dragon King Villa is the most noble, luxurious, best located villa in Xinglongwen, and it is not for sale to the public. It is also the signature of the entire Xinglongwen. Kindness. Yang Hu nodded in response and directed people to put things in order. Hua Mingfei asked curiously, "Didn't they say that the Dragon King Villa is not for sale to the public?" "That's what I say, but it depends on the person." Yang Hu replied, "For example, if your Hua family wanted to buy it, we would be willing to sell it." He added, "But your father can't afford the price, so naturally he won't sell it." Hua Mingfei knew about this. When his father first came forward and said he wanted to buy it, the developer agreed. However, the asking price is 200 million. The Hua family was also rich back then. But, it is not the most glorious time yet. He only has a net worth of 2 or 3 billion. It is still in a stage of rapid development, so it is naturally impossible to directly spend 200 million to buy a villa. So, I chose the second-class villa worth 80 million. I wonder which boss bought the Dragon King Villa this time. Hua Mingfei asked, "Mr. Yang, could you introduce me to him?" Anyone who is willing to spend 200 million to buy a villa in Xiangcheng must have a net worth of at least 10 billion. After last night's inquiries, he had automatically defined Lu Feng as a guy who was relying on the power of others to bully others. So, he automatically ignored Lu Feng. "I don't know him either." Yang Hu said, "However, if you want to meet him, I can introduce him to you later." Hua Mingfei nodded and said with a smile, "That would be the best." Yang Hu turned his gaze and looked at Lu Feng and others outside the gate. Just about to go out. Hua Mingfei sneered and said, "Boss Yang, you don't need to greet these 4 people outside. I know their underlying plot very well. Forget about the Dragon King Villa. Even if you want to buy a villa here, it's impossible. Besides, I just made some harsh remarks. Today, they won't even dare to set foot in Xinglong Academy." Hearing this, Yang Hu frowned slightly. Said, "Boss Hua, I must remind you that Xinglongwen is not run by your family. So, in the future, you'd better not talk nonsense about things like this. Otherwise, if we offend someone, it will ruin the reputation of our Xinglong Academy. Then everyone will be embarrassed, so don't blame me for being ruthless." Hua Mingfei smiled indifferently. Said, "Boss Yang, you can rest assured. I promise not to embarrass you, let alone damage the reputation of Xinglong Academy." Yang Hu said, "In short, this is just the first time, and it won't happen again." Hua Mingfei also knew when to stop and nodded, "Okay, Mr. Yang, please give me some face. I won't do it again." Only then did Yang Hu nod with satisfaction. He didn't think Hua Mingfei would lie to him. So, I didn't ask Lu Feng. Instead, he took out his cell phone and started making the same call. Chapter 80 Hua Mingfei is nothing. When Yang Hu called. Hua Mingfei believed that Lu Feng could not be the Mr. Lu that Yang Hu mentioned. Because Yang Hu just said that he didn't know him at the beginning. It's not that I haven't seen it. Just now, when he said that Lu Feng could not be that Mr. Lu, Yang Hu did not refute it. Instead, he took out his cell phone and started making a call. So, He turned his head and looked at Lu Feng with a sneer. His eyes were full of provocation and disdain. As if to say, see? If I say you can't get in, you definitely can't get in. The two security guards standing by also shook their heads in sight at this moment. Dimples, long eyelashes, hopelessly charming. At this moment, a cell phone rang. Hua Mingfei and the two security guards saw Lu Feng take out his cell phone. He gestured towards Hua Mingfei. Hua Mingfei's expression changed slightly, and a bad premonition suddenly emerged. Yang Hu's face also darkened and he looked at Lu Feng. He immediately asked politely, "Are you Mr. Lu?" Lu Feng didn't answer either. Instead, he answered the phone and turned on the hands-free mode. He smiled and said, "Any questions?" Yang Hu's cell phone was still pressed to his ear. Lu Feng's voice came through the hands-free mode and he could hear it clearly. So, he immediately put away his phone. He turned around and glared at Hua Mingfei. "Hua Mingfei, you're really wicked." "Okay, Yang Hu, will remember this." Hua Mingfei was stunned. Really? The worst situation has finally happened. The other party is actually the owner of the Dragon King Villa. Aren't you just shooting yourself in the foot? Just now, I deliberately misled Yang Hu. In Yang Hu's opinion, it was obvious that I was trying to trick him. Although, he was not afraid of Yang Hu. However, offending Yang Hu would always mean having a more serious enemy. Even if they are not enemies now, the relationship can still be eased. But, I have definitely lost all my face. Not only that, he also made a bet with Lu Feng. Lu Feng is now the owner of the Dragon King Villa. Who can stop him from entering the Star Dragon courtyard? It said that Lu Feng is a person who takes advantage of the power of others to bully others? How did you become the owner of the Dragon King's villa? Yang Hu didn't know what Hua Mingfei was feeling. I'm too lazy to care about Yang Hu. After he hurled a harsh remark at Yang Hu, he immediately yelled at the two security guards, "What are you still standing there for? Open the door." The two security guards were also dumbfounded. What the hell, the owner of the Dragon King Villa actually took a taxi here? Who could have imagined this? However, after hearing Yang Hu's roar, they dared not hesitate any longer. He immediately opened the door. Yang Hu took a few steps forward and came in front of Lu Feng. With a smile on his face, he said apologetically, "Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. I was just tricked. Just right, I didn't see your car. So, please don't blame me for not coming out to greet you right away." Lu Feng smiled. Said, "Mr. Yang, you are too polite. You can personally bring people to greet me. It is already enough to give me face. I can't thank you enough, so how can I blame you?" Ha ha. Yang Hu laughed and said, "Boss Lu is indeed the kind of person who would spend 200 million to buy a villa without even blinking an eye. It's just bold and generous. No wonder our President Wang asked me to come out and greet you in person. Not to mention your identity as the owner of the Dragon King Villa, just your character is worthy of me, Yang Hu, personally bringing people out to greet you. The fancy sedan is carried by people. I just neglected Lu Feng because of Hua Mingfei." There was even a hint of disrespect towards Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng did not bother with him. On the contrary, he praised himself. "Of course, I have to take it back myself." "Not only do you have to bring it back, but you also have to bring it back with all your strength. After all, the other party is at the same level as Mr. Wang." Who is Mr. Wang? The #1 real estate person in Xiangcheng. The entire Wolongwo real estate is also among the top 3. One can imagine the status of a master who can be valued by such people. "Mr. Yang, thank you for the compliment." Lu Feng responded with a smile. "By the way, Mr. Lu, where's your car?" Yang Hu hasn't seen Lu Feng's car yet, and he can't help feeling a little strange. "I took my car in for repairs last night and won't be back anytime soon." Lu Feng said, "I haven't had time to buy a new one yet, so I took a taxi here." Yang Hu was a little confused. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "Boss Lu, you are really not just being low-key." Lu Feng smiled but didn't explain. "In that case, I'll walk with you, Mr. Lu." Yang Hu made a gesture of invitation, "Mr. Lu, please come in." Lu Feng smiled and asked, "Can I come in?" Yang Hu was stunned and didn't understand what Lu Feng meant. Lu Feng smiled and glanced at Hua Mingfei. Said, "Boss Hua just said that, not to mention today, even in this lifetime, I will never set foot in Xinglong Academy." Yang Hu immediately understood. He sneered disdainfully and said, "What a bullshit President Hua. You only call him President Hua if you think highly of him. Otherwise, what's he? You don't have to take him seriously." Then, he invited again, "Let's go in." Lu Feng still didn't move. He asked with a smile, "Is this going to embarrass you, Mr. Yang?" "Difficult?" Yang Hu smiled. He said disdainfully, "Boss Lu, first of all, thank you for standing in my shoes and considering the issue for me. However, what you said just now is a bit of an underestimation of me, Yang. I may not be very talented, but at least I can still manage this little piece of land of Xinglongwen. Although his Hua family lives in Villa number 2 in Xinglongwen, compared to you, they are just a small wealthy family. It's not good enough. If he really dares to jump in front of me, I'll tell them to get lost. There are plenty of people willing to take over the Hua family's number 2 courtyard. To put it simply, you are our VIP, and you're only a tribute. Their family only has one member, one more is not much, one less is not much. So?" After a pause, Yang Hu glanced at Hua Mingfei and snorted coldly, "You don't need to take their family seriously at all. In Xinglongwen, you, Mr. Lu, are the real one." As he spoke, Yang Hu gave a thumbs up. Lu Feng smiled slightly and nodded. Said to Hua Mingfei, "Watch carefully, I'm coming in." Hua Mingfei was so angry. This guy is so arrogant. Too rampant. It would be fine if she just teased Yang Hu deliberately to humiliate herself. He actually wants to disgust me on purpose. This is so hateful. However, the more hateful thing is yet to come. Be prepared. Lu Feng's voice came again, "After I come in, you have to kneel down and call me daddy." When he heard this, he saw Lu Feng walk through the gate. Entering the gate of Xinglongwen. Chapter 81 Fierce Pingping. Seeing Lu Feng humiliating himself provocatively. While stepping into the door, Hua Mingfei almost vomited blood. He suddenly felt very stupid. Someone dug a hole for you to jump into, and you really jumped into it. Blindly think that the other party is a person who is taking advantage of the power of others. What now? Kneel down and call daddy? He. Of course not. Would I, the eldest son of the Hua family and the president of Hualin Group, do such a thing? So, he snorted coldly. Without even saying anything harsh, he turned and walked towards his car. That uncle doesn't keep his word. He just said he would call our dad, but now he's going back on his word. How shameless. Ping said immediately. You're stupid, that's a bad guy. And an educated Ping, saying, it's better if he doesn't keep his word. Otherwise, if he really becomes your son, he will definitely bully us. Lu Feng nodded. She said seriously, Ping, sister is right. Dad can't have such a bad son. So, you must never be such a bad person in the future. Be a good person, understand? Hua Mingfei, who was walking towards the car, almost fell to the ground. What the hell is this? What the hell is this family? Bang! Hua Mingfei hurriedly opened the car door and got in. He immediately put on sunglasses and dared not look at the people outside. The other side. Lu Feng watched Hua Mingfei get into the car in a panic, not daring to see anyone. The smile on his lips became even more intense. Hua Mingfei refused to admit it, which was something he had expected. Originally, he just wanted to humiliate the other party. I don't think the other person will kneel down and call me dad. So, I didn't care too much. Mr. Lu, I'm a little curious, what happened just now? At this time, Yang Hu couldn't help but ask, what do you mean by kneeling down and calling daddy? Can I hear it? It's just a small matter, what's wrong with listening to it? Lu Feng laughed and said, just now. Beep. Lu Feng was about to explain. Suddenly, a car horn sounded at the door. Lu Feng and Yang Hu looked back. Then a dazzling red Hermes car appeared behind. Hey, this is the Hermes 3, a top-of-the-line luxury car. It's said that even the most basic version costs nearly 30 million. Yang Hu was surprised and said, there are less than 5 cars like this in the whole Shangcheng. When did such a person live in our Xinglongwen? After saying that, he looked at the 2 security guards. The 2 security guards were also confused. Of course Hermes and the others knew. But, they have never seen such a car. So, both of them shook their heads subconsciously. Crunch! And just at this moment, the car door opened. A middle-aged man walked down. He walked towards Lu Feng with a smile on his face. He laughed and said, "Ha, Afeng, take a look, how about this one?" The third-generation Vulcan flagship version normally sells for 35.8 million. However, if we want to implement this, we definitely can't do it without 40 million. It must be very suitable for your status. It's this slightly wild, fiery red color. I wonder if you like it. This person was none other than Zhang Guang, the general agent of luxury cars who had previously said that he would send a car to Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled. Said, "Where did you get this car?" "Don't worry about that." Zhang Guang patted his chest and assured, "Anyway, you can drive the car I brought you with confidence. I'll make sure no one dares to cause you any trouble. Now, let me ask you, do you like it?" The two security guards on the side were completely stunned. Who is this guy? They even rushed to deliver the car and forced him to ask for it. The most important thing is that this is a Hermes high-end luxury car. Thinking of this, the two security guards looked at each other. At the same time, they showed an expression that said, "We're doomed." Then, he lowered his head silently. "This car is great." Yang Hu, who was standing by, said at this time, "Look at the license plate, it's also from Xiangqing. These 5.8s are also very dazzling. Mr. Lu, someone of your status really needs a car of this level to match your status. If you don't have a car now, don't put it off." Lu Feng realized that he couldn't refuse the kindness, so he stopped being coy. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Brother Guanzi." Before, Lu Feng always called the other party Photon. At this moment, the change of the title is considered as recognition of this friend. "Ha, brother, you look down on me when you say that." Zhang Guang's address was also changed immediately. From Offing to the younger brother. The relationship between the two sides instantly became much closer. "Given our relationship, as your brother, can't I help you out a little? And I still want your gratitude?" Lu Feng smiled and nodded. No more words. "Wow, what a beautiful car." And immediately ran to the car, her face full of joy. He also reached out and touched everywhere. Ping Ping also ran over it this time. "This car is much nicer than the one we have in the garage down there." Ping Ping said, "It's even more beautiful and impressive than that bad uncle's car just now." And then ignored Ping Ping. Instead, he looked at Zhang Guang and asked, "Uncle, since you gave this car to Dad, it belongs to our family, right?" Su Muyun's expression changed, and he immediately scolded, "Anan, stop talking nonsense. Anan is still young now. There is no clear value. I don't know how much this car is worth. I don't know what it means to give a car like this as a gift." So, I naively thought that Zhang Guang was just here to deliver the car. But Su Muyun knew. She certainly couldn't let the child talk nonsense like that. Sister-in-law, Anan is not talking nonsense. Zhang Guang laughed and said, "As long as Brother Feng doesn't mind, you can keep driving this car. It's okay if you don't return it to me." After saying that, he looked at Anan and said, "Anan, Uncle is telling you, from now on, this car belongs to your family." "Yeah, Uncle is so nice." Anan was excited. Said, "Our family finally has a car. From now on, we don't have to be a taxi driver anymore." He added, "I don't have to look at that weird uncle's face or listen to his weird words anymore." "Yeah." Ping Ping nodded and said seriously, "If that weird uncle drove that taxi over here right now, I would drive this car to hit him like my dad did. Let him look down on us. Let him think Mommy and Daddy are bragging. I smashed his rickety taxi. Oh, and that bad uncle." As he spoke, Ping Ping pointed inside Xinglong courtyard. At this moment, the Mercedes-Benz belonging to Hua Mingfei was parked next to it. With an angry look on his face, he said, "He just scared my mom and sister. I'm going to hit him too." Chapter 82. It hurts, damn, it's not a dream. In the eyes of children, the understanding of good and evil is still a little vague. However, the understanding of good and bad is particularly clear. They know who is good and who is bad. Therefore, they are always naive and punish the bad people in their eyes in the best way they can think of. This is obviously the case with Ping Ping. "What nonsense are you talking about, you little bastard?" Su Muyun saw that Ping Ping was so angry. He always bumps into people. I was also shocked. Ran over immediately. He pulled him over and said seriously, "Ping Ping, remember this. From now on, don't hit people all the time. It's against the law. Do you know?" Ping Ping thought about it. "Just say, Mom, don't lie to me. Dad hit someone's car yesterday, and it wasn't illegal. Besides, Dad also said that if we don't want to be bullied by others, we have to show our fierce side. Don't let others think you are afraid of them. It's like a fight. Even if you can't win, you still have to bite off a piece of the other person's flesh. Only in this way will others be afraid of me and stop thinking about bullying me. Su Muyun was stunned for a moment. I felt a little touched. But I am still very worried about Ping Ping. For a moment, I didn't know how to explain it to Ping Ping. Mediocre. At this time, Lu Feng waved his hand, "Come here." Ping Ping broke free from Su Muyun's arms. Ran to Lu Feng, "Dad. Listen." Lu Feng said, "Dad said that if someone bullies you, you should fight back in the way you find most threatening. If there's a time when you bully your family, you have to act like a man. Use all your strength to intimidate others and protect your family." But, after a pause, Lu Feng said seriously, "We can't break the law. We can't actively bully others either. For example, Dad hit someone's car yesterday because he wanted to protect you. Dad wants to scare others, so he needs to attack in the most ferocious way possible. But that doesn't mean Dad's way is right. That's what you can learn. Because that was just a special case. You should only use that method when you or your loved ones are truly in danger. Like the weird uncle in the car before, he just thought we were bragging. He's not a bad person per se. Besides, he apologized later. So, we can't hit him. This is against the law and you will go to jail. Mom and Dad will never allow you to bully others like this. Do you understand?" Ping Ping thought about it seriously. Nodding, "Dad, I understand. I won't hit him. I'm like my mother. I'll take a big red bill like that and hit him with it. My sister said this is called a slap in the face." As he said that, he suddenly stretched out his hand and said, "Dad, can you give me some red bills?" Then he said, "Next time, I will go back to the place where I took the bus before and wait for his bus. I will also throw big red bills at him like my mother did." Lu Feng has a headache. This little guy has some problems with his values. However, Lu Feng did not mean to blame him at all. Instead, I feel a little sad. There must be a reason why a child would have such thoughts. I don't know how many times this little guy has suffered such grievances before. How long has it been suppressed in my heart? Brother, how about we get in the car now? At this time, Zhang Guang suddenly said, "Take me to your home first?" After hearing this, Lu Feng realized that they were still outside. Not a place to talk. Then he said to Su Muyun, "Wife, take the children to the car first." Su Muyun nodded and got into the car with the two children. "Boss Yang, let's go together." Lu Feng said to Yang Hu again, "I'm not familiar with the new house, take me to see it." Yang Hu asked, "Can't you sit down?" Lu Feng said, "You sit in the passenger seat, and my wife and I can just squeeze in the back." Yang Hu said politely, "How can this be so embarrassing? Get in the car." Lu Feng didn't waste any words, waved his hand, and walked towards the car. Yang Hu was no longer polite. Got into the car with Zhang Guang. That's right. Lu Feng stood in front of the car door, looked at the two bodyguards, and said with a smile, "You performed well today and deserve praise." After saying that, he got into the car. The two security guards were slightly stunned. Originally, they thought there was going to be trouble. Especially after hearing the extremely arrogant tone of the little boy, I was extremely scared. But now, Lu Feng's words of praise made them ecstatic in an instant. He quickly saluted Lu Feng, who had already gotten into the car, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for the compliment." They kept bending over and didn't lift up. When the car starts. Lu Feng opened the glass and said with a smile, "Also, I'll answer a question for you. Last night, I was the one who smashed Hua Ming's car." After saying that, he smiled slightly. Zhang Guang started the car and drove away. Only then did the two security guards slowly straighten up. Raised his head. The two of them couldn't help but blurt out, "Awesome." Beep. At this time, Hua Mingfei drove out without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared on the road. Bang! Outside Xinglongwen. On the side of the road. Under the shade of the trees. A crisp slap was heard. After the driver finished smoking, he touched his cheek and said, "It hurts so much. Fuck, this is real, not a dream." Yang Hu showed the way. The car soon arrived at the Dragon King Villa of Xinglongwen. The Dragon King Villa is the landmark building of the entire Star Dragon courtyard. It is built in the middle of the entire Star Dragon courtyard. It covers an area of 480 square meters, surrounded by a river. There are two small bridges connecting them. From a distance, the entire villa looks like a circling dragon. The car stopped at the door of the villa. Then, the group got off and walked. Wow, what a big house. Wow, there's a bridge. Sister, look, there's a river and fish. Brother, look over there are flowers and birds. Having just gotten off the bus, the two children looked around and strolled around, full of excitement and surprise. This villa is really nice. Zhang Guang nodded and praised, it's bigger and more luxurious than the villa in Longdu. Then he asked Lu Feng, how much? Lu Feng smiled and said, I don't remember. Yang Hu knew, and said, more than 200 million. Yeah, almost. Zhang Guang said, in Xiangcheng, this price is reasonable. If it were Longdu or Modu, with the same scale, it would probably go up to 1 billion. That's definitely incomparable. Yang Hu said, although Xiangcheng is a first-tier city, it is not a developed economic center after all. Although he said this, he was a little shocked in his heart. The person who delivered the car must be from a different background. Who is this Lu Feng? Mr. Wang cares so much about him. This random friend who came to deliver the car turned out to be someone who knew everything about Longdu and Modu. Chapter 83. Either scare them into submission, or kill them directly. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from passers-by. You are a real rich man who knows right from wrong. Obtained a rating of 2000. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from passers-by. You are a real rich man who knows right from wrong. Obtained a rating of 2000. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from passers-by. You are a real man who is not pretentious and is very kind. Obtained a rating of 1000. Just as Lu Feng and his group entered the villa, suddenly, a series of prompt sounds rang out in my mind. In an instant, another 5,000 rating points were added. Although, a rating of 5,000 is not enough for him. But, little by little, it adds up to a lot. It's not bad to be able to get 5,000 at a time. Half an hour later, after touring the entire villa, the group came to the living room. All the equipment here is available. There are even quilts. Sumuyun took the initiative to act as the hostess and found tea leaves to make tea for the three of them. At this time, Zhang Guang asked, what happened at the door just now? I saw that the person sitting in the car seemed to be that Hua Mingfei, right? Lu Feng smiled. Then he told him what had happened. He made it an understatement. However, Zhang Guang was delighted when he heard this. That guy is really stupid. You suffered such a huge loss yesterday, and you haven't learned your lesson yet? How dare you come and cause trouble for me? I guess after this time, he'll probably run away from you when he sees you. Lu Feng smiled. Nodding, it's better to do so, otherwise. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. Even a clay figure still has some temper. If Hua Mingfei really comes to cause trouble for him again and again, then I will definitely not be polite anymore. When Yang Hu, who was standing by, heard this, his expression changed slightly. There was a hint of deep fear in his eyes as he looked at Lu Feng. A man of such status actually dares to crash his car. You can't take your own life for granted. Look at that look again, it's clearly the look of someone who has killed someone before, it's filled with murderous intent. This guy's style of doing things is so brutal. The look in his eyes is filled with such murderous intent. It's definitely not just about being rich. Plus, his son's rather ferocious words earlier. This person's background must be extraordinary. People like this must never be enemies. We can only be friends. Fortunately, I didn't offend Mr. Lu because of Hua Mingfei. Otherwise, Yang Hu didn't dare to think about it any further. With a slight smile, he said, since Mr. Lu has a grudge against Hua Mingfei's family, I have to remind him. Oh. Lu Feng glanced at Yang Hu and asked, Mr. Yang, do you have any reminders? The Hua family is from Lucheng. Yang Hu said, Lucheng knows, right? It's a resource-rich city in our Nanjing province. 10 years ago, that was also the most chaotic city in Nanjing province. The Hua family fought their way out of Lu City and became the largest family in Lu City. And it only took 3 years for us to gain a firm foothold in Xiangcheng. Then, I started to rise to prominence. By now, Hualin Group's assets should be at least 5 billion. Add to that the Hua family's hidden assets, and they should be close to being called a billionaire family. Hearing this, Lu Feng hadn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Guang, standing by, sneered, "A billionaire family? Ha, if it were in Dragon City or Magic City, it would just be a barely mainstream enterprise. Let's not talk about the distant future. Looking at the entire Hualong country, he can't even get into a Fortune 500 company. What's the point of this little rubbish company? The only place where I can still jump around is in your Xiangcheng." Then he looked at Lu Feng and said, "Brother, right?" "Oh. You ask me, how would I know? I just got the 3.8 billion Feng Yun Hotel last night. As for the rest, I really don't understand anything." However, he couldn't let Zhang Guang's seductive eyes be seen by a blind man. He nodded calmly. When Yang Hu heard this, his expression became even more serious. "What's a billionaire family? Does Mr. Lu Feng have connections in Shanghai and Longdu? Are there any companies? How could such a powerful dragon come to settle in Xiangcheng? Is he in trouble? Etc. Don't ever think like that. Damn, such a rich and powerful guy actually takes a taxi. Who knows what he wants to do? It's better not to guess randomly." As you said, Mr. Zhang, the Hua family is nothing in Longdu and Modu, or even in other major cities across the country. Yang Hu said, "But, in Xiangcheng, the Hua family is indeed very influential. Moreover, it started out by resorting to ruthless and lawless tactics. Hua Mingfei has suffered such a huge loss this time. The Hua family will definitely not let this go. Especially Hua Mingfei's father. He is absolutely ruthless and unwilling to suffer any loss. Even our President Wang said that this person should not be offended easily. If he really offends me, I'll either scare him off or kill him. Otherwise, there will definitely be endless troubles." Lu Feng frowned slightly. Having lived 2 lives, he certainly knows how difficult it is to deal with people who have turned black into white. If he really targets you, it will be a big trouble. It seems that we need to be prepared to take the initiative. Otherwise, even if I arrange for my family to stay here, it probably won't be very safe. Thinking of this, Lu Feng immediately looked at the system light screen in his mind. Sure enough, news about the Hua family appeared in the information column below. Moreover, there are 3 pieces of information in total. First, all the information of Hualin Group. Required rating points to redeem, 100,000. Second, the history of the Hua family's rise and its information. Required rating value redemption, 50,000. Third, the Hua family's confidential information. Required rating value redemption, 50,000. See these 3 messages. Lu Feng's expression also slightly condensed. Judging from these 3 exchange messages, the Hua family has indeed listed themselves as enemies. Otherwise, the system will not give 3 pieces of exchange information about the Hua family. You should know that these 3 things given by the system are all necessities. This means that Lu Feng will urgently need these things soon. And the value of each of these 3 pieces of information is terrifyingly high. Previously, the information about Li Yunji and others was only about 5,000. The maximum is no more than 10,000. But now, the starting price is 50,000 and the highest is 100,000. This further proves that this opponent is not simple. It is very likely to cause great trouble to yourself. But Lu Feng's current rating is only 65,000. It is impossible to redeem all 3 pieces of information. If you cannot redeem it, it means you cannot know the other party's intentions. So, how do we find opportunities? Dad, there are so many people outside. Suddenly, Anan's voice was heard outside the door. They all said they wanted to come in to find you. Chapter 84. What if I must provoke him? I'll go out and take a look. Hearing Anan's voice, Lu Feng stood up and went outside. Yang Hu and Zhang Guang also stood up immediately and walked out. Soon, the 3 of them came out of the room. Then I saw Anan standing at the door. Pointing outside the villa, he said to the people on the other side of the bridge, "Dad, those are the people who said they wanted to come in and visit you. These people are the owners of Xinglangguan and are also well-known figures in Xiangcheng." At this time, Yang Hu said, they probably saw that Mr. Lu had checked into the Dragon King villa, so they wanted to come and visit him. "Guests are welcome, so please come in and have a seat." Lu Feng nodded and smiled. "However, I'm not familiar with them, so I need Mr. Yang to introduce them." "No problem. Yang Hu smiled and then walked towards the bridge. He said loudly, "Everyone, our general manager Lu said that everyone is a guest, so come and take a seat." Directly opposite Xinglong Villa. Inside Villa number 2. Hua Xianfeng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the situation at Xinglong Villa with a slightly focused gaze. After seeing a group of people crossing the bridge and entering the Dragon King's villa, he finally took out his cell phone. I called Hua Mingfei. "Dad, is something wrong?" At this time, Hua Mingfei on the other side had just received a lawyer's call and was preparing to go and pick up his sister. "Someone is living in the Dragon King's villa," Hua Xianfeng said in a deep voice. "Go and ask around to see who the other party is. I'm going to pay them a visit." Anyone who can afford to live in the Dragon King's villa is naturally not a simple person. Its status and hard power are definitely above mine. If there is a possibility of cooperation, then it is absolutely possible. After all, the Hua family is still in a stage of rapid development. It is definitely necessary to have multifaceted communication and cooperation with people at this level. So, he also planned to visit. However, before visiting, you must make sure to find out the other party's bottom line. In this way, you can prescribe the right medicine and ensure that you leave a good impression on the other party. Don't. The other side. Hua Xianfeng, who had just started the car, immediately parked it aside. I said anxiously, "Dad, please don't go visit." Joke. I just had a quarrel with the other party. You said you wanted to mess with the other person again. Now, if I run to visit him with such eager eyes, wouldn't that just be asking him to slap me in the face? Wouldn't that make people laugh to death? Why? Hua Xianfeng naturally didn't know this, and asked with some confusion. That person. Hua Mingfei thought about it, and finally answered honestly, "It's Lu Feng." Lu Feng? Hua Xianfeng thought for a moment. Then he asked, "Is that the Lu Feng you mentioned last night?" "Yes, that's him." Hua Mingfei nodded and replied, "Dad, this guy doesn't get along with us. You'd better not go over and humiliate yourself." Hearing this, Hua Xianfeng's face darkened. A cold look flashed across his eyes. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Hua Mingfei nodded and said, "I just saw Yang Hu welcoming him in at the gate." "In that case, then." Hua Xianfeng asked coldly, "Are you sure your information last night is accurate?" Hua Mingfei was silent. Could the person who could afford the Dragon King's villa really be a nobody with a simple family background? Is this possible? Waste. Beep. Hua Mingfei heard a cold shout, and then the phone was hung up. Hey, hey. Hua Mingfei was not angry. Instead, he raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. The old man is going to take action himself. Lu Feng? Mr. Lu? Let's wait and see. Inside Villa number 2. After Hua Xianfeng scolded Hua Mingfei, he hung up the phone. Then, he stared at the Dragon King villa in front of him, as if thinking about something. Master. At this time, the Hua family's housekeeper walked in. He held a tablet in both hands and handed it to Hua Xianfeng. Said, "I received a video here, it's about the young master, do you want to take a look?" Hua Xianfeng took the tablet. Click play. On the screen appeared the scene of Hua Mingfei being humiliated by Lu Feng. After seeing this, Hua Xianfeng calmly returned the tablet to the housekeeper and said, "Go down." Yes. The butler nodded and retreated. After the butler left, Hua Xianfeng's face instantly turned gloomy, and his eyes narrowed slightly. A moment later, he took out his cell phone and made another call. The call is connected. An extremely powerful voice came from the other side. "What's the matter?" Hua Xianfeng said, "Lu Feng's background seems a bit strange. Can you help me check his background? Didn't you say he was just a nobody?" "That's what my son said, but today, this person moved into the Dragon King villa in Xinglongwen." There was a moment of silence on the other end before someone said, "Hua Xianfeng, when did you become so unreliable in doing things?" "It was my mistake." Hua Xianfeng replied, "But now is not the time to talk about this. Please help me check it first." Wait a moment. Then the phone hung up. 5 minutes later, the phone call came. Hua Xianfeng asked, "How is it?" The other side said, "Find a way to smooth things over with the other party." Hua Xianfeng asked with a slightly serious expression, "Is he from a very important background?" "I can't tell you the specific situation. The other side said, because I have no right to investigate the information about him in the past few years. Hua Senfeng was surprised and asked, even you don't have the right to investigate? There are so many people I have no right to investigate. The other side said, what's the big deal? Also, the information we have about him only covers the years after he graduated from college, which I can't find out. All other information can be found. For example, his parents' information is public. Just like you said last night. Hearing this, Hua Xianfeng frowned. Said, in other words, his background is fine, but there may be some opportunities in the past few years? That should be it. Hua Xianfeng nodded. He. There was a sneer of disdain from the other side. How could they possibly protect people like them? Of course, anyone who can bring back a large amount of money from outside is definitely not a simple person. Don't mess with people like this if you can avoid it. Hearing this, Hua Xianfeng's face darkened. Asked, what if I must provoke him? Chapter 85. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you be invincible. What if I must provoke him? Hua Xianfeng. The other party was obviously a little angry. Don't think I'm omnipotent. Although, this Lu Feng is nothing in my eyes. But, if I want to move a person like this, I will definitely do my best. Besides, I don't know anything about his background either. If I make a mistake in the operation, I will get into trouble too. The risk is too great to deal with such a person. So, I'm warning you. Don't get me into trouble. Hearing this, Hua Senfeng laughed. Having dealt with the other party for so many years, Hua Senfeng knew very well what kind of person he was. He laughed and said, eat him this time. You take 7 and I take 3. How about that? There was a sudden silence over there. Hua Senfeng was not in a hurry either. Waiting quietly. A moment later. The other side then spoke, tell me, you are so willing to spend so much money, what grudge do you have against him? You know what happened last night. Hua Xianfeng said, my men almost died at his hands. My daughter was also imprisoned. This matter may become a long-lasting problem. Today, he humiliated my son again. If he really is a powerful dragon with a huge background, I, Hua Xianfeng, will endure this tone if I can. But now that I know he's not that kind of person, why should I still tolerate him? I, Hua Xianfeng, am also a well-known figure in Xiangqing. Behind the scenes, we have the support of you, the third most important person in Nanjing province. If I was bullied like this by someone who just came back like him and didn't react at all, how would others see me? How can I hold my head up high in Xiangqing? Furthermore, a meal. Hua Xianfeng said, don't forget, you are also involved in Hualin Group. This loss of face is not just for me. Stop talking nonsense. The other side said, since you said you would give me 70%, then I will help you with this matter this time. He added, however, before you start, there are a few things you need to take care of first. Hua Xianfeng asked, what's the matter? First, find out his true intentions. They said, look where he has been over the past few years. Where exactly did his funds come back to China from? Second, check the circle he formed after returning, and the people around him. Make sure there's no powerful person backing him up. Third, you get the person out first. By the way, make things a little tougher. Try his trump card. I want to confirm what resources he can bring to the table. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you be invincible. Do you understand? Hua Xianfeng smiled. Said, don't worry, this is not the first time we have worked together. Don't you know what I am like and what I am capable of? The predecessor of Hualin Group was called Dongyuan Group. At that time, the Tico Group was developing very rapidly. The background is not simple either. The assets are even more substantial than those of the current Hualin Group. As a result, it became a stepping stone for Hua Xianfeng to take over Xiangqing. It was also because of that acquisition of Dongyuan Group that he and the third most important person in Nanjing province were tied together. Over the years, I have cooperated with this number 3 supervisor many times. It also made Hualin Group one of the most dazzling companies in Nanjing province. However, it is still a second-rate enterprise. It's still a little short of being truly first class. This time, if Hualin can swallow up Lu Feng's assets and join the 10 billion family, then it will be a truly first-class enterprise. My reputation will also become more famous in Xiangqing. By then, no one will dare to look down on me. And that Dragon King villa will surely become his own exclusive villa. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. I'm waiting for your good news. The person on the other end replied and then hung up the phone. Hua Senfeng sneered and continued to make the call. The first call was made. Find an opportunity to arrest him. Hua Senfeng ordered, find out from them where Lu Feng has been and what he has been doing these past few years. The second call was made. Check Lu Feng's network of connections. Hua Xianfeng said, everyone who has a connection with Lu Feng should be investigated and questioned. We can also start with Su Muyun. Her circle of contacts also needs to be checked. The third call was made. Don't waste time talking to them. Hua Xianfeng said, if they are obedient, then let them do as we say. If you don't obey, just do it. You can try something a little more ruthless. But remember, don't kill anyone. Boss Lu, your Dragon King Villa is truly a landmark building of Star Dragon Courtyard. Yes, just looking at it, it's many times more luxurious than our villa. Isn't that nonsense? A villa worth over 200 million is several times more than ours. How can we compare? I wonder what Mr. Lu does. If you have the chance, please help us neighbors. Boss Lu, you're so impressive today. Hua Mingfei from the Hua family was so humiliated by you that he didn't dare to even fart. He just lowered his head and ran away in a cowardly manner. Ha, I felt really relieved when I saw that video today. That's right. We've lived here for so many years, but this is the first time we've seen someone who can make the Hua family suffer such a huge loss, and they have no choice but to admit defeat. Inside the villa. Sometimes he praised the villa for its luxury. I'll ask Lu Feng what he does and whether we can cooperate. Then he talked about how powerful Lu Feng was. It's very lively. In such an atmosphere, before we knew it, it was almost noon. Lu Feng stood up and said, everyone, let's stop here for today. It's almost noon, and I have an appointment. We can't keep people waiting too long. How about we get together again some other time if we have the chance? Hearing this, everyone naturally didn't say anything more. They all stood up and said goodbye to Lu Feng and left. Yang Hu also followed everyone. Wife, call Lily and ask her to bring her family to wait for us at the entrance of Fengyun Hotel. See, everyone has left. Lu Feng said to Su Muyun. Su Muyun had actually been thinking about Sun Lily. However, when you come to see a new house, you must not bring up anything that will spoil the fun. Especially with so many people here. So, she didn't say anything. At this moment, Lu Feng spoke. He immediately nodded happily. However, when she took out her phone, she suddenly asked in confusion, Fengyun Hotel? Kindness. Lu Feng nodded and said, tell them to wait for us. I have already helped them solve the problem. Su Muyun had no doubts. If Lu Feng says it's solved, then it's solved. So, she called Sun Lily directly. Chapter 86 Dong Yuan Prince Zhou Xinglong. Crunch. Su Muyun just made a phone call. The door suddenly opened. A young man stood at the door and looked around vigilantly. When he saw Zhang Wang, he said to Lu Feng, Mr. Lu, can we chat for a few minutes alone? Lu Feng saw that the other party looked alert and cautious. He smiled and said, there are no outsiders here. If you have anything to say, you can just say it directly. Hearing this, Zhang Guang felt a little warm in his heart. Lu Feng really treats himself as a brother. The young man hesitated. Then, gritting his teeth, he asked, can I come in? Lu Feng nodded, come in. Thanks. The young man entered the room. He came to Lu Feng and asked, Boss Lu, have you heard of the Dongyuan Group? Lu Feng thought about it. He replied, I seem to have heard of such a company more than 10 years ago. That's right. Mr. Lu looks younger than me, so it's normal that he doesn't know. The young man said, then I will briefly talk to Mr. Lu. The Tico Group initially relied on coal resources. Later, we entered the non-ferrous metal resources market. 10 years ago, it was the largest resource group in the entire Nanjing province. It owns 3 steel groups and is considering acquiring Xingqing Steel Plant. Originally, as long as we acquired Xingqing Steel Plant and merged it with 3 other steel plants, we could go public. By then, Tico Group will be able to become one of the benchmark enterprises in Nanjing province. However, at the critical moment of the acquisition, something happened to someone in the senior management of Tico Group. Then, Nanjing Province's third in command, the current governor, Nie Guochang, personally led a team to investigate the Dongyuan Group. Then, the Tico group disappeared. It became the current Hualin group. From these words, Lu Feng heard a very important message. The person behind the Hua family is none other than the third most important person in Nanjing province, Governor Niegua Chang. I don't think I've seen you before? Lu Feng glanced at the young man and asked. The young man said, I have been waiting outside the door and have not come in. Lu Feng nodded and asked, so, what is the purpose of telling me this? My last name is Zhou Xinglong. The young man took a deep breath and said, my father is Zhou Ligua, the former chairman of the Dongyuan group. The reason I came to you is to tell you that you have offended the Hua family, and they will definitely not let it go. My father once told me that Hua Xianfeng is a cold-blooded, ruthless mad dog. If someone offends him, then as long as he is not dead, he will definitely take revenge. Moreover, they will eat the opponent until not even a bone is left. Most importantly, this person made his fortune through illegal means. So, whatever we do, we will do it regardless of the consequences. If Mr. Lu has a strong enough background, it would be best for him to reveal it earlier. Either scare him or crush him to death. My opinion is that it would be best to pin him to death. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. This mad dog is patient and tolerant, and even better at seizing opportunities. My father fell into his hands because he underestimated him and suffered a great loss in secret. What Zhou Xinglong said is basically the same as what Yang Hu said. However, what Zhou Xinglong said was more comprehensive and detailed. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for the reminder. Lu Feng expressed his gratitude for the other party's kindness. Then he asked, however, Brother Zhou, since you reminded me of this, I think it should be more than just a simple reminder, right? Zhou Xinglong said, if I say this is just a reminder, will Mr. Lu believe it? My father was the one who took it all on and went to jail. Zhou Xinglong said, my mother and I can barely get by now. We rarely come back to Xiangcheng. I came here this time because I wanted to sell the villa here. Say goodbye to this place completely. It just so happened that I saw the video of you humiliating Hua Mingfei, so I followed you here to remind you. Certainly. After a pause, he said, if possible, I hope that after you crush the Hua family, you can vindicate my father and let him out of this. If I can't do it, I certainly won't force it. If you win, consider it as revenge for me. If you lose. Then, he shook his head and said, to be honest, I don't want you to lose. Lu Feng smiled and stretched out his hand, thank you. Zhou Xinglong shook hands with Lu Feng and said, you're welcome. After letting go of his hand, Zhou Xinglong said with a smile, sorry to bother you, goodbye. After saying that, Zhou Xinglong turned around and left. Brother, do you believe what he said? As soon as Zhou Xinglong left, Zhang Guang came over and frowned. Why don't you believe it? If there is no Huajiao redemption information in the system, Lu Feng might still have some doubts. However, since the system has determined that the Hua family is at trouble, then the information Zhou Xinglong said is most likely true. In this case, this matter must be taken seriously. Zhang Guang said with a serious expression, what are your plans next? Lu Feng thought about it. Then he said, let's go eat first. If there's anything, we can talk after dinner. The best way is to get the information, and then, knowing yourself and your enemy, you will not be afraid of anything. But my current rating is only 65,000. You can only get one of the last two. If you can only choose one, it probably won't be of much use. At least, it should be impossible to completely crush the Hua family. So, we still need to get more ratings. If you need any help, just ask. Zhang Guang immediately patted his chest and said, although I can't help you with a big favor, I can still help you with a small favor. For example, if you need connections in Longdu and Modu, I can at least help you. As for the money, if the amount is not too exaggerated, I can support it a little. Lu Feng smiled. He patted Zhang Guang's shoulder and said, don't worry, I won't call you Brother Guang for nothing. Ha ha. Zhang Guang laughed happily, that's really comforting to hear. Lu Feng, you can go now. At this time, Su Muyun had already cleaned up the room. The call is over. What did you call me just now? Lu Feng asked dissatisfiedly. Su Muyun stuck out her tongue, didn't answer, turned around with a red face and walked outside. Brother, our sister-in-law is so cute. Zhang Guang said with some envy, they are already an old couple, but they are still shy and stick out their tongues. That expression and that movement just now almost made me numb. I have to say, brother, you are so lucky. I'm so envious. Chapter 87 What a sin. What's there to envy? I heard Zhang Guang say that he was envious. Lu Feng said angrily, this woman keeps turning around in front of me all day long. My eyes are already blurry. If I say something to her, she either bows her head or blushes. I don't know how to refute it. It makes me angry just looking at it. But she just kept silent and didn't know how to help me calm down. I gave her some money, but she wasn't happy about it and said I was a spendthrift. Didn't I say in the taxi that I wanted to come here to look at houses? The driver thought I was bragging. I'm too lazy to explain. But she couldn't stand the driver's expression. He had to give the other person $200, saying he wanted to teach him a lesson. Why would you argue with a driver about this? Besides, if you don't listen to me, that's fine. But throwing $200 at me is useless. If it were me, I would just give him $200,000. Then, let him drive the car and perform a few tricks on the flower bed. How great would that be? Or, let him remove the 4 tires, leave the car there, and take the 4 tires back. That's fine too. So, women, they just have a narrow vision and are a little petty. It's annoying just thinking about it. Zhang Guang looked at Lu Feng with disdain as he spoke with a sweet and happy smile. This dog. You call this annoying? You get angry just thinking about it? You're force-feeding me dog food. Just try to act cool in front of me. Are you afraid that I'm not jealous of you? He silently patted his chest to calm down. How could I say I envy you? Zhang Guang murmured depressedly, am I out of my mind? After saying that, he also walked outside. Hey, brother Guang, wait a minute. Ignore me and leave me alone. Ha ha. Come out of Xinglong Villa. Zhou Xinglong returned to his residence. A middle-aged woman came over. He asked worriedly, Xinglong, how is it? Did he agree? Zhou Xinglong shook his head. Said, Mom, what is his identity? What is his status? What situation are we in now? If I can establish a good relationship with him, this trip will not be in vain. The middle-aged woman's eyes reddened. I immediately started crying again. Mom, please stop crying. Zhou Xinglong said irritably, I know you're worried about Dad, but what's the point of worrying? Can such a thing be rushed? We have no one above us and no one below us. If my father hadn't shouldered all the blame, we wouldn't even be able to safely appear in Shangcheng. So, we can only wait for the opportunity. The middle-aged woman wiped her tears. Said, I know I can't rush it. But, an opportunity finally appeared, and I'm afraid I'll run away again. You also said that the people of the Hua family can tolerate it. What if Mr. Lu doesn't take your words seriously? If we allow the Hua family to plot behind the scenes, won't our hopes be dashed again? Zhou Xinglong sighed. He shook his head and said, Mom, Mr. Lu is so young, but he already has such a huge asset. Do you think he doesn't have some tricks or abilities? Moreover, this Mr. Lu is a very patient and ruthless person. It's impossible for him to be led by the Hua family. I dare say that even if I didn't go there today, Hua Xianfeng and the others might not be able to deal with Mr. Lu. I went over to give him a warning, just to establish a good relationship with him. I just want to leave a chance for him to redress my father's innocence in the future. Do you really think this Mr. Lu would take me seriously? Or even join forces with me? Before Zhou Xinglong went to find Lu Feng, he had already inquired about the series of events that happened between Lu Feng and the Hua family. So, he knew very well what kind of person Lu Feng was. When facing such a person, don't even think about playing any tricks. Making good connections is the best outcome. The middle-aged woman finally calmed down. No more talking. But, his face was still full of worry. Zhou Xinglong shook his head. He sighed, okay, pack up and let's go see Dad. Son Lily's home. It seems very dull. Mother Sun sat on the chair, her face looking haggard. There are traces of tears in the corners of eyes. Dad Sun was packing up his things silently by himself. At this moment, Sun Lily suddenly ran back. Dad, Mom, good news. As soon as she entered the door, Sun Lily shouted, the problem of Fengyun Hotel has been solved. Mr. and Mrs. Sun were both stunned. Then, Sun Ma's face changed drastically. Lily, Sun's mother suddenly burst into tears again, what a sin. She cried and looked at Father Sun, it's all your fault. If you were any good as a father, why would you let our daughter sell herself? Now it's good. My daughter was beaten and sold herself. I. As she spoke, mother-son was about to faint. Son Lily was shocked and immediately ran over to support her mother. I immediately explained, Mom, don't be angry, I didn't sell myself out, someone helped us solve the problem. Feng Xiu, sit down quickly. Dad's son also came over and helped Mom's son sit down. While helping her to smooth out the air on her back, she said, don't be angry. My daughter said she didn't betray herself. Don't be anxious. Let's listen to what she has to say first. Mother-son sat in the chair and took a few deep breaths. Only then did I recover. She looked at son Lily. Lily, you really didn't betray yourself? Mom, I really didn't. Son Lily immediately replied, you said that no matter how wronged we are, even if we have to beg, we must not lose our ambition. Then he said, how could I possibly sell myself out? Who helped us then? He's Mu Yun's husband. Son Lily replied, just now, Mu Yun called me and told me that her husband has solved the problem. Let's go to the entrance of Feng Yun Hotel and wait for them immediately. They'll be there soon. Hearing this, Son's mother frowned. She asked, who is her husband? How could he be the owner of Feng Yun Hotel? I don't know her husband's secrets either. Son Lily replied, but I know Mu Yun will definitely not lie to me. Then she added, otherwise, she wouldn't have asked us to go to Feng Yun Hotel to wait for them. Yes, Mu Yun is a very good kid. Mother-son nodded. Since she told us to go to Feng Yun Hotel, she definitely wouldn't be kidding us. Then don't waste time. Father-son immediately said, let's go over and take a look first. Immediately, the three of them stood up and headed towards the Feng Yun Hotel with hope and excitement. Chapter 88 Shrew. Noon. 11:30. It's almost time to eat. At this time, Feng Yun Hotel also began to be crowded with people. As the general manager of the Xiangqing branch of Feng Yun Hotel, Yang Song was supposed to stabilize the backstage and control the entire situation. But at this time, he was standing at the gate of Feng Yun Hotel. Boss Yang, why are you standing at the door greeting guests? Waiting for a distinguished guest. Hello, Mr. Yang. Hello, Mr. Shao. Boss Yang, who is so honorable that you can greet us personally at the door? A person in charge from the main store is coming over. I'll receive him. At the door, people come and go, greeting each other. Yang Song looked at his watch from time to time, and then looked outside. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. I saw 3 people get off a taxi. These 3 people were none other than Sun Lily and her 2 companions. After these 3 people got off the car, they came straight towards him. Immediately, he walked down the stairs quickly. Blocked their way forward. What are you doing here? Yang Song stared at the 3 men and asked coldly, are you dissatisfied that your death isn't fast enough? Do you want me to hit you harder? Today, the person in charge from Longdu headquarters is coming over. I must behave better today. Therefore, he definitely didn't want to make a big fuss about such a small matter as the Sun families. Naturally, the first thing he said was a threat. Why we're here is none of your business. Sun Ma snorted coldly and said, if you want us to die, go ahead. If you don't kill me completely in one go, I will die in your house. Sun's mother has a bad temper. Not at all timid. He just started to fight hard. You. Yang Song snorted coldly, I'm too lazy to argue with a shrew like you. After that, he turned to Masayoshi-san and said, if you still want to continue to live a stable life and don't want to live in torture and pain for the rest of your life, then you'd better take them away immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. After saying that, he waved his hand and was too lazy to talk to them anymore. Turn around and leave. Seeing Yang Song was about to leave, Mother-son wanted to curse a few more times. However, Sun Lily on the side grabbed Sun's mother. Said, Mom, let's stop arguing here and wait for Mu Yun and the others to come. Mother-son nodded and said nothing more. Masayoshi-san frowned, looking a little unhappy. Asked, Lily, is Mu Yun's husband reliable? Dad, don't worry, it's definitely reliable. Sun Lily still remembers Lu Feng's performance yesterday. A man like that wouldn't tell lies, right? Moreover, it was Su Mu Yun who called. Su Mu Yun has even less reason to play tricks on himself. Kindness. Masayoshi-san nodded and said nothing more. However, the solemn expression on his face still did not dissipate. It's because he knows very well the background of the general manager of Fengyun Hotel. Yang Song is from the Hua family. The relationship behind it is very strong. Ordinary people can't touch them at all. So, if the problem is really solved, it is very likely that they will be asked to apologize and compensate for the losses. If it was really just like this, he could barely accept it. He was afraid that there would be other additional conditions later. If that happens, my wife will probably collapse again soon. Thinking of this, Masayoshi-san was actually very uneasy. But seeing my daughter and wife so calm, and also looking forward to it, he didn't want to undermine their confidence. So, I can only remain silent. Beep. Not long after, a big red luxury car drove over. Stopped in front of Masayoshi-san and others. Then the car door opened. Then Su Mu-yun got out of the car with the two children. Mu-yun. When Sun Lily saw Su Mu-yun, her face lit up and she immediately greeted him. Lily. Su Mu-yun also saw Sun Lily. Walked over with the child. Hello, auntie, hello, uncle. Su Mu-yun greeted Sun's parents, then said to the two children, call someone quickly. Hello, Aunt Lily. Hello, Grandpa Sunday. Hello, Grandma Meow. The two children called out to people obediently. Hey, Ping Ping is fine, and N is fine. When Grandma Meow Fingxiu saw the child, she liked him very much. She immediately squatted down and said, come, let Grandma hug you. Grandma hasn't seen you for a long time, and you don't come to see Grandma. The two children said, Mom said that Grandma Meow and Grandpa Sun are very busy and can't disturb you often. Nonsense, I'm not busy at all. Grandma Meow said dissatisfiedly, I'm very free, you guys just come over. Next time you come, Grandma will take you to buy delicious food and new clothes. Good. Good. The two children nodded immediately. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. At this time, Lu Feng also got out of the car, walked over and greeted, hello, Lily. Next, there were some pleasantries and introductions. Well, there are so many of us here, and this isn't the place for formalities. Lu Feng said, let's go into the hotel first. If you have anything to say, sit down and talk. Uncle and Aunt, Lily, let's go. Su Mu-yun greeted him immediately. Good. Everyone nodded. Only Masayoshi-san remained solemn and silent. Grandma Meow Fingxiu was holding the two children, talking and laughing. Sun Lily followed Su Mu-yun. Asked, Mu-yun, tell me honestly, is the problem really solved? He added, my dad's face looks very bad. He seems to be worried about something all the time. Su Mu-yun pointed at Lu Feng. He said it's solved, so there should be no problem. Sun Lily was surprised, you haven't asked yet? No. Su Mu-yun said, I usually don't ask him about things he does, but he will definitely tell me when he wants to. If he doesn't tell you, you won't ask? Kindness. Sun Lily was shocked. Su Mu-yun, you fell so quickly? Su Mu-yun's face flushed. What are you talking about? He asked dissatisfiedly. Sun Lily sighed. Mu-yun, actually, if it really isn't resolved, it's okay. I just hope it's not too bad. My mother almost had a high blood pressure and heart attack at the same time because of this incident. So, we can't let her have too much emotional fluctuations anymore. It is obvious that Sun Lily is still very worried. Su Mu-yun patted Sun Lily's shoulder and said, believe in him, he will definitely not let us down. Because, this man has never disappointed anyone so far. Sorry, our hotel is full. Please go to another hotel. At this moment, suddenly, a voice came from the front. Sun Lily and others looked up. I saw Lu Feng walking in front and had already climbed the stairs. However, he was blocked by Yang Song on the steps. Chapter 89 Be happy, not unlucky. Full. As soon as Yang Song finished speaking, someone was about to go in. Hearing this, he couldn't help but frown and asked, Boss Yang, is your hotel's business so good today? Hotel business has always been good. Yang Song smiled and said, however, whether there is a seat or not depends on the person. Since Mr. Su is here, there will naturally be a place for him. Then, he made a gesture of invitation and said, please come in. Mr. Su benefited a lot from it. He smiled slightly, nodded, and let his men in. Your crappy hotel is open for business, and you're still selective about your employees? Mother-son immediately stopped doing it, snorted coldly and said. Where did this shrew come from? Yang Song's face darkened and he said coldly, how dare you make a scene in front of my Fongyun hotel? Where's the security? Get him out of here. If they dare to cause trouble again, call the police and take them to the police station. As soon as Yang Song finished speaking, several security guards rushed over. Seeing this scene, Masayoshi Sun's face became even uglier. Sun Lily's expression also changed. Looking at this situation, it is clear that Lu Feng and Yang Song don't know each other at all. The so-called solution to the problem was obviously not a solution. Mother Sun didn't think that much. He snorted coldly, just leave, who would want to come to such a shabby hotel like yours? Then, he pulled the two children and said, be safe, let's go. Does Sun Ma really know nothing? She understands. She knows everything. I just don't want to be humble. So, she made it clear in advance. Make the atmosphere awkward. Let the two sides confront each other. This will also prevent everyone from looking embarrassed. After all, Su Muyun asked him to apologize and asked his daughter to sell herself. That was something she absolutely could not agree to. But it was not easy to directly respond to Su Muyun and his wife's kindness. Therefore, this is the only way to solve the problem. Auntie, don't be anxious. But Lu Feng immediately stopped Sun Ma and said, he should be the one to leave, not us. Oh, you're so arrogant. How dare you tell me to leave on my territory? Yang Song said disdainfully, you're probably still asleep, aren't you? Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you drive a Hermes? Does that give you the right to come here and show off? After a pause, he sneered and shook his head. Said, young man, you don't know, do you? So many people come to my Fongyun hotel to eat. High-ranking officials, wealthy people, famous people, what kind of people have I not seen? High-end sports cars, top luxury cars, what kind of cars have I not seen? But, no matter what kind of car it is, no matter what kind of people are in it. As he spoke, he pointed to the ground below. He said in an extremely domineering manner, when you come to me, you have to listen to me. It's a dragon, you have to coil it for me. It's a tiger, you have to lie down. After a pause, he looked down at Lu Feng condescendingly. He said proudly, if you know what's good for you, take them away right now and don't get in the way here. As for me, I'll just pretend nothing happened. Next time you come over, I'll give you a table for free. I'm glad to have made a friend of yours. If not. He snorted coldly, then don't blame me for being rude. Lu Feng nodded. Looking at him calmly. Ask, so, how are you going to be rude? Yang Song frowned slightly. He didn't expect that after he said these harsh words, the other party was not afraid at all. You know, under normal circumstances, you are on your own territory. No matter who comes, they will be a little afraid. Those who don't know the situation here should understand after listening to what I say that they can't get any advantage here. Not to mention those who know the situation here. Anyway, in the past, every time there were some ignorant guys, they would come here and make trouble. As soon as he said this, the other party immediately gave in. But this guy in front of me. Beep. At this moment, a black Mercedes-Benz suddenly stopped at the bottom of the steps. Dad, we're back. The car door opened, and a guy with a head as swollen as a pig came out. He got out of the car with a bandage on his body. After he got off the car, he excitedly said, quick, prepare a welcoming banquet for us. My uncle said that Mom stayed in there all night and it was unlucky. We need to get rid of the bad luck. As soon as he finished speaking, a man followed him down. This person is none other than you. It was Yang Song's wife, Hua Mingjiao, Yang Cheng's mother. She had just come down when Lu Feng, Su Muyun, and others turned around. The moment their eyes met, they were both stunned. Ha, the Hua family is indeed very powerful. The next moment, Lu Feng spoke. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled, you only stayed for one night and you got him out. That's impressive. Oh, now you know how powerful my grandpa's family is? Yang Cheng, whose head was still bandaged, also reacted. He sneered and said, unfortunately, it's too late. You, the king. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he suddenly saw Lu Feng's eyes narrowed. He took a step back in fear. Hid behind Hua Mingjiao. I was scared after being beaten last time. It left a shadow in my heart. So, when he saw that Lu Feng's eyes were not right, he subconsciously wanted to hide. What do you want to do? He hid behind Hua Mingjiao and felt more confident. He shouted, "If you dare to hit me in public, you will never leave here safely today." Lu Feng smiled slightly and said, "Are you sure?" Yang Cheng buried his head and hid behind Hua Mingjiao, not daring to look at Lu Feng. "I didn't dare to speak anymore. I'm really scared. That guy is a lunatic." The last time, the scene where the other party asked him to grab the knife and stab him was still echoing in his mind. It just won't go away. What's more, on the way back, my mother talked about this guy's crazy behavior again. He became even more afraid. He was afraid, and Hua Mingjiao was afraid too. Although Hua Mingjiao was born into the Hua family, a family that made its fortune through robbery and plunder. But both my father and my eldest brother are very protective of me. So much so that she had never seen any bloody scenes. Therefore, Lu Feng's crazy performance last time also brought her a great shock. Bang! At this moment, the sound of a door closing was heard from the black Mercedes-Benz. Then, Hua Ming flew down from the driver's seat. "Yang Song, what are you doing here?" Hua Mingfei pointed at Lu Feng and others. He said, "Why don't you ask the security to drive away people like them? Today is the day my sister comes back. It's a celebration, not a curse." Then he waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and drive them away." Yang Song, who was standing aside, had already figured out the situation. The young man in front of him clearly beat his own son. He even sent his own wife to jail. So, I spoke up when I saw my brother-in-law. "No more nonsense." With a wave of his hand, he said, "Drive them away." Chapter 90 Dark Godfather. As soon as Yang Song finished speaking, suddenly, the security guards approached again. Just a reminder. Lu Feng glanced at the security guards and said, "The security guard's duty is to ensure the safety of the hotel. I'm not someone's dog, and I'm certainly not someone's thug. So, today, if you really dare to touch them, I guarantee that you will all be in trouble." Hearing this, the security guards stopped immediately. These security guards are not stupid. I just saw Lu Feng getting off the Hermes car. Can they afford to offend a person of this level? For a job, I got into such a big trouble. Unless they are stupid. Idiot. Yang Song was angry. Pointing at the security guards, he said coldly, "Do you believe what he said? This is within the hotel grounds. Now, I suspect they are disrupting our hotel operations. I told you to drive them away. What can he do to you? Besides, you are helping me. Can I really let them touch you?" Hearing this, Lu Feng burst into laughter. After laughing, he said, "Let me ask you one thing, who can you protect me if I want to touch them?" He mentioned the magnetic card, pointed at Yang Chang, and asked, "I hit your son. I seem to remember that you didn't even show your face, right?" He pointed at Hua Mingjiao again and said, "Your wife finally showed up and came to trouble me. What happened?" "I sent him to jail. But I still haven't seen you. You're a complete wimp. You can't even protect your wife and children. Who can you protect? You have the nerve to say that in front of me, who would I dare to touch?" After hearing these words, Yang Song was so angry that he was shaking all over. He couldn't even refute this. He really didn't go to find Lu Feng. Because he felt that the Hua family could handle everything. On his side, all he needs to do is crush Sun Lily's family to death. As a result, I am now being treated as a joke in public. And you, Hua Mingfei. Lu Feng then turned and looked at Hua Mingfei. He smiled and said, "I remember that in Xinglongwen, you didn't seem to kneel down and call me dad, right?" Then, he pointed to the ground and said, "Come on, now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Don't deny it. I have a video here. If you don't admit it, I'll show it to everyone to help you remember it." The security guards heard this. I was stunned for a moment. Damn it. What a great guy. It turned out that the man was the one who beat General Manager Yang's son. The person who sent General Manager Yang's wife to prison. It's actually him. Moreover, this guy actually made Hua Mingfei kneel down and call him daddy. It's not just these security guards. At this moment, some other people who were about to enter the hotel were also watching. Everyone is watching the show. What are you guys still standing there for? Hua Mingfei saw so many people watching. He immediately shouted at the security guard, "Why don't you chase them away?" The security guards looked confused. Still motionless. It seemed as if he didn't hear Hua Mingfei's words at all. "Why are you still keeping a bunch of trash like this? Hua Mingfei was furious. Pointing at the security guards, he yelled at Yang Song, "Hurry up and fire them." He didn't dare to argue with Lu Feng. After all, the other party has the upper hand. Moreover, he suffered 2 losses in a row. He also has psychological trauma. He really didn't dare to confront Lu Feng head-on. Therefore, I only dared to discuss Lu Feng. However, seeing that the security guards didn't dare to move, I couldn't tell you how angry I was. No. Yes, no need to go through so much trouble, we can resign on our own. Boss Yang, I'm sorry, we really aren't up to the task. Suddenly, several security guards took off the security guard's coat on the spot. Then, he turned around and walked inside. As they walked, the security guards started chatting. What kind of nonsense is this? They don't even dare to offend them, yet they leave us, a few cannon fodder, to die. We must be crazy to charge in. That's right. You still say we're stupid, but I think President Hua is the one who's stupid. We're just cannon fodder. What's the point of charging in? We'll just be giving it away for free. This job is good, but my life is more important. I felt weak in the knees when I saw the miserable state of young Master Yang. It's better to leave early. Yeah, that's right. The sound is not loud, but it is not small either. Anyone who is not deaf can hear it. Result. Yang Song's face fell. Yang Chang was still hiding, not daring to look at anyone. Hua Mingjia was trembling all over, her eyes narrowed, staring at the security guards as if she wanted to eat them. Hua Mingfei clenched his fists. His face turned pale as he glared at the security guards. No one looked at Lu Feng. They are all staring at the security guards. General Manager Yang and General Manager Hua are quite interesting. They actually took their anger out on a few young security guards. Isn't President Hua the boss of Hualin Group? How did he get bullied like this? Exactly. Who is this young man? How dare he come to the Fengyun Hotel and cause trouble? I watched a video yesterday. The rich man in the video looked very similar to this young man. Suddenly, people around started talking. After hearing these words, Yang Song and his son, as well as the Hua brothers and sisters, felt ashamed to face people. Beep. Suddenly, at this moment, another black extended version of Mercedes-Benz stopped at the bottom of the steps. Behind Hua Mingfei's car. See this black car. Hua Mingfei's eyes suddenly lit up. A look of joy also appeared on the faces of Yang Chang and Hua Mingjia at the same time. It was as if I saw a savior. Then, the extended Mercedes-Benz door opened. The first to come down were 4 tall security guards wearing sunglasses and black clothes. After the 4 security guards got out of the car, they opened the back door. Separate sides. Welcome the people inside to come out. Who's sitting in there? This is quite a scene. That's nonsense. The person sitting in there is the real controller of Hualin Group, the man known as the Dark Godfather. How can this be a small display? Dark Godfather, Hua Senfeng? Who else could it be but him? Damn, is this old man going to support his children? This is over. The title of Dark Godfather isn't given for nothing. That young man has forced this old man out. I think something bad is going to happen. Alas, this little brother is still too young after all. He doesn't know how dangerous the world is. That's right. Back then, the huge Dongyuan group collapsed without a second's notice. I estimate that this little guy will be in trouble within 3 days. Suddenly, people around started talking. But, without exception, all of them were lamenting that Lu Feng was going to be unlucky. After all, those who can come to Fengyun Hotel are all high-end people in Xiangqing. I've heard a little bit about what happened back then. Chapter 91, Fists and Feet Collide, Directly Crippling. I heard the discussions around me. The expressions of Sun Lily's family suddenly became very ugly. They only know that the Hua family is powerful. I also know how terrifying the title of Dark Godfather is. But he didn't know that the Dark Godfather was the old man of the Hua family. If they had known this earlier, they would definitely have advised Lu Feng not to meddle in other people's business. Just swallow this anger and forget it. However, at this moment, the old man of the Hua family has already arrived, and it is obviously too late for them to leave. My nephew. At this time, Masayoshi's son suddenly stepped forward and gently pulled Lu Feng. He whispered, "How about we bow our heads, admit our mistakes, and give in to them?" That dark godfather is not to be trifled with. If this matter continues like this, I'm afraid that not only us but also you might get into trouble. Masayoshi-san no longer has his own ideas. I just want to settle this matter as soon as possible. Then, quickly leave Shangqing, this place of trouble. You want to give in now? Yang Song, who was standing by, happened to hear what Masayoshi-san said. He sneered disdainfully, "Are you scared now? What a pity." He shook his head, too late. After saying that, Yang Song immediately headed towards the extended version of the Mercedes-Benz behind him. At this time, Yang Chang, Hua Mingjiao and Hua Mingfei had also run over. "Nephew Lu Feng, how about we go now?" Miao Fengxiu, who used to have a bad temper, was a little uneasy at this time. He said worriedly, "Go back now, pack your things immediately, and leave this troubled place. Don't worry about anything else." Lu Feng smiled slightly and said, "Uncle, Aunt, don't worry, everything will be fine." As he spoke, Lu Feng took out his cell phone and started making a call. The other side. Hua Senfeng walked out of the extended version of the Mercedes-Benz in high spirits. "Grandpa!" Yang Chang rushed forward immediately. He took the initiative to support Hua Senfeng and said, "You are finally here. You didn't know that the man who beat me up came to our hotel to bully me again." Hearing this, Hua Xianfeng frowned slightly. He looked at Yang Song and asked, "What's going on?" "Father, this is what happened." Yang Song immediately stepped forward and told him the whole story in detail. In front of this domineering father-in-law. He didn't dare hide anything. Even the details are explained clearly. After Hua Xianfeng listened. Looking at Hua Mingfei who was standing beside him, he said, "I won't scold you outside. I'll teach you a lesson when we get back." Hua Mingfei lowered his head and dared not say a word. "Jiaoer, how are you?" Hua Xianfeng asked Hua Mingjiao again, "You weren't bullied last night, were you?" "Father, I'm fine." Hua Mingjiao nodded and responded, "With the Hua family's reputation, no one dares to bully me." When Hua Xianfeng saw this scene, the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. He turned to look at Yang Song and said rather sharply, "You, as a father, are at least the general manager of Fengyun restaurant. I watched my son and family being bullied here, and I couldn't do anything about it. You are such a loser." Yang Song lowered his head. Not daring to refute, he just replied, "My father-in-law is right." Seeing his daughter, son-in-law, and son all being so timid in front of him, not daring to breathe, Hua Senfeng was still quite satisfied. At least, His Majesty is still extremely strong. It can scare people. "Let's go and meet the guy called Lu Feng." Hua Senfeng said, "Chenger, help Grandpa." "Yes, Grandpa." Yang Cheng supported Hua Xianfeng with great joy. He gets scared around other people. But, next to this grandfather, he was no longer afraid. Because his grandfather is the godfather of darkness. He is the kind of person who can make Shangqing tremble if he stomps his feet. Lu Feng just finished his phone call. Then he saw Hua Xianfeng, known as the Dark Godfather, walking towards him. He put away his phone with a calm expression. "Are you the Lu Feng who beat up my grandson and put my daughter in jail?" Hua Xianfeng walked up to Lu Feng. He asked condescendingly, "One more thing to add." Lu Feng said calmly, "I am still the Lu Feng who made your son kneel down and call me dad. Although, he hasn't called out yet. But I believe he will scream one day." Hearing this, Hua Xianfeng's face darkened. A cold murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Court death. At this moment, the black-clad bodyguard standing beside him shouted and kicked Lu Feng directly. Lu Feng sneered. He raised his hand and punched the opponent's foot. Bang! Fists and kicks collide. Snap! A crisp sound was heard. The big man in black was knocked away. Ah! Then, there was a scream. The big man in black fell to the ground holding his legs. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. Looking closely, you can clearly see that his legs have been deformed. Bend to one side. "Young man, you're quite skilled." Hua Senfeng didn't even look at the bodyguard. He just looked at Lu Feng, his eyes narrowed slightly, and said coldly, "However, with these few moves, if you want to walk sideways in Shangqing, you are still a little naive." Lu Feng asked in return, "Who said I'm going to walk sideways in Shangqing? However, I don't mind walking sideways over your Hua family." Hua Xianfeng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Young man, you have courage. I hope that in 3 days, you can still say these words." After saying that, he said to the bodyguards beside him, "Guard the door. If these people dare to enter the hotel, they will be killed immediately." Yes. Several bodyguards in black immediately nodded. Then, everyone turned their eyes to Lu Feng. It seemed that as long as Lu Feng made any unusual movement, they would take action. As for the bodyguard who was knocked down by Lu Feng's punch, they ignored him completely. "Send someone to take him to the hospital." Hua Xianfeng gave Yang Song another instruction. Then, he said to Yang Cheng and others, "Let's go inside and have dinner. Don't let some flies spoil the fun." Everyone nodded but said nothing. Just follow Hua Xianfeng silently. At this time, the people around also started discussing quickly. As expected of the old man of the Hua family, his aura is truly strong. Fuck, the bodyguard was beaten to a pulp, but he didn't even frown. He was speechless when he was pushed to the point of being outraged, but he didn't get angry either. This skill of cultivating his energy is a bit scary. The old man of the Hua family is indeed worthy of the title of Dark Godfather, but that young man is also very fierce. He used fists and feet to beat a 7-foot-tall man into a cripple. Moreover, facing the powerful aura of the Dark Godfather, he didn't panic at all. If this young man didn't have some ability, how could he dare to treat the old man of the Hua family so lightly? A powerful clash of powers. It seems Xiangqing is about to have another exciting show of dragons fighting tigers. Chapter 92 Chairman Lu. Who is Hua Xianfeng? He is the Dark Godfather of Lucheng. He is considered a LYB by all the high-ranking officials in Xiangqing. He's the kind of ruthless character who won't show any emotion but will bite you hard in secret. For a person like this, it goes without saying that he has great skills in cultivating his energy. Take Hua Xianfeng for example at this moment. Isn't he angry? At this moment, he was very angry. It can be said that this was the time when he was most angry since he became the Lord of Xiang City. But he still endured it. To him, Lu Feng's behavior of liking to be in the spotlight and confronting him head-on was the behavior of a complete fool. Who are you? How can I argue with such a fool in such an occasion? Besides, even if I get my revenge here, what good would it do? At most, it's just a face-saving measure. But what he wants is not just to save face. He also wants to be able to live well on the inside. For example, before he took over Dongyuan Group, he was humiliated by Zhou Ligua. But, what is the result? He immediately took over Dongyuan Group. His reputation naturally spread throughout Xiangqing. This time will be no exception. Today, let's just let the other party jump around for a while. Check back in 3 days. Let us see if this kid still has the same majestic power as he does today. Just as everyone around was talking about. After all, this kid is a fool who only knows how to rush around recklessly. It is easy to plot against such a person and put him in jail, and then kill him without anyone knowing. Hua Xianfeng, who allowed you to enter Fengyun Hotel? However, it was at this moment. Just as Hua Xianfeng was about to enter the hotel. Lu Feng spoke again. "Did I ask for permission? Did I let you in?" Hua Xianfeng was slightly stunned. Then, he slowly turned around. Looked at Lu Feng. He sneered, "Young man, brains are a good thing, why don't you have one? I, Hua, am at least a well-known figure in Xiangqing. So, I don't bother to argue with a fool like you. For the time being, I will just tolerate your arrogance. But, my son-in-law is the general manager of this Fengyun restaurant. He has the right to not let you in. So, I'll do it for him and let my people help him guard the door." How? Are you still going to say that this Fengyun restaurant is owned by your family? Still want me to get out? In Hua Xianfeng's opinion, this fool was obviously a little angry and embarrassed, and was doing things without thinking. I sent people to keep an eye on them and not let them into the restaurant, but he turned around and said that he was not allowed to enter the restaurant. This is really ridiculous. Is there something wrong with this young man's brain? That's right. This is someone else's restaurant. It's only natural for them not to let him in. But why does he not let others in? Originally, I thought this guy was a fierce dragon crossing the river, but now it seems that he is probably just a complete fool. At this time, the onlookers also started talking. Their thoughts are the same as Hua Xianfeng's. Everyone thinks that this young man has a mental problem. Lu Feng didn't explain either. Just looked at Hua Xianfeng with a smile. "Father-in-law, there's no need to bother with this idiot. At this time, Yang Song said, "Let's go in and eat first, and ignore him." Hua Xianfeng nodded. He snorted coldly, ignored Lu Feng, and was about to go in again. "I advise you not to go in." There was a smile on Lu Feng's lips. He said in a nonchalant tone, "Otherwise, if we get kicked out later, we'll be so embarrassed." Hua Xianfeng frowned. His face looked a little ugly. "Who do you think you are?" Yang Song finally couldn't help it and pointed at Lu Feng and cursed, "I manage this Feng Yun Hotel. Do you have the right to fart here?" He added, "If I want to kick someone out, I'm the one kicking you out. How can you be the one kicking someone out here? You." Manager Yang has such great authority. However, before Yang Song could finish his words, a slightly sharp voice suddenly came from behind him. Yang Song was cursing enthusiastically, and was interrupted, which made him a little annoyed. However, when he turned around, his expression changed immediately. "Ah, Mr. Hu, you're here." Yang Song no longer had the heart to scold Lu Feng, and immediately went to meet Hu Xiafeng. Said, "Excuse me, I met a bit of a psychopath here, who has been making a lot of noise. It's been going on for a while now. When my father-in-law, brother-in-law and others came over, they quarreled even more fiercely. He even threatened to drive my father-in-law and his men away. Well, I just couldn't stand it anymore, so I scolded him. Thinking about getting rid of him as soon as possible, so as not to ruin our hotel's business. I'm also afraid of leaving a bad impression on you, Mr. Hu. Unfortunately, it's still a little late. Mr. Hu, you have to laugh at me." Hu Xiafeng heard this. He frowned. Just about to speak, Hua Xianfeng took 2 steps forward. Smiling, he asked, "You are the general manager of Feng Yun Hotel, Mr. Hu Xiafeng, right?" "Kindness." Hu Xiafeng nodded, "You are." "I'm Hua Xianfeng." Hua Xianfeng said, "The real controller behind the Wallen Group is also a person who can have a say in this Shangqing area. Of course, compared to the elites of Longdu like you, Mr. Hu, an old fellow like me is still inferior. I've heard for a long time that Mr. Hu is the general manager of Feng Yun Hotel at such a young age, and he's very popular in Longdu. He is a remarkable young man. So," Hua Xianfeng extended his hand, "I came all the way here to get to know you." Although Hua Xianfeng said that he was a little worse than Hu Xiafeng. However, whether in attitude or performance, there is no suggestion that one is inferior to the other. It is only out of modesty and politeness that I say such polite words. However, even so, he believed that Hu Xiafeng would be generous enough to shake hands with him. Show some goodwill. After all, anyone who is not a fool knows what the 2 points I mentioned mean. However, what Hua Xianfeng never expected was that Hu Xiafeng had no intention of extending his hand to shake his hand. Not only that, Hu Xiafeng also looked behind him. Hua Xianfeng frowned and his expression became a little ugly. "What do you mean? I want to shake hands with you, but you don't even look at me. What's your attitude? Do you really not take me, Hua Xianfeng, seriously?" However, Hu Xiafeng's next move almost made Hua Xianfeng go crazy. Hu Xiafeng just ignored him, walked right past him and went behind him. Hua Xianfeng suppressed the anger in his heart. "Turn around and look." Then Hu Xiafeng walked in front of Lu Feng. He politely leaned forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you Chairman Lu?" Chapter 93, Pretending to be Dead. Hu Xiafeng has never met Lu Feng in person. Just saw the photos. In addition, just now, when Lu Feng called him, he only mentioned that he was waiting at the door with his wife and children. Therefore, Hu Xiafeng was a little unsure whether the person in front of him was Mr. Lu. Chairman? What chairman? Could it be that this Lu Feng is really the chairman of Feng Yun Hotel? Hua Xianfeng was a little confused. Yang Song was a little confused. The people around were also a little confused. "Where's the stuff?" Lu Feng nodded and stretched out his hand to ask. When Hu Xiafeng heard this, he knew that the other person was Mr. Lu. He immediately took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng opened it and took a look. Then he asked, "Where's the lawyer?" Hu Xiafeng immediately waved to the back, "Lawyer Yin." Then a lawyer wearing glasses walked over quickly. "Mr. Lu, this is Lawyer Yin." Hu Xiafeng introduced, "We are Feng Yun Hotel's legal lawyer." Lu Feng collected the document. He nodded to Lawyer Yin and extended his hand, saying, "It's such a long journey, and I'm sorry to have you come all the way here." Mr. Lu's words are quite hurtful. Lawyer Yen smiled and said, I take the company's money and work for the company. This is my duty. How can I say it's hard work? He. Lu Feng smiled and said, come, do something with me. As he spoke, Lu Feng walked towards Yang Song and the others who were already confused. His gaze first fell on Hua Xianfeng. He smiled and said, am I right? If you had gone in just now, you should have been kicked out by now. It's a good thing you didn't go in, otherwise, wouldn't you have lost face? So, you should say thank you to me. However, I am a magnanimous person and will not argue with you. I don't even consider your thank you, so. He chuckled, narrowed his eyes, and his face suddenly turned cold. How far away are you? Get as far away from me as possible. You're an old man, you need help even when you walk out, and you still have the nerve to act so arrogant? Are you pretending? And the Dark Godfather? He's just an old immortal. Just don't come out and embarrass yourself. Whoosh. Whoosh. Hua Senfeng was so angry that he was shaking all over. The body trembles. His face was extremely pale. It's like I can't breathe. Damn it, when has he ever suffered such humiliation? When have you ever been scolded like this? He pointed at Lu Feng, you. Get out of here. Lu Feng said angrily, you can't even speak clearly. Go back and get an oxygen tank before you talk to me. Aye. Hua Senfeng was so angry that he raised his head and fell backwards. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Yang Chang was shocked. He immediately supported Hua Xianfeng. Hua Mingfei and Hua Mingjiao also ran over worriedly. Everyone can testify. Lu Feng immediately said, I have never encountered this old man. If you, the Hua family, want to try to scam me, don't even dream about it. Hua Senfeng was so angry. Hua Mingfei and Hua Mingjiao did not have the courage to confront Lu Feng head-on. He even didn't dare to glare at Lu Feng. He just supported Hua Xianfeng and walked towards the car. As he walked, he kept saying things like, send him to the hospital quickly. Oh, this family. Lu Feng shook his head, if you beat your grandson, you will bring my whole generation out to cause trouble for me. Beat my old generation, and the old immortal generation comes out again. What's the result? I have to fight it all over again. You old fool, you're almost dead. Now, it's your turn. As he spoke, Lu Feng's gaze fell on Yang Song. What did you say? Lu Feng looked at Yang Song and asked playfully. Yang Song was also a little scared. Trembling all over. His face looked ugly. As if he was scared silly. Forget it. It would be a shame to hit someone like you again. When Lu Feng saw the other party's cowardly look, he was too lazy to talk nonsense anymore. He waved his hand and said, Lawyer Yen, I'll leave this person to you. My request is simple. Fire him. At the same time, investigate the financial issues of Feng Yun Hotel during his management. If there's no problem, then let him go. If there's a problem, fix it to death. Dark Godfather? Okay. Then let's try it and see who is darker. After saying that, Lu Feng snorted coldly, turned around and said to Hu Xiafeng, you go and take over the affairs of Feng Yun Hotel now. Bring back all the security guards who were fired just now. Back to work. Keep the hotel running. Hu Xiafeng nodded. He replied, yes, Mr. Lu. Call me when you're done with things here. Lu Feng added, let's talk about more important things. Hu Xiafeng nodded again to show that he understood. Let's go. Lu Feng waved towards Su Muyun, Sun Lily, and their family, come in and eat. Dad is the best. Dad is awesome. The two little brats don't understand the grudges between adults. But, they knew Dad won again. So, I praised my dad crazily. Su Muyun, on the other hand, seemed very calm. This man has brought him too many miracles. Therefore, the scene before us is not surprising. She is used to it. Not surprised, of course. However, he was very impressed with Lu Feng's abilities and problem-solving methods. Sun Lily's family was shocked and confused. Damn, this is simply blinding my eyes. This young man is so awesome. He's so young, and he's actually the chairman of Feng Yun Hotel. That's right, Feng Yun Hotel is a national chain of super-large 7-star hotels. Who was it that just now said this young man was crazy? Some people say this young man is too young and too ignorant, and it will be over sooner or later. Heh, does this slap on the face hurt? Dark godfather? Our chairman Lu will tell you who is darker than the other. 3 generations of grandparents, beating people from the bottom up, and then from the top down. This is the first time I've seen someone slap someone in the face like this. Honestly, even if it's acting, I wouldn't dare act like this. I've really broadened my horizons today. Quickly find out where this tough guy came from. Don't mess with people like him in the future. Suddenly, the surrounding discussions sounded again. However, the style of painting has changed. It turned into a one-sided flattery of Lu Feng. The other side. In the extended version of Mercedes-Benz. After Hua Senfeng was helped into the car, he sat up immediately. Whoosh! He took 2 deep breaths. Then, with his eyes narrowed and teeth gritted, he said gloomily, "Let's go back." Hua Mingjie and Hua Mingfei were stunned. "Are you okay? Grandpa, you're okay?" Yang Chang said in surprise. "What can I do?" Hua Xianfeng said coldly, "Am I really an old immortal? Did he anger me so much that I died? Humph, if I really fell so easily, how could the Hua family be where it is today?" As he said that, he waved his hand and said sternly, "Okay, stop talking nonsense, drive, and go back first." He was too embarrassed to stay there. It's not easy to walk with your head held high. So, just pretend to be faint and leave quickly. This is such a huge loss of face. It would be fine if you were scolded without being able to fight back. He actually had no power to fight back. Bodyguards are useless, and children are useless. Who can we rely on? I can only hope to play dead. At this moment, everyone understood what was going on. At that moment, I didn't dare to say anything nonsense. Hua Mingfei got out of the car and drove his own. The others accompanied Hua Xianfeng and left Fengyun Hotel in an extended Mercedes-Benz. Chapter 94 Get Rich Overnight. Fengyun Hotel. In a private room in the restaurant on the 2nd floor. After Lu Feng took Su Muyun and others to sit down, he took the menu and handed it to Masayoshi-san. She said, "Uncle, I'm treating you today. This is like your own home. Just order whatever you want. Don't be polite to me." Masayoshi-san and his family of 3 are still a little confused at the moment. When Masayoshi-san saw Lu Feng throwing the menu at him, he didn't even react to what was happening. What happened outside the hotel just now was too bizarre for him. It's too weird. You know, before coming here, he thought that if he just apologized and admitted his mistake, the matter could be resolved. Well, it doesn't matter whether you want this face or not. After all, they are small people. What is most important to the little people? Survival is the most important thing. As long as it doesn't mean selling his daughter, he doesn't care if he loses face. After coming over and seeing Yang San's attitude towards him and others, he thought that this matter might not be able to be resolved. Because, if he really wanted to sell his daughter, even if he agreed, his wife would definitely not agree. Later, Lu Feng and Su Muyun came. Then, they suddenly found that all their guesses were wrong. This Lu Feng is even more ferocious than his wife. Not only did he not take Yang Song seriously at all. Even when people from the Hua family came, they were scolded one by one and one by one. Without any hesitation, he scolded the other person so badly that he couldn't even raise his head. One of the bodyguards who took action was beaten to a disability. Originally, he thought that this matter would never be resolved peacefully. It is unlikely that the problem on his side will be solved. But the result? Suddenly, the general manager of Fengyun Hotel appeared. This person actually calls Su Muyun's husband the chairman. Then, Yang Song was confused. The Hua family was stunned. Hua Senfeng, the rumored dark godfather, was so angry that he fainted. This operation is simply amazing. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought it was a dream. However, that scene was really cool. It really makes me feel relieved. Even if he was just a bystander, Masayoshi-san felt that even if the result could not be changed, the trip was worthwhile. "Uncle, stop being in a daze and order some food." Su Muyun smiled and said, "If you have anything to say, let's talk after we order the food." "Yeah, Dad, hurry up and order the food." At this time, Sun Lily was the first to come back to her senses and said with a smile, "Otherwise, we'll have to rush to eat dinner." Oh. Only then did Masayoshi-san react and nodded immediately. Then, start ordering. He had business dealings with Fengyun Hotel before. So, I come here to eat occasionally. I am quite familiar with the hotel menu. He was very quick and very skilled in taking orders. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining his wife's approval. You are a good man who can do everything. Reward score value, 50,000. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from a special friend. You are a good man who can do everything. Reward score value, 100,000. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from a special friend. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from a special friend. Bite. Congratulations to the host for gaining recognition from his son. You are an indifferent dad. Reward score value, 20,000. Bite. When Masayoshi-san ordered the food. In Lu Feng's mind, the system prompt sounded again. After that series of prompt sounds appeared, Lu Feng took a look at his total score. As a result, I was shocked. There I saw a staggering number written there, 580,000. You know, before this, his rating was only 65,000. The result is just that wave of operations. However, his rating was increased by more than 500,000. This is even more terrifying than what happened last night. That's a bit scary. If you think about it carefully, this may also be related to demand. For example, those fans last night, they simply recognized themselves. I think what I did was very manly. But today's situation is different. After all, these three people from the Sun family have already accepted their fate. I just want to get away from this troubled place as soon as possible. In the end, I was able to turn the tide. While helping them vent their anger, we can also preserve their roots in Shangqing. In this way, the system has rewarded me with a perfect score for being a special friend. Here's 300,000. Plus the approval of my wife and son. And the shock that the harsh crush on Hua Senfeng, the dark godfather of Shangqing, brought to the people around him. That's why the ratings I received were so fierce. Well, in the future, we should do more realistic operations like this. In this way, the accumulation of rating points will obviously be faster. Thinking of this, Lu Feng felt relieved. Immediately, his eyes were focused on the three pieces of information. Now, the rating value is completely sufficient. But, should I redeem these three pieces of information immediately? His eyes fell on the three messages. First, the first one. All information about Hualing Group. Requires a rating of 100,000. This information is certainly important. After all, he is worth 100,000. It is the most expensive of the three messages. Affirmation is also the most useful for yourself. Secondly, the second one. The history of the Hua family's rise and its information. It costs 50,000. Well, this one is not cheap either. There may be some important clues to bring down the Hua family. As for the third item, the Hua family's confidential information. Lu Feng felt that this was the worst. Because, as long as the Hua family is brought down, these so-called secret materials will become dispensable. Nephew, you. Just as Lu Feng was still thinking about whether to exchange these three pieces of information, or how to exchange them to maximize their value, Masayoshi-san spoke hesitantly. However, this is just the beginning. Miao Fengxiu, who was standing by, glared at Sun Zhengyi and said, "You think you can call him nephew? He's the chairman of Feng Yun Hotel, you should call him Mr. Lu." He added, "Don't think that just because he's Muyun's husband, you can break the rules." Masayoshi-san was scolded by his wife and his face was suddenly filled with embarrassment. "I feel like I can't get off the stage. Auntie, if you say that, you're treating me as an outsider." Lu Feng immediately said, "If I were an outsider, I would be too embarrassed to sit here." Hearing this, Miao Fengxiu sighed. But he lowered his head and said nothing more. Seeing that Miao Fengxiu suddenly fell silent, Su Muyun immediately nudged Lu Feng with his foot. How could Lu Feng not understand what Su Muyun meant? Then he smiled slightly and said to Miao Fengxiu, "Auntie, in your eyes, what kind of status should I have as I sit here now?" Chapter 95, a text message. Lu Feng knew that Miao Fengxiu came from a rural background. But, he is very proud. She is also a woman with strong self-esteem. But, after all, I come from the countryside. She also has the inferiority complex that rural people should have in front of powerful people. That was why she felt conflicted when Lu Feng didn't let them call him chairman. She didn't want to curry favor with Lu Feng and didn't want to give Lu Feng the impression that she was trying to curry favor with him. But I also want my family to behave decently. Dignified enough. So as not to be looked down upon by others. Under the influence of this tangled and contradictory mentality, she didn't know how to face Lu Feng. After all, this was her first meeting with Lu Feng. And Lu Feng's performance just now was really too strong and too scary. You are the chairman of Feng Yun Hotel. After a brief silence, Miao Fengxiu finally looked up at Lu Feng and said, he should be sitting here as the chairman. Wrong. Lu Feng said, Auntie, let me ask you in a different way. Then he asked, which of your identities is the most important to you? Miao Fengxiu thought for a moment and said, mother or wife. So, for me, the most important identity is father or husband. Lu Feng smiled and said, whether as a father or as a husband, I should thank you and your family. I wasn't around when Mu Yun gave birth. It's all thanks to your care over the years. So, I'm very grateful to you. Besides, the responsibility for this incident is not entirely yours. To be honest, you guys are still implicated by me. But even so, you never blamed us. On the contrary, he always thinks about us. So, I specially asked Mu Yun to call you over today. One is to express my gratitude to you. The second is to reassure you. Whatever trouble I, Lu Feng, caused, I, Lu Feng, will definitely be able to solve. I will not let you, my own people whom I respect and am grateful to, bear any responsibility for me. Finally, and most importantly. After a pause, Lu Feng said, I hope you can always remember this. What is your status in taking care of Mu Yun? Then, what is my status in coming to see you? Don't put too much pressure on my other identities. All you need to know is that I am Mu Yun's husband and Ping An's father. Su Mu Yun nodded immediately. Said, yes, Auntie, you treat me as your daughter, so you treat Lu. After a pause, she continued, just treat my old husband as your son-in-law. The word husband seemed a little difficult for Su Mu Yun to say. In that case, I won't be polite to your best friend's husband. Sun Lily spoke first, well, you are now the chairman of Feng Yun Hotel. What do you think about my father's affairs? No problem. Lu Feng smiled and said, from now on, the position of general manager of Feng Yun Hotel will be left to uncle. Sun Lily originally meant it as a joke. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng promised him the position of general manager of Feng Yun Hotel as soon as he opened his mouth. This. No. Miao Fengxiu was startled, that. Mr. Lu. Auntie, you can call me nephew, or Lu Feng. Lu Feng said, don't yell at me, Mr. Lu. Okay, I'll call you Lu Feng. Miao Fengxiu said straightforwardly, we can't take that general manager position. Wei? Lu Feng asked, why not? Because old son doesn't have that ability. You can cultivate it if you want. Lu Feng said, no one is born talented. As long as uncle is willing to learn, I will naturally let someone teach him. But. Okay, Auntie, don't be polite. Lu Feng laughed and said, it's just the general manager position of a branch, it's not something great. But if we lose. It's a loss, but I can afford it. Lu Feng smiled. Besides, with the Feng Yun Hotel's reputation right here, how much more can it lose? Miao Fengxiu couldn't argue with Lu Feng. I just pushed Masayoshi's son, who had been silent. He said angrily, old son, please say something. Masayoshi's son glanced at Lu Feng and asked, Lu Feng, are you serious about what you just said? Certainly. Lu Feng laughed and said, how could I joke about this kind of thing in front of my uncle and aunt? Masayoshi's son looked at Miao Fengxiu. Said, wife, I want to try it. You also know that when I first came to Xiangqing, I worked as a manager. Sun said, I have also studied this subject in depth. But later, because of his connections and background, he was stepped on. That's why I was forced to do some small business. Over the years, I have actually been looking for an opportunity like this to prove myself. But the children are growing up and the pressure is too great, so I have to make money first. But as I got older, these opportunities became fewer and fewer. I know that there may never be another opportunity for me to become a senior manager in the future. There's no chance of me entering high society. So. After a pause, Sun took a deep breath and said, I want this opportunity. I want to try it. Hearing this, Miao Fengxiu was stunned. After a long while. Then he turned to Lu Feng and said, Lu Feng, then I agree on behalf of our old son. But don't worry, I will give him a 1-year probation period. After the probation period, if his performance can't match that of Yang Song, I will ask him to step down voluntarily. In 3 years, if he can't surpass Yang Song, I will also force him to abdicate. Masayoshi's son nodded. Said, okay, if I can't achieve this performance, I will automatically step down. Lu Feng smiled slightly. Nodding, okay. Lu Feng's original plan was just to help the Sun family. Furthermore, Sun Lily's family are all trustworthy people. If we hand the Feng Yun Hotel over to them, they won't cause trouble for us secretly. But I didn't expect that Masayoshi's son actually had such ambition. Naturally, I feel more satisfied. Crunch. At this time, the door opened. Start serving the food. After the dishes were served, Zhang Guang and Hu Xiafeng came in together. Brother, you are not kind. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Guang scolded him, you are the boss of Xiafeng, and you didn't tell me before. I will make you drink a few more drinks later. Lu Feng was stunned and asked in surprise, do you know each other? More than just knowing each other? Zhang Guang smiled and said, we were classmates in high school and college, and close friends who slept together for several years. As he said this, he pulled Hu Xiafeng to sit at the table. As soon as he sat down, he said, if we hadn't met on the road just now and talked about what happened, I wouldn't have known that you were the owner of this Feng Yun Hotel. You said we were brothers, but you hid it so well. Not even a whimper. And let me be your driver. Tell me, how many drinks will you drink as punishment later? Lu Feng laughed. Pointing at Hu Xiafeng, he said, Xiafeng, you betrayed me. You have to pay for this wine. Hu Xiafeng said with a bitter face, boss, I still need to help you with some things this afternoon. If you get drunk later, there will be no one to do the work. Bite. Suddenly, Lu Feng's cell phone rang. Lu Feng opened it and saw that it was a text message. After seeing this text message, Lu Feng's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 96, even if you want to perform a magic trick, you wouldn't dare do it like this. The text message was sent by Lu Feng, an old classmate of Cartier. The message is simple, someone is checking your information. When Lu Feng saw this message, the first thing he thought of was the Hua family. Someone was investigating me, and the investigation even found an old classmate like Lu Feng. Apart from the Hua family, who else would do such a thing? However, for Lu Feng, this is no longer the point. The point is, you guys talk first, I'll make a phone call. Lu Feng greeted everyone with a slightly serious expression. Then, he quickly took out his cell phone and walked towards the bathroom in the box. As I walked, I called my mother in the countryside. After the phone rang 5 times, it was connected. Then, a voice came from inside. Hey, my son called. I'll ask you if you've lied to me. This is the voice of Mother Chen Yuerong. How could I lie to you about this kind of thing? Ask offing and see if what I said is true. Then, another voice came from the phone. She looked very familiar. It was Aunt Zhang who liked to matchmake for me. After hearing these 2 voices, the solemn expression on Lu Feng's face eased a little. Hey, son. The familiar voice of her mother, Chen Yuerong, came. Auntie Zhang said that you've already found a wife who's as beautiful as a fairy, and you even have a child. Is that true? Lu Feng was slightly stunned. Asked, how did Aunt Zhang know? Your mother Zhang said she heard it from her son last night. Chen Yuerong, the mother, said, her son also said, you are a wealthy man, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, many people know it online. This. Lu Feng didn't know how to answer. What the hell is this? Chen Yuerong was dissatisfied, just tell me whether these things happened or not. What? Now that you have money, you are no longer my son? Or is it that you're afraid I won't recognize you anymore because you already have a beautiful wife and children? Damn it. It's obvious that my mother is trying to show off in front of Aunt Zhang. Mom, what are you talking about? Lu Feng immediately said, you are the mother who gave birth to me and raised me. You are my only mother. If you don't recognize me, I will be left without a mother. Stop talking nonsense and tell me, is this true? Yes, I do, but this is a long story. Don't talk too much. Chen Yuerong said domineeringly, that's all that matters. That's it for now, I'll teach you a lesson later. Bang. Then, before Lu Feng could answer, the other party hung up the phone. Lu Feng knew without thinking that his mother would definitely brag in front of Zhang Ma. He didn't return to the box either. Just waiting in the bathroom. 3 minutes later. Sure enough, the phone rang. Ha, that's awesome. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Yuerong's loud laughter came from the other end. Son, you have no idea how happy I am today. Let me tell you, Aunt Zhang is such a spit-mouthed person. She always likes to brag in front of me. He said his son is so great. How much money can she make every month, and how many grandchildren can she give birth to? She is now enjoying the happiness of family life and living a fulfilling life every day. She is so happy. Every time he comes to act as your matchmaker, he also praises his son. Especially since you said you lost money in business last time. The things she said. You don't know how frustrated I was at that time. If we hadn't been on good terms for so many years, I would have wanted to rip his mouth off. As a result, today she suddenly came to me like a lunatic and said that. You're a billionaire now, and you have a wife and children. Anyway, he just praised you for being awesome. And she blames me for not telling her in advance. I was a little confused at the time. Don't I know what kind of person my own son is? If it was really that good, would your dad have had a heart attack from being so angry? But seeing her praise you so much, I'm really happy. It just so happens that you called just now and I agreed to it. Then, I started to use the words she used to praise her son on you. Son, do you know what I said? After a pause, he continued, I said, my son just likes to fool around. What's the point of earning a few dollars? If he really made a lot of money, why would he be so low-key? He would definitely publicize it like your son did. Also, I say, my wife must not be that pretty. If she were really pretty, you would have brought her back long ago. My grandson is the same. He is definitely disobedient. I was afraid that we would worry, so I didn't bring it back. Anyway, my son isn't good at anything, but he's quite filial. As a result, your mother Zhang's face fell. Told me that he had something to do at home and then ran away. Ha ha. Hearing my mother's laughter. Lu Feng also laughed. Said, Mom, you are really good at pretending. My mother is so pretentious, she's even more awesome than me. My current net worth is billions. You tell an old country woman that this is called small money? And the slap in the face was also quite severe. Since Mrs. Zhang came over and said this, it must be that her son gave her the live broadcast. Whether Su Muyun is beautiful or not, and whether the child is obedient or not, this can be seen. As a result, when my mother said it, it became. My son is very low-key and doesn't show off even when he makes a lot of money. Unlike your son, who always likes to brag everywhere. My wife must be ugly and not presentable, otherwise I would have brought her back long ago. Unlike your daughter-in-law, who brags all the time. My grandson will definitely not listen. Unlike your home, it can let you enjoy the happiness of family. No matter how good-tempered Aunt Zhang is, she can't stand your sarcasm. What do you mean by pretending? Mother Chen Yuerong said angrily, is this what you call bragging? What are you bragging about? Lu Feng said, your son is indeed rich, and he does have a wife and children. Then he said, so, what you did is called pretending, not bragging. There was a sudden silence over there. Mom? Son, I'm not criticizing you, but we should be honest. Although we do have a little money and family background. Mom, I'm very honest. Everything I said is true. Son, are you okay? No. You're not sick, why are you making fun of me? Well. You are my child. Don't I know what kind of person you are? Forget it. I'm very happy today, so I won't scold you. Now, tell me honestly, what's going on? I can't explain exactly what's going on right now. I'll tell you when I get home another day. Lu Feng said, in short, your son is indeed rich now, and he has a wife and children. You're playing tricks on me here? Chen Yuerong was furious. A few days ago, I asked you to bring a girlfriend back, but you almost hated coming back. Today is great, even the child has been taken care of. Even the magicians in our village wouldn't dare to do it like you. It's over. There's no way to say it. Chapter 97, there is a reason why it's expensive. Lu Feng felt that his head was a little big. How do you explain this over the phone? Do I really have to stay in the bathroom for half an hour and explain it to her for half an hour? Son, if you are really sick, then go get treatment as soon as possible. Over there, Chen Yuerong's voice came again, don't keep having those unrealistic dreams every day. We should live a down-to-earth and steady life. If you're short of money, just tell your parents. They've saved some money for you to marry. You have to remember, don't let your imagination run wild, and don't do anything illegal. Chen Yuerong spoke very seriously. There was a hint of worry in his tone. It made Lu Feng feel warm in his heart. I see. Lu Feng didn't want to continue discussing this topic, so he stopped explaining. I just said, Mom, don't worry, I won't have any bad thoughts or do anything bad. That's good. Chen Yuerong said, we are an old couple, and you are our only son. Please don't scare us. Kindness. I'll discuss it with your dad when we get back later, and I'll come visit you in a few days. Mom, no need. You've never been to the provincial capital. Don't run around. Although we didn't go to the provincial capital, we are not fools. If you give us an address, are you afraid that we won't be able to find you? That's not what I meant. I'm going to bring them back in a few days to see you. Them? Look at you, you're still dreaming, you. No, I have to go back and talk to your dad. We'll come over tomorrow. That's it, I'm hanging up now. Etc. Lu Feng immediately said, Mom, I have something else I want to ask you. What is it? Have you noticed anyone following you these past 2 days? Or has anyone come to you to ask about me? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. This morning, when we were on the street, we encountered a few people who kept following us. Chen Yuerong said, those men were wearing suits and followed us from our home to the street. I called the police straight away. Those guys were so scared when they saw the police that they ran away. Right now, the police are still checking everywhere in the village. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's face immediately fell. A hint of gloomy coldness emerged in his eyes. Yuerong, come out quickly. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go to the police station right away. At this moment, another voice came from the other end of the phone. That was the voice of my father Lu Mingyi. What's wrong? Chen Yuerong asked. Just now, a few guys who looked like bad guys grabbed me and tried to drag me into the car. Lu Mingyi cursed, luckily the police were nearby. I yelled twice and they came running over. They tried to pull me twice, but I was stuck on the car door and couldn't let them pull me away, so they just left me and ran away. Just now, the police said that you were also followed. They said we are in danger and we have to go to the police station. By the way, let's also explain the problem and see who we have offended recently. Chen Yuerong was startled. Said, are you okay? Fortunately, it's just a minor skin injury, nothing serious. Lu Mingyi said, let's go. The police are still waiting outside. Don't make them wait anxiously. Son, we've encountered some crazy people here. Let's go to the police station first. Chen Yuerong immediately said to Lu Feng on the phone, don't worry, take care of yourself outside. That's how my mom is. What you care about in your heart is always your own children. I'm obviously scared. In order not to worry the children, I have to pretend to be calm. Kindness. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and responded softly. He then instructed, today, you stay in the police station first, and everything will be fine tomorrow. Yeah, don't worry, we old couple know how to deal with this kind of thing. After Chen Yuerong finished speaking, she hung up the phone. You know shit. Could the people sent by the Dark Godfather be ordinary thugs? However, Lu Feng would not tell these to his mother. After hanging up the phone silently. With a thought, he called up the system screen. Without any hesitation, he directly spent 200,000 points to redeem all 3 pieces of information about the Hua family. If the Hua family had not acted so recklessly, Lu Feng would not have been willing to use all his cards easily. But now, the Hua family not only attacked Lu Feng, who was their classmate, but also attacked their parents. That would touch Lu Feng's bottom line. Moreover, no one knows what despicable means the Hua family will use in the future. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't plan to hide it anymore. Ding ding ding. After successful redemption. Suddenly, 3 pieces of information came into my mind. The first paragraph contains all the information about Hualin Group. These materials describe in detail the entire development history of Hualin Group and its predecessor, Dongyuan Group. The details include the equity distribution of Hualin Group and the various branches under its jurisdiction. Even some small mines worth only a few million were described. Finally, he gave Lu Feng some important suggestions on how to acquire Hualin Group. For Lu Feng, the last few acquisition opinions are the key points. In fact, it can be said to be the top priority. No wonder this information is worth 100,000 rating points. Lu Feng murmured, it turns out that expensive things have their reasons. Next, the second one. The history of the Hua family's rise to wealth. This information introduces how the Hua family developed. After learning this information, Lu Feng's face changed. The Hua family can be said to be a family of robbers. More than 20 years ago, the laws of Hualong Kingdom were not very complete. Nanjing province is still relatively backward. Therefore, the Hua family relied on unity and ruthlessness to seize two small mines. Then, when they had money, they started to employ people, seize mines, and grab resources. This journey has been stained with blood. Eventually, it grew to where it is today. Finally, there are a few sets of pictures. These pictures all show the blood on the hands of the Hua family. With these pictures and this information, we can almost prove the Hua family's guilt. Hua Senfeng, the dark godfather, this man deserves to be cut into pieces. Finally, the third one. The Hua family's secret information. After reading this information, Lu Feng understood why this third piece of information appeared even though the Hua family was clearly convicted with the second piece of information. The so-called secret is actually the backer behind the Hua family. Before getting this information, as far as Lu Feng knew, the Hua family's strongest backer was none other than Nie Guochang, the third most important figure in Nanjing province. This identity is indeed strong. However, as long as the information in our hands is leaked out, even if it was exposed online, the Hua family would definitely be finished. However, after Lu Feng read these secret messages, he no longer had such thoughts. Chapter 98: The Two Gods of Heaven and Dragon. The third information provides the data record. The Hua family was originally just a small family in the countryside under Lucheng, which made its fortune by relying on resources. Later, I met a mentor. It was this mentor who led the Hua family out of Lucheng and into Xiangcheng. It was also this mentor who helped the Hua family connect with Governor Nie Guochang. This person was the deputy city lord of Lucheng 15 years ago. 12 years ago, he was the third most important person in Nanjing province. And now, he has become a high-ranking official in Hualong state. A big shot who controls the entire Hualong kingdom's propaganda and network. It can be said that this person is the real boss behind the Hua family. Nearly 60% of the Hua family's current assets are managed on behalf of this tycoon. In addition, there are many officials, big and small, in Nanjing province who are deeply involved with the Hua family. It can be said that if an ordinary person releases the second information, no matter where it is placed, it will be buried. At the same time, whoever releases this information will definitely get into trouble. Even if it is put on the internet, it will be cleared instantly. There was no chance of any waves at all. After all, the big boss of Hualong state who controls the internet and propaganda is not a decoration. No wonder Hua Xianfeng dares to be so arrogant. It turns out he has such a deep background. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He said coldly, it seems that I have to use some connections. Bite. All the information and evidence has been stored in a USB drive and placed in the host's pocket. Please check the host. Hear the system prompt message. Lu Feng reached into his pocket and took out the USB flash drive. He smiled slightly and immediately dialed a phone number. The phone rang only twice before it was connected. I am Hualong, the hidden military god, the super war god, codenamed Tianlong Shuangshan. The codename originally given by the system was Super Soldier King. The notes behind this Super Soldier King include the two titles of Hidden Military God and Super God of War. Note, I'm afraid some people will automatically substitute the Soldier King system, so I'll make a small modification here. In Hualong country, soldiers are more commonly called warriors. The King of Soldiers is also known as the God of War. Opposing the God of War is the God of War, the highest commander of the military. There are two people at each position. This is the configuration of Hualong country. But Lu Feng is different. His identity is that of a third party. Therefore, there are the codes hidden and super in front to distinguish them. Excuse me, Mr. Tianlong, how can I help you? Connect me to the National Supervisory Office. Please wait a moment. Beep. A moment later. The call was transferred successfully. I am Lu Zhongyuan, the head of the imperial household and one of the 8 great scholars. A powerful and deep voice came from the other end of the line. Excuse me, what instructions does the dragon god have? Lu Feng said, there is a major case in Xiangqing that requires your National Supervisory Office to intervene. Lu Zhongyuan asked, could you please briefly explain the situation? Here's what happened. Immediately, Lu Feng briefly explained the situation of the Hua family, Niaguachang, and others. After that, Lu Feng added, all the evidence and information are in my hands, but I am from the military. Besides, my identity is hidden outside the Hualong national system, so it is not convenient to use this identity to investigate this kind of case. So, I can only ask you, the palace master, for help. Please send someone here immediately. Lu Zhongyuan nodded. Said, don't worry, Dragon God. Since such a person has appeared in our Hualong country, we will definitely punish him severely. I will report to the king immediately. After reporting, I will immediately send someone to join you. After all, Niaguachang and Hua Xianfang's big backer are both important figures in Hualong state. When investigating and punishing such people, we must report to the king. Master Lu, my parents may be in danger now. Lu Feng said, please call Lianqing first and ask the police to protect my parents first. Okay. Lu Zhongyuan promised, don't worry, Dragon God, your parents will definitely be fine. Immediately, Lu Feng exchanged a few polite words with Lu Zhongyuan, and then hung up the phone. Then, put the phone and USB drive back into your pocket. Left the bathroom. Came to the box outside. At this moment, all the dishes have been served. Finally, Lawyer Yan also took a seat. Everyone was waiting for Lu Feng. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Lu Feng came to the table with a smile and asked everyone to start eating. Boss Lu, my best friend's husband is half as good as me. At this time, Sun Lily picked up the wineglass, stood up and gestured to Lu Feng. He smiled and said, so, I won't be polite with you about what happened today. Come, everything is self-explanatory. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. After saying that, Sun Lily drank the wine generously. Lu Feng also stood up. He gestured and said, everything is self-explanatory. After saying that, he finished the wine. After drinking it, he poured another glass. He didn't even sit down, but just stood there holding it, saying, I have something else to do this afternoon, so let's all drink together. After you finish drinking, eat your meal in peace. Suddenly, except for the two children, everyone else stood up with their glasses of wine. Everyone, Fengyun Hotel is mine now. Lu Feng smiled and said, I am the master, so let me say a few words. He turned his gaze to Zhang Guang, Brother Guang, thank you for thinking of me so highly. You came all the way to see me and took such good care of me. I will always remember this friendship. Zhang Guang said, treat me as a brother, so stop talking nonsense. Lu Feng then said to Hu Xiafeng and Lawyer Yan, Xiafeng, Lawyer Yan, last night, I called you and you rushed over from Longdu early in the morning. I want to say thank you to you. The two replied, you are the boss, we don't deserve this thank you. Uncle, aunt, you two are elders, and you have taken good care of Mu Yun and the child. Logically, I should have visited you a long time ago. Lu Feng said to Masayoshi-san and his wife, but, for some reason, we haven't met until today. I have to say sorry. Besides, I don't have anything good to give you, so consider this position of general manager of Fengyun Hotel as my welcome gift to you. The two old men just nodded, expressing gratitude. Lily. Lu Feng said, you are a good friend, so let's not waste any more time. If you have anything to say, just call me. Don't worry, since you said that, I will treat you like my husband from now on. After Sun Lily finished speaking, she looked at Su Muyun and asked, do you have any objections? Su Muyun smiled and said, feel free to order me around. Sun Lily said, then I'll ask him to warm my bed this winter. Su Muyun blushed slightly but still smiled, he must be very happy. Lu Feng really wanted to say that they would be happier together. However, with Masayoshi-san and his wife here, he didn't dare say such nonsense. I'm also afraid that Sun Lily will continue to drive recklessly. He raised his glass and said, come on, let's drink this. Everyone raised their glasses together. Cheers. Chapter 99 The Mad Dog Who Gets Carried Away with His Complacency. At the same time. Star Dragon Courtyard. Inside Villa Number 2. After Hua Xianfeng came back with his men, he didn't get angry at anyone. He just asked Hua Mingjiu and others to sit in the living room, and then he returned to the study alone. At this time, Hua Mingfei parked the car and came back. Where's Dad? After coming back, Hua Mingfei asked when he didn't see Hua Xianfeng. Hua Mingjiu said solemnly, in the study. After hearing this, Hua Mingfei fell silent. Hua Mingjiao asked, "Brother, this matter is very serious, right?" Kindness. Hua Mingfei nodded and said, "We may have underestimated Lu Feng. If, after returning, their father Hua Xinfeng first got angry at them and then made a phone call in front of them, it would mean that the problem was not serious. My father has absolute confidence in handling these matters. However, after my father came back, he was silent, didn't even eat, and went straight into the study, which showed that the problem was very serious. The situation was so serious that even his father was insecure. Just like the night before we took over the Tico group. My father behaved in the same way. Uncle, is that Lu Feng really that powerful?" At this time, Yang Chang was also surprised and asked, "Even Grandpa is afraid of him?" "Afraid?" Hua Mingfei sneered, "Who has our Hua family ever been afraid of? Don't worry, although it's a little troublesome, it's not a big problem. Your grandpa has great powers. Such a small matter can be solved quickly." Only then did Jiang Chang breathe a sigh of relief. In the study. After Hua Xianfeng came in. Then I received a phone call. "Boss, things are a bit troublesome in Liancheng." The person on the other end of the phone said, "Those two old guys are very alert. The police have been alerted. Now, they are hiding in the police station. We can't find an opportunity to strike." Hua Xinfeng was silent for a moment. I asked, "What exactly happened?" The person on the other end of the phone immediately told the story. "Okay, I understand." Hua Xianfeng said, "Stay put and wait for my news." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Then, he made a phone call. "Do you have someone you trust in the Liancheng Police Department? What's wrong? Help me secretly interrogate these two people, and then find a way to get them out and hand them over to me." "What two people?" "The two little commoners are a couple. One is called Lu Mingyi and the other is called Chen Yuerong. What crime did they commit? He should be not guilty. Then what grounds should I give to have them brought to trial?" "That's your concern, not mine." "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, I want to capture these two people." Hua Xianfeng emphasized, "Capture them at all costs." There was silence over there. "Deputy City Lord Xiao, you have no room for consideration." Seeing the other party was silent, Hua Xianfeng said forcefully, "You can only do what I say. Otherwise, if anything happens to me, you will definitely not be able to escape." The other side was surprised. "Didn't you say they were just two civilians? How could they threaten you?" "After the matter is completed, I will give you 10 million. Boss Hua is actually willing to offer such a price. It seems that these two people are indeed very important." The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became serious. "Tell your people to wait outside Liancheng. I will send them out within an hour." After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Hua Senfeng was not angry either. Just standing in front of the window, looking at the Dragon King villa not far away. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Ding-a-ling. At this time, the phone rang again. "Boss, the people we've come into contact with have rarely dealt with Lu Feng in the past few years, so they don't know Lu Feng's specific situation." "What happened to that video and those security guards?" "It's been resolved." "Okay, go get ready." Hua Xianfeng ordered, "Maybe you need to take action. Those guys from Lucheng, do you want to take them?" "Of course." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Hua Xianfeng narrowed his eyes. This team of people is the elite team he raised. Among them, most of them are veterans of Hualong country. Whether it is equipment or strength, they are all first class. Having these people prepare is to deal with the worst possible scenario. And after giving the instructions here, he called the third most important person in Nanjing province, Governor Nie Guochang. Soon, the call was connected. Hua Xianfeng spoke first. "You should already know about the Fengyun Hotel, right?" "Kindness." Nie Guochang on the other end of the phone nodded and said, "I just watched the video." Hua Xianfeng asked, "What are your thoughts?" "To be honest, I'm quite happy." Nie Guochang laughed and said, "This is the first time I've seen our Huazong suffer such a huge loss." He even pretended to be sick in order to hide his embarrassment. "You know, in this small piece of Nanjing province, even our top figure wouldn't dare to talk to you like this." "Oh, that's not right. I should say that even that big shot in Longdu wouldn't dare to scold you like that." Hearing this, Hua Xianfeng's cheeks trembled. His eyes narrowed slightly. For him, this is indeed a shame. Moreover, it is a shame that will be nailed to the pillar of shame and can never be washed away. The situation is different from the last time we dealt with Dong Yuan Group. That time, he was simply despised and looked down upon. Later, after taking over Dong Yuan Group and establishing Hualin Group, everyone just praises Hua Xianfeng for being so awesome. And this time, even if it is a win, he couldn't wash away the fact that he pretended to be sick and retreated after being scolded. This is what he can't stand the most. You know, the first half of his life was dark. The second half of his life was spent trying to whitewash himself. I finally cleared myself of all charges and successfully got ashore. He chose to retire after achieving success, hide behind the scenes and become a real behind-the-scenes controller. Originally, he thought that everything would develop smoothly in the direction he predicted. As a result, he suddenly encountered such a fierce man. On his son-in-law's territory, this guy actually launched a fierce counterattack against him. It just made me lose face. He had spent his whole life in the military, but at the last moment, he suffered such a huge setback. He couldn't swallow this. What was even more unbearable was that he was treated as a joke by his collaborators. Niagua Chang, do you think I have a good temper? Hua Xianfeng gritted his teeth and said coldly, if you think this matter is not a big deal, then there is nothing to discuss between us. Ha ha. Niagua Chang laughed heartily and said, you are a mad dog, and a mad dog that has become complacent. I'm very clear about this. So, I feel very happy when I see you, a mad dog, suffer a great loss. Because, this is something I can't do. It's me too. Suddenly, his voice turned cold, I don't dare to do it. Hua Xianfeng took a deep breath. He suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, and then? Do you really think you are just here to watch the show? Chapter 100. Do you want to live? Or do you want to die? Then? Niagua Chang smiled coldly and said, then, you should go find your true master to help you out. Since he is the owner of Feng Yun Hotel, he must have some connections in Longdu. Even if I can help you, I can only help you solve the problem in Xiangcheng. Once the problem reaches Longdu, then only your true master can speak up. His voice suddenly became heavier, if you don't want to die, you have no choice but to find him. Bang! Hua Xianfeng finally couldn't bear it anymore and smashed his phone to the ground. The phone was smashed to pieces on the spot. Niagua Chang, you bastard, you eat what I give you, take what I give you, and use what I give you. Now, you're standing there laughing at me and calling me a dog. If anything happens to me, you'll be the first one to be dragged into it. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Whoosh whoosh. After cursing angrily, Hua Xianfeng began to breathe heavily. After panting for a while, he gradually calmed down. Then, he slowly took out 2 more mobile phones from the study drawer. Put one aside. The other one, after being disassembled. I installed a new card and then made a call. There was no answer on the phone. Hua Xianfeng was not in a hurry either. Wait quietly. A moment later, the phone rang. Hua Xianfeng quickly answered, Boss, I'm having some trouble here. Explain. Hua Xianfeng immediately recounted the details of what had happened. After listening to the question, the other party asked, what kind of result do you want? Hua Xianfeng gritted his teeth and said, I want him to die. The other side said, send me the person's information, then wait quietly for my message and don't make any moves. Good. The phone was hung up. Hua Xianfeng sent the information immediately. Then, I began to wait quietly. Outside the study. Hua Mingjiu and Hua Mingfei looked at each other. The expression on his face became increasingly solemn and ugly. They knew very well that if their father could get so angry, it meant that there was really a big problem. Nanqing Province. In the governor's mansion. After Niagua Chang and Hua Xianfeng finished their conversation, he closed his eyes slightly and fell into deep thought. Ever since he was dragged into the fire by Hua Xianfeng's backer, there was no turning back for him. I have always been led by the nose by Hua Xianfeng and that person. It can be said that he made mistakes at every step. Originally, if it were just some small people and small things, he wouldn't think it was a big problem. Anyway, there is a tall person supporting it from above. However, today's video had a huge impact on him. A young man who suddenly appeared dared to take the Hua family so lightly. It is very abnormal that someone dares to insult Hua Xianfeng in this way. After all, Hua Xianfeng is also a well-known figure in Xiangcheng. People who do business in big things all know that harmony is the most important thing. Even if there are contradictions and conflicts, things will not be taken to the extreme or to the death. But, today, Lu Feng was clearly trying to crush Hua Xianfeng and his family to death, humiliating the Hua family in front of so many people. Hua Xianfeng absolutely could not swallow this. He knew very well what kind of person Hua Xianfeng was. This mad dog, how could he be as patient as everyone says? It's really insidious, can you tolerate it? That's a joke. Therefore, he knew very well that one of the Hua family and Lu Feng would end up in a miserable defeat. He knew the Hua family's true intentions. However, he didn't know Lu Feng's true intentions. Why does Lu Feng dare to be so rude to China Pioneer today? Where does his confidence come from? Thinking of this, he couldn't help it after all. He opened his eyes, took out his phone, and dialed a number. The call is connected. Guochang, you should know that I need to take a nap at this time. The voice on the other end was that of an old man. You called me, is there something important? Uncle Wang, you are one of the 4 highly respected prime ministers of Hualong Kingdom. Nie Guochang said, it's really wrong to disturb your nap, but... After a pause, Nie Guochang said, my eyelids have been twitching violently these past 2 days. I'm worried something might happen to me, so... The other side said, tell me, what's the matter? I want you to help me check someone's background. Nie Guochang said, this person and I have had some conflicts recently, and I am worried that he will cause trouble for me. Is it Governor Zhang? No, it's the owner of Feng Yun Hotel, a man named Lu Feng. Nie Guochang replied, I've checked his background before, but I don't have enough authority to do so. I originally thought he was just a wealthy man who had made a lot of money outside. As a result, he suddenly revealed his identity as the owner of the Feng Yun Hotel. I felt that this person might be quite important. So, I'd like you to help me check it out. There was silence for a long time. Then he slowly said, Guochang, for my father's sake, I will do you a favor this time. After a pause, he said in a very serious tone, but, this is a matter of principle. I will only help you this once, and it won't happen again. Nie Guochang immediately assured, don't worry, Uncle Wang, Guochang will never dare to do it again. The other end didn't waste any time and just hung up the phone. Half an hour later. Xiangcheng. Feng Yun Hotel. Finished the meal. After everyone chatted for a while, Lu Feng asked Sun Lily and her family to go back first. Asked Masayoshi Sun to come to work tomorrow. Seeing that Lu Feng was busy, Su Mengyan said that she would take the child and go with Sun Lily and the others. The children also expressed their desire to go to Sun's house to play. Lu Feng let them go. Then, Lu Feng asked Lawyer Yan to handle Yang Song's matter first. Hu Xiafeng and Zhang Guang were left behind. Xiafeng, since you are Guang's best friend, I won't waste my time talking to you. Lu Feng smiled and said, I know you must have thought about resigning. But I don't have a deep understanding of the hotel industry. There is no one I can trust to help me manage it. So, I'll give you 10% of the shares, and you stay and continue to help me run the Feng Yun Hotel. How about that? Hearing this, Hu Xiafeng was also stunned. Then, he looked at Lu Feng strangely, Director Lu. Lu Feng waved his hand and said, we are all family, so don't call me Mr. Lu. Just call me Ah Feng, just like Brother Guang. All right. Hu Xiafeng nodded and said, Ah Feng, since you think highly of me, I won't be arrogant. Give me 5% of the shares and an additional 5 million yuan in annual salary, and I will stay. Increasing the annual salary by 5 million is not a problem. Lu Feng said, but the shares are only 10%. I don't need these 5% shares, but I need trustworthy people like you. A touch of emotion appeared in Hu Xiafeng's eyes. Hey, you two, what are you doing? Zhang Guang, who was standing by, laughed and said, is this how bargaining works? One person complains it's too much, and the other complains it's too little. Then he said, why not just give me the 5%? Lu Feng smiled and said, if you have Xiafeng's ability, I will give you 10%. Forget it. Selling cars is fine, but managing a hotel, huh? Zhang Guang said, turning his head to look at Hu Xiafeng, Xiafeng, you're a grown man, but you're writing so much ink, what's the meaning? Okay, I agree. Hu Xiafeng immediately looked at Lu Feng and said, Ah Feng, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can definitely make Feng Yun Hotel reach a market value of over 20 billion in 5 years. That's right. Zhang Guang smiled and said, we are all brothers. Why are you being so polite to him? Isn't it enough to help him make more money? Lu Feng smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Feng immediately took out his cell phone and took a look. I'm going to answer a phone call first. After saying that, he went to the bathroom. At the same time, in the governor's mansion, Niegua Chang also received a call from Prime Minister Wang. Niegua Chang immediately asked, Uncle Wang, what's the situation? But Prime Minister Wang remained silent. Didn't speak immediately. Niegua Chang became even more anxious. But he didn't dare to speak and just waited obediently. Finally, that person spoke. Said, I just thought about it carefully and found that no matter how you think about it, you only have two choices. When Niegua Chang heard this, he knew that Lu Feng was from a powerful background. However, since there is still a choice, it means that the problem is not very big. He immediately said, Uncle Wang, as long as there is still a choice, please tell me where you want me to be appointed. Niegua Chang thought he was just being robbed. So, I am still a little bit looking forward to it. But what Prime Minister Wang said scared him half to death. Do you want to live? Or do you want to die?